Good morning, Los Angeles. It is a beautiful Tuesday morning here. Whoo! And
Let's
man,
get it.
did we have ourselves a game 3 last night. It is time for D Fish and Decker live here on 97.1. Of course, the new 97.1, The Fan, Los Angeles, the voice of LA Sports, D Fish, myself, Cody Decker, and all of you. And of course, our phone number 855-97 LA Fan. That's 855-975-2326. We got so much to cover today. We got a Dodgers series starting over there in beautiful Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We, of course, got game 3 to talk about. Hey, there might be an actual new suitor for the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, and you YouTubers get real excited for that one. But D-Fish, we got to open up talking about game 3 of the NBA Finals. Man, what a game it was. Did you fall asleep during the game?
I did not.
Others did.
I did not fall
Others
asleep during
did.
the
Google
game.
it.
I don't know. I'm sure, depending on your, your life and what's going on, you could be that tired.
Yeah.
But I'm literally talking to the TV during NBA Finals games.
I was
and standing, so there's no way probably for me to go to sleep while
Dude,
I'm
it
standing
was. How about this? Rank the game so far. We've had some good games in this series. Where would you place this game so far in the pantheon? For me, I thought game 2, which was a banger of a game. This game to me had the stakes were just so high from the jump, like right out the gate, because you knew this was a must-win no matter what for the Spurs. You can't go down 0-3. They're in the Garden. Like, it's about as aggressive of a home court advantage as you've ever seen in the finals. And to watch the Spurs win this game, a really physical game, dude, I couldn't get enough of this.
Yeah, it was. The physicality was insane. I mean, I caught myself, and I know Richard Jefferson, even on the broadcast, was like, I mean, I know it sounds weird to say, but like, there's too much physicality going on. Like, this is crazy. I mean, it was straight WWE out there, the way they were grabbing and holding and pushing. But,
by the way, do you like that, or do you go like, man, maybe we got to rein this in a little bit?
Yeah, my thing is, I like it. I don't always love the contrast between a regular season game and game 3 of the NBA Finals. That's where I think we get into trouble, in the league. Like, I don't know if in football or in baseball, I've always tried to explain to people, like, a strike is a strike. It doesn't matter if it's the World Series or game number 1 of 162. If the ball crossed the plate, it's a strike.
Yes. That's what always drove me nuts about, like, because, the automated strike zone was like, well, I like the human error. No, you don't. The human error that should be taking place on the court is from the athletes themselves, not the officiating and the rules that are not up for interpretation.
Right. And so I think that's where we get into trouble a little bit with like the super increased physicality. But man, was it fun to watch. I think all of us as fans, we'd rather have two teams on the edge of, too much physicality as opposed to everybody just kind of floating around and, shooting threes and nobody's knocking each other down and just being as physical. And I mean, the game was a grind. It really was. And the Spurs just deserve a lot of credit for, being able to win a game like that. That's where I think young teams typically find a way to lose almost when the games are played in the mud that way. To me, it's to the Knicks' advantage when the game is played in the mud with that much physicality. But the Spurs figured it out last night.
Well, yeah, that much physicality until Cat is trying to strap a guy down to the ground by just tugging on the arm. There was some words after the game, not between the two teams, but a little bit by head coach Mike Brown, and that kind of caught me a little off guard because we've seen some. I feel like everybody's been really biting their tongue. Everybody's been doing a real good job, and you mentioned it before the show, like game 1, game 2. Post game, Wemby's just like, nah, that's on me, dude. I got to play better. I got to learn. I got to keep getting better. Well, Mike Brown post game had slightly different sentiments. Here was Mike Brown post game of game 3.
First of all, I want to make sure I get something clear. Coach Mitch Johnson and the Spurs, they won the game tonight. They came and took the game. But I will say this, I never thought I'd be in the NBA Finals and see a team get 24 free throw attempts in the second half to another team's 8. And I don't think I complain much about officials or the fairness when it comes to the free throw attempts. San Antonio is a great team. They're a great team. Okay? It's going to lower our odds big time if we play game 4 and in the second half they get 24 free throw attempts to our 8.
I mean, yeah, mathematically I see what he's talking about, but I watched that game. There wasn't anything about that really caught me off guard as far as it being one-sided. By the way, the hottest play of the game from Next Gen, the next generation of home comfort. But what was your assessment? Do you think Mike Brown's got a point or a little bit of sour grapes right here?
Both. You know me, I'm always good with, like, both things can be true. First, yeah, the Spurs are a great team. I think they put, the Knicks in a position where the fouls were increased because the Spurs increased their physicality from game to game. And so there are going to be more situations where the referees have to blow the whistle. The Spurs increased their physicality. So that part, look, I get it. As a coach, one, you have to stand up for your guys. You don't want your players to feel like, you're not willing to, even if it's out of your character to some degree, as he mentioned in the sound. He's not a coach that really complains a ton about officiating. But you definitely want your players to know you're willing to step outside of that normal box as a coach to let the world know you thought they were treated, unfairly or whatever the term or phrase that you want to use. I didn't really think it was like an overt difference or favor towards the Spurs other than the fourth quarter. To me, that's where the Knicks got in trouble in terms of the foul shooting discrepancy. They got into the penalty defensively. The Knicks, the Spurs were in the bonus, I think, with 9 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And at that point, once you fouled a team 3 or 4 times in 3 to 4 minutes into the quarter, they're shooting free throws the rest of the quarter anytime you foul.
Yeah.
So that's how that discrepancy got there. It wasn't so much like throughout the entire course of the game, the whistles just constantly went to the Spurs. It was really more in the fourth quarter specifically. They got into the bonus. And then also late in that game, a couple of times the Knicks had to foul. So then there's always kind of like a +4, +6 in that last 30 seconds when you're down by 6 or you're down by 8. The Spurs had to throw it in. They had to foul Stephon Castle intentionally a couple times. I think De'Aaron Fox went to the free throw line once late. And so that, the difference in the numbers, it's there. That's the math, 24-8. But I'm not sure if it was the reason why the game, was decided by 4 points. But it's also part of and this is where the league started to have to find coaches for taking this position, is because he also planted the seed for Game 4, if you notice. So he said, look, in Game 4, it's going to lower our odds to win the game if in the second half of a future game.
Interesting.
It's the deciding factor between the free throws is 24-8 in the second half. And so then that, whether it's real or not, it creates a perception that if the referees officiate the game differently in Game 4, which they are because it's going to be 3 different referees, it creates the perception, though, that Mike Brown's comments could have influenced the outcome or how the game is officiated. That's not real. No referee is sitting there listening to Mike Brown sound and then going into Game 4 like, oh, yeah, you know what? I think I'm going to just blow the whistle differently because Coach Mike Brown said that's
He said the odds would be lowered.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, no, and by the way, it's even in the chat right here. No Drink Rob says, you know why there's a difference in free throws? It's the fact that you guys fouled more. Was that your assessment at all, D-Fish? Because, listen, they were fouling. It looked like they were hacking a little bit.
Yeah, but again, the frustration for players and coaches is, one, again, like the difference between a foul in game 1 and game 2 and what a foul is in game 3. Like, it can't be different. So if for 3 games or 2.5 games, every time you move, I grab you and hold you and don't allow you to go where you're trying to go, and it's not a foul, in the second half of the game, sometimes the referees, to get control of the game, because when they talk at halftime, they realize, like, bro, it's getting crazy out here. Let's rein it in. That's the part that then in the third and fourth quarter, they're blowing the whistle, and you're kind of like, whoa, I've been doing this for 2.5 games already. Why is it a foul now? And that's what leads to players and coaches getting frustrated, which that leads to the Mike Brown sound, because it's like, okay, well, if you noticed during the game last night when there were some of those stoppages, Mike Brown was literally asking the referee, okay, so if this is a foul against us, and then he would point to their end of the floor, okay, well, why wasn't that a foul call when Jalen Brunson just did this? Or why wasn't that a foul call when that's where it starts to differ. But yeah, both teams are fouling like crazy.
Yeah,
let's put that out there.
By the way, how is that when, like, you have a new officiating crew each game? How does that change the officiating from game to game? Because I can see it happening from half to half, but a whole new crew might just see things completely differently.
They do. They're different in how they see certain plays. The way one official feels there's a certain amount of contact that should be called a foul is different than another official that feels like, there was some contact, but it was marginal, right? There can be that slight variation just in how a human being sees contact and how they feel like that physicality may or may not have impacted that play. I think some officials, for right or wrong, they officiate screening differently, right? Like, there's not a lot of illegal screen calls being made in some of these moments, but a different official, they see screening differently, and there could be more whistles. Like, there was a play late in the game last night when the last play of the game, basically the Knicks missed the 3, but like, there was an illegal screen set by Karl Anthony Towns. They don't call that really in these type of situations, but a different official could see that as an illegal screen is an illegal screen, regardless of NBA Finals, fourth quarter, first quarter. So that's really how it differs, is the 3 officials have different plays that get their attention compared to others. There obviously are still rules that they have to call certain things, but it's just a slight difference. I'm sure if you look at the numbers in baseball, there are certain umps or third base umpire, et cetera, that on the bang-bang plays of safe and out, some officials see it differently, like the bang-bang registers as the runner safe more times than the runner's out.
Well, we've always had it really big time with strike zones.
Yeah.
So we know, so we have a CB Buckner behind home plate. We have his radar of what he calls balls and strikes over years and years and years. And we'd have to adjust to that. Now, luckily not quite as much as we used to, although I have no doubt those charts are being used even more when it comes to, like, challenging a pitch call or something like that, because we know, hey, CB Buckner really has trouble with his outside pitch. So if you see a pitch called strike that's you might think be egregious, might want to go ahead and call that.
Yeah. So I don't know if I know there is a lot of information shared about, in terms of the officials. These officials that are officiating in the NBA Finals are the best of the best, season in and season out, in terms of what the rules are, how consistent they call things according to the rules, how high their percentages are in making those calls. So they're not here because they're not good at the job.
Of course.
And so some of that is kind of baked into, into everybody's understanding. But to your point, there are certain officials that have a tendency to miss or see certain things. And you have to have that sense and feel based on who they are, what the situation is, what's going on in the game, and be able to make those adjustments. But you also just have to be really careful giving it power or credence. The coach can do it. Mike Brown can do it. There were times like Phil very rarely did it, but he would do it sometimes the same way Mike Brown did last night. But it wasn't a battle for us to fight because you never wanted your players to give that any credence. Like, players always have to feel like their decision-making, their execution of the details, their fundamentals, that's what decided the win or the loss, not an official or third-party person that had nothing to do with anything.
Of course, 97.1, the new 97.1, The Fan, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you. What did you think of last night's game? Do you think the refs were too egregious? Do you think they weren't egregious enough? What were your thoughts on this game and this series? Of course, get in the chat on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Of course, the chat is already going off as we start the show. There's another name that's got to be mentioned real quick, too, because I feel like it's very easy to look over at Wemby. Always look at Wemby. Wemby's amazing. Gives the greatest quotes, does everything right. Guy's wildly wise beyond his years. But how about that Stephon Castle last night? And by the way, Wemby after the game referred to Stephon Castle as, he described him as, he thinks he's the most mature player on the team, which is quite impressive considering the fact, what is he, 22 years old? And I'm pretty sure Harrison Barnes is 36.
Yeah. I don't know. Harrison Barnes is literally, the Senator is his nickname, I think. So I don't know if Stephon Castle's more mature than Harrison Barnes. But yeah, I think Castle's 21 years old, and the biggest thing for him is he had 2 turnovers last night in 38 minutes. Mm-hmm. And if the Spurs do not turn the basketball over, which they did in San Antonio 16 times, last night they were able to limit that to 8. So that's 8 more times that you get an ability to either get a shot on goal. That creates additional foul situations. And that's really what it comes down to. Like, you cannot turn the basketball over in these type of games, especially 15 to 20 times, and expect to win. And Castle last night was impressive in like how determined he was to be physical and forceful going to the basket and making plays, but not turning the ball over.
Absolutely. And here's a little bit of Stephon Castle last night in that game.
Shot clock winding down. Castle has to put it up. Bang! Stephon Castle from three-point range, and it's a 7-point Spurs lead.
He finishes 23, 5-5, and dude, here's the thing. There was a resilience last night by the Spurs that I wasn't prepared for. I thought when they went in the Garden, I thought maybe they might wilt a little bit. And you saw during the halftime show, if you listened to Chuck, it was all over. It was a wrap. Chuck sounded like the entire Knicks Twitter sounded after game 2. It's over. We're coming back to the Garden. Dude, I don't think the vibes were right. You had fans that took like 3.5 hours to get into the place. They had like a police state perimeter all the way around all of Madison Square Garden. It was a disaster. And of course, watch parties were moved into other parts of the city. But hey, how about a really good win for Mayor Mondani, who decided spur of the moment to put together like a watch party in the middle of Bryant Park that apparently went crazy popular.
I'm sure it did. I mean, the fans enjoy it. It's become a big part of NBA playoff basketball is those watch parties that are either right outside the arena.
Which they couldn't do last night because they shut that down.
Yeah.
Which listen, this is not about politics. I just don't understand the concept of your first NBA Finals game since 1999. At Madison Square Garden, where everyone under the sun tells me is the basketball mecca, and then you take away the watch party outside of the basketball mecca? What are you doing? Like, why does Jimmy Dolan seemingly want to punish his fans? It's already $10,000 for a ticket.
Yeah, I mean, clearly he has a strong relationship
Very much so.
with the president, so you can't not, nobody can tell the president what.
No, you're kind of in a tough spot on that one.
No, thanks.
I want to come to the game. No.
Yeah, right. Like, I mean, what can he really do? But yeah, it's not something you can quantify and really say had any impact whatsoever. But yesterday was different.
It was different.
That's for sure. And so, we'll see for game 4. Things will be back to normal for the most part for Knicks fans, and they'll probably get those watch parties going right outside the arena.
Dude, how about those ticket prices,
Oh,
man?
my goodness.
Even Josh Hart even made some comments like, this is ridiculous. Because, listen, Knicks fans, yeah, there's a lot of rich Knicks fans in New York. There's a lot of normal Knicks fans in New York City, man.
Yeah, I thought I heard something on the broadcast last night about, I think they were still able to, there was either a charitable organization or some group that was still able, I don't know if they had already purchased the tickets before they skyrocketed, but that there were like almost 1,000 kids or youth that were able to still get to an NBA Finals game. And I don't know if they were mixed in like last night and game 4 or all last night. But when I heard it, I was like, man, I hope they bought these tickets before the prices skyrocketed.
Dude, you ain't lying. Like 10 grand. Some tickets saying as far as like 100 grand, 200 grand a ticket. Wild, wild times, guys. Coming up, we got lots to discover today, man. We got, of course, a Dodger series. We're going to talk more about the NBA Finals. But really, coming up, what would you rather have? Which Laker lineup would D. Fish rather have? And we want to hear from you, 855-97-LA-FAN. It's D. Fish and Decker for the next 4 hours right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. LA Fan, that's 855-975-2326. D Fish and Decker live right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome to the show, and of course you can join the chat right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. We want to hear from you, want to see you guys, and not to mention that, definitely call in the show later on today because we will be giving away some Sparks tickets live on the air.
Go.
So let's go ahead and get you in. That number is 855-97-LA-FAN. We opened up the show talking about, of course, Game 3 of the NBA Finals and all that came with it. It was a hell of a game. Where do you guys think the series is? Where do you think it's going? We want to hear from you, and the phone lines are open. Let's switch it over here because yesterday we did report a little bit of a rumor that's been going around about the Lakers potentially being after some people. We know what exactly the Lakers have in front of them. They definitely need to figure out what is going to happen with LeBron James. The Austin Reeves of it all, D-Fish, is something that's also looming. If you believe reports, he very much wants that max contract. But the one thing you've said multiple times, and I do think it's one of those things that I think gets lost in translation because I think everybody's so focused on this idea of LeBron. Oh, pay cut, LeBron, what? Will he take a pay cut? Where you've very eloquently mentioned, D-Fish, that LeBron's going to have to take a pay cut for any contender he joins. But it's the other thing you've said a bunch of times that's really caught my ear. And it's the fact that you think that LeBron wants Austin Reeves to get paid.
Yeah. I mean, LeBron's not counting other people's pockets. Like, I think he's fine.
Yeah.
And so... Yeah, one of the things, as a veteran player especially, and as accomplished as LeBron is, along your journey, like part of the joy is like seeing younger guys, especially as long as Austin and LeBron have played together over the last few years. Like LeBron knows he's a part of that growth in Austin, that without being next to LeBron, Austin doesn't evolve the way he has. So Austin getting paid is like you getting paid.
Yeah,
like
it's a mark on you.
Yeah, that's how you really feel, genuinely. And so there isn't anything about LeBron that's going to be upset if Austin Reeves gets max whatever from the Lakers. Like, he's not concerned about that. The whole narrative around taking a pay cut, et cetera, like, I think his position has always been the same as it always has been for top players, is that it's like, if the top players are the ones who it's their house, right? And then the team is like the property manager.
I can see that.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even though the team, the Lakers own the team, but they're managing it also. And LeBron is a person who basically took out the mortgage and is responsible for making the payments and then ultimately, increasing the value in the home. Like, he gets some say-so in how you decide to put the pool in.
By the way, I'm glad you used that exact example because, we've talked a little bit about what the team was for that brief time between Kobe and then when LeBron kind of joined the team. And it was, it was a down time for the Lakers at the time. A young team didn't really kind of get there. But you mentioned that brought value to the team. LeBron showing up immediately brought value to the team. It was like LeBron's presence was that investment into the team that I think the Lakers were sorely missing at the time.
Yeah, it was like LeBron showed up and all of a sudden you had a new kitchen, a new master closet, a swimming pool. You had things that you did not have before he showed up.
I remember when it was announced, I thought someone was trolling me. I'm like, LeBron to the Lakers, and I remember that's adorable. Yeah. Whatever this weird fake TMZ headline is. And as the day went forward, I kept seeing, I'm like, I couldn't believe it was real.
And let us not forget, it had gotten pretty lean, from, even Kobe's last few years, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Which is something I think a lot of us tend to forget as well.
Yeah, and the Clippers had gained a lot of traction in L.A. during that 4 years.
Bob City!
Yeah, and so then Kobe retires in 16, and then it's a rudderless ship, basically, for a couple years until LeBron shows up. And no disrespect to the young guys that had come in, Julius Randle, D'Angelo Russell, I think.
Yeah, they all went on to have great careers.
Yeah, all these guys are good NBA players. Some guys have made the All-Star team, Brandon Ingram, and so But LeBron showing up in 2018 for sure injected value, energy.
It legitimized the Lakers overnight.
Overnight. And so at this point, to bring it back to current, the whole like narrative around he has to take a pay cut in order to stay, as though it's a negative thing. The approach has always been the same. Like, those guys at that level will essentially allow the team to take out a line of equity on their money because they're worth the money.
Yes,
but
they are.
They will allow the team to take out a line of equity on that money if you utilize it properly, just like anything else. If you go to the bank and ask for a line of equity, you're going to have to kind of explain, what are your plans for this money? Are you putting in a pool? Are you changing the landscaping? Are you, like, what are you doing? That's all it is. It's not take a pay cut just to take a pay cut because it's an ego thing. It's more so like, how are you using this money? Okay, some of this money is going to go to Austin Reeves getting a contract extension. Boom, I'm in favor of that. Sign me up for that. Okay, some of this money is going to go to, we can sign player A, B, and C in free agency, or we're having some great sign and trade conversations with this team to bring in this player. Oh, I like that. Yeah, go ahead. Use that money for those reasons. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if we can make these things happen, we'll have about X amount left, and that's what we could sign you for in free agency in that range. Is that something that you could buy into? Sure, I'll give you guys some room to do that. That's all it is. Now, if you don't make any of those things happen and you still have all of that money that I allowed you to take the line of equity out, you don't use it because you didn't execute on those deals.
We're having a real different conversation.
We're having a different conversation. You don't get to just go shopping and buy new cars and jewelry with the money. The money comes back to me because I gave you the line.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's look at that. What they could do with that money, real quick, because we could run it back. Well, let's say we do run it back with the same three-headed monster we had last year. Let's say we have Luka, Braun, and Reeves. We now see what that looks like. We know what that's capable of. Maybe it's capable of even more of what we saw last year. Because keep in mind, like, everyone under the sun, like, I remember Wendy was even talking about it. It was like, no, the numbers are there. And he was right. At the time, the numbers were there that these three playing together just wasn't working for a short time. But then again, that sample size was only like 12 games where they were actually healthily playing together. Then come March, boy, did they figure that out real quick. And during March, it looked like the Lakers were maybe one of the best teams, if not the best team in the NBA. Then, of course, the injuries took place and, the wheels kind of came off the wagon. If they run that back, would that be a team that you would be comfortable with? Say they run the exact same team right back, exactly the same, all the depth, everything, and they run that back for a full season. Would that be a team you think can compete for an NBA championship?
I mean, close enough. Yeah, the challenge is competing for an NBA championship. Like, you're still going to have to run into OKC and San Antonio at the top. And to your point, right, the Lakers had a 15-2 kind of march into early April. Luka's hamstring injury, Austin Reeves' oblique injury were April 2nd
on the same
at
night.
Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
The Lakers were 50-27 going into that game, the 3 seed in the West, behind Oklahoma City and San Antonio. So how much better can you get?
Not much.
If those two teams are the teams you're looking up at, I don't know if you're that far behind. And so with some additional health, yeah, maybe you don't get the 2 seed, but you're able to still advance in the first round, most likely. And then now in the second round, you're playing the Spurs. We saw the Timberwolves push the Spurs to get a couple wins. That was a 6-game series. Who's to say the Lakers couldn't have pushed the Spurs to 6 games? Like, you never know what happens in these games. Wemby throws an elbow to Naz Reid, gets suspended a game. That's how series change. So there's just a lot.
Raj, you all right?
That was an elbow.
Jeez.
Sound like a punching bag, too.
My God, man.
But yeah, running it exactly back, yeah, you couldn't get away with that. But there are enough other free agents outside of LeBron to say, Rui Hachimura shot the cover off the ball this season. Is he a guy that you can re-sign from a financial perspective or not? Who do you replace him with? Can you re-sign Luke Kennard, who was the best three-point shooter in the league this past season and has been for a few years? Can you re-sign him financially or not?
He was such a great pickup midseason.
Great pickup. But how do you prioritize Rui or Luke Kennard? It depends on if you re-sign LeBron or what other guys are you going to be able to sign in free agency. I think the Luka, Austin, LeBron trio, when healthy, are as good as a trio as you're going to find. I don't. People also have to think about a younger, more dynamic version of LeBron, right? Like, imagine LeBron 10 years ago, and he's a free agent. And what teams is he looking at to join? And if there's already a Luka Doncic and a Austin Reeves who handle the ball 97% of the time for the team, those two guys make all the decisions. They run all the actions for them. Luka dominates the basketball when he's on the court. Where do I actually fit in if I'm a young star? If I'm Scotty Barnes in Toronto, am I going to play with Luka and Austin Reeves? No, I'm not. So this idea that, like, you're just going to find some young superstar to just come and join Austin and Luka, it doesn't work that way. There's not room for a third young superstar. It's why LeBron kind of fits well, because LeBron is more on the sunset part of his era, and he's cool with Luka and Austin being the guys driving the ship. And then he pops in and does his thing when he needs to, and oh yeah, I'm gonna average 21, 7, and 7.
Oh yeah, I'm also LeBron James.
So again, I'm not they have to sell everything out to just make sure LeBron is happy and the team suffers. No, not saying that. But it's going to be hard to find a combination of skill set, experience, championship experience outside of those three guys. That's just me.
Well, what do you think, LA? 855-97 LA fan. Are you comfortable with the Lakers running it back with the same three-headed monster, or do you think they need to go in a different direction? And if so, what is that direction? Get in the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. Join us and join the conversation. Coming up, I don't know if you saw it last night, but there's a great viral video of Wemby, and I don't know how I could say it. It looks like he's doing a reverse uppercut punch straight down to Jalen Brunson, and it wasn't called a foul, and a lot of people were up in arms about it, and it made me think, boy, is Wemby a dirty player? Maybe, but who else is really dirty? Let's find out when we come back for some Top 5 right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. right, let's bring in the hype man Raj, because it's time for a little bit of top 5.
That's right. We both saw that play. We got physical. There's physical, and then there's dirty, damn it. And that was a little bit dirty last night, but, not complaining. That's the way it is sometimes. Sometimes you got to be dirty.
Let the kids play.
That's right. Sometimes it bees like that. So, fellas, it got me thinking, though, who are your top 5 dirtiest players in sports?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What you got, Deep Fish?
Sports?
Yep.
All of sports.
I mean, yeah, I don't know what qualifies as dirty.
You know what the hell qualifies as dirty. Stop playing with us, Fish.
No, I said in other sports.
One of
Yeah,
D
yeah.
Fish is on one of our
Like
lists.
in football, like every player is dirty. Like
But there's some apps like Ndamukong Suh, Bill Romanowski. There's dirty stuff after. All right, so give me one, Fish.
Yeah, I mean, I remember Ndamukong Suh plays of where he
yes.
jumped on.
That's dirty.
So, yeah,
Don't give a damn what sport it is.
That would qualify for.
Who's
me
your
as
number
dirty.
5?
That's the name.
Oh,
Ndamukong Suh!
Okay.
Good one.
See, you gotta be more patient, Cody. Be patient. Jesus,
Yeah, that's
trying to
on me.
teach you.
That's on me. That was me yelling.
Golly, man, be patient. Let the man get his thoughts out before you jumping around. All right, number 5 for you.
I feel like I'd be wrong not to have a hockey player on this list. So I wanted to give hockey their due. Number 5, there is a man named Marty McSorley. And Marty McSorley
I've
was
heard that name before, yeah.
Marty McSorley was an enforcer, specifically Wayne Gretzky's enforcer.
Right.
But if you really want to know why he's on this list, look no further than really his final play of his career, which got him 18 months of probation with assault with a weapon, which was his hockey stick in 2000.
Yeah, there's being an enforcer,
Yeah.
and then there's just being like.
Then there's
criminally
being
and-
Marty
yeah.
McSorley.
That's good. That was bad. That was
Wow.
bad. All right. All right.
I feel like I should add him to my list automatically.
Yeah, he's just wildly swinging his stick at guys.
May have cost the Kings game 2 against Montreal
We don't need to talk
Canadiens
about
with
that.
an illegal stick.
We don't need to
All
talk
right,
about that.
Okay, all right.
I was a young 4-year-old, and I loved the Kings at the time.
All right, there you go. All right, what you got, Fish? Number 4 dirtiest player in sports.
Number 4.
Yep.
This was impactful to me, and it
Okay.
was dirty in a different way, not necessarily physically,
Mm-hmm.
but I was like a big proponent of being an elite, performance and condition in order to be a great athlete. So I studied other guys that I thought were doing it the right way.
Yeah.
Lance Armstrong was a guy that I started to study because I'm like, whatever he's doing, I want to do.
Well, he was doing some stuff. D-Fish! Is D-Fish making an announcement?
No, wrong button. Sorry.
Yeah, wrong button.
No, I didn't mean that one. I
Yeah,
meant to hit the buzzer.
okay.
It's
I was like,
closer to
wow.
breaking news.
Wow.
And so I did everything I could do, but I wasn't doing that.
Yeah.
and so Lance Armstrong is on the list for me because
It's a good call, by the way.
it was like crazy to then find out later how he was
The
actually
blood
doing
doping
what
and how
he went
detailed
he
it
went
was.
beyond and he
Dude.
went above and beyond.
Yeah.
Man. He
Kind
went
of,
next level.
in a way, kind of impressive. That's, a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't support, anybody doping in their respective sports, but,
Yeah.
man, that was an intricate system.
He went far. Okay, number 4 for you, Coach.
All right, so the answer should be, I want to get a baseball guy on here. The answer should be Ty Cobb. Any story you've ever heard of Ty Cobb, literally
Bad dude.
side kicking dudes in the
Yeah.
chest with his spikes. While he's sliding into first base, he would jump in with his spikes up and kick dudes in the chest. Awful human beings.
Yeah.
Everyone hated him. But I never watched him play. I did watch Albert Bell play, though.
Oh, Albert Bell.
And there was no man in the world that scared a young Cody Decker more than Albert Bell. That dude just took people out on the field
Yes.
when he felt like it.
There was one time he got hit by a pitch and didn't want to take first. He wanted to finish it
He
that back. He
stared
wanted
down
to hit.
the umpire
Yeah.
to let him finish his at bat.
Derek, Albert Bell. You remember Albert Bell in your head? Kind of. Do you have a visual picture of him?
Not a visual
Okay.
picture.
Oh,
but
he was
just
so
the name.
big.
Yeah, man.
He was
scary.
This
Scary dude.
was the midst of the steroid era. This was just a big old jack dude.
He was never involved in those things, though. His name involved. But
it was the steroid era.
Yeah, but I think he was just mean and dirty, regardless of any of that.
It was the steroid era.
All right. What you got? Number 3, Fish, dirtiest player in sports. Because you saw that play from Wemby last night. Dirty, crafty, whatever you want to call it. It was a little bit dirty. I don't mind every now and then. But what you got?
Yeah, we could talk about dirty. We'll get.
Yeah, I'm not saying
we'll-
bad. Now, when I say dirty player, too, Fish, like real talk, one of my favorites, Garnett, played a little bit dirty. Laker fans, a certain player. I'll see if he's on any list. I'm not going to spoil it, but they might have been considered dirty. I don't think it's always bad. You know what I mean? Sometimes you need a dirty player in a team. So what you got, Fish?
Guy I played against way too many times, but it definitely was like sharpening my skill on a lot of ways. But John Stockton.
Oh yeah, I heard this.
I heard big stories about John Stockton.
Man, I mean, every play, he just took an opportunity, a little elbow chip, a little extra push.
Yeah.
You'd be cutting off a screen and you'd lose your balance and realize did he just trip me? And so Stockton it was crafty though.
Yes.
It wasn't just all out.
It wasn't
It was like
blatant.
an art form when he was doing
Fish,
it.
it wasn't blatant. It was crafty. Got away with it a ton of times, right?
Yes, for sure. John Stockton.
I love a night where maybe the room gets a little smoky and I go down rabbit holes and just the old NBA stories of guys telling stories about John Stockton throwing basketballs at his face. I just can't get enough of those old stories, man.
Old school.
I'm going basketball with my number 3 as well.
Okay.
And before he was Meta World Peace, I'm going Ron Artest.
Yeah.
How can you not?
Yeah.
Malice in the Palace alone is worth it. Which I watch weekly, by the way.
But it wasn't just that. I mean,
No,
that was
it
a
was
fight.
everything.
Yeah, that was a fight. But Fish, when it was a playoff series, he pushed threw the ball in someone's face. Were you on that team? He got kicked out of a playoff team. Might have been against Houston. I don't know, man. But he did some stuff.
He was wild, man.
Yeah, he was on the edge with it. I mean, but he, we can talk more about it, but he was in 2010 when we beat the Celtics,
Hey, why
he
you
was
bringing up
literally
old stuff?
brought in for that reason, his physicality
Yeah.
against Paul Pierce and just taking the pressure off of Kobe having to be that physical wing that we were kind of missing.
I loved him when he was on the Lakers, man.
Yeah, man, he brought it, and his was it wasn't dirty. It was but it was just always testing the limits of just physicality.
Yep.
And he wasn't. I don't think he's one of the nicest human beings you'll ever meet.
Yeah.
I don't
I
think
met
he
him
was
too.
ever
He's
trying
so
to hurt
sweet.
anybody.
Real cool cat.
I know.
Yeah, we'll call him. We'll get him on the show. He's a
but-
real cool cat.
yeah,
I'll give him a
sweetheart.
call. All right, number 2 for you, Fish. And we got to speed it up here, fellas.
Yeah, Bruce Bowen.
Ooh.
San Antonio
San
Spurs.
Antonio Spurs,
Didn't see
Bruce
that
Bowen.
coming.
Yeah, he was like a leg sweeper. When guys were shooting, he
Street fighter legs.
Yeah, when guys were shooting, he'd kick his leg out, kick his foot.
They may
out,
have had the
triple
rule
him
for
and-
him that Brunson got called for last night. That on 3-pointers.
Yeah, so they put that rule in. Zaza Pachulia played for the Warriors.
Okay.
And the Spurs were playing the Warriors in the playoffs, and Kawhi Leonard got hurt on a play like that.
Yep.
And Pachulia stuck his foot out basically on purpose.
That was it.
And that was it.
Okay. Number 2 for you, Coach.
Bill Romanowski, man.
Yeah.
That man was just evil incarnate. And it seemed like a time of NFL where it was all cocaine fueled just madness. And
Yeah.
Bill Romanowski was right at the top of that list.
Parica. I heard that.
That guy was killing people.
All right, Fish, your number 1 dirty player in honor of Wemby's play last night, if you didn't see it.
I'm going with Bill Laimbeer.
Oh, he was on my list and I took him off.
Yeah.
Bill
Oh, my
Laimbeer,
goodness.
the play on Kurt Rambis. I mean, I'm sorry, that was Kevin McHale. But there were other plays with Bill Laimbeer.
On Jordan? About a half dozen on Jordan.
on everybody in the
He
league.
was on my list.
And then I got a chance to coach against Bill Laimbeer in the W. He coached the Vegas Aces. And
you guys fought?
No, we didn't fight. He's actually a pretty good dude. So yeah, Bill Laimbeer number 1.
All right, I love it.
Your number 1.
I'm going with the man whose nickname is the dirtiest player in the game, the Nature Boy. Woo! Ric Flair,
Tear your
baby.
knee up. Yes,
That guy
yes.
did it all.
Yeah.
Brass knuckles in the trunks.
Yup.
You name it. Ric Flair had cheated his way through it.
I would say, and that's one of my favorite wrestlers, how many matches did Ric Flair win fairly, would you say?
10, maybe
whole
10.
career, yeah.
His entire career was based on pulling out them brass knucks in the trunks and the 4 horsemen coming down to end every match for him. Gotta love it. The Nature Boy, Ric Flair. All right, guys, coming up, we got a Dodgers versus Pirates series. We got to talk more about the Angels' potential new owner and also Game 3 of the NBA Finals. It's D Fish and Deck for the next 3 hours right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Back to the new 97.1 The Fan, LA, D-Fish, Decker, and all of you. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. We just got done talking about dirtiest players in the game. And, Rod, you're going to be really upset with me because I'm upset with myself. And the chat might have a very good point. I love some of these comments. Somebody mentioned Vontaze Burfict, which, by the way, was written down on my potential list. Ended up taking him off. Bill Laimbeer obviously was a great pick. A few people mentioning that. But a few people not thrilled, appreciate, but not thrilled with my Ric Flair at number 1. And when I first read that, I said, you guys are nuts. He's the dirtiest player in the game. Until I read this. No disrespect to the Nature Boy, but Ric Flair walked so Latino heat could fly.
Oh.
Leaving out Eddie Guerrero might have been a miss. That might have been a miss on my part.
Rest in peace, Eddie.
By the way, D-Fish is like, I don't know of Eddie Guerrero. I'm like, oh, dude, you know what you got to do, D-Fish?
Yeah.
Go home on YouTube,
all right,
write down Eddie Guerrero, and fall down a rabbit hole for
check it out.
30 minutes and watch some of the greatest wrestling stuff you'll ever see. Rest in peace, Eddie Guerrero. All right, guys, we got lots to talk about on today's show. We already mentioned, make sure you guys call in 855-97-LA-FAN because we're talking NBA Finals today. Obviously, Game 3, which happened last night. Later on in the show, we're going to discuss a potential suitor, a real potential suitor for the Angels. Oh, man. Can't wait to talk about that. Of course, we're going to preview the Dodgers series in just a moment here, but also Tom Brady's got some really good advice. Really good advice. So very excited to give you that advice that Tom Brady gave Fernando Mendoza. But let's go ahead and talk about those Dodgers because they're getting ready to start a series over there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And here's the deal. We do have ourselves one slight problem. The Dodgers, I firmly believe they will win this series. They're probably not winning today. Just everybody Dodger fans, call in 855-97-LA-FAN. They're probably not winning today, and that's okay. Paul Skeens pitching for the Pittsburgh Pirates. Now Paul Skeens is not having his greatest year. He is 6-5, so yes, it's very possible to beat him. Just it's not that possible to beat him sometimes. And yes, he's got a 3.09 ERA, but here's the truth. Paul Skeens is the defending Cy Young champion. Also, in case you haven't seen this, there's a viral video going around right now of Paul Skeens. It's actually very, very, very cool. D-Fish, I want to know if you've ever did this. Paul Skeens apparently was driving around with his girlfriend, Livy Dunn, yesterday. Just driving around the town. And on off day, I believe they had. And they drove by a Little League field. And he asked Livy, I want to stop at the Little League field. And he goes to the Little League field seeing kids play. And watching them play, he kind of got excited and he went over to the field, and all the kids know who he is. He's Paul Skeens. Oh, my God, Paul Skeens, and Livy Dunn's right over there. And he hangs out with the kids. He's signing autographs and just chilling with the kids for a couple hours. I'm just thinking in my head, imagine being one of those kids. You're 8 years old at a Little League practice, and your favorite possible baseball player shows up just to hang out for a little bit. I'm trying to think if I was a 10-year-old kid here in Los Angeles at the time, Mike Piazza was like the creme de la creme of what I thought a superhero was here in Los Angeles in like 95, 96. If he did that, I would have, I don't know what it would have done to my life. Paul Skeens might have just changed the life of one of these kids. Is that something you ever did? Did you ever say you're driving around New York and you see West 4th Street, the guy shooting over there. You just pop in there and be like, hey, what's up, guys? I'm Derek Fisher.
No.
Ah.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no, that didn't really happen. I think, did they include the part where more kids wanted to take a picture with Livy Dunn than Paul Skeens?
I mean, the smart ones should have.
Did they leave that part out?
Dumb kids, you blew it. You blew it, 10-year-olds.
Yeah, no, that's a really dope story, though. I think in basketball, in basketball, it's I don't know if kids, me specifically, that reaction wouldn't have come. Kobe stops, Shaq stops, certain guys stop. Yeah, if I stop, I might have to tell kids who I was at that time. You know what I mean? That's awkward.
You think they
Like,
would?
hey, guys.
D-Fish, I have been out now in town with Derek Fisher.
Now, yes. But I'm
Wait. You mentioned earlier because you were, listen, let's not mince words here. You were really jacked when you played. Like, you were very noticeable on a basketball court.
yeah.
If you walk down to like Venice, that the white man can't jump courts, people there are gonna know Derek Fisher's walking up.
Yeah, but it wouldn't. I don't. It wouldn't have been like a stop, go crazy type. It's It was a different era.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like kid. There was no social media. There wasn't that like craziness. Like the kids would have been super ingrained in their experience playing. And yes, maybe some kids would have noticed. They come over for a little bit, but like within 10 minutes, they'd be back out there playing.
Stupid
Paul
kids.
Skeens is like a legend. You
Yeah,
know what
dude.
I mean? Like social media has just created so much more connection.
Especially with that Livy Dunn aspect that you just mentioned.
That's like culturally, it's different. It's like Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. Like that's a whole different level of people being aware when you do things where you are, when you guys are out together. Like that's different than anything I experienced.
Oh, by the way, you know what's also funny? You know what's an argument that a lot of people make is, the quote unquote small market teams and they're complaining. Like we are in a social media type of world, and Paul Skeens is dating one of the most popular social media influencers that are out there. Doesn't it make sense? And I apologize to the Pittsburgh fans that might be driving around Los Angeles hearing this right now, but you know what I'm saying is right. Doesn't it make sense that a social media-minded type of player like a Paul Skeens, who is dating arguably one of the biggest social media influencers in all of the world, would want to be in a social media influencer type of town like a New York, like an LA, like a Chicago, rather than Pittsburgh?
It depends. I think social media has kind of flattened the space to some degree.
A little bit.
Yeah, where you don't necessarily have to be in a major market or a big market to capitalize on it, especially if you're a Cy Young-ish, type of pitcher. Like,
And he is that.
He is that. And then Livy Dunn is a social media influencer, but like that's not her talent, if that makes sense. Like some people are social media influencers and that's their talent. She was a gymnast.
No, she was an athlete, a real actual athlete.
Might be a better athlete than him.
No question. Might be a better athlete than him.
Right. So, that combination, I think is really cool as well. But yeah, I don't know. I think depending on who you are, where you're from, there are some things that you love about more of the small town, small city experience. You may not stop at the park in a big city, like New York or LA, because you don't have 2 hours to mess around and hit that rush hour traffic.
Yeah, and you're also going to have trouble stopping.
Yeah.
Like, if he stops in a New York park, the guy's going to be mobbed.
Yeah. It's just a different experience. And so he may like the ability to like literally just be cruising around Pittsburgh, stop at the park for a little while, and then still be home in 10 minutes. Like that, it's different in different cities. Back to the game. He's pretty good at
Dodgers
baseball
might lose
too.
this one.
I mean, they're going to have to hit the ball well today. Eric Lauer's going to need some support.
He is.
You can't just have a pitching duel against a guy as good at pitching as Paul Skeens.
No, and Eric Lauer is, listen, a very solid pitcher, but a very gettable lefty. 2-5 record right now. Of course, records are a little lofty when it comes to stats for a pitcher, but he's got a 5.74 ERA. He does get hit around a little bit. Connor Griffin is injured for the Pittsburgh Pirates, so that's a little helpful for the defensive side for the Dodgers. However, game 2, they got Shohei Ohtani pitching, obviously with a 0.74 ERA. He's taking on Jared Jones. And then to finish out for game 3, Justin Robleski, which is a player that is not a household name, I think needs to start becoming one. He is 7-2. He's got a 2.62 ERA. This guy has done a phenomenal job for the Dodgers, especially picking up that slack, losing out on Tyler Glasnow, who's on the IL, Blake Snell, who got transferred over to the 60-day. So you got 2-star pitchers there for the Dodgers, both of which making, and I just so we're clear, Those two pitchers I mentioned this season are making over $65 million of this year's Dodgers payroll. Justin Robleski making basically major league minimum and handling both of their jobs quite well himself. That's the thing about the Dodgers. And that's the thing that I really want to hammer home. And this is what I want Dodger fans to be able to say at parties and cocktail parties, because I know you guys walk around to a place and you say, "Oh, I'm a Dodger fan," and everyone gives you a look now. No. Don't listen to that nonsense, because at the end of the day, this organization does everything right. That's what people don't want you to know, because right now the Dodgers bargain bin players are the guys that are really carrying this team. It's the Robleskis. It's the Andy Pajeses. It's the Miguel Rojas.
Dalton Rushing.
Rushing.
Yeah.
It's these cats that are carrying this team right now to a 42-win season right now.
And Roki Sasaki is on a rookie
Absolutely. And Roki Sasaki for the last 4 outings has been phenomenal.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking about this during the break, like the importance in professional sports of getting it right with, your developmental players, your draft picks, even guys that you may land late in the draft. We talked about that with the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
Like, their ability, Puka Nacua was a 5th-round pick, number 177. That's not, he wasn't
he wasn't even a wide receiver at the time.
He wasn't a lottery pick. He wasn't a top 5 NFL pick. And so, to circle that back around to the Dodgers, like, that's an important aspect of, sure, you can have superstars at the top of your roster, big names, A-list guys that sell the tickets and sell the jerseys. But a lot of it is really about, developing and helping players grow into all-star level contributors, even if they're on rookie contracts, vet minimum contracts, et cetera. And the Dodgers do that right. They do it well. And it's what has allowed them to sustain the success. Great talent at the top, but then it's not as though they lack depth at the bottom of the roster or towards the end of the roster because of that focus on development and making sure that players see that pathway to the big leagues, whether it's there in L.A. or somewhere else. Like, they're getting better at a rate that's going to allow them to be an impactful Major League Baseball player. Mm-hmm. And when players feel that, right, then they show up for you in the right ways.
It is wild that we have, like, we mentioned the Rams. The Rams, who Les Snead as a GM, there's nothing you need to say about this guy. He's arguably the best GM in the NFL, seeing what he's done. And the Dodgers, like L.A., we are as spoiled as humanly can possibly be. The Dodgers, who do everything right. The Rams, who do pretty much Akers, who I won't say does everything right, but let's just say the championships speak for themselves. They do more right than wrong, to say the very least.
Yeah, you have to. You can't ignore that aspect of it. Like I was telling somebody the other day, I think, Craig Carton. Mm-hmm. And we'll talk
Good
about
friend
that
of the
another
show.
Day. Yeah, we'll talk about that another day. The reality of, like, other than Steph Curry and the Golden State Warriors, no other NBA team has won 2 championships in the last 8 to 9 years.
A lot of parity. And the Lakers have one of those titles. You can define the 2020 title however you want to. That's your opinion. They still got a banner. They still got championship rings. It still counts. You can put, Don't you think that's so lazy, though? And it's not just that. I guess it's because we won, when I say we, I'm talking about the city of Los Angeles won 2 championships in that time, in that 2020 time. It has been so lazy and annoying hearing other fans of other teams be like, well, that's not a real championship. We've spoken to people on this very show that were part of that championship that said, and I quote, that was the hardest one. They were all in it. It was all a very difficult thing. Same with the baseball side. Like, there are things that I can, quote unquote, ignore that season. For instance, like personal awards. Like, if you won the Cy Young in 2020 or the MVP in 2020, I might not give it as much credence because you really played like 55 baseball games that season. Cool, you were the best in the 55, but I'm going to throw out the accolades. I'm only going to pay attention to the team awards for that season. I don't know why other people haven't adopted that same mentality. I don't know why they want to crap all over the 2020 playoff seasons, considering the fact that do you not remember how much we were begging for sports in 2020? Like, I would have done anything to watch more sports in 2020.
Yeah, I think the lack of, the lack of travel and they felt like it was, it was different than the other years, and that's okay. Like, it's okay for it to be different. We were in a pandemic. It's different. But everybody's team, not everybody, the teams that got invited, that had played their way into the bubble, they all had chances to win a championship. Had the Miami Heat won the title, they would have crowned it the same way as they crowned other titles.
No question.
I mean, had anybody else other than the Dodgers won the World Series that year, they would have taken it and celebrated it and had ring night in October or whenever, in April 1st on opening day. It would have all been celebrated the same. And so, I don't think that people always fully appreciate, how fortunate we are, but that also in LA, that because the expectations are so high, the noise can get loud quick if there's a feeling that the team isn't headed towards winning more titles and winning more pennants and, winning more playoff games and series, because that's really become the expectation and the standard. And there's nothing wrong with that, to have that type of standard.
No, it really isn't. In fact, you should require them to have that kind of standard. That's the whole point of playing these games to begin with. All right, guys, 855-97-LA fan. Let's get over to the calls. Mitch and Callie, talk to us. You are on with D. Fish and Decker.
Good morning.
Yo.
Good morning, Cody.
How you doing, Mitch?
Eric.
Morning, Mitch.
Good, doing well. Shopping. Raj, what's happening? Hey, 130 player, and I wish the Lakers can get him. Sam Adams. He plays a little dirty
Steven
there.
Adams.
Oh, Steven Adams. Yeah.
Steven, what did I say? I don't say I said, well, he wasn't the president, but he tried, John, right?
Oh, good old Sam Adams. So he makes a good brew, my guy.
It was my mistake. I don't know if he's on the market, but I'd love to have him and Thompson. Maybe sign AR, and I guess we'll throw in DeAndre anybody. I've gone off topic. The game last night, I thought the second quarter, I thought the Knicks had it. They came back. They made too many turnovers that second quarter, but they had to lead in the second half. And they got to just make their shots better. They're still playing heck. I don't know if Josh Hart scored. Josh Hart didn't score any points the first two games, but he had a big effect in the first game. Still love his style of play. I think the series is done in 5. It's just one game.
Okay.
Miracles happen. It was the Festivus miracle.
Appreciate it, Mitch. Thanks for the call. Of course, you guys can call and join the chat at the Fan LA over there on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. What do you think of that? You think the Knicks will just get themselves right in Game 4, or is this the beginning of? Did you see some cracks starting to show last night?
No, I mean, it's been a highly contested series. I mean,
one shot going the right way for Wemby. This is 2-1 Spurs.
Yeah, I don't think there's any particular like, oh my God, like the Spurs just did something last night the Knicks can't figure out, and the momentum has shifted.
I haven't seen that on either side yet.
No, it's not supposed to be that way in the finals. To be honest, like each game is like its own series, and the team that's able to kind of maintain that perspective, for 4 nights is going to end up being the NBA champion. The Spurs have had tons of opportunities in all 3 games to end up on the right side of it, and they figured out a way to end up on the right side of it last night. They had a rest up today, and there'll be adjustments made by both teams. And Game 4 is going to be interesting. I think the Spurs, I don't know if they didn't play like some insane out of character game that they can't repeat, right? So I think they just kind of found some ways to like close the game a little better. And some of that is just timely shooting. Like Castle got thrown a grenade with the shot clock running down, Spurs up 108-104 after some momentum has started to shift back towards the Knicks. And he buries a 3 to put the Spurs up 111-104, but that wasn't by design. It wasn't a great play. It was just he made a really difficult shot at the end of the shot clock. That's sometimes what happens, and the Spurs end up winning. like you said, if Wemby makes that shot at the end of game 2, maybe it's 2-1, but maybe the Knicks feel differently going into last night's game.
You're not
And
wrong.
this Knicks still 2-1. That's all, the stuff that comes with these playoff series, and especially in the NBA Finals. And so we'll see. I don't think either team necessarily has a formula that the other team can't manage or navigate. And then Jalen Brunson's ability to, to do what he does, I don't think the Knicks are ever out of it, to be honest. I think it all really comes down to, can the Spurs, just maintain their ability to respond to the adversity that they're going to face throughout the game.
You know what I dug about the Spurs last night was it's not like I didn't think they had the toughness in them. Obviously, this is a very tough team, but I thought last night they really just showed that toughness and grit, because all of a sudden the Garden was waking up. A 3 made here by the Knicks, answered right back with a 3. And they did that like 3 straight times. It was like that montage in Rocky IV when Drago and Rocky are hitting each other directly in the face over and over and over again. It was a slugfest, and I really dug it. But this is a side note. You see friend of the show, Michelle Beadle, the bet she made?
No.
Oh, dude, Rod, you see this?
What'd she do? What'd Michelle do?
Poor Michelle, dude. She made a bet with a friend of hers. She must have been drunk, because Michelle would never make this bet, I think. Well, clearly she did, but she made a bet with somebody on the winning of this series. If she wins, they have to get an alien in a Spurs uniform tattooed on them. If the Knicks win, she's got to get Jalen Brunson with the 3 across the face tattooed on herself.
No. That is not a sober bet.
Real life, dude. She's doing it.
Way.
She's adamant she's doing it. And if she doesn't, we're all going to call her a liar.
No way.
She said she's doing it. I know her to be a woman of her word.
Okay.
You got to see these tattoos, too. They're absolutely ridiculous. And what would you get tattooed on yourself to see your team win the NBA Finals? Let us know. 855-97-LA-FAN. All right, guys, coming up, of course, we got lots to cover throughout the show. Of course, we want more of your calls. We want to see you guys in the chat at the Fan LA. And the Angels. Yeah, we're getting some Angels talk on today's show, because there might be a very interesting new suitor to be the new owner of the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Who is it going to be? Well, you're going to have to just check us out, D. Fish and Decker, to find out on the new 97.1 The Fan. 97.1 The Fan, Los Angeles. Hopefully you're joining us right now listening to 97.1, or maybe you can take us on the go on the Odyssey app, or you can join us right now on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter at The Fan LA. Join the chat, get in the conversation, and we teased it. We're going to pay it off right away. Listen, there's been a lot of conversation surrounding the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim for a long, long time. And let's not mince words here. It's not positive. It has not been a positive experience for a lot of Angel fans out there. And listen, I grew up as a kid. I was not an Angel fan. I was a diehard Dodger fan growing up, but I always appreciated the Angels and I always appreciated their fans. Even I enjoyed that World Series run in 2002, taking on the Giants in the series, the Scott Spezio home run, the Rowley Monkey, which took over not just all of Major League Baseball, but all of sports for seemingly like 4 years. But since, of course, this team was purchased by Artie Moreno, this team has not been the same. They currently have the second longest playoff drought of any major sporting franchise outside of the New York Jets. They seemingly can't spend the money in the right places. Artie Moreno has flirted with selling the team a couple of times, but he's never really come to fruition, even so much so that last year the rumor was he was putting the team up for sale and then last second pulled the team. Now, a lot of this is tied with real estate investments. A lot of it is tied with, are they going to build a new stadium somewhere else? There was rumors they were talking about moving to downtown Long Beach, which me as a guy that goes to Catalina Island very often, I would love to see a Major League Stadium in downtown Long Beach. Kind of a sneaky part of LA that I feel like nobody pays attention to is that downtown skyline of Long Beach. That being said, there have been people that have shown interest over the years, but now there is a new one. There is somebody that is actually very apparently interested in purchasing this team. And if you believe the current wealth breakdowns, it is said that this person is worth, with all of his industries and valuations, $5 billion. I am, of course, speaking about the man known as Mr. Beast. Mr. Beast is apparently interested in purchasing the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Now, I don't know what the current estimation of the Angels currently is. I freely admit I don't know what that is. But the San Diego Padres, the quote-unquote small market San Diego Padres, just sold for $3.9 billion. Now, I do not think the Angels will sign for the same amount. Even though they have the IP of Los Angeles added to their name, I do think a lot of people are smart enough to realize that Anaheim and Los Angeles are not the same city or even the same county. That being said, I would assume that the Angels would sell for anywhere between $2 billion and $2.5 billion, maybe drive the price up a little bit more. I really don't know. But what would you say to that, D-Fish? The idea of a famous YouTuber taking over the Anaheim Angels of Los Angeles, of California, of Anaheim.
That's a lot.
What? Is that not their name?
That's accurate.
I thought I nailed that.
Oh my God, I wasn't ready for it. I wasn't ready for that. Yeah, no, I mean, ownership, individuals or groups, it depends on their style. I don't know, I'm not a Mr. Beast follower in terms of like knowing how he operates. Is he a guy is he comfortable delegating responsibilities to other people? Like, because sometimes what happens is financially, yes, you can afford to do it, or with a conglomerate of individuals or private equity or whatever. Like, you can become a sports team owner if you're, you got $5 billion in net worth, but if you're not in a position to surround yourself with like the right people from a business perspective, the right baseball people.
Oh man, that's huge.
Like you end up just kind of almost either doing the same thing or making it worse. It's very rare that ownership groups come in and just light it on fire.
Oh no, this would make it worse. Although, I mean, what is worse? How much worse can it get? They have the longest playoff drought of any team in baseball. At least this would be entertaining.
I'm sure, I guess, if whatever you consider entertaining to be.
Daily YouTube videos with him and Mike Trout?
It seems like, I don't know about I mean, there would probably at least be an intentional effort to engage fans in a more authentic way. Like I think a lot of times fan frustration also comes from like, are you listening or paying attention to anything that we're saying? Right? And so I think for fans, maybe having an owner like Mr. Beast that is clearly a person that likes to engage with fans and followers and subscribers, and like his whole business model is kind of established on like people engaging and buying into what he's doing. Mm-hmm. Maybe that would be fun, but I don't know, man.
Okay, by the way, one of our listeners is really mad at me for referring to the Angels as the Los Angeles Angels of California, of Anaheim, of whatever. You're not wrong. He's like, so you think people are fooled by the New York Jets and Giants, even though they play in Jersey, which is true. Neither of those teams play in New York. They do play at MetLife, which is very much in New Jersey. However, it's across the street. It's over the river. I mean, it's right on the other side of the Hudson. When I lived in Hell's Kitchen, I could see the stadium on the other side of the Hudson, where this is 35 miles away. I'm just saying, it's not the same thing, but I hear what you're saying. And yes, he does also bring up the Bears situation, of which, yeah, that is a very strange and ugly situation going over there with their stadium building. Thank God we don't have that issue here in LA with the Rams or anybody else. But listen, I don't think we're going to see Mr. Beast buying the team. Let's put it that way. However, someone does. Someone needs to come in and buy this team and get this off of Artie Moreno's hands, because this isn't working. It's never going to work. I've had friends that have worked in the front office, have played on the team, have coached for the team, have worked at every level of this team in the last 10 years. And each one of them has said to me the exact same phrase. We will never, ever have the infrastructure to win here the way this is set up. And that is an Artie Moreno problem. And that, frankly, needs to change. There needs to be an ownership group that has a semblance of an idea of what they're doing, because I'm sorry, it's very clear Artie does not.
It's always kind of blown my mind. It's at Country Club, they have more rules and restrictions around what requirements they have for members, right? And sports team ownership, it's like you're a member of the most exclusive club in the world. And, you know, you go to a country club to play golf, like there's dress code rules, and there's rules about cell phone use, and there's rules about all sorts of things. And if you don't adhere to those rules, like, you subject yourself to being removed from the club. Mm-hmm. And so it's always been interesting to me that, you know, in sports ownership, those hard and fast rules of capitalism we've talked about, those hard and fast rules of, you know, there's a certain standard that comes with being a member of this club. And as a member of our club, we're not going to allow you to not have the proper infrastructure for your locker or for your piece of the club. It's like if you were at a country club and you just took the door off your locker and people could see your T-shirts and underwear hanging on the
Someone's going to say something.
Somebody's going to say something and say, man, get that door back up or you're going to lose your membership to this club. And so it's interesting how it can almost literally be like a running joke that a particular owner doesn't do certain things, doesn't put the proper infrastructure in place, doesn't hire people that are capable of putting the proper infrastructure in place and able to kind of like get away with it, or everybody have to go along with it for decades sometimes.
Yeah.
And so I don't know.
Because you know they're making money.
Yeah.
We just don't know how much.
Right. And that's probably part of the reason why. I mean, it's kind of the old Clippers model, right? Like Donald Sterling had no intention on building a winning team. It was just more like I'm going to get a check every year for X amount, and I'm not going to pour too much into player salaries
because he doesn't need to.
Infrastructure doesn't need to. I'm just going to keep making money every year, and there are other ownership groups that maybe aren't as we don't talk about it as much because we're not connected to their story. Like the Angels are in Anaheim. It's part of LA. It's part of our narrative and conversation here. But there are other sports ownership groups in baseball and other sports that also are somewhere on that spectrum of doing the least amount possible in order to make sure that the revenue, the income, the profit margins are as high as possible. But in the same breath, will then complain about teams that are spending the most,
too much money,
or too much.
Oh, these guys are because they're ruining the game for everyone else. Like when people bring up the movie Moneyball and they bring up that whole, they did all this with spending very little money. Moneyball has now been repackaged and reformed, and we now look back at Moneyball as this brilliant thing in baseball. Moneyball was a lie. That's the thing I think everybody really needs to get through their thick skulls. I don't know why all of you have been convinced because you saw a movie that this was a team of island misfit toys. This team had the 3 top Cy Young vote getters on that team. They had 3 guaranteed wins a week because they had Barry Zito, Mark Mulder, and Tim Hudson. They had Jermaine Dye, who was the reigning MVP. They had Eric Burns. They had Eric Chavez. Those are 6 names I just brought up. None of those names are mentioned in the movie Moneyball one time.
Okay, so.
But Scott Hatteberg was.
All right, when we come back, I'll need you to break that down for me. We're not leaving. Raj just got mad at me.
Raj is really mad. We're not
Plus,
breaking.
we're not breaking that down next segment because we have something on the schedule to do.
We're still talking about
we're talking about this too.
We want to.
You know what? Because we're gonna when we come back, Raj. Coming up.
Raj, I'm gonna turn your mic on.
Coming up, Raj is right. We do have something planned, but we might also talk about this as D Fish and I hit it or quit it right here on 97.1 The Fan.
Hey guys, this is kind of strange, but the Bears board, the Chicago Bears, they vote to prioritize Indiana as a preferred new stadium. We talked about different places that have stadiums like the Giants and Jets and this and that. Hit it or quit it on the Bears moving to Indiana, Fish.
I mean, I get it. Like we just talked about. Like it does happen.
Mm-hmm.
But I quit it, man. I don't. Yeah, financially, it probably makes all the sense in the world.
Okay.
But I just quit it. I can't wrap my mind around the Chicago Bears playing football in Indiana. That's different than Jets, Giants, at MetLife right across the bridge.
Yep.
Like, back to the bridge, guys. But, yeah, I quit it on this.
Dude, I quit it so hard. Like, there's no excuse. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is the Chicago Bears. I
know.
And it's not like it's a two-team city. Like, they have it with other sports, but they don't have it with the NFL. They have one team, and it's the Chicago Bears. Everyone there, you see it in New York, it's like a city divided. You got the Yankee fans and the Met fans, but everybody is a Knicks fan. In Chicago, it's the same thing. You got your South Siders that are White Sox fans, you got your North Siders that are Cubs fans, but they're all Bears fans. This should never have happened. This is embarrassing. The city of Chicago should be embarrassed. The leadership of Chicago should be embarrassed. And the Chicago Bears should be embarrassed.
All right.
And then what they got to be careful about, Raj, is
Yes.
so it happened in Oakland.
Right.
So once one team starts, then you start running into issues as far as the Bulls, the Blackhawks, and when it's time for them to want to get to a new arena and new stadium, et cetera.
And now Oakland had 3 teams. They have no teams.
0.
Damn. That's wild, boy. That's wild. Not too long ago, they had 3. Hey, guys, staying with football, but let's take it here to L.A. Matthew Stafford's glowing praise for Ty Simpson should put Rams fans at ease. What do you say? You buying that, Fish? Hit it or quit it that Stafford, pumping up the backup should make Ram fans feel good.
I mean, I hit it on in terms of Matthew Stafford's professionalism.
Okay.
But make no mistake about it, he wants to take his head off as
a competitor.
As a competitor,
Yeah.
Like, he plans to make sure that it's clear who the QB1 is for the Los Angeles Rams. So
Right.
I hit it because this is what you're supposed to do as a pro, as a vet.
Yeah.
He's the MVP. He's a Super Bowl champion. I don't need to concern myself with a rookie publicly.
Right.
However,
Okay.
internally, I am trying to annihilate this guy.
Yeah, that's just a competitor.
No notes. No notes.
Yeah.
Copy, paste. That's my answer.
That's your answer. Okay. I love it. All right, we got one more minute. Let's sneak in one more here. Let's see. Here's the source. Jaylen Brown and Derek White are not available in trade talks by the Celtics at all. Hit it or quit it that you're buying that, Fish.
I hit it.
Okay.
I mean, there's no reason for the Celtics to feel like they need to reinvent anything. They've played in more Eastern Conference Finals and big game situations than anybody in the East over the last 8 to 9 years that Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum have been together. Jason Tatum came back late this year. They came up short, but they're going to be one of the best teams in the East again next year. I don't see why they would make any changes.
Completely agree. I hit it. There's no reason to move these guys. Hell, you can make an argument that they could have gone to the finals this season.
And they got the coach of the year.
Yeah, just fell through last second. So, yeah, don't break that up. You'd be nuts to do so. All right, guys, coming up, top 100. Where does LeBron actually rank in Time Magazine? Right here on 97.1, The Fan. Welcome back. It's D Fish and Decker live
Let's get
for
it.
another 2 hours right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Of course, join us in the chat at The Fan LA. We want to hear from you. That is on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. And of course, you can give us a call right now, 855-97 LA Fan. That is 855-975-2326. Of course, we opened up the show talking about the NBA Finals Game 3 and what a game it was, seeing the Spurs oust the Knicks last night in that Game 3, getting their first win of this series. It is now 2-1 with another game, of course, coming your way out of Madison Square Garden. We talked about the Dodgers series coming up. We talked about Luka, Braun, and Reeves possibly bringing that three-headed monster back over here. We talked about the dirtiest players in all of sports. But now this is something new because Time Magazine has went ahead and made themselves a new list, a list that I don't think they've made a big habit of doing. We've seen the list of influential people, Time Magazine's Man or Person of the Year. Well, now Time Magazine has made a new one, and Time Magazine has announced that they are making their list of 100 most influential sports people of the year. And at the very top of the list, number one, in fact, he's even on the cover, is Los Angeles' own LeBron James. And what are your thoughts on that? LeBron at this age, at going to be 42 years old going into this next season. I mean, do you think LeBron James would be at the top of that list, the most influential person in sports right now?
I could see how they got there on that.
I can too.
Yeah, I mean, he's still impactful and influential, not only to, guys like us that are older than him, actually, but, guys his age, peers that are still in the league, but also I think, to young athletes and people as well. Like, he still matters. He still drives the needle. He drives conversation. He drives debate. He's, some of the things that he does from a philanthropic standpoint with the Family Foundation and the impact he's had with his I Promise Academies and things like it's more than just basketball, I think, as to probably how he got there. And, I could see LeBron still at the top of a list like this one.
It's not surprising. Other names that won't shock you on the list was, Shohei Ohtani's on the list. That's a very obvious one. A football player that made this list pretty high, which actually, of football players, not that he's not deserving to be on this list. I was just surprised how high he was. Saquon Barkley got on this list quite high, in, I believe, the top 20.
He's an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
Mixed in there.
Yeah, but who wrote this?
I'm just kind of fascinated that he's on there. But here's the other thing about this list that's fascinating. There are other names like Asia Wilson's on the list. I think that's a great pick. I think Caitlin Clark is an obvious pick. But there's names on this list that really are kind of catching me off guard because there's a lot of – I understand we just had the Winter Olympics, and I would love to gauge the room real quick. Raj, you as well. Do the Winter Olympics really pull that much influence? And I know it gets ratings. I know people watch it, but there are number 3 on this list is Eileen Gu, the snowboarder. How? What? Snowboarding is this high on the list? I'm having a little trouble getting there.
Yeah, I don't know what the metrics were, what boxes they checked for. The voting and what influential means.
Like Lionel Messi. Yeah, I get that. Hillary Knight, hockey player for the women's national hockey team. Next to Lionel Messi, I'm having trouble on. If this is influential, I feel like these should be slightly household names, don't you think?
Yeah, well, but I think also, and I'm trying to play devil's advocate and just add to the conversation, influential for women. Specifically, I could see that, right? Like in terms of the representation of women on the list, women of color or minority women, like that would still check the influential box. Maybe for us as men or, men that don't focus on winter sports, it doesn't feel heavily influential. But if you're a winter sports person, if you're a skier, snowboarder, and just period, like the other half of the entire population.
Yes.
If you're a young woman or a woman,
might be your hero.
It really might be. And so maybe leaving room for that is what.
That's a fair place to leave room, but here's where I'll push back, because this one's a man, and it's a man that I am unaware of, but I will freely admit I'm not a huge F1 fan. Lando Norris is very high on this list. Here's why I'm confused. I do know who Max Verstappen is.
Yeah.
He's not on the list, but Lando Norris is. I don't know who this guy is.
Yeah. What? Alex Hamilton?
Not that I've seen so far. I'm scrolling down a few tennis players, but it's a very unique list. But based on this list, the most famous person that I've seen so far on it is unquestionably LeBron James. My question for you is, do you think LeBron is still the most influential player in the NBA even right now?
That's a great question. I don't.
Him or Steph?
Because Steph's got to be up there too.
I mean, Steph's got to be up there as well, but we're old guys. I hate to tell you that. And so influential in the NBA now. Like, there's a generation of current NBA players that are now older who, like, Paul George was their GOAT.
I remember that a couple of years ago. Remember when they were asking the drafted guys? And and please explain it to me, because listen, I'm a basketball fan, but I remember everyone yelling Paul George was my GOAT. Going like, man, what have I missed something? I've apparently not been paying enough attention.
Yeah, no, but it's timing, right? It's like as Kobe, reached the end of his career in 2016, and there were other guys that kind of started to carry the mantle of the league. Like, those were the guys that young players were watching. There was no more, Kobe to watch. There were certain guys that weren't there anymore to watch. And so, if you're 12 years old now, like, it's how can Kobe be your GOAT? You're watching today's NBA.
It's fair.
So, SGA, Jamal Murray, certain guys, Jalen Brunson, Wemby, etc. Like, they're going to be new guys that are the GOAT for the generation of young people that are watching the sport and enjoying the sport now. And so influential most now, I don't know if LeBron is still that. He still drives a lot of.
What do you got, Raj?
So there is one, and this is real talk. This is from my son's friends, and just they were talking about an NBA radio. A little puzzled, but this is a fact. There is a most influential guy in basketball right now. It's
LaMelo
a ball. LaMelo Ball is
Really?
the guy. That is
Agreed.
the
Really?
freaking guy.
Agreed.
And so there was a debate, like, is he focused more on that or being a NBA star?
Agreed.
But he is the most influential basketball player right now to the youngins.
Yes.
So explain how he's become that. Is it
because right now authenticity is what matters more than anything. It's not about championship ring culture. It's not about Hall of Fame and stats and ego and like a certain type of masculinity that we were raised to believe is masculine.
Yeah.
Like, LaMelo Ball shows up authentically as himself. You may like it or not like it.
I dig it.
Right? But that's who he is, and he plays the game that way. And it sometimes is a little quirky, but he also has, like, galvanized on social media and digital content. That's always been a part of his journey. So young people have also been able to follow him off the court. They know how much he loves his dogs. They see what he does at home. So they feel truly connected to this guy.
So I know the car thing has been like a very popular thing of his, but I was not aware that he had such a stranglehold on the youth.
Yes, man.
But
that's a great call, Raj.
Because it's not like the Hornets are like dominating. I mean, they took a little step forward this year.
They did. But that's a great call, Raj. That's the reality of what it is now. Like, that young people now, sure, like, they respect the legacy of the greats, LeBron included. But a guy that speaks to them more than anything is a guy that, like, looks like they want to look. Like, they want to wear one green shoe and one pink shoe. And that should be okay. They want to wear, you see all the kids have the moppy hair.
Mm-hmm.
That's a ball brother. That's a thing.
So thinking about it that way, like, not that, like, I don't mind any of the antics. I actually kind of dig it. I like a guy that kind of does his own thing. But do you see this as a good thing for, like, youth basketball players? And hear me out when I say that, as opposed to really focusing on, like, the best players and, like, the guys that handle they're more into this. Do you see that as a good thing or just a different thing?
It's just a different thing, and I think it's always been this way. There are guys, there were young people that gravitated more towards, like, for me, my personal experience. Like, I was a Magic Johnson fan before Michael Jordan fan. Mm-hmm. And I didn't get off of the Magic Johnson bust until he basically retired. And then I grew into appreciating what Michael Jordan was in the 90s. But Magic Johnson was my guy. And so, but there were also other guys over the time in the league where people gravitated towards Allen Iverson, like more than Kobe. That's fine. There's no disrespect in that. Allen Iverson is one of the greats. In today's NBA world, like the things that LaMelo Ball does year in and year out statistically, sometimes he's not as available physically in terms of his health, but he's an all-star caliber player. And so I think players have always gravitated towards certain guys. And the reason why I'm saying it's just a different thing is because there's still room for the young athletes that are still studying the right players or different players or teams that are championship teams or, players that are winning players or players that are defensive minded or players that play with a high degree of physicality. Like there's always going to be players that speak to people more. We mentioned Steph's name. Mm-hmm. Like there's certain young people that like Steph was their guy and is their guy, always will be, regardless of who LaMelo Ball is or isn't. And so I think there's still that room for that to exist. And I don't think it's necessarily negative that it's different. I just think, there's still going to be players and people that are watching this NBA Finals right now and see the difference.
I guess there's an aspect of, like, the reason I appreciate Steph more, and it's not that I don't appreciate LaMelo Ball and the fact that the youth are really into him. If he's kind of changing the game for the youth, I think that's very cool. But Steph did it with how he played. Like, Steph changed the game itself. Where, LaMelo, as you mentioned, two different color shoes and kind of has some style to it and is authentic, which I totally dig. But, like, Steph, I feel like how he changed the game is on a different level.
No, it is a different level.
Yeah.
Like, there's no question about that. But we just have to be mindful that all young kids that enjoy basketball or even love basketball to some degree, like, they're also struggling with, like, being made to feel like basketball is life and that's it. And that they can't just be a kid sometimes.
Yeah.
And that when they get in the car after the game on the way home, they dread that car ride home. Because somebody, mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, auntie, uncles, whoever, coach, like they're going to have something to say. And all they want to do is just have fun playing basketball.
Yeah.
That's it. They don't even care necessarily that they have to make it to the NBA. They just want to enjoy being 8 years old right now, 12 years old right now, play basketball, have fun, wear whatever color shoes I want to wear my jersey with one arm in and one, or like they just want to be expressive.
Okay, that's fine.
Right? Because we don't always do a great job teaching young people to be expressive.
No.
And tell us how they actually feel and what they actually think.
Cannot stress this enough. We were not taught that.
No. So some of the LaMelo Ball fervor also lives in that. Like, it's okay to be really good at what you do, to be one of the best in the world at it. But I don't always have to compare myself to Steph Curry. I don't want that pressure, actually. I want to just be me. And I can still, be in the NBA. I can still win games. I can still do a lot of cool things. But I don't have to be that because that's what you think I should be. I can just be me. And I think that's what LaMelo Ball really tapped into for a lot of young athletes. And that's why they kind of enjoy just following his journey and kind of he's their guy.
Very nice. Very nice. By the way, the new 97.1 The Fan. You're listening to D. Fish and Decker. And, of course, you can join us live right now in the chat, YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. And, of course, you can give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. Who do you guys think is the most influential athlete in all of sports? And by the way, we do have a poll right now up. Who do you think is most influential? Is it LaMelo Ball? Is it LeBron James? Is it Shohei Ohtani? Or is it Caitlin Clark? And yes, 3 of those names I know for sure are on that Time 100 list. I don't know if LaMelo Ball is, but it's fascinating to hear that LaMelo Ball is really kind of changing the game for the youth out there. And that is, I'm not going to lie to you, pretty cool. But speaking of youth, Rob Pelinka's had an interesting draft history over here. with the Lakers. And we were kind of talking about the Lakers earlier in the game, in the show today. We're talking about the entire concept of what are they going to do. And we've seen Rob Pelinka kind of pull off some very interesting things. Obviously, the Luka move is a move that will be remembered for decades to come. But we were kind of going over the idea, should the Lakers try to run it back with Luka, Braun, and Reeves? Should they maybe make a sign and trade, maybe go get Sabonis if that's a possibility and get that big that everyone keeps claiming is super duper important? But in looking at Rob Pelinka's work as the Lakers GM thus far, how would you kind of rank it so far in his tenure as their GM, D-Fish?
I mean, we're on the outside, looking in, so we don't know all of the levers, the factors, the variables that go into, drafting players, regardless first round, second round, pick number, etc. One thing I will say that to kind of set the context, I think, is, part of drafting is a collaborative process. The player and player agent in particular, like there has to be some buy-in that if you draft said player, like what's the plan for my player? Mm-hmm. Is there a pathway to playing time and an opportunity that will allow the player over 1, 2, 3, 4 years, etc., to get to a point where he can actually earn a significant free agent contract and like prove himself in the NBA. And if your team or your situation doesn't present that, then the player agent is telling you, don't draft my player, because we're not going to be happy going to a team that essentially is only thinking about winning a championship, not as heavily invested in developing draft talent to like take Austin Reeves' spot, as opposed to, there's not going to be enough room for a young player to come in and grow in a certain way. That's just the reality of like veteran championship teams.
So is this more of the pitfall of a win now franchise that is the Lakers?
It's a part of it for sure. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm not saying you still can't find, Austin Reeves was an undrafted player that is on the verge of signing a max deal.
It's wild.
It's wild.
Yeah.
That you have to give credit for that. He was undrafted. Lakers brought him in. I think he wanted to be in LA specifically because he liked the situation at that time for him and his draft. But yeah, it's so to set the context, you have to start there. You can't just go to the picks, see the numbers, and say they missed on all these guys. You're almost like drafting guys that aren't going to necessarily quote unquote upset the apple cart too much, too fast. Because if you sign Marcus Smart in free agency this past year, you're not going to draft a point guard that also needs a bunch of playing time.
Yeah.
Because you're spending $12 million on Marcus Smart. So you can't draft a rookie point guard that actually is good enough to play 12 to 16 minutes a game, because then what do you do with Marcus Smart that you're paying $12 million to? So it's not as easy to just say, yeah, you should draft, and we should have. It's not that easy. That's not how it works. Again, in particular, when it's a veteran championship team. When you see some of these other teams that have drafted really well and their players are contributing as young players, it's generally a really young team overall. So when you watch Oklahoma City, when you watch San Antonio, like those draft pick guys, they're lottery picks because the team was bad for several years, and the Lakers haven't gone through that phase of being bad for enough years to end up with lottery picks. Mm-hmm. That's not. I mean, I think Dalton Knecht and Jalen Hood-Schifino at 17. Those are the highest picks that the Lakers have had in the last several years.
And can you do me a favor, because I was pretty excited for the Dalton Knecht when he got drafted, and yep. I'm never gonna say a bust. I don't really feel like any player should ever have that linked to them. I think every player in the NBA is astonishing, and it just hasn't worked out thus far for him so far with the Lakers. What is your read for Dalton Knecht and his future with this team?
Yeah, Dalton was in a tough spot because you get drafted at 17 to a team that only sees one path, and that's to hold a Larry O'Brien trophy. And so there's not as much time and room for a young player to make the mistakes that young players are going to make. in particular when he's surrounded by veteran guys. It's like the mistakes that young players make are magnified when it's next to LeBron James, Luka Doncic, Austin Reeves, et cetera, et cetera. Like you don't really have the room to be young and make mistakes. Mm-hmm. If you're not as capable defensively, you're not going to fit well. And I'm not saying Dalton is or isn't. I'm just using it as an example. If Luka's not an elite defender, if Austin's not an elite defender, if LeBron at this age is not an elite defender, then you can't put another young player out there that isn't an elite defender next to those guys. And those three guys are going to play 30 minutes a game, if not more, for Luka and Austin. So it's not so much that Dalton isn't capable necessarily. It just the timing of how it worked out with him coming in didn't work. And there were some reasons why they didn't make the choice to, like some teams get to a point where they're like, you know what? Rui Hachimura is going to be a free agent in 2026. And we're going to need Dalton Knecht to be ready to fill that production level when Rui's contract is up. And so we're going to have to force some minutes for Dalton that maybe we wouldn't normally, because we need him to be ready for next year, because we're not going to afford to be able to re-sign Rui, and we need Dalton to fill that production at half the price. Mm-hmm. But sometimes it just doesn't align that way. Things don't work out. I'm not here to say, Rob, it hasn't gotten the draft right, because it's, again, you can't draft a Ferrari and leave it in the garage.
That is tricky.
Like it's tricky to do that. And veteran championship teams are not drafting young toys to play with. Like they already have their classic cars and they're sticking with that. And until that time or that era is up, the fancy toys have to stay in the back for a while. That's just what it is.
So is it the Lakers need to basically just always adopt the Les Snead model, F them picks, and here we go?
That's what they've done.
Yeah.
That's it, the Anthony Davis trade, the Russell Westbrook trade. It's all been around F those picks. We need players that can help us right now. With the new luxury tax, first apron, second apron, yeah, you still have to get the draft right. You still have to find undrafted players, et cetera, but it's not as easy as we think to just go out and find players that aren't going to have much opportunity.
Absolutely. Well, you hear what we think. What do you think? What do you think about the Lakers' future? What do you think they should do going forward? Have you been impressed or not impressed with Rob Pelinka's draft history as the Lakers GM? We want to hear from you, 855-97-LA-FAN. Of course, get in the chat at the Fan LA and join us right here as D. Fish and Decker. As we come back, the Dodgers have found themselves having a problem. But is it a really, really good problem? We will discuss right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back, 855-97 LA Fan. It's D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan LA, the voice of LA sports. And of course, we want to hear from you. But not only do we want to hear from you and your thoughts on the Lakers, the finals, and the Dodgers. No. We got things to give away on this show, baby. And it turns out, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Los Angeles Sparks. This is the 30th anniversary of the Sparks' first game. So yes, listeners must call in to win some tickets to the Sparks games. This goes for any giveaway we do. Unfortunately, we aren't able to do contesting on YouTube right now, but if you give us a call, we are going to give away 2 tickets. Callers 9 and caller 7 will be getting a nice set of tickets for the Sparks right here.
Oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, you gotta get it
I see what
because
you
we're
did
97.
there. Okay,
and
97
if you
fan.
are caller 9 or 7 and or 9 and 7, you will be number 1. See what I did there? I used all 3 of the call letter numbers.
Radio professional.
Man, I'm good. So give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN, and you can win yourself some tickets to the LA Sparks. By the way, I went to a Sparks game about 3 weeks ago, and this is not a joke, D-Fish. That was my first Sparks game. Electric.
No, it's a vibe.
Legitimately electric.
It's a vibe. That's what people don't really fully appreciate about going to watch the W play live in person. Is it's a different experience. Like it's I want to say more of a sports fan experience, but it's family fun. It's friendly. The music is different. The fan interaction, it's just a different vibe compared to if you've been to Lakers games, Clippers games, Rams games, whatever. Like the WNBA experience is it's a great one, man.
It's a great time, and you want to get in on it while you can because the W has been ascending like you wouldn't believe. By the way, Caitlin Clark last night, saw her with a nice little game finishing 3, which is, I like seeing any athlete that kind of how do I put it? Punches back at whenever somebody's really kind of tearing her down. Because she's been wearing it a little bit in the press as of late. So to see her kind of bank down that 3 last night, I don't know, gave me some chills. I kind of like some cold type of behavior on a basketball court.
Yeah, the really important part about her hitting that 3 was that she had missed 2 free throws earlier, like with about 30 seconds to go in the game. They were down 74-73. She misses 2 free throws. And so they were still down by 2 when she hit the game-winning 3. And so as a player, that's one of the worst feelings in the world, especially as good of a player as she is, to step to the free throw line, miss free throws, and you're still behind. And so you're walking around feeling like if we lose this game, this is all on me. And then to still have, the courage and the fortitude to, make the game winner, that says a lot about how she's made.
Well, that just makes me think, D-Fish. How many of those do you remember? Like, you know how it goes with old athletes, man? Like, I remember I did good things. I know. I've seen my stats. I've done good things. I don't remember almost any of the good things. I remember any F-up I made. Oh, boy, do I remember that. I remember every detail of that. Is there something that sticks out in your head? You're like, yeah, I messed that one up. Was it like a shot you missed, a free throw?
There's a bunch of different times where you just didn't quite execute on a play, or you one of the first times I ended up with the ball late in the game in the NBA. I just didn't get the shot that I wanted. The game was on the line. I think Kobe was out that game. I don't know if Shaq played or not, but the ball ends up in my hands. I think we're down 2 or we're tied or whatever, and I just I took a shot. It wasn't a great one. Didn't go in. We lost the game, and I just remember feeling like, man, I got some work to do because I don't want to be in this situation again and not know what is going to be my shot, what is going to be my go-to move in these situations, because I just hadn't been in that situation very often before. And so yeah, you're right. You kind of remember, the times it didn't work out, sometimes way more than you do the times where it did, and that's kind of the paradox, weird thing about athletes that are wired a certain way. It's almost like you're wired to think negatively about the bad moments more than positively about the positive moments.
Yeah, it's almost like a
Like,
sickness we have.
It's way more positive moments.
Like, we
than
should
the-
really enjoy our careers, but I still, when I
Yeah,
think
no.
back in my career, I'm like, could have been better.
Yes,
Could have done better.
For sure. For sure.
Oh, man. But listen, the Dodgers, those of you out there driving around in Los Angeles, listening to us here on 97.1 The Fan, or maybe you're taking us on the go on the Odyssey app. Maybe you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch at The Fan LA. Those Dodger fans out there, they're living quite one hell of a charmed life, to say the least. This team's got 42 wins. Their star players aren't even carrying the team. It's the young cats that are really kind of stepping up right now with their phenomenal work. The Dalton Rushings of the world, the Andy Pajez's of the world, the Miguel Rojas's. Yet you got your Mookie Betts, who we have never been quiet how much we love Mookie Betts on this show. Mookie's hitting like 150. You know, Freddie Freeman's playing perfectly fine, but he's hitting 270. Freddie Freeman's a 320 hitter, so this is a little down for him. Max Muncy has found himself on the IL. But the one thing that's been very, very glaring for the Dodgers and their injury list has been their pitching. Tyler Glasnow making $30 million this year. He was put on the 15-day IL. He has now since been transferred to the 60-day IL. And that, of course, is because he's been having some issues with his back. A back injury is certainly not something that's going to help you pitch on the mound, to say the least. Now you also have Blake Snell. We don't have an official timetable of him returning, but he is rumored to be expected sometime in middle of July, but he himself is making $35 million. You have Bobby Miller, who has a shoulder injury, who's on the 60-day. You have Gavin Stone with a shoulder injury with a 60-day. And by the way, when we hear the word shoulder, that's bad news for a pitcher, because it's one thing to get a shoulder injury. Coming back from any shoulder injury, I don't care what it is, good luck. It's going to be very, very... Elbows, no problem. Very routine surgery. Shoulders, we're in a different ball game when we're dealing with a shoulder injury. That being said, the Dodgers find themselves in a very unique spot. And earlier this morning, Raj was asking me what I thought about this. He was asking if I thought Roki Sasaki has officially earned his spot in the pitching staff. I don't think he's officially, quote-unquote, earned it, because we've seen Roki Sasaki used in multiple different forms. And this is the brilliance of Dave Roberts. Last year, Roki Sasaki had over 5 ERA throughout the season. Playoffs come around. Roki Sasaki finds himself not only in the pen, but in a very, very, how do I put it, high leverage, high pressure spot in the pen. He was closing out ball games. For a guy that's never closed before, pretty impressive job from Roki Sasaki. Come back in this year, he gets back inserted into the rotation. Bit of a rough start for our guy Roki. However, these last 4 games, as we discussed yesterday, a 1.43 ERA. He seemingly has really figured things out. He's throwing his fastball at a clip above 100 miles per hour at a higher percentage. His splitter has absolutely been nasty, and it's come down to the fact, what do you do when Tyler Glasnow and Blake Snell return? Because you have Shohei Ohtani, you got Yamamoto, and you got Robleski, who's got a 2.5 ERA. If we're going to talk about Roki Sasaki earning his spot, we got to talk about Robleski. So when these two guys come back, someone's got to go. I think it's going to be Emmett Sheehan. Will either be moved either into a long relief role or in the bullpen. And I wouldn't be shocked if we see Roki Sasaki kind of wear multiple hats, especially as we get closer and closer and closer towards October, because frankly, Dave Roberts can do that.
Can you tell me again the numbers on how much does Blake Snell make?
$36 million this season.
Okay.
So he's not losing his job.
Okay. How much money does Tyler Glasnow make?
$30 million this season. So he's not losing his job.
Oh, okay, got it. That's what happens when
How it works, Fish. How it works.
what?
Yeah, he was asking me, he's like, could one of those guys, Roger's like, Cody, is there a world where one of those guys can be moved in the pen? I'm like, for $35 million? No.
No, I mean, they're going to do whatever the team asked them to do, whatever Dave Roberts asked them to do, yes. But they did not get paid those numbers to be put into those roles.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's Sasaki, Robleski, some of the other guys are going to be asked to make the more challenging adjustment. Guys getting paid at that level where they're paid to be, starters or guys that – that you plan around, and then the young guys or the guys that not even just like make less money per se, but the money does sometimes align with expectation and the responsibilities that we pay you to carry. And so, depending on their health, that's really the most important thing. If they're healthy enough to like be the guys that they were paid to be, they're going to try to get them back into those roles as quickly as possible. And then, okay, sure, if their health doesn't allow them to be that, then we'll make the adjustment. But you don't bring back $66 million in salary and sit it on the bench most of the game.
Couldn't agree more, especially with this Dodger team who've, listen, they've allocated their money very, very wisely. However, it's hard to ignore the Dodgers have $170 million right now on the injured list. But hey, does it matter when your team is that far ahead in first place in your division? I guess not. It's working out quite well for the Los Angeles Dodgers. But what do you guys think, Los Angeles? 855-97-LA fan. Want to hear from you. And when we come back, Raj is already mad at me, but here's the deal. We got to do a little list. It's time for the Upper Deck. Who are the best teams in Major League Baseball? And where did the Dodgers actually rank on this list? Right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. 297 won the Fan. 855-97 LA Fan. Of course, you got D-Fish, you got Decker, and all of you. And, of course, join the chat at The Fan LA on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch. We're talking everything under the sun on the sports world here in Los Angeles, California. And we are going to bring back another segment that we debuted last week, and it's simply called this, The Upper Deck. And this one is entirely about Major League Baseball. D-Fish, who do you think is in the upper deck when it comes to the best teams in Major League Baseball? Because I got five teams I want to talk about real quick. And I'm going to start real quick with what I have at number 5 in the upper deck. Ladies and gentlemen, sleep on the Arizona Diamondbacks at your own peril. This is a team that is a playoff team. I know when people are thinking about the National League West outside of the Dodgers, they immediately look at the San Diego Padres, which, by the way, is fair to do. High payroll, really good pitching staff, offensively on paper should be dominating. But boy, have they looked like crap these last couple of weeks. They have seemingly fallen off a cliff. They've lost 8 of their last 10, and they don't look great. Where the Diamondbacks have always been steady-handed. One of the best managers in Major League Baseball in Torey Lovullo. You got one of the best arms in baseball in Zach Gallen. You got a superstar. Corbin Carroll. You got your hands on Ketel Marte. Ooh. This is a nasty
But they got Perdomo too.
Team.
They got Perdomo too.
This is a team that 2 years ago, manager Dave Roberts said to me, and I quote, "The Arizona Diamondbacks absolutely scare me. They should scare you, and Dodger fans, they should scare you as well. This is going to be a good team down the stretch." Number 4. I know it started horrible, but the Philadelphia Phillies. This team fired their manager less than 2 weeks into the season. But since that happened, a wake-up call had happened in Philadelphia that you simply cannot ignore. Offensively, they're right up there with just about anyone. Now, that's a good thing and a bad thing because this team's lineup is predicated on the long ball. Why is that a good thing? Well, they hit a lot of home runs. Kyle Schwarber right now leading Major League Baseball with his incredible home run march right now. Not to mention, you got the great Bryce Harper with 16 home runs and an OPS over 850 as we currently stand. So let's be real clear. This team can hit, but it always bites them on the ass in October. Good news is they're pitching at a clip that's better than everybody in baseball right now.
Farron Nola gets his stuff together.
Strikeouts, they're number 1 in baseball. Team ERA, 10th in the game. Their whip, 12th in the game. And mind you, the first month of the season, worst team in baseball. So that should tell you how good they've been since then. Watch out for the Philadelphia Phillies. Number 3 on this list. Your guy, The Miz, Raj.
All right.
Listen. The Milwaukee Brewers will not make it to the World Series. How do I know that? I know history, and the Milwaukee Brewers never make it to the World Series.
They got Christian Yelich.
That's lovely. Listen, at
Jackson
the end of
Chourio.
You're adorable. At the end of the day, this team's going to win 95-plus games, and then they run into a buzzsaw called the Los Angeles Dodgers in October.
Yep.
Death, taxes, the Milwaukee Brewers do not beat the Dodgers in October. Taking me to number 2. The Atlanta Braves. Best record in Major League Baseball, they say. Well, the numbers back up what they say, too. This team is nasty. They won a World Series in 2021, and they locked up that entire young core for 10 years, and they've played like dog crap since then. Until this season. Looks like they're back over there in the NL East. They're going to be battling it out with the Phillies as the season goes forward. Now, keep in mind, they're like 8 games ahead of the Phillies right now, but the Phillies will be in the playoffs, as will the Atlanta Braves. Watch out for the Braves. Phenomenal pitching staff, young core, and offense that can absolutely take down anyone, except for maybe team number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the best team in Major League Baseball is the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Oh my goodness!
That's right. The Los Angeles Dodgers of Los Angeles are the best team in Major League Baseball. Pitching staff through the roof. The bullpen, one of the top in Major League Baseball. And by the way, that starting staff is missing Blake Snell. That starting staff is missing Tyler Glasnow. Their pitching staff in the bullpen missing Gratterall and Edwin Diaz.
Damn.
And they don't even need them.
How do they keep doing it?
Because they're just that damn good. The Los Angeles Dodgers are at the upper deck of Major League Baseball, and for that matter, all of sports.
Well, hang on. I got a little thing with this list here. Derek, I don't know if you noticed, but D-Fish, I didn't hear not nay damn AL team. You know there's 2 leagues in this sport, friend.
You noticed that, did you?
Yeah, where the hell is the AL?
You didn't say best team in the NL and AL. You said best teams in Major League Baseball.
Yeah, you don't have any ALs?
They're all in the National League, buddy.
Damn.
Sorry. Whoever wins the AL, that's cute. You're going to get your hands on a nice little banner next year and say you won a pennant.
Tampa Bay don't scare you?
Then you're going to get your asses handed to you for whoever comes out of the NL.
What about those damn Yankees when Judge gets healthy? I mean,
When Judge gets
they
healthy?
got Ben Rice, they got
Cute.
Bellinger, former Dodger,
I
up
know
there
that.
doing things. Garrett Cole getting healthy, the other pitcher. I mean,
Garrett Cole. They do have. I will say this.
Their
They
pitching
do
is
have
the best
They
AL.
have the 3-headed monster over there, and Max Fried, Garrett Cole, and Cam Schlittler. Okay, see,
Yes.
that's a hard one to say on the
Yes,
radio. I want to
yes.
make this abundantly clear.
It's a family show.
His name is Cam Schlittler.
Yep.
Got it twice in a row.
and then
Nailed it.
Rondon, right? He's getting
And
healthy
Rendon
too.
is getting
Rendon,
healthy as well.
yeah.
No, make no mistake. The Yankees are good, but they're in second place behind those Tampa Bay Rays, who I firmly believe is a better team.
Jumar coming in. All right, good stuff. Good list there. Hey, not a list here, but we noticed something courtside last night at the
I noticed it.
NBA Finals. You and Fish want to get into?
Hey, D-Fish, you saw Celebrity Row last night, right, at the NBA Finals?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to the way it's celebrated more than the game.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. Ben Stiller
pretty
was
aggressive.
there. Oh, yeah. You got Chalamet was there again. But I did notice DJ Khaled. DJ Khaled's catching a lot of flack online right now because DJ Khaled seemingly was on his phone the entire game.
Yeah, quite a bit he was, yeah. I
And-
remember.
And as much as I wanted to pay attention to that, I couldn't at all because DJ Khaled was unfortunately distracting me. And those of you men out there, you'll know what this is like because I've done it. Some of you have surely done it. This is Los Angeles. So many of us have done this. DJ Khaled has, I don't know if he's follically challenged, but based on the paint that was on his head and the bright lights of Madison Square Garden just flashing off what I can only assume was shoe polish all over his scalp, guys, like we can all agree, as a bald man myself, D-Fish, as a bald man yourself, when's the right time to let it go? I think that time might have passed DJ
When do you know,
Khaled.
Fish?
I mean, bald is like you can't grow hair. Choosing to shave your head is different.
I chose to shave my head because
Yeah.
the hair that I was growing sucked. It was not good. It was at the point, because I was on TV every day,
Yeah.
and then I was getting to the point that when I was finally finishing up at FS1, the makeup girl was just like, "You want to put some topics in your hair?" I'm like, "Dude, I gotta shave this."
It's all- Yeah, no, I decided. I mean, I had done it in college just because, and so I knew I could do it in terms of shaving. I felt like my dome was round enough. I didn't have too many pockets.
Yeah,
where
you're
it
gold
wasn't
on
gonna be
that.
a good look. So then in 2006, 2007, when I was in Salt Lake City, I had a hard time like finding a barbershop. I found one.
Why is that?
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons to that. And then when I found one, and then like if I wanted to get a cut, and they were booked up or the timing didn't work, I was like, yeah, no, I can't be stuck out here without
Yeah.
being able to get a cut. So that's when I decided it was time. My kids don't even think I had hair ever.
Yeah.
Like they always try to clown me on like not having hair at all, and I'm like, I can grow my hair back still. It's light in the front, like what the cowlicks or whatever they call it right there on the edges, but I could grow the rest of it if I wanted. I just don't want to go through that awkward phase of how it'll suck on the way.
I was at a bar in New York City, and this group of very attractive girls walked in. I'm freshly divorced, newly single, and I still have hair at the time, right? And these girls walk in, and they started chatting me up and started hitting on me. And I'm not used to getting really hit on at bars, but these girls were hitting on me, and I was kind of enjoying it. And then one of them just mentioned, "Why don't you just shave your head?" I'm like, "Why?" And they were like, and then she just looks at me like, "Because you're a good-looking guy, and you would look so much better if you just shaved it." I'm like, I went to the barbershop the next day.
Right. Thanks. Yeah, thanks for letting me know.
Yep, thank you. That's all I needed. Anyways, I'm a beautiful bald man. Bald is beautiful here
Yes,
on the new
yes,
97.1.
yes.
All right, when we return, ladies and gentlemen, Game 3 of the NBA Finals, your calls, the Dodgers, and so much more right here on the new 97.1, The Fan. Good morning, Los Angeles. You're listening to D. Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And, of course, our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. That's 855-975-2326. We want to hear from you. We've been talking everything under the sun here in Los Angeles. We talked a little bit about the Lakers' future, Rob Pelinka, the moves he needs to make or potentially make. We talked about dirtiest players in the game. And, of course, we talked about the Dodgers taking on the Pittsburgh Pirates over the next 3 games. Obviously, we opened up the show talking about Game 3 of the NBA Finals, which we're going to do right now because, frankly, it was one hell of a game. First game in Madison Square Garden in the Finals since 1999. And D-Fish, let's talk about the most important thing. The ticket price is exactly the same as they were in 1999.
And we had hair.
And we all had hair at the time. Dude, it's Josh Hart mentioned it. Like, it's hard not to ignore. I mean, the average price of a ticket was anywhere between $7,000 to $10,000, and that's for the nosebleeds. In 1999, $50 was the average ticket sale price of the NBA Finals at Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, it's tough to, that's obviously a high number for anybody, to be honest. I think, something that hasn't happened in 27 years is rare. Mm-hmm. So there's going to be a premium on that.
Oh, there was one.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the president choosing to attend and that being announced in advance.
That definitely didn't help.
If that played a part at all or not.
Well, it definitely played a part in other things that took place. For instance, the difficulty to get to Madison Square Garden yesterday was staggering. The people were in 3-hour line waits to get through the security. They had to put basically an embargo around the entire Madison Square Garden so people could get in TSA style, and that's how they were doing it. It was issues for the players themselves. I think De'Aaron Fox talked about how difficult it was to get into the stadium. Kind of a very unique thing. Now, I'm not saying it's right or wrong for a sitting president to go to an NBA Finals game, but it is fascinating choice to change the vibes of what I can only describe as the highest vibe basketball team I think I've seen in the playoffs ever. And of course, they lose that first game over at Madison Square Garden.
Yes, very, very not interesting timing. I mean, it's you've seen sitting presidents do video during the Super Bowl.
Yes, you do.
Just big sporting moments where they feel like they'll have America's attention,
Mm-hmm.
And people's attention to just be able to, not be out of sight, out of mind, during an important time in America. And the Knicks being in the finals is an important time in America, to be honest.
And he showed it by falling asleep in the third quarter.
And so
Google it, it's there.
Yeah, so it definitely added some additional, energy and planning and thought around, attending Game 3. Even for the visiting team, coming from the hotel to Madison Square Garden, different security measures that I'm sure the bus and buses had to go through. So just a different day.
Very different.
And, again, whether it impacted the game or not, who knows? But it definitely creates, the energy around the conversation of
Certainly
whether or
does.
not it impacted things.
Certainly does. And that is obviously a conversation that's being had probably throughout the entire country. It's being had in New York today. Let's be real clear. For a fact that's being had in New York. But that's not the only conversation that's taking place today because you and I came in here talking about what a physical game this was. At what point did you think this game, D-Fish, was getting too physical? Because it seemed like the refs were very much trying to rein it in a little bit there in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, I think maybe late in the first quarter. No, I don't even want to say that. In the first 3 or 4 minutes of the game. I don't even want to say late in the first quarter. The first 3 or 4 minutes of the game, it was dumb physical. I mean, and it's just, again, the reason why it stands out is because during the regular season, that's not how the game is officiated. Like a lot of those plays last night are called fouls in the regular season. And so then that's how the players get accustomed to playing. That's how the coaches get accustomed to teaching the players to play. And last night was, and other games in the playoffs as well. Like it's very different. It's clear that, and in the right ways, like it's clear that the referees are trying to allow the players to decide the outcome of the game and not have it be so micromanaged by them. And so, but then what happens is if you do let it get to that point where it's like really highly physical, when you start to rein it in, it's going to impact both teams, but then sometimes it's going to impact one team or the other a little bit more when you start to rein that in and blow whistles on things that you didn't blow whistles on in the first quarter or second quarter even. And so I think the Knicks feel like in the second half, and in particular in the fourth quarter, that whistle kind of went against them. And it kind of happens. I mean, it's a part of the experience, and especially when, referees feel energy and react to energy as well. And I think there are a lot of plays where, to me, Spurs players were driving, like Stephon Castle was driving the ball, Dylan Harper was driving the ball to like disrespectfully get to the basket regardless of what the Knicks players were trying to do to stop them. And I think there were times where if it was Karl Anthony Towns or Jalen Brunson or someone offensively at times for the Knicks, there was an attempt to try to create contact that would force the referees to call a foul. Not necessarily, it wasn't a flop, it wasn't soft, it was still aggressive, but it was with the intent to create a foul as opposed to just going to score the ball. And I think when referees feel like you're trying to force them to blow the whistle, they don't, because they're human. Now you're trying to manipulate me into doing my job.
Yeah.
And as you can see, even with James Harden several years ago, and if you followed it all the way up to SGA against the Spurs, he did not get the same whistles that he has gotten over the last couple years. Because once the narrative starts, and then now it looks like you're trying to manipulate to get the whistle, now we got to back up.
So I'm glad you actually said it the way you did, because those refs are human. And then here's the thing about the narratives that exist. I'm not sitting here saying that the refs are trying to like maneuver around narratives, but those narratives exist because they are human. They see those narratives too. You got to believe that's going to be in the back of some referee's head to watch out for like an SGA trying to foul bait.
For sure. And not because they're reading social media stories, but it is a part of even evaluating the games. Like when after the games, they go back and watch the games just like the teams do. And so they see certain plays where maybe they missed a few calls. Some teams are more aggressive to send in clips, of different situations, or, hey man, watch out for, like, this player continuously sets illegal screens. Watch how he moves his body on the screening part. This player, grabs arms when guys are trying to cut or move. So they start to watch out for certain things. And then again, as you get into the NBA Finals, where you have the best referees for that season that are officiating those games, again, there's certain things that they are going to focus on, maybe more than other referees. But one thing for sure, they're not going to fall for the baiting and the manipulative tactics of trying to force them to blow the whistle. It's like you either got fouled and it's obvious. If both guys are pushing and holding, I'm not calling a foul on just one guy. I might just let that go. And again, it's not really necessarily a right or wrong thing. It's just a part of, like, once you get to this point, you have to think that it's always 5 against 8. Like, you just have to think that way.
Mm-hmm.
And so then in your decision making, in your cutting, in your spacing, like in some of the sound after the game for the Knicks or the comments, like, Mike Brown as a coach has to talk about the officials, but the players, like, they focused on the things that they didn't do. They turned the ball over too much. They allowed the Spurs to hit first, et cetera, et cetera. That's what you focus on. You can't focus on whether or not you got a fair whistle. It's not always going to be fair. It's just not.
That's just the
facts.
facts.
And to be the champion, you have to be able to play through those things, whether it's fair or not.
Derek, of course, D-Fish and Decker right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. And, of course, not everyone was very happy with the officiating. In fact, let's go over to Knicks head coach Mike Brown post-game because he had some thoughts on the way it was officiated. See, like, listen, I get it. I get it. I understand what he's got to do. He's got to go out there. He's got to say, he's got to defend his guy. He's got to make sure he's got their back. And yes, there was a lot more fouls against his team and a lot less against the Spurs. However, I don't know. There's something about hearing a team that's up 2-0 in the finals, going home to Madison Square Garden, where everyone and their cousin tells me is the Mecca and the greatest home court that ever existed. And post game, we're complaining about fouls. I'm just having trouble getting there.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that thought process. As a coach, I get where Mike Brown is coming from. I would probably do something similar because I want my players to know, like, this is not what I normally do, but we're at a point in the season where we're all being asked to step outside of our comfort zone and do whatever we need to do in order to win the series. And
I do appreciate him kind of opening up with that because he doesn't do that very often.
Yeah, so I get it from that perspective. And then when I quickly flip my hat to the former player hat, then I kind of go back to, like, which the Knicks players did. Like, none of the Knicks players even dove into officiating talk. They focused it all on the things that they need to do better. And as long as the players are in that mindset, coaches, media, whatever, like, it's good to talk about. It'll get clicked on today. It'll get picked up. We're talking about it. We got sound of it. Like, that's all a part of the experience as, being in the NBA, being in the finals. There's only 2 teams playing basketball in the NBA. Everybody, is watching. So that matters. But yeah, I don't subscribe to it, because it does give it a little bit of credence and a little bit of power when you can acknowledge certain realities for sure, but I thought leaning into the game 4 possibilities was an interesting approach, right? Of saying, if we get to, when we play game 4, if in the second half, boom, 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 that's different than what I've experienced and heard. Like, I've heard coaches go in on, that game was terrible the way it was officiated, boom, boom, boom. They're willing to accept the fine. They know the league is probably going to come down on them. I haven't really heard coaches kind of setting the future in a sense and trying to really make sure that, we're paying attention to it in the future. The design of it sometimes is for sure to increase and heighten the awareness of everybody. Like when coaches do that, it's so that fans, media, everybody watches it more closely, which inherently increases the referee's energy to watch it more closely. And so, but it's a slippery slope with the league because when there's a sense that you're trying to influence the outcome by saying that out loud and implying that if it, like, that's where it gets a little tricky because there's a lot of business involved.
Lots and lots and lots of business. And
involved.
we're talking endless business. We're
correct.
All the way down to gambling companies, future market companies.
Correct.
Yeah, TV commercials, you name it. There's money involved.
But the money that really comes around, not just even how many games are played, but not just how many games are played, but if there's a sense that the scale is being tipped by anybody, that blows up the whole thing.
By the way, there's a huge conversation going on right now on our Twitter chat. I'm sorry, our YouTube chat at the Fan LA, and they're kind of getting into the idea of the challenge system. What are your thoughts on the challenge system in the NBA right now, especially challenging all the fouls?
I mean, I think right now it's probably in a good place in terms of having the ability to challenge a couple plays if you get it right. Not having too many opportunities, which, ends up taking away time from the game and the competition. If you're getting it wrong and you're still challenging plays, like we don't want to be in that position either. I think in the future, which we've talked about a little bit, and I think during one of our segments, maybe last week, we talked about some of the technology and the AI that's coming, where the NBA can kind of eliminate, like there are replays where they literally show a guy stepping on the line out of bounds and it wasn't called. Those are the types of plays that we should be able to easily let's get that right.
In real time.
In real time. As soon as the whistle blows, let's go back. Let's look at, his foot was out right there. Those points don't count, or that situation doesn't count. They do it in baseball. They do it in tennis. They do it in other sports. They do it in football. If a player's running to the end zone and he steps on the line out of bounds and the referee doesn't see it, and they go to review the play, no, he stepped on the line. That's not a touchdown.
Yeah.
Comes back. And so, I think we're at a good place. Could it be better? Yeah, but you don't need more time wasted on constantly challenging things.
Especially because it ruins the flow of the game, especially as a viewer.
There's a human element to all of this. And I don't think we want to completely eliminate the human element, because part of it is also it's also learning to navigate that adversity in real time as a coach and a player. That sometimes the system isn't going to work out in your favor. And it's the idea is that you're inspired to influence the outcome yourself, not leave it in the hands of another human. So your focus, your attention to detail, your discipline, like coming out of the timeout and being able to execute, those are all things that help take it out of another human's hands and influence it more into your hands. And that's really what winning it is all about.
Makes sense to me, and it should make sense to you out there listening to 97.1 The Fan. Our phone number, 855-97-LA-FAN. Let's get to the calls. Oh, the great. Talk to us. You're on with D-Fish and Deck.
D-Fish and Deck, what's cracking, y'all? How y'all living?
Chilling. What up, Oh?
Good, Oh.
I'm going to tell you like this, man. I'm not tired of being right. I tell you that. I'm so happy that I knew the Spurs was going to pull that off, man. I just figured they would. The Orange Monster being there, that had a lot to do with it. And it threw off the mojo that everybody had, the fans, and more importantly, the players. I think D-Fish talked about this yesterday. And I remember Brock and Alex, Brock talked about this on their show after you guys, how when they had Obama was speaking at Brock's school, they had the football team, they had to completely change their routine. Imagine if a sitting president, is coming to a game. The players had to completely change their entire routine. That threw them off. And guess what? Pressure. They had all pressure on them.
Lots of it.
So much. And they had to deal with the same exact stuff that the Spurs had to deal with in the first two games. Because when when you have that home game, you are in the NBA freaking finals. It's nothing but it. You know what I'm saying? So they had to overcome that. They weren't expecting it. I really look for them in Game 4 to go ham because they'll know what to expect. It won't be that huge delay. Fans will be right outside like usual. Side note, Knicks fans are not taking it well because I saw a whole bunch of fights after that game on Twitter.
Oh, man. Yeah, I did. D-Fish, you see that at all? Dude.
Fights in the street?
Oh, my God. Oh, man.
Like
they were after each other. They were after Spurs fans. It was brawls last night.
Wow.
Somebody got to pay.
I did not see that.
Oh, dude, it was nuts. I'll show you. It's crazy.
What?
It's so crazy, and to me, I love that you guys brought up the timeout thing, and I love that the chat is talking about. Super shout out to my big sis, Joanna, and everybody in the chat. Yo, I don't think it's right that you challenge the ref twice, you get it right twice, and then you're done. I'm sorry. I know you guys, you guys want the game to keep going, all that, but it's not right. And number one, if I get the second one right, I should get another one. And more importantly, why is it connected to timeouts? I don't get that. Yo, y'all doing a dope show. Keep doing your thing. Deuces.
Appreciate it, Appreciate the call. And yeah, is right. I do feel like the fourth quarter isn't nearly long enough. We should add more challenges.
That was about 45 minutes
the last
last
20
night.
seconds was 45 minutes.
Yeah, that's what's tough. Like, unless it's a clear, out of bounds or goaltending, and it gets into more of that subjective of did his jersey get held or did he get fouled or that's going to take time. They're trying to do a better job of the guys back in replay being the ones to just go ahead and tell them no, that was a foul. You don't need to come over here and look at it for 10 minutes. 32 foul 12.
Right.
Let's just keep the game going. Yeah. So hopefully they can keep working at that just so that, again, you don't lose fans in the engagement by too many stoppages.
But, man, I do understand winning your challenge. You shouldn't lose. Like how
It's almost like you're being
baseball.
penalized for being right.
Yeah, that kind of does.
He makes
kind of suck. He makes a decent point.
O makes a great point. Fish make a great point for me. I'm just like, where's that balance?
balance
Because
somewhere
that
in
fourth
there,
quarter was long as hell last night.
Maybe it's going to be that AI system that he was talking about. Maybe that's going to help with that whole challenge system. Perhaps it will, guys. Coming up, we're going to play a little game that we like to call the Final Out. Right here on the new 90s. Oh, plus Brock and Alex joining us later on in the show. Plus, hold on, let me see what he wants me to tease. If the Lakers gets the bonus, a key player must go. Who is that key player? Plus the Final Out. Right after this on the new 97.1 The Fan. Welcome back. 855-97-LA fan. That is 855-975-2326. And of course, you can join us online right now on YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, where you can see D-Fish and my beautiful face right now at the Fan LA. Get in the chat. The chat's been a very, very big part of the show, as has your phone calls. We gave away some Sparks tickets earlier on in the show, not to mention on top of that, talked a little bit about the Los Angeles Dodgers, their upcoming thing. And of course, if you missed that, well, you can listen tomorrow and with your chance to win some more Sparks tickets live right here on D-Fish and Decker. On top of that, we also talked quite a bit about Game 3 of the NBA Finals. We are now set at a 2-1 lead from the Knicks. And I got to ask you, D-Fish, because here's the one thing. Somehow, after everything we've discussed in this NBA Finals so far, I got a question. Do you think that this series has changed a little?
A little, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, every game the series changes, and that's why, playoff series are so entertaining. It's why they're hard to win, because they really do change each game. It's an entirely different series every time you go out there for a new game. It just is. And so, we talked yesterday about that scale, right, of like going into yesterday's game. There was different types of pressure for each team. The Knicks felt some performance anxiety and pressure around wanting to maintain control of the series, and being at home and all of the expectations and everything that comes with like winning on your home court. The Garden's not always an easy place to necessarily play at home because of that energy that you feel from the fans. But then the Spurs felt that pressure to like have to win the game. And the Spurs, all they needed to do in terms of, win Game 3, but like shift the pressure a little bit more in the direction of the Knicks. Just so that like you never, how sometimes we're all probably guilty of this in some ways, right? You're going in the house with the groceries and you don't want to make that second trip back out. So you try to grab like all 12 bags.
I do this every time I buy groceries.
And you're trying to get that one pinky around the other bag, and then nope, I got it.
Nope, needs to be one trip.
Yeah, and so the idea in a playoff series is like you're trying to make that other team carry that one more bag that might force them to drop something that just doesn't quite get in the house all the way, because he almost had it, but that I dropped one more thing in the bag and the bag broke. Now we got a series. And so just by winning one game, you're just trying to shift a little bit more into where he can't carry all those bags as comfortably anymore.
But I'm thinking about where the pressure now really lies. Now, I get that the Spurs are up against it, but now I'm looking at the Knicks going, well, they can't drop 2 at MSG, can they?
No, but the Spurs dropped 2 at home.
True.
And they walked right into the Garden and got a win last night. But you're right? The Knicks they don't want to feel what it's going to feel like if they were to lose 2 games at home. And then now you have to go back to San Antonio tied 2-2. But if that is the scenario, it's a push. There's no blood lost, because if you just flip the order and the Spurs won their 2 games in San Antonio and the Knicks won their 2 games at the Garden, it's tied 2-2, and you still have the same series. And so I think Game 4 is going to be it has a chance to be maybe the best game of the series.
So excited.
Because I don't think either team, the Spurs will have to feel like this is also a must-win, the same way they did last night. But now the Knicks are going to probably feel like we got to win this game.
We got to win this game. And if this ends up even back in San Antonio, I'm just going to be excited. Just as a basketball fan, I just want this to go 7 games I don't want this season to end. This has been such a fun basketball playoffs. I have given so much crap to the NBA and to you about how long the playoffs are.
Now you're like, oh, no, keep going.
But when they're good, don't stop. This is so great. It's amazing. What do you think, LA? By the way, 855-97-LA Fan here on the new 97.1 The Fan. D-Fish and Decker with you. D-Fish, I'm going to put two potential three-headed monsters in front of you. You tell me which one of these intrigues you for the Lakers this next season. Would you rather see a return of Luka, LeBron, and Austin Reeves as a three-headed monster? Or would you rather see Luka, LeBron, and Sabonis as a three-headed monster?
Yeah, I'm always gonna probably be in favor of like a group that I've seen do well before.
We have seen it.
I'm probably always going to lean towards a certain level of continuity. I honestly think that's what has helped the Lakers more than anything over the last 2 or 3 seasons is, the continuity of like LeBron, Austin Reeves, Rui Hachimura, Jared Vanderbilt, the Dalton Connect a couple years. Like there's like 5 or 6 guys that have been together for 3 to 4 years now. And that continuity had been missing, when the team was literally changing dramatically every season. And so it's hard to just kind of build collective winning habits when there's that much change year in and year out. And I think the Lakers have benefited from continuity over the last couple of years. Some of it's going to change just due to free agency and the way the league works. But I think Luka, LeBron, and Austin up to April the 2nd of this year were the third best team for sure in the West. You could argue whether they were the third best team in basketball or not, but it starts with getting out of your conference. Unfortunately, you're in the same conference as OKC and San Antonio, so the bar is pretty high. And that also, I guess you have to factor that into the question as well. Mm-hmm. Like, can Luka, Austin, and LeBron get past one of those two teams right now? Or do you start to, which a lot of teams around the NBA are doing, or are you basically building your house to be ready for sale when the Spurs and OKC, get to the back part of their window, right? So 2 years from now we can go and beat one of these teams because we've played against them over the last few years. We're no longer, fearful of the best parts of who they are. They've been on this championship runs the last 2 or 3 years. They've had some fatigue. They've had some players depart in free agency. They've had some injuries. Now it's our turn. And if you can put together a core of 3 guys that can stay together for a few years, sure. I don't know if Sabonis is necessarily the guy or the answer, but if you want to look at it that way, you can. I just feel like the Lakers are definitely always going to be about now. And so I think you put a group together that can win 50-plus games right now.
Say we bring back the same 3 we had. We say we get LeBron, Luka, Reeves. We have that three-headed monster, right? Throw out all the money aspects, all the issues that would take place in this cap system. What would be a perfect person or a perfect type of player to add to this mix that you think could not necessarily make them beat or be better than San Antonio and Oklahoma City, but what is that piece those 3 are really missing?
I think athleticism and a dynamic play from whoever's in the middle. And it doesn't have to be a scoring big, but a guy that will score off of the greatness of those 3 guys. And so, while DeAndre Ayton did a lot of really good things, I think Jackson Hayes also does some really good things for this team. Can you re-sign Jackson Hayes at a reasonable number? I don't know. I mean, he's a free agent as well. And so, but I think the Lakers need Yeah, some dynamic play in the middle in terms of rim protection, rebounding, running the floor, lob threat, great screener. And then it's really the 3-and-D guys at the wing and guard positions. That's what really, like, you need some longer, athletic, dynamic guys at the wing and guard position that can do all the little things that Luka, LeBron, and Austin shouldn't have to do every night. So the other two guys on the floor have to be the hustle guys, the glue guys, the intangible guys, the screeners, the charge takers. I mean, it's why Marcus Smart had great plus-minus on this team, because he did all of those things. But can you get a younger version of Marcus Smart that will cost you a little less? And then can you go get you a 3-and-D guy that also is like a young guy, can run, jump, athletic, can guard multiple people and do all the little intangible things? That's not necessarily Rui anymore, right? Rui shot the heck out of the ball, but then does it really fit best next to those three guys if you bring them back? So a lot of questions, but this past season wasn't as bad as it feels like sitting here now.
No, I mean, it was 50-plus wins. It's just the insurmountable battle that is beating OKC and the Spurs. That's just what it is. I loved this Lakers team this last year. It's actually, I've said it multiple times, the most fun I've had watching the Lakers, frankly, since you played on the Lakers, man. It was a blast to watch this team this year. But you've heard what we think. What do you think, Los Angeles? 855-97-LA Fan. Of course, get in the chat at the Fan LA. Coming up, Brock and Alex, our good friends, will be joining us for a little bit of crosstalk right here on the new 97.1 The Fan. the new 97.1 The Fan. Listen, Raj, you don't know this, but things are happening in the chat. And yes, you can get in the chat right now at The Fan LA. Yes, you can hear Brock and Alex with us for some crosstalk, but that's not important yet.
No.
What's important is what's happening in the chat right now.
Ooh, is it must see?
It is must see because we have a listener named Jimmy who seems to have some inside information. Now, take it with a grain of salt, of course, because I have no idea who Jimmy 54445 is. But we love
big bucket of salt.
Hey, no. We love anonymous sources.
Not a grain, a big bucket of salt.
We love anonymous sources here on D. Fish and Decker, and so do Brock and Alex, our mid-morning show here on the new 97.1 The Fan. Brock and Alex, I would like to say what our good friend Jimmy is telling us.
Lay it on us.
Jimmy is claiming that he has a son. That's not the claim. He is claiming, though, that he has a son that works for the Rams. Okay. And Jimmy is saying Aaron Donald's coming back. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe my source, Jimmy, and so should you.
Well, it's everybody's source because he's publicly
I love
talking
Jimmy.
about it, right?
Well, everybody goes to Jimmy when they need some insider information.
So when it's officially stated, we'll say 2 months
Jimmy
from
had
now,
it first.
Jimmy had it first.
Yeah, so
Schefter and all of
when
them have
when
to credit Jimmy.
you quote tweet Shefty and you
Jimmy.
say Jimmy was first. These are facts.
I got it I hope there aren't last names attached to this because his son might be in big trouble for accidentally telling his dad.
To be fair, we've been doing a campaign and we put up billboards all
I know.
throughout LA
Well, we're
saying
trying to
come back
get
Aaron
him back.
Donald.
But this is someone within the organization and with the team who's working with the team who goes, "Oh, I know he's coming back."
Yeah.
Dude.
I like it.
That's how you lose your job.
That's how you lose your job. That's why I'm hoping there's
D-Fish.
no last names
D-Fish.
connected to this.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't do that.
That's how I'm like, ugh, don't say any last names here.
Shout out to Jimmy
Yeah.
Jr.
Yeah.
Jimmy's doing great. I think Jimmy's doing great, and his son has got a bright future.
Yes, he does.
As a leaker.
Oh,
As a leaker of information. All right, guys. What's on today's show on Brock and Alex? Mid-mornings here on the new 97.1 The Fan.
lots of fun stuff though. But sticking with the Rams here real quick, we're gonna do a top 10 list of all-time LA athletes, and would you put Myles Garrett on there, and where would he land on that list?
Come on, what are we doing? What?
No.
I love you guys.
No.
But what are we doing?
No
There
disrespect
is-
to
Hasn't
Myles
played a
Garrett.
game
So
yet.
No.
while
Yes.
you guys were in here
There's like
working
100
very
rings won
hard,
from the city.
working very hard at your job and sounding great doing it, there was heated debates going on as far as, do you have to play a snap or at least make a shot attempt or at least wear the uniform to be considered? And
Yes.
we were on the same side of things. Not going to name any names, but producer Shay seems to feel differently. Now his
He's like,
example,
I'm young and have long hair. Listen to me.
So his premise, however, is fun to dive into. So that will be our way entering into naming our favorite LA athletes ever.
I like it. I
Yeah.
like it a lot. Where's D-Fish going to be on your guys' list?
1, 2, 3, and 4.
That-
There
baby.
we go.
That's what
How
we're talking
quickly
about.
he said that was
That's like
that was a great
well-trained,
setup. Done.
bro.
Yeah.
He's also
We are,
sitting right next to
Appreciate
him.
you, Brock. You know,
We are-
while I'm
we are
sitting
jumping
here,
in.
I appreciate you.
We are jumping into some Lakers love as well, showing Wemby some love. Spurs still in 6. And we have a couple of guests lined up, diving into some Sparks talk.
Very nice.
Yeah, we got their sideline reporter, Lil Nikki K.
We gave away some
Friend of the
Sparks
show.
tickets on the show today
We'll
as
be
well.
giving away another pair on our show.
So you definitely want to listen to Brock and
Yeah.
Alex. You get yourself some tickets to some more Sparks games. Absolutely. The most important part of our show today, D-Fish, I thought, was talking about the new potential owner of the Los Angeles Angels of California.
Oh,
of
Mr.
Anaheim.
Beast?
Mr. Beast is coming, baby.
That's funny. I literally 5 minutes ago just sent that to the group, and I was like, I got to do some digging to see how realistic this is.
Probably not very.
No, but this isn't the first time we've heard that rumor, and he has. This man comes into so much cash in different parts of his career because he did another game, the Beast Games.
I was
gave
going to
away
say, finances are not the hurdle
dollars?
here.
It'd be
No.
great if the next Beast games is and if you win, you get the Angels.
Oh my goodness.
I wouldn't put it above him.
Yeah, and everyone's like, no, I don't want that.
Yeah, you both are familiar with him, right? And like what he does.
Ish, yes. I am aware of him, but I've never watched any of his content.
I mean, it's insane. Like he has made millions of dollars, and he gives most of it away,
which is cool.
Yeah.
What is the movie from maybe the 80s or 90s where the little kid gets like
Richie Rich?
Richie Rich.
Yeah.
It's basically
90s.
Thank you. It's basically if Richie Rich became an adult, just how would a 12-year-old spend all of his money to entertain everyone around him? That's basically
Dude, it would be
what Mr. Beast is.
Must go to like live game events because he's gonna he's like the number one YouTuber.
Yeah,
so it's
I know.
Like he's gonna get that younger generation, which is what Major League Baseball has been struggling to get.
But follow-up question: will they be good at baseball?
He's gonna invest.
I don't think that's the point.
Will he though? I don't know.
I don't think that's the goal.
The biggest thing is just hiring the right people around you. Like that's a good leader, is knowing how to delegate. Go D-Fish.
Guys,
what?
You are missing the whole boat here.
Yeah.
You guys realize that like major pro sports team ownership is a club.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's gonna be voted in.
But I initially felt there's no way they would lead him in, but baseball is headed to a lockout. They're going to lose a lot of momentum. And I'm thinking, how do you regain that momentum and an entirely new fan base?
Beast.
You bring in a bunch of kids. How many people under the age of 18 are watching baseball right now?
More than we think, but needs to grow. Period. Stop.
And how do you grow it? You get the person that they spend every Friday night watching.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Disney,
I don't think it'll happen, but I'm not mad at
Angels. Disney owned the Angels at one point.
They definitely did. In fact, they won a World Series under Disney.
That was when they were California,
not
right?
That far-fetched.
No, actually,
Disney changed them to Anaheim.
Disney changed them to the Anaheim
Yeah.
Angel. I'll never forget it because Michael Eisner held the Commissioner's Trophy over his head, and I'll never get that image out of my head. It was the weirdest thing I've ever. I'm like, why is the president of Disney holding the trophy? This is so weird. Could somebody grab Gene Autry?
Aww.
Poor Gene Autry never got to hold that trophy.
Who is the youngest owner in sports? I wonder.
Oh man, at this point,
The
I have
Padres
no
have
idea.
new ownership.
They have new ownership,
and I feel
but-
like they're young.
The guy from Chelsea, right?
Well, they're a hedge fund.
Yeah.
couple,
Okay.
So
Okay.
it's going to
Yeah,
be
the
interesting.
wife
Todd Bowley.
is young.
Listen, how about this? For your Angels, Alex, I would love to see it happen just so ownership can go into anybody's hands. I don't even know what competence would be. I think anything that's not Artie would be an upgrade at this point.
It's so I have some texts out that I'm like getting responses to that I can't share like the exact response to. But when I saw this, it was like, okay, let me reach out to my people and see like how real of a thing this is.
What did Gooby say?
Oh no! These aren't people.
What did
that
Tim
you see on
Salmon
TV.
tell you?
No. These are like homies and best friends. Of
All right,
me.
what did the rally monkey
This
text
is-
you?
Leave
No.
Albert Pujols alone.
You guys, no, I will never throw these sources under the bus because this is how I get real information. But I got to digest this for a moment before I continue talking about it.
If you're going to not be good, at least
Yeah.
be interesting.
I would be interested.
I would go to a game.
Yeah.
That makes sense. By the way, also on the show today, we had apparently Time Magazine made their first most influential
Yes.
sports figures. And LeBron James was at the very tippy top of the list. In fact, he's the cover of Time Magazine.
That's
with
having
it.
good PR.
So my question is this. We did ask the poll, who is the most influential athlete right now? Is it LeBron?
Mm-hmm.
Is it Shohei Ohtani?
Mm.
And who else did we throw on the list? Because we threw LaMelo Ball.
LaMelo?
Because LaMelo Ball apparently, and D-Fish confirmed this, is apparently
The kids love him.
the kids love him.
what
I didn't know
age-
that.
What age is he like taking over? Like
Youngsters,
the teenagers?
youngsters for
No,
sure.
younger
And there's
than the
been
teens?
talk criticism. He needs to focus more
Tweens
on
and
being a
teens.
NBA star.
Okay, that,
Tweens and early teens.
Wow.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Follow-up question, is it just for the past year or past decade or like
I
just
think it's
as
just
of
this year.
right
I think
now?
it's
Okay.
2026, and they went with LeBron number one.
But you have to, is it like it's globally? Like,
Yes,
right? Like
there were a
so-
lot of Winter Olympians on this list. There was
I mean, there were a few that like really like moved the dial. Who did you?
LeBron
Who
doesn't
did you have
feel
on there
right,
that
but I
winter?
can't think of
Honestly,
anything who's comfortably above him.
On the list, like the ones that made sense to me, like you have the Shohei's on the list, obviously.
We
Lionel
interna-
Messi's on the
international
list.
players.
Right.
That
Yeah.
makes sense.
The few that kind of caught my eye, there was a couple of F1 guys, but none of them were Max Verstappen, and I didn't know any of the other guys' names.
Lewis Hamilton
It wasn't
isn't
Lewis
famous.
Hamilton either.
Well, no,
Kardashian
I was
now,
gonna
too.
say he's not really famous for the driving anymore. He's kind of
Yeah, he's a Kim
eclipsed
K
that.
land.
Yeah,
He's just a celebrity now. So for it to not be Verstappen, wow.
Yeah, wild.
Interesting.
I think it is LeBron. I can't think of anyone
It's
to
just
put
hard
above him.
because we remember like in Kobe's prime, right? Like how big of a reach that he had like over in China and overseas. And I just feel once you're attached as well to the Lakers brand on top of that, and you are such a face of the league, I can understand and I can see how it's LeBron James, not only because of what he does on the court, but everything that he does off of it and what he's done for the culture and what he does for the community. Like he does so much to give back to the community, more so than we hear or see from anyone else. But he also has a media company, so that's why we hear about it and we see it.
Yes.
These are facts. Well,
Yeah.
100%.
D-Fish, that's it for you and me today, man.
Okay, buddy.
What a job. What a job. We're going to be
Good
back here
job.
bright and
Way to
early.
go, buddy.
Hey, you two buddies, you guys have fun for the next 4 hours.
Let's go, buddy.
We're going to kick rocks, and our listeners should kick rocks, but you don't want to go anywhere. You want to stay right here and listen to Brock and Alex and enjoy yourself some sports. Both D-Fish and I'll be back tomorrow morning bright and early.
LA. Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So get in the chat at The Fan LA. Follow us across all socials. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Happy World Cup week, everybody. 2 days away until kickoff on Thursday. 3 days till USA's first game, and our first game here in LA at SoFi. And you guys, I'm starting to see it. We're starting to feel it. Every day we're giving you new places you can kind of go and watch the game. Are you seeing more activity
It's
around
starting
town
to bubble.
yet?
It is starting to
all
bubble.
it took was like the week of.
We waited too long, but it's here now.
I also think because now we're starting to see like all the other countries' fans kind of come into town. Like yesterday, it's so funny. So if you were listening yesterday, Brock was talking about the German gentleman is what he named him. And this guy has gone so viral on social since we were talking about it. And he's basically he came to America. He started in Georgia.
He started in Florida.
Florida.
He's driving his way to Atlanta.
And he is stopping at what he thinks everything that has to do with American culture, which is basically, you guys, all of our fast food, all these crazy different, basically food. He's on a food tour.
Yeah. He is experiencing the best that the South has to offer. Follow him. He is at Freddie LA number 7. Literally the number 7. Don't spell out 7. So Freddie LA 7. He started in Florida. He's gone to Tennessee. He was kayaking in Chattanooga. He somehow ended up in Gainesville. He hiked up Stone Mountain, Georgia. He watched the NBA Finals at a Chili's last night.
Dude.
He is just experiencing everything that America has to offer.
There's so much more. I love his outdoor things, but like the restaurants and everything he's going to are like the chains. The fast food, or like the fast food restaurants that everyone hears about, which is hilarious. I will say, though, his Waffle House 1 a.m. experience, like, that's legit.
That was legitimate.
That's legit.
He went to a Wendy's. I mentioned the Chili's already. But at first, I was thinking, why is he going to the fast food places? Then I realized, well, one, he's driving through backwoods, Appalachia, middle of nowhere kind of. But also, it's not like Germany doesn't have high-end restaurants. He wants to experience the things that he can only get here. So credit to him.
So
Credit to him. He's loving
and
it.
now that we're talking about it, I'm seeing like more and more of these outside fans of different countries coming in and experience what they think it's hilarious. They're like,
there was
we're
a
in a
Swedish
movie.
woman who tried ranch for the first time.
Andrew showed us that. That's what's up. That's what's up.
She can't get enough
I am
of
the
it.
person where like French fries are just a vehicle to get the ranch in my mouth. Like
I've never
will
had
put,
ranch dressing.
What?
I've never had it.
What? Are you not into dairy? Like, is that like what is it? Like, because ranch on pizza, ranch on French fries, ranch with chicken tenders.
People swear by it. I am a ketchup or barbecue
What
sauce
about for
guy.
pizza?
No.
What?
No, I just have I'll dust the grated Parmesan over it, but that's it.
Oh.
Have you had mayo?
What?
I have had mayo. I do not like mayo, and my disdain for mayo is probably why. Like in my brain,
It's not the same.
I
don't
know
like
it's not
I
the
don't like
same.
mayo either.
Yeah,
Ranch is like next to pesto, like my favorite condiment.
I do love some pesto, but it's the visual aesthetic of ranch. It just does not look appealing. It looks like
it looks delicious.
I can't do it.
Wingstop ranch. Oh,
Dude,
Can't
okay,
do it.
Brock, we're gonna
The
have to
best
change
ranch.
this. No, because there's like levels of delicious ranch. I am going to find Prime Pizza has really good ranch.
Okay.
We're gonna order it to the studio, one show, and after or in the last segment, just in case it makes you vom, we're gonna have you try ranch live on air. Okay?
What makes one ranch better than others?
It's the flavor.
Okay.
Yeah. No,
some are thicker than the others.
Well, there's like
Okay.
the buttermilk ranch. You can tell if it's homemade and you can tell if it's store bought. I haven't found a store bought one that I like yet. It's certain restaurants that
Okay.
are just like do you like an aioli?
No.
Oh, you're not on any of this like cream side of things.
It's again, I know that ranch is not mayonnaise, but because
It's not.
I hate mayonnaise, I can't do aioli, and then
Dude.
everything else just gets lumped into things
No,
that look
we're
like
gonna
mayonnaise.
change that. We're gonna change that. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. And why we got into this conversation, you guys, because the World Cup is starting this week. We are 2 days away, and there are so many different country fans that are in town, and they're like going viral for basically trying all the different American foods. And there was, you said, a Swedish woman who tried
Yes.
ranch for the first time and was like, oh my God, where's this been my whole life? And Brock tells us he's never had ranch in his life. That is insane. We're going to change that. Okay. That is going to happen live on air. So we're going to make sure it's the best because you need the right vehicle too. So it's going to be a French fry. It's going to be a real good French fry or it's going to be a piece of pizza. Do you eat pizza?
I love pizza.
Okay. Do you eat French fries?
I love French fries.
Okay. We're going to change this. We're going to.
I'll think about it.
Oh, no.
I'll think about it.
It's going to happen. You can try it once. I'll try something that I have never tried. I'll let you kind of like do it back at me so it's fair.
Now this is fun. Okay.
Okay. So you think
All
of
right,
something.
all
I mean,
right,
there's
all
not
right.
many things I
All right.
haven't tried because my mom's a chef. My sister's a chef.
We will definitely find it.
And I have a very like outgoing palate. But okay, World Cup, 3 days away from USA's first game at SoFi. Every day I'm giving you new places where you can go and watch the games. Today is the Michelob Ultra Fan Fest on the Santa Monica Pier. Ooh. It's going to be going on from June 12th to the 25th. Snoop Dogg and Kevin Hart are performing. They're having live broadcasts there, soccer exhibitions, fun interactive soccer games. So
that's
so
great.
far, yeah, big ones, you guys, that you want to go to. Coliseum, the LA Coliseum, right in front of it, Exposition Park, is the main FIFA Fan Fest. They're also having a FIFA Venice Beach House. You can also watch at the Getty. I think parking is free after 5, where they are showing the games. They're having watch parties. And then on the Santa Monica Pier, June 12th through the 25th, you can see Snoop Dogg, Kevin Hart, the broadcast, everything. It's going to be a fun time. Oh, and then I said the fun food place downtown LA.
Yes, Smorgasburg. It is in the Row,
Smorgasburg,
which is a strip in downtown LA. Parking around there is usually actually not terrible by downtown standards, and it looks like just a giant food festival from what the photos show. So
that's rad.
That's where I'm going. I'm going to there, and I'm going to the Getty.
Love that.
Yes.
Well, you're in the valley. So that makes sense for you.
I am out. Well, I'm on the other side of downtown, so that makes sense.
Oh, so that way.
Yeah,
okay.
northeast.
Got
but
it.
the Getty is far from me. I will find a reason to be over there because I one, I haven't been to the Getty in a long time. 2, sunset way up on the mountain, watching a game. That's a perfect evening.
Yeah, can't beat it unless you're on the beach. Because the beach is amazing.
I've already disappointed you with my ranch thoughts.
Oh, are you not a beach guy?
I want to save the beach thoughts because I don't want to derail this show. We have a great relationship, Alex, and I feel we will reach the point of no return if I share my
so you are a
beach
valley
thoughts.
You are a valley guy through and through. And you know what? I already know what you're going to say. But we got a great show for you guys. We are giving away Sparks tickets today. I think we're doing it in the top of hour 2. So WNBA's biggest celebration is coming to Crypto.com Arena on Sunday, June 21st, when the Sparks take on the Liberty. From special guests to one-of-a-kind giveaways, it's going to be an unforgettable night celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first Sparks game that happened on June 21st, 1997. So stay tuned for hour 2 for your chance to win a pair of tickets. All you're going to have to do is call in 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We're going to get to the Knicks game in just a bit, game 3, but can I just laugh real quick that the cheapest ticket was $6,000 and they all got to watch the Knicks lose.
We need to find out if the stool got sold. You were able to find out that they were selling a ticket to a seat to a stool in a standing room.
And that
only.
was someone who was in the queue trying to buy a ticket through the Garden.
So
insane.
Bad.
Well, the mayor of New York ended up paying $1,000 for standing room only. He didn't get a ticket. He had to buy his own. He talked about it in a presser.
I mean, I guess when you consider there's how many millions of people live in New York? Tons of them, and there's only 15,000 seats, I believe.
Is that it?
In MSG?
Is that it?
So you're sitting
That's
there thinking,
small.
and by New York standards, there are well over 15,000 people that can afford the ticket. You kind of forget the exclusivity. For example, like it was reported that Jerry Seinfeld couldn't get a ticket. So if Jerry Seinfeld couldn't get a ticket,
8.5 million people live in New York City.
Okay.
And let's see.
I was going to guess 10, so I'm glad I didn't guess.
Okay. And then
how many seats in MSG? I think Staples is one of the biggest with 18.
So with the Knicks, 19,000.
Oh, 19. Oh, that's big. Okay.
812 seats.
That's a lot bigger than I thought it would be. Okay, I know for concerts they open everything up. I figured for basketball it would be much more snug. But for the Knicks fans, it is interesting that just because you can afford the ticket doesn't mean you can get in. So for the Jerry Seinfelds of the world, at least you didn't get to see them lose, and maybe you have better luck going to Wednesday's game.
Oh my God! Did you see Tracy Morgan?
That was funny.
So I didn't realize that it was the alternate broadcast.
Yeah.
And I was like, why are they so much bigger than the game on TV right now? Because I had the pregame show over on ESPN opposed to ABC.
Yes.
And I like could not wrap my head around it. I was like,
why is Tracy Morgan?
Why are they doing this? Why are they the forefront of this broadcast right now? And he was asked, you guys, what we're referring to. Tracy Morgan was asked, what would happen in this city, like being here, winning their first like home finals game. What's going to happen? And he said, I think like the Statue of Liberty will become pregnant. Yeah.
I missed that.
That was his response. It was hilarious.
Okay, I missed that.
Yeah, so we'll dive more into Game 3 in just a bit, but we're going to get started with the Dodgers. Had a day off yesterday. Now they are in Pittsburgh, taking on the Pirates. First pitch at 3:40 p.m. today, so it's a fun little matinee for all of us here in LA. But the big ticket, the big story around this game is Paul Skeens.
Oh, yeah.
He is going to be on the mound, and he is one of the most dominant, nasty pitchers in the game right now. However, he's been on a little bit of a rough stretch, which is kind of the perfect time for the Dodgers to come to town and to face him. Over his last 4 starts, he's allowed 15 runs in 20 innings. The Pirates lost all 4 of those games. He currently has a 3.09 ERA. And this is the Dodgers' opportunity after having a tough Game 3 on Sunday against the Angels where they got absolutely destroyed. You have a day off Monday to come in to Pittsburgh and take care of business.
And it would send quite the message. Obviously, they handled business for the first 2 games against the Angels. That third game, it wasn't the most dynamic roster that Dave Roberts could have put out there for the Dodgers, but it was still a roster that was capable of winning that game, and they got ran out of there. So this is a reset of, okay, let's get back to playing the type of baseball that we're capable of playing. The Pirates are coming off of a sweep against the Braves. Credit to the Pirates for sticking this through. You have to face the number 1 team in the NL, then the second team in the NL, back-to-back. So the Pirates are sitting there hungry as well, saying, hey, we need to prove that we can hang with some of the top dogs. We're sitting here with their winning record, and Paul Skeens is ready to show something. So it's a matter of the Dodgers' bats. We know it's a Jekyll and Hyde situation. Is the only spark going to be Freddie Freeman in the 9th inning, or are there going to be 9 runs before the 2nd inning? And Paul Skeens will be a worthy test, a Cy Young hopeful, and I'm excited for the opportunity to see what the Dodgers' bats can do.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because I think the other big matchup that everyone's going to be watching and looking at is Ohtani against Skeens, right? You really hope that, like, we were getting them both on the mound.
I wish.
Like, good old-fashioned pitching duel, which is not my favorite kind of a game, which is what we got on Friday with Angels, Reed Detmers, and Roki Sasaki for the Dodgers. I mean, they are the fastest games you will ever watch. But I feel like, and as we've seen with every team that's coming in and facing the Dodgers this season, there is the biggest target on the Dodgers' back. They are the back-to-back World Series champs. They are on a quest for a three-peat. They are one of the best teams in baseball right now, top to bottom, even dealing with all of the injuries that they have right now, and even with some of their big names struggling. Like Kyle Tucker, like we talked about yesterday, like he has not shown up and been the $60 million man that they thought he would be this season. So this is going to be a game for Paul Skeens to also like this series is circled. Like all eyes are going to be on this game, and we're going to get his best stuff.
He's definitely sitting there thinking, okay, I've lost a little bit of steam in my quest for the Cy Young this year, but what a way to send a message to the voters and everyone else. Hey, I just took care of the Dodgers. So he knows how massive it would be to handle this lineup. And as far as the Dodgers are considered, Eric Lauer will get the start. And Eric Lauer has been thrown into the fire twice now for the Dodgers, and try as he might, the Dodgers are going to need to put some runs up because I see a scenario where the Pirates can get the best. So Eric Lauer was with Toronto, and it really couldn't eclipse the 4-inning mark, and so they let him go. And the Dodgers picked him up. His first outing against Colorado was fine. 6 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, and 4 strikeouts. The Dodgers put up 15 runs, so it was a stress-free day. The second time we saw Eric Lauer start was exactly a week ago against Arizona. 4 2/3 innings, 5 hits, 2 earned runs, and a strikeout. The issue was in the 5th inning, he had a disengagement violation, which is basically a pitcher just losing track of how many times he has stepped off of the bump. And they panned to Dave Roberts' face during that game, and he was furious, thinking, hey, man, this is your show. How are you breaking that rule right now? So Eric Lauer has a lot to prove, I think, just for the sake of him continuing to be a Dodger, but also especially if they are going to win this game, Paul Skeens is going to handle some business, and you need to handle business as best as you can and at least get to that 5th inning.
So it's interesting because we talk about like the opposite side of teams facing the Dodgers. There's always going to be that bullseye on their back, right? But what about players that come and join this team, like Eric Lauer and Kyle Tucker, who we haven't seen kind of reach that full potential yet? Do you think there's also kind of like a mental hurdle that they have to get over joining already the back-to-back champs?
I could see that. The same way that if you get thrown into the fire and perform well, you look around and say, I'm surrounded with the best baseball players some of the best baseball players in the world, and I'm holding my own, I belong here. It could also be the opposite. If things don't go well, you look around thinking, these are the best baseball players in the world, and we're losing because of me, and it can spiral that way. I feel for Eric Lauer to avoid that, you, one, need a little help from your offense, but you, two, also need to be motivated by a Cy Young hopeful who's pitching for the other team. So this is the ultimate find that dog in you, Eric Lauer. You're not going to win a Cy Young this year, but if you can hold your own with the Cy Young opposite you, that goes a long way in you remaining a Dodger for as long as possible. The injuries keep piling up, and this is a great opportunity for him, but coming off of the disappointment from a week ago against Arizona, he needs to show something.
He needs to show something. These Dodgers bats need to show something. This is going to be must-watch TV with this Dodgers lineup facing one of the best pitchers in the game in Paul Skeens. First pitch, 3:40 this afternoon. We'll dive into more Dodgers a little later in the show. We're going to take a quick break here, but when we come back, Wemby last night, this is what we've been waiting to see. How did he get to this point? What changed? What did he do differently? We're going to talk about that next. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. Get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also follow us on all socials. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We are also, you guys, giving away Sparks tickets at the top of hour 2. So around 11:04, be by your phones. All you got to do is call in 855-975-2326. But let's get to last night's game. Game 3, the first game at the Garden, the first finals game at the Garden since 1999. The cheapest ticket that I saw that was Sunday night. I think it was like $10,000, but they dropped down to like $4,000 or $6,000.
By game time, it was floating high fours, low fives.
Okay, so we were about $4,000, and they all paid tens of thousands of dollars, even hundreds of thousands of dollars to watch the Knicks lose. Like, I was explaining to my nanny when she was over and the game was on. She's like, "Oh, like how much, for those." How much for the tickets? I was like, oh, how do I explain this to someone who doesn't understand the finals and like what this means? I told her, I was like, I mean, those front row seats that you see right there are like $150,000, and she like could not comprehend. And she goes, for how many games? I go, for that one game. She's, oh, so it's only for the rich. I was like, yeah, that's basically what it is. But it's hard to wrap your head around that if you don't understand, obviously, like what this means to New York, I guess. But that's still insane to me.
You could have a down payment on a house in the Midwest.
You could probably buy a house in a lot of places.
Or you could...
Not in New York or LA.
No, right.
In the middle somewhere.
Or you could go to Madison Square Garden.
Dude.
And for those who can, they went to Madison Square Garden.
Do you know, I just kept watching, and I was looking at everybody courtside, and I was like, what do they do? Who is that person? What is that person doing? But you guys, Spurs take game 3, and we officially have ourselves a series. I was so nervous, and again, happy to be proven wrong because I picked the Knicks yesterday, but I also picked the Spurs in 7.
Yeah.
If the Spurs lost yesterday, we would... That was going to be it. That was going to be it. So now the fact that the Spurs take game 1 in Madison Square Garden, where there hadn't been a finals game since 1999, it felt like, okay, Wemby woke up. Wemby woke up and he's here for the finals.
Yes, and Wemby waking up sparked his supporting cast as well. The Spurs would still be a playoff team without Victor Wembanyama. They would not be a championship team. They would get bounced in the first round. But I highlight because winning the non-Wemby minutes are essential. Mm-hmm. Now, you can burn the candle at both ends when it comes down to the finals, because what are you saving your legs for? But last night was a reminder that just because Wemby is surrounded by an impressive young supporting cast who is not afraid of the moment does not mean that he still has to set the tone. And when he struggles, Stephon Castle struggles. Mm-hmm. When Stephon Castle struggles, Dylan Harper struggles. When Dylan Harper struggles, Keldon Johnson struggles. And it all leads back to Wemby. And it was very clear in the first 5 minutes, Wemby is here to remind everyone what he is capable of. And he certainly did it. 11 for 18, 32 points, played 39 of the 48 minutes. And there were some scrappy minutes, and there was a little bit of scuffling. And the tide is starting to turn on Wemby. I kind of liked it, too.
He was aggressive, okay? And the refs missed that push-pull on Brunson. Mm-hmm. And there's, like, questions, like, because he's so big, like, does he block the view of the ref seeing it? Like, how did they miss it when you have like the biggest guy on the court and arguably the smallest guy on the court? But you know what? I love to see it because obviously we see and talk about a lot of the kind, positive, I guess that Mamba mentality of Wemby. Mm-hmm. This is where we saw it. In moments like this. Because also, like, I don't know if you saw, but he was drawing in the park in New York City before game 3 with his sister. He was looking at a statue and he was like literally drawing the statue. So like this man is like so zen and so calm. And then to see that kind of aggressive play, I love it. I love it.
I understand if you are a Knicks fan, you see the heartbeat of your team in Jalen Brunson, who's given his all and had a heck of a game again last night. Quite literally getting shoved to the ground like a like Wemby shoved him like your little cousin won't stop bothering you on the couch and you're trying to watch the game. You just palm the back of their head and just
okay,
toss
little buddy,
them.
you're gonna go over there. You're gonna go over there.
I will say, come game 4, there will be some kind of message sent.
Oh, there'll be
to
retaliation.
Wemby.
There's going to be a retaliation.
If you are the Knicks and you want to make Charles Oakley proud, you have to retaliate. It is Game 7.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not Game 7. It is still on paper a seven game series that you have to plan for. So don't get tossed out.
Yeah.
But you cannot let that happen to Jalen Brunson and not do
Your star
something.
players. You have to.
So now if you're the Spurs, your head's on a swivel because you're waiting for them to strike first so that you can defend your guy. And they're going to strike early.
Wemby.
And they're going to strike Wemby. Now I have to do something. So it's going to be very
Scrappy.
tense. Very tense
Love it.
Game 4. And I expect a technical or two before the first quarter's over.
That's my style of play.
I kind of love it too.
I love it too. Remember, we want to hear from you guys. You can call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And we got Tony calling in from Valencia right now. Tony, how's it going?
Well, Brock, I got a bone to pick with you.
It's coming in hot.
As you know, Wemby, it's typical, that he was in New York last night because he mugged more people than get mugged in Central Park. and the other thing was the flagrant call on Brunson. Are you kidding me? He turned his back to the player, and the player jumped into him, and by accident, his foot hits his calf. And the other thing is with the NBA, when you challenge a call and then you lose that challenge and you lose a timeout, I know it's a rule, but that's a rule that's got to change because there were several calls down towards the end of that game that Mike Brown could have challenged that would have gone the Knicks' way. And my bone with the Knicks is all they do is give the ball to Jalen Brunson with 10 seconds left on the shot clock. There's no offense being run. There's no screens. There's no movement. It's just one guy hoping to drive and draw a foul.
Tony, thank you for calling in. You're the man. Drive wherever you're going to safely. Obviously a big Knicks fan.
Okay, I was like, I couldn't totally tell what side he was on in the beginning. I was like, was he kind of standing up for Wemby or was he mad at the Knicks? Like, what's going on?
He is a Knicks fan who wanted better from his team last night.
Got it.
And I do agree with his point regarding Jalen Brunson. I think when you have the ultimate ISO ball guy, sometimes you can be reliant on that. Like the Knicks are at their best when the offense is running through Cat and Carl Anthony Towns. And just because the offense runs through him doesn't mean he needs to take the most shots or hold the ball the longest. It's still Jalen Brunson's offense, but I think a lot of times in moments of panic, they get too reliant on, okay, just give the ball to Jalen and he's going to do something. Sometimes that works, but in the championship series, sometimes that does not work. So it seems that the Knicks fans do not like what Wemby's anger is doing to their star
but
pupil.
Also, like, what they should be mad about is New York's 13 turnovers. Like, that's what you need to look at in games like this. Like, they went in, they stole 2 games in San Antonio.
Yeah.
Spurs came in, stole game 1 in MSG, probably as we have been told, because, again, this is the first time in our generation that we're fully experiencing a finals game at Madison Square Garden. And what we've always been heard, it's the most hostile environment. It is going to be damn near impossible for them to win a game.
Yep.
And Wemby was drawn in the park earlier before the game, just peacefully minding his own business, and then came into the Garden and absolutely just dominated the Knicks.
The same way that we are sitting here watching this series as Laker fans saying this is an official shift from having a big 3 to having a star or 2 and surrounding them with as many role players as possible. There's also a shift that takes place if the Spurs do win this, Spurs in 6, by the way. And that is typically in basketball, more so than any other sport, there is a year before the year, right? Let's use the Oklahoma City Thunder. They make a run through the playoffs, but they're not championship ready. Then the next year they win the championship. You go back to Golden State. Before Kevin Durant even got there, they make a playoff run, they get bounced, but everyone knows, okay, now that they have playoff experience, this is their year, and they do it. The Spurs are kind of breaking the system here, saying, like, yeah, we don't care. Like, we want to win this now. And if they win a championship, there will be a complete rewiring of not only what it takes and how to build a roster to win a championship, but this whole waiting period kind of ends. Like, I look at Dylan Harper even more so than Stephon Castle, who was the rookie of the year last year, and Wemby. Dylan Harper is a rookie who doesn't know he's a rookie. Like, he doesn't know the moment is supposed to be too big. And why I bring this up is because typically you would expect a bunch of 22 and 23-year-olds to be intimidated by MSG being as loud as I've ever seen it.
Yeah.
They did not care.
Well, it's like you don't know what you don't know.
Yeah.
And that's why young teams are so dangerous. Like, you can go on the argument of like, oh, well, they don't have the experience. It's like, okay, but they also like don't know what to expect.
We don't know we're supposed to be nervous. We're just out here trying to win a championship.
And those kind of teams are extremely dangerous, especially when you have a guy like Wemby who's leading the charge, who, like we've talked about in world competitions, was like, I feel bad for all of my opponents.
As a 20-year-old.
Anybody I have to play against. So this is a fearless 22-year-old leading a team that is just so composed. Because the fact that you come into MSG down 2 games, that you lost at home, that like there was opportunities for you to win those games. You could be defeated. But they didn't. They turned it around, and this was the exact performance that they needed from their star to then trickle down to everyone else on the team.
And the pressure, it's so funny how momentum works in basketball. Well, really any sport that playoff structure is a series and not just one single game, because the Spurs have all the advantage and all the momentum in the world. The Knicks have lost all their mojo and they're up 1 game, and they're about to play the next game at home. And that next game at home, even though you're in front of your home crowd and you're up 1 game, all the pressure is on you. Because then
it's like we're back to 0.
I love it.
You're back to 0. Like when that happens, like it's a 3-game series.
It is. Playoff basketball is unlike anything, especially when there are so many narratives that will shift depending on which team wins this thing. I'm all in on Wemby. He needs to be easy with those elbows. Don't get tossed out of a game, because that is how your legacy goes into the tank. Your team needs you, but I love the fight that he has. He just needs to get better and sneakier at showing it.
Yeah, the other thing I was thinking watching both these teams, like they were able to build. They were able to build from the ground up, but then also build around. And it makes you think of the Lakers situation, because obviously all LA fans sitting at home watching this like, okay, I can't wait until we're back there. How do we get back there? We already know that this is like one of the most important off seasons for the Lakers, with so many big names and big contracts in flux. And how are you going to build around Luka Doncic? These teams had the opportunity to be bad for a decent amount of time. The Lakers don't have that ability. And I heard D. Fish talking about it on D. Fish and Decker this morning. And he's like, it's just hard with young players on the Lakers team when it comes to drafting. They almost have to be like Les Snead and F them picks and use them as a trade bait or a trade capital, because the Lakers aren't a developmental team. They're not going to bring a young guy in and help develop them. They need a young guy to come in who is a win now, plug and play rookie, which isn't what you normally get unless it's a guy who was in college for 3+ years, which that's not the norm.
Right.
So it's tough, because you look at these teams and you're like, well, how did the Lakers get here? It's like, well, they can't even be close to the same situation to get to this point.
There could be 5 Wembys. The Lakers will never be in a situation to draft one of them.
No.
Right? It's difficult, but it is not impossible. And I'm excited to dive into more Lakers going forward.
Yeah.
But if you are a Laker fan and you're watching this game and you wonder, what can I take from this game or this series as a whole? It's that the biggest stars, yes, of course, are Victor Wembanyama and Jalen Brunson. But you can find a Julian Champagnie. You can find a Devin Vassell. You can find a De'Aaron Fox. You can find a Keldon Johnson, Josh Hart. You can find guys who maybe aren't running the show, but are key contributors to this team and are the reason that these teams both won 50-plus games. And you can find them Is it easy to find them? No, but the Spurs did and the Knicks did, which means the Lakers can too.
Well, can you find him, and can you pay him too? So that's also the biggest question. What are you giving Austin Reeves? What are you going to be giving LeBron James if you give him something? And what do you have left to go out and find these guys and, more importantly, pay them? Much more Laker finals, all that talk coming up later. We're also giving away Sparks tickets at the top of the next hour. So make sure you're listening to win those. All you have to do is call 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We're going to take a quick break here. When we come back, do you care, LA? Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. We're live everywhere, so if you're listening to us on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, we appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, get in the comment section. We want you to be a part of this show at The Fan LA. You can also follow us on all socials. Slide into our DMs. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. You guys, it is time for one of our favorite segs. Do you care, LA?
You guys know what time it is. Do You Care LA? It's kind of turning into a staple in LA. People are coming up to me and they're like, "Oh, you're Shay from Do You Care LA?" It's happening all the time, I swear.
Keep telling yourself
And then
that,
you
Shay.
hit him with the shoulder shimmy.
I go, yeah, you guys remember this?
That's how you recognize me.
Yeah, it's
shimmy,
amazing.
shimmy, shimmy, Shay.
The Latinas can't get enough
shimmy,
of me.
shimmy, Shay.
Come on.
I like
Shay,
shimmy, shimmy, Shay. That works.
Shay, you be cray. Shimmy, shimmy, cray. Shimmy, shimmy, Shay.
Well, the first thing we're going to get into isn't that fun. So SoFi Stadium workers voted to authorize a strike. We were talking about this last week. So the strike is authorized for the World Cup coming to Los Angeles. Unite Here Local 11 says workers voted 96% in favor of a strike, meaning cashiers, concession workers, bartenders, cooks, dishwashers, and food attendants could walk off the job if a deal isn't reached. What do you guys think?
So this doesn't have to do with necessarily FIFA and the World Cup. It has to do with SoFi.
The actual stadium employees.
Oh, okay. So for some reason, I think originally I thought this was like a FIFA thing, like they weren't paying them enough and things like that. But no, this comes down to Kroenke and SoFi, right? Or is it completely separate?
So their demands include higher pay, job security, protections against subcontracting, and safety concerns around immigration enforcement at World Cup matches.
Oh, yeah.
That's big time.
I mean,
we definitely care.
Because game one is Friday.
Yes.
USA is playing at SoFi. So, like, SoFi is already, like, such a mess to get in and out of. It is one of the most insane stadiums once you're inside, but the process of getting around, there are so many workers that are so helpful getting you places because it is a maze to get in and out of that place. That would be a disaster.
And SoFi itself is like a city. Like, I went to my first Rams game the first year that SoFi was open, and I went to go get a beer or something, and I got lost, and I came across a concert. Like, they're just putting on concerts during the game. Like, there are so many things going on at that stadium. Now, one of their issues is subcontracting, which means so if they're trying to get protections against subcontracting, I'm wondering if SoFi can still get replacement workers for the time being.
In time?
Either way, though, it's still going to be a mess because you have 48 hours to teach these new subcontractors how SoFi works.
For the World Cup too, and security getting in and out, like this is a power move. Like you got to get it done. You have to get it done because, like, I don't know if you've seen, where was it in Florida where like they didn't have the right security for like a world game. And they fans like stormed the stadium. Like it was
chaos.
It was scary.
It
was scary chaos.
There are so many ways that really any event where tens of thousands of people are meeting in one place can go wrong.
Yeah.
Then you add the cultural barriers, the language barriers. Like, you need people who understand how this stadium works. There are 8 games being held at SoFi, the biggest one being a quarterfinal.
Yeah, we care.
We definitely care.
We care. This is scary.
Getting to that stadium can be a nightmare. How there isn't a metro line that just drops you off right there instead of having to get on a bus and then get on this bus and then go over there is a nightmare. So getting into the stadium, I mean, your experience in the stadium, and maybe most importantly, getting out of the stadium.
Yeah, the security issue is what I care about, and that's scary.
Yeah. This is an issue, and credit to any union who is willing to time things up to put as much feet to as big of a fire as possible. And this is a massive risk because something like this can also piss off a Kroenke or whoever else makes the call and says we're done with you. So I'm always going to lean to the side of the workers, but
the union.
This is a scary situation.
So yeah, what Alex was talking about is the Copa America final in Miami. So
Yeah,
that got
that was
delayed because
insane.
When they bum rushed the game.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Scary.
That was nuts.
Pretty scary stuff. Hopefully they have enough leverage to get something out of it. We'll see. I don't know. We talked about Kroenke a little bit earlier this year when he was trying to get money from Inglewood.
$400 million.
Still trying to get money from
That's
Inglewood.
insane. You're building a $10 billion facility in the Valley. You self-funded SoFi. You are one of the richest owners in the league. Married to one of the richest families in the United States, the Walmart family. Like, stop.
Yeah.
That is billionaire ick right now, trying to take more money from Inglewood. Like, absolutely not.
I'm sure we'll have an update on that next week or following in the next month. On to the next one, guys. We're keeping with the World Cup, but this one's a little bit more fun. And a lot more fun, actually.
Okay.
Foreign World Cup visitors are discovering America's late-night fast food. We've talked a little bit about this already, guys. With more fans coming to the U.S., they're coming from Korea, Europe, all of these beautiful places, and they're getting to try our beautiful fast foods. Taco Bell, Waffle House, Wendy's. You can name them all. Do you care, L.A.?
I care because it's funny.
Yes.
And, like, this is what we do, right? When we go and travel to like all these foreign countries, like I go on a food tour.
Yeah.
That is my favorite thing ever. But it makes me so sad that like our food tour here in America is like these fast food restaurant chains.
It's what we do best.
No.
It's
Absolutely not. There's like so much like I don't know.
I saw a
Like-
video of
Like when you're in the South, like go find like the Southern food, like go find the best fried chicken. Like when you're in SoCal, go find like the best like Mexican food and tacos. Like that to me is like finding the culture within the United States, like things like that. Not going to Taco Bell and Wendy's. That is no. That's a hard no.
I will say one. My favorite video that I've seen was a Korean gentleman who was in Mexico hitting a keg stand. And if that is not the best that the World Cup can offer, I don't know what is. I love that video. Please keep sending me any foreigners who are visiting North America for the first time videos. I want all of them. Secondly, it does bear mentioning that it's not what America does best. It's what people think we do best.
And what we do best, Brock, which you have, it still blows my mind, has never tried ranch. We got West Coast Don from LA on the line right now, who has some thoughts on this as well. West Coast Don, how we doing?
Yes, I'm here. Go ahead. How you doing?
So tell us what you think. You heard that Brock has never had ranch before, right?
Right. So here's the deal. You cannot ruin his ranch experience. It's like your first kiss or something. If he's going to have ranch for the first time, let it be with some wings, okay? Something he's going to never forget. He's ate wings before. Is that correct?
Have you had wings?
I love wings.
Okay.
So it has to be wings.
What do you dip your wings in?
I don't know how you... I don't know. Yeah, there you go.
Wait, what do you dip your wings in?
I don't dip them in anything. I just eat the sauce that's on them. Now,
you're a freak.
Don,
What?
does it need to be a dry rub wing or can it be a
No.
wet sauce wing that
Wet
I dip
sauce
in
wing.
ranch?
All of the above.
No. Let's get him some ranch and some wings, and we get this over with quick.
Yeah.
So
Okay. You know what? West Coast Don, you're right. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
I think that's definitely the first ranch experience we need to give you is a wing experience, then maybe like a French fry. Because like wings come with French fries. Like wing places have French fries. And then pizza will be third. But we got to build up your ranch profile here. That is absolutely wild to me that you have never had ranch before,
I would
especially
say
with wings.
the most likely
Like, do you blue
thing.
cheese? You dip them in
I
blue
cannot stand blue cheese.
Dude, I can't do blue cheese
The
either,
most
but, like,
likely scenario where I eat ranch is on a wing. So thank you for West Coast
Okay.
Don. I can see that vision clearly.
Okay, we're doing it. Shay, let's make this happen. Maybe on Friday, we're going to order some wings to the
NECC
show.
ranch, I'm down. Let's do it.
We'll order wings and french fries
Let's do
and
it.
like a tub of ranch. All right, don't go anywhere. Hour number 2 next. We're giving away some Sparks tickets. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen, hour number 2. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the chat at The Fan LA. You can also follow us on all socials, slide into our DMs, and call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. And you're really going to want to call us because, you guys, we are about to give away some Sparks tickets.
Hey.
The WNBA's biggest celebration is coming to crypto on Sunday, June 21st, when the Sparks take on the Liberty, from special guests to one-of-a-kind giveaways. It's going to be an unforgettable night celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first Sparks game that happened on June 21st, 1997. You can get your tickets at lasparks.com/1997, or, you know what you can do? Give us a call right now because we got a pair of LA Sparks tickets for you. No trivia, no games. Just be caller number 4 and you can win. So just call us right now, 855-975-2326. 855-975-2326. Caller number 4 is going to win a pair of Sparks tickets. And I'm really excited because we're going to have Sparks sideline reporter Nikki Kay joining us a little later in the show. I saw her. She was sitting courtside with Will Ferrell and his family.
Mixing and mingling.
Yeah. They get some fun big stars.
They do.
Down at Sparks. We got to do a family trip.
We will.
We haven't done a family adventure in the wild yet.
We have to go to a Sparks game. We have to do a golf outing.
Ooh.
We need to do barbecue again because this time you're going to come with us.
Go. I know. I'm a mom now, so I got responsibilities for other humans that I got to plan around.
Bring a little Curry.
Dude, I would love.
Does she have teeth?
Little Jaxie? Oh, dude, she's got 7 teeth. She's
she's
10
ready
months
for
old.
barbecue.
Like, girl,
she's ready.
You guys, everyone's like, oh yeah, no, they don't get teeth until like that much until after 1. I was like, no. Girlfriend got these at 8 months old.
She is chewing already, guys.
And they're like, yeah, let her eat her own food. I hand her whole food. She chomps the whole thing. Like, I'm like, we can't do this. Like, this is terrible. Like, shout out to all the parents out there that are, getting into solids for the first time. It is a terrifying, wild experience.
Let's get her some
Trying
brisket.
to teach a little human not to, like, when you see it, literally shove your face with, like, everything that you see on your plate and, like, slowly eat and chew and swallow. Yeah, though, it's every day is a new adventure being a parent. But, yeah, no, we bring her everywhere. So that's actually a good idea. I'll go home. I'll pick her up. I'll bring her. I'm bringing her to Petco Park this weekend because my husband's band Pepper is playing with Sublime down at Petco Park. So we're going to have some fun weekends because you're going to a World Cup game.
I am in Houston, Germany and Curacao.
Oh, I wonder if you're going to see, because isn't the guy you're following on social a German guy? Is he making his way out to that game?
Oh, my God. How did I not put that together?
Is he making his way out to that game?
He's following them across the country, so yeah.
Dude, you got to track him down.
Thank you so much for putting that together.
We have to put out like some sort of like slide into his DMs.
I will message him before the show is over.
I've been talking about your adventure.
Yeah.
I would love to try some stadium food with you.
Yes.
You should do some stadium food with him, Brock.
How did I not put...
Well, that's what I'm here for.
Yes.
Yeah,
oh, my God.
An outside perspective.
I have to meet this guy. I'm meeting this guy.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm meeting this guy.
Yeah.
We are going to formulate a DM, and we are shipping it off, and we are meeting this guy. Yes.
I'm into this.
I'm excited.
I'm into this. Yeah. All right. Now, remember, you can call us 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We want you to be a part of this show and the conversation. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. Now, last hour, we talked about Game 3, right? NBA Finals. Wemby finally showing up. I think he woke up.
Yeah.
Because we talked a lot about that Western Conference final. And I think a lot of the conversation was whoever comes out of the West is going to just absolutely dominate.
Steamroll the Knicks.
Yeah. Was not the case. Definitely was not the case. But last night, what we saw, and what I think should be encouraging, especially for a team like the Lakers, when you're watching both these teams in the finals, it feels doable. It feels like they are a few pieces away from being able to compete with a healthy team, because we have to remember, down the stretch, last part of the regular season and into the playoffs, Lakers were not at full strength. They didn't have their number one. They didn't have their number two-ish. Luka Doncic went down in the regular season game against OKC. Austin Reeves also went down that exact same game. So OKC just absolutely, just in so many ways destroyed the Lakers this season, whether it was on the court or the injuries that happened during the games we faced them, and then the playoff series. So as you're watching this, you're kind of narrowing down of, okay, what do the Lakers need to do this offseason? And we had Jovan Buha, who was on the show yesterday, Lakers Insider, and he pointed to two big things that the Lakers need to do this summer. And that was adding a star-level wing and improving the front court. So when you were listening to him, and he gave us some names, did you see it? Could you see the future?
I could. There will always be the top tier free agents.
Yeah.
Now, this offseason, that list is probably the shortest it's been in recent memory.
Yeah.
However, on the flip side of things, if we've learned anything from the Luka trade, everyone can be got, right? There's always a way to make something work. The one that excites me the most is probably Jalen Duren, who he is with the Detroit Pistons. Big man, had a phenomenal regular season, cooled off a bit in the playoffs, so much so it's kind of up in the air whether or not the Pistons are going to cash him out. I still believe that they will, but that is one of the names that excited me the most because, again, Jovan was throwing out names that I didn't even consider, and that was the biggest one for me. He's young, he's athletic, he has length, he can defend, he's willing to get physical. And as we've been mentioning for the past couple weeks, yes, it is a question of whether or not LeBron and Reeves come back, but the biggest issue on the Lakers is the front court. And DeAndre Ayton can't be relied upon. He'll probably opt in and still be a Laker next year, but he will not be the starting center.
Yeah, so it's tough because obviously the Lakers have a lot of good pieces. And in that run in March, we saw what they could be when everybody's healthy and when they're playing at full strength. And when LeBron James, one of the greatest players of all time, was okay being the third fiddle and being the number 3 guy. And as we heard him say over and over again, I've never been number 3 in my career, even in my life. He made that extremely clear. So that's how it works, and that's why it worked. But on top of all this, and obviously needing to improve in a couple big places, they need a big guy, right? But they also have, again, Lakers aren't going to have a top pick. That's just not who they are. That's not, the brand doesn't allow it to happen because there's an expectation of it should always be the mentality of championship or bust with the Lakers culture. And that's just what it is. So they don't have the luxury that the Spurs had, or that, I don't even know if I'd call it a luxury for the Knicks. That was just brutal for decades. But they don't have the ability, I'll say the ability, like OKC or the Spurs did, to not be great for a handful of years and to get amazing draft capital and homegrown guys, and to be able to create this culture that is now the new blueprint of the NBA.
Yeah, Luka Doncic did not come here to not compete for championships. You traded for Luka, who had recently competed in a finals. It was very lopsided, but he made it there. You don't trade for that player to now lower the standard. And then you combine that with the Lakers standard. And the standard is, from 2015 to 2017, the Lakers drafted number 2 overall for 3 consecutive years, and that can never happen again.
Yeah.
Not only did it not work out, the Lakers can never be in that standpoint ever again. It has to be forward. And the beauty of being in LA is the draw aspect. But the limiting factor is the cap space that superstars now take up. So it's a double-edged sword of being in LA means Luka wants to be here and Austin Reeves wants to be here, and really any free agent would want to be here. It's a matter of how creative can you get, which leads to Andrew Friedman and the Dodgers takeover and how creative they can get. And I say Moneyball, like they're gonna Moneyball this roster, not in a sense of they're not willing to spend money, but in a sense of so much of your cap is already taken up.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to get creative, and the more I think about it, the more excited I get from a baseball pair of eyes to look at this thing and see what they can do.
So let's bring in another sports mentality, and let's bring in Les Snead and the FM picks.
Okay.
How much do the Lakers need to really adopt that mindset and that strategy?
That's a good question, because basketball is in recent years, basketball has tried to limit the freedom that you can have, whereas baseball right now, why we're headed toward a lockout, is because if you got the money to do it, go ahead and do it, and we'll figure it out later, right? Basketball used to be like that. It's not that. It's not quite that anymore. The salary cap is still a suggestion, but there are significantly more restrictions than there are in baseball. So if you're Andrew Friedman and you're bringing your crew over, rocket scientists, and they're still looking to hire another assistant GM under Rob Pelinka, you can't do exactly what you did in baseball, but you also can't exactly do what Les Snead did, because they're starting to restrict. With this new update to fight tanking, they're starting to restrict what you can do with future draft picks as well. So they're not entirely handcuffed, but from a baseball or football perspective, it is very different. I'm remaining very optimistic in that they can find a way to figure this out, but this is kind of the phrase with the Dodgers, since they're dealing with Shohei. There's no blueprint for Shohei. There's no blueprint for this either, because they can't directly translate how they've done things to basketball.
Okay, so Lakers have the number 25 pick. What do you think they should use this pick for? To add a young front piece, or do they use it in a package to try to get someone right away that's already an established player, which seems more kind of on brand for what the Lakers do?
In a perfect scenario, you find a sign and trade situation. Actually, you expect DeAndre Ayton to opt in.
Yeah.
And you package him with that pick for something. Are you going to find a Jalen Duren or a Sabonis or a starting front court? No, you're not. But you can find those Josh Harts. You can find those Julian Champagnes. You can find a role player who, hey, do this one thing really, really well and do this second thing pretty good. And you would rather have that than, say, DeAndre Ayton and that 25th pick.
Okay, so then now the added layers come in, right? So you have Luka Doncic. Obviously, Austin Reeves is looking at a max contract. And then you have LeBron James. So we know that Luka wants Austin there. Made it very clear. Doesn't want to be a part of a trade package. He wants him to be his number 2. Is it still worth it to be building around a 41-year-old LeBron James? And again, I don't think it needs to be building around, but is he a building piece to this next phase of the Lakers?
I see LeBron James as the best placeholder in the history of sports, meaning that sounds crueler than I wanted to, but meaning that LeBron is not the future of the Lakers. He has 1, maybe 2 years. You're not planning for LeBron's future. You're planning for Luka's future, knowing that LeBron being there makes that future much brighter than without him. So say LeBron agrees to $25 million.
Oof, no.
I
think it has to be closer to 30. But
we'll call it 30.
I'm not the GM.
We'll call it 30,
yeah.
And you are planning for LeBron to give you everything that he has, while also knowing this $30 million is going to be freed up in 2 years, maybe even next year. So not that you can compete now and plan for the future at the same time. I feel that every time a team tries to do that, they fall flat on their face and end up having to blow the whole thing up. But you also have to realize that what we learned a couple weeks ago, that Luka really is only tied down as a Laker for 3 more years. So in an event that LeBron plays 2 more years, you now have that $30 million. You have Austin Reeves tied up, and you need to land someone or something or some kind of package to where Luka will now re-sign for 1 million more seasons. So if you are the Lakers, to put it as succinctly as possible, you have to get LeBron to agree to the least amount of money imaginable, while also building a team to where when LeBron leaves, you can use whatever money you spent on him to immediately replace that piece and continue competing, because you can't go backwards when LeBron leaves.
That's what people forget. Every time LeBron leaves a team, he kind of leaves them in shambles. Yes. Lakers don't have time to do that, and so that also cannot be an option. All right, guys, it is time for our Sparks giveaway winner. Craig from Encino, you are caller number 4, and you're going to the Sparks Liberty game on June 21st to celebrate the 30th anniversary. How are we feeling, Craig?
Yeah!
Let's go, Craig!
Go Sparks!
Love that. Congratulations. Oh.
He's already headed to the stadium.
I know.
He's too excited.
See ya. I love it. Craig.
I am amped up with my kids.
Oh, let's
Beautiful.
go. Did you say you're with your kid? You're going to bring your kid?
Oh, my God. I got a 10 and 8-year-old that we listen to you guys ever since you started this station. We are fanatics. We're Dodger to the core.
Oh, my gosh.
We listen to you guys on the way there, on the way home, on the way to school, home from school. Man, we can't get enough of you guys. All of you.
Love you, Craig. Appreciate that.
First-time caller, long-time listener. That's what we love to hear.
Oh, yeah. My boys and I, we're going to be with you guys all the way.
Oh, thank you, Craig.
Have fun at the game, Craig. Congratulations.
And thank you to the family. We got our Fangelinos.
Yeah, there we go.
You guys, we still haven't talked about that in a long time. Our name that we came up with for all of our fans, the Fangelinos.
I love it. Craig loves it.
Dude, I love that, all that, like,
him and his boys.
I love that. Listening
Summer
on the way
break
to
just
school,
started. Yeah.
on your way to the games. Shout out to Craig and the family. We appreciate you listening. You guys, we're called The Fan for a reason. This is all for you. We are also fans of everything that we're talking about. We love all the love. You can call us and you can be a part of the show at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Call in and hang out with Brock and me anytime. We want to hear from you guys. We want to know what you think. We got a lot of thoughts on what the Lakers need to do this offseason, but we're going to have some fun coming up next, because we're going to the other side of the dugout. We're heading to the other side. We're heading to Pittsburgh, all right, because we've got a guest. We got a guest that is based in Pittsburgh. And you know what? I love these situations because you really get to know the mind of, say, a Paul Skeens. This is someone who is with that side on a daily basis. Don't go anywhere, because that's coming up next here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here and being a part of the show. Well, guess what, guys? Dodgers are in Pittsburgh. First pitch at 3:40 p.m. PT this afternoon. So we're going to head to the other side of the dugout. We're going to head to Pittsburgh and bring in the host of the Fan Morning Show, 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh, Adam Crowley. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, appreciate it. Thank you, guys. Hope it's all going well out there with the station. Everything sounds and looks great.
Thank you. Now, I want you to paint the picture for LA fans, right? Because Paul Skeens is one of the most dominant, scary pitchers in the game right now. What's the feeling in Pittsburgh every 5 days when he takes them out, especially on a night like tonight when you're facing the back-to-back World Series champions?
Well, the lineup's going to be tough. He has had some success historically against the Dodgers. We will remember a couple of years ago when Skeens was a rookie and he struck Shohei Ohtani out in a 101-mile-an-hour fastball. And then later in the game, Shohei came back and took him deep. Just a titanic matchup. The ironic thing right now is for the last few years, every fifth day, Paul Skeens was just about the only thing to be able to cheer for or to be excited about. And now he has been pretty good. He still has a sub-3 ERA. He still has a bunch of strikeouts. He's still been Skeens-ish, but he hasn't been full Skeens. His ERA almost a full run over what we're used to seeing. Now, maybe that's just him becoming a victim of his own success, but the team has been much better this year than it has in recent vintages, and he has been a little bit behind where I think folks here are expecting, and they're hoping that tonight might be a chance for him to bounce back with the Dodgers coming to town and the excitement that that'll bring.
And Adam, similar to what you're saying, the Pirates have only won 6 of Skeens' 13 starts, though he has left with the lead 8 times. What is the vibe for the fans right now out there, just regarding this team, regarding Skeens, regarding a pretty difficult NL Central?
Well, I think a lot of people are excited about where the Pirates are. They finally spent some money, not Dodger money, but some money this offseason and added a couple of bats. One of them is Brandon Lau. He should be able to play tonight. He took a foul ball off the kneecap, which didn't look good the other day against Atlanta. He had dislocated or fractured his kneecap in the past, but he looks okay now. He is one of the, if not the best second baseman in all of baseball this year. They added Ryan O'Hearn, who's been a legitimate presence in the middle of the lineup, and then a couple of their other guys who are here before these offseason additions have picked up their game with a little bit of lineup protection. Pirates, as we sit right now, half game out of the wild card, and a lot of their metrics are better than that. They have top 5 run differential in the league. Their Pythagorean record, if you're into that, I don't know that I am. I just wanted to sound smart. It makes them look better than they actually have been. So people are pretty pumped. It does not take a lot around here to get people excited about the Pirates. You know, the Steelers, if they go 10-7 and lose in the playoffs again, people will lose their minds. But if the Pirates just happen to sneak into the postseason, even if they got blown out, I think people will be pretty excited around here.
I've heard it's one of the cooler stadiums in Major League Baseball. It's one of the few that I haven't been to, so that's still definitely on the bucket list. But I want another one about Skeens, right? Because he's been a little more hittable lately. And when you have a lineup like the Dodgers coming to town, because he's allowed, 15 runs over his last 4 starts, is that concerning, or do you look at it as this is an opportunity for him to get back on track?
He's always been a guy that wants to meet the moment and has met the moment historically throughout his brief major league career. So I think people around here are fired up and hoping that he can take the step forward that he hasn't really the last month. That being said, there are some legitimate reasons for concern. People around here don't want to hear it, but the fastball velocity when he broke out as a rookie was 98.8 miles an hour on average. It's down to 97.1 now. Not that that's still not really hard, but what we've seen is that has maybe led to a little bit of flattening of the fastball, not as much movement, and then his splinter pitch, which he came into the league with and threw about 30% of the time, he's only thrown it about 11% of the time this year. For what reason, I'm not sure. Some have speculated maybe he used to nibble around the corners a little bit more with the ABS. he's finding more of the plate. I'm more concerned about the fastball velocity, though, and I wonder if it might have something to do with getting ramped up earlier with the World Baseball Classic. He's very much a creature of habit, Paul Skeens, but he has not been the same guy. Still very good, still probably worth all-star consideration, but particularly in this last month, you just haven't seen the same typical efficient Skeens.
Adam, the Pirates are flirting with the wild card spot right now as we stand here in the NL. A brutal stretch against the Braves, getting swept there. But are there any takeaways and things to be excited about as you get another opportunity in a, we'll call a measuring stick type of series that starts later today?
Well, I think if the Pirates keep doing what they have done, if they beat up on some of the lesser competition and play well against the NL Central, then I think they can be in a playoff spot. They'll need to add a couple of pieces, particularly to the bullpen around the deadline. But I'm not sure that they do measure up with the Dodgers, with the Braves of the world. They played the Phillies when the Phillies were starting to get hot. They got swept by them. I think the Pirates are probably in that next tier of contenders in a really crowded and competitive National League. But if they can stay in this thing through the All-Star break, I think you add a couple of bullpen arms, and with the young dynamic rotation and with the lineup scoring about 5 runs a game, their best since 1940, I do think they'll have a chance to get into the postseason. Their schedule does ease up in September and August a little bit.
Now, we just missed the Skeens versus Ohtani on the mound matchup by a day, but we're expecting to get Skeens versus Ohtani, the hitter. How big is this individual matchup locally? Do people get excited for this one?
Absolutely. This has been the talk of the town today, really all weekend. Not that folks were looking ahead of the Braves. We hate the Braves, 1992, things of that nature. But I think when the Dodgers come to town, it's always special. There'll be some Dodger blue throughout the stadium. The weather, we'll see if it holds up. It's been really nice the last 2 weeks, so of course we're probably going to get a little bit of rain tonight.
Nice.
But yeah, people are jacked up about it, and I think folks want to see what it looks like with Paul Skeens. Can he bounce back? He had never had 2 bad starts in a row prior to a month ago, and now 3 of his last 4 starts have been tough. So I think a lot of the folks around here think he's going to bounce back. I need to see it, but it has been the talk of the town all day long.
Adam, of course, all eyes are on Skeens and Ohtani today, but tomorrow when Ohtani takes the mound, what is the matchup you are most excited to see from the Pirates offense?
Can they put the ball in play a little bit? I think as good as they've been at hitting the ball over the fence and getting on base, they are among the league leaders in whiffs. And O'Neal Cruz, who is a joy to watch when he's on, he can hit the ball as far as anybody in the game. He'll mash fastballs, but he's also on pace to strike out more than any hitter in the history of Major League Baseball. I do think they'll need to score some runs, and I'm not sure that looks good for them. Jared Jones will be on the mound for Pittsburgh. He had an elbow surgery, so he made his first appearance 2 weeks ago after 14 months. Did not pitch well in the first game, pitched very well in the second game, throwing 5 scoreless. He throws 100, 101 miles an hour. So it's an intriguing pitching matchup here in Pittsburgh in its own right, but I think folks just want to see if this team can go a little mano-a-mano with Ohtani and maybe hit a couple long ones because that's what they've done all year, although Ohtani's, his ERA is microscopic.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. It's going to be a fun series. I want to switch gears to the NFL because you have one of the bigger names, Aaron Rodgers, kind of doing his last dance, his final season, and he's getting reunited with your new head coach, Mike McCarthy, for the Steelers. How are people feeling about this in Pittsburgh?
Depends on when you ask them. If you're asking me now, I think people are excited. At first it was, oh, hey, yeah, let's get the old guy and the other old guy who beat us in the Super Bowl 16 years ago, and let's see if they can help us now. Yeah. A lot of people said it was a continuation of the Mike Tomlin era, which I think in most parts of the country, people would look at that and say, hey, it's a pretty good thing. But here in Pittsburgh, I think people want to want to win a playoff game for the first time in a decade. Oof. Now, though, you know how it goes. Like, the closer you get to the season, the more you hear the coaches talk, the more the beat writers say, oh, so-and-so's in the best shape of their life. People start getting fired up. And I think there are some reasons for optimism. The Steelers haven't been an offense-first team since the end of the Ben Roethlisberger, Antonio Brown, Le'Veon Bell days. And I think they're going to try to win some games on that side of the ball this year and still have one of the highest-paid defenses in the league. I think there are reasons for optimism. I think it could look similar, but I think the record might be similar, but it might take a different path to get there.
And at the end of the season, hopefully the Steelers do win that playoff game. But maybe more importantly, what do you hope you learn about this team in the first year of the Mike McCarthy era?
I just want to see a functioning offense. I mean, that's how low the bar's been around here. And I realize with Aaron Rodgers, there's probably only so much of a ceiling given his age and relative lack of mobility. But can this offense around Rodgers gel? They've got a lot of good pieces, a couple of good wide receivers. They've really been adding to the offensive line through the draft for 3 years. And if Mike McCarthy and this new coaching staff can prove that they're able to develop an offensive line, to show some creativity offensively, I think even if the Steelers hit their head on that playoff win ceiling again, I think there might be people looking forward to next year thinking, okay, you get a young quarterback in here, maybe McCarthy's able to develop that guy. Plus, they do have 2 young quarterbacks on this roster. I don't know that it gets anybody super excited, but Drew Aller, who's kind of a local kid from Penn State, and Will Howard, there's a ton of Ohio State fans around here. He won a national championship. Fans are desperate that maybe one of these guys could be the next franchise quarterback of the Steelers.
All right, Adam, I feel like the Steelers also kind of won in this trade, the blockbuster move of Myles Garrett going from the Browns to the Rams. How excited are Steeler fans and everybody around town that you don't got to face Myles Garrett as much in your division anymore?
Are you kidding me? I'm so happy that this guy is gone. And what's funny is last year, Myles Garrett has, 23.5 sacks.
Yeah.
He didn't get any sacks against the Steelers in 2 games.
Dang.
And he totally wrecked them, though. Their game plan got thrown out the window. The second game, Rodgers might have thrown the ball down the field 2 times. It was all sideways. It was disgusting to watch, all because they wanted to keep that guy from getting into the backfield. He's a game wrecker. He's a menace. You have to lose sleep every night of the week leading up to playing that guy. And for a long time, Steelers fans and Browns fans would squabble on social media. We don't have much here in the Rust Belt about who is better than the other. And I think Myles has taken that mantle. He's run with it. And luckily, he can go do it for a team that people around here don't hate.
Adam, it is officially summer break, so if a family from LA was flying to Pittsburgh to catch this 3-game series, what is something that they have to do out there in Pittsburgh?
I'd say get on the airplane and go back to LA, probably would be the first thing I would do. I'm sitting on my back patio right now, and I said the weather's been great. It's so humid right now. I'm drenched in sweat. But how long have we been talking? 9 minutes? Yeah. I'm drenched in sweat. But seriously, I'd go, get to the river, jump in, cool yourself off. But PNC Park is beautiful, and if you're looking to grab some food, run down to the Strip District. A lot of, there's great pierogies and all kind of local fare down there. So go check that out on your way back to the airport.
Oh my goodness, Adam! Thank you so much. You're hilarious.
Thanks, Adam.
That is awesome.
You guys rock. Keep it up. Loving what you guys are doing out there. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Get on
about as honest as you can be.
So, a very dear friend of mine's wife is from the Pittsburgh area, so I've been there a couple times for whatever reasons, birthdays and stuff. Primanti Brothers makes a mean sandwich. That's kind of their in and out. Not that they do burgers; it's more deli sandwiches. Okay. But it's really good.
It looks rad. My husband's played there. Pepper's been there a bunch, and they have this old converted church that's now a concert venue.
Cool.
Yeah, and then my my homie Jo Taylor is from Pittsburgh, so she pumps it up all the time. I've just never been there. It was never
is beautiful.
It was a ballpark that everyone talks about as like one of their favorites. I mean, obviously, I don't think anything is gonna ever take away the greatness of Dodger Stadium from me. I mean, like as I said, I think Petco's pretty close, but I also I went to college in San Diego, so I went to a lot of games there, and then now I'm going to have another connection there with my husband playing Petco Park this weekend. So, I don't know. I feel like it has similar vibes, though, in the city.
Yes. So I will say this, too. Two things that Pittsburgh gets right. They make the most of bodies of water. There's a river. There's a bunch of rivers that flow through.
Like Adam said, go jump in the river.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I love that. Really, no matter where you go, you have to cross a river, and it's
so there's
beautiful.
Lots of bridges.
You are constantly going over bridges and getting beautiful views. The second thing that Pittsburgh does that I wish every sports town did.
Okay.
All of their professional teams are the same color scheme. The Penguins, the Steelers, and the Pirates are all the same colors, and I've assumed it was intentional, but I think that is the coolest thing.
I mean, we're adjacent. I'm looking at all the flags on the back wall right now, and there is some yellow, blue, blue, purple.
Blue is the most popular.
Lakers, there's at least one color. We use blue, yellow, because Lakers have yellow in it. We're blue and yellow on the fan.
Right.
Dodgers blue.
But I love. Oh, and you could throw UCLA in there, who also kind of has like a blue thing.
Chargers, they're Chargers colors.
But I love, no matter where you go, no matter what jersey you wear, you're wearing the right colors in Pittsburgh. I think they nailed that.
Is that any other sports team around the country? Is that a thing too?
I'm gonna look that up during break.
A color scheme.
That's the only one that I know
color
of.
scheme.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Sorry, no. I'm not D-Mac and Reiter. if you want a punny show, they come up after us.
I'm gonna look that up during the break.
That's what they do. Yeah, I'd be curious. Don't go anywhere when we come back, you guys. Questions for you. Okay, we were talking about Myles Garrett, and we heard Adam talk about how happy Pittsburgh is that he ain't in their division anymore. He's officially in LA. Where would you rank him among all-time LA athletes? That's coming up next here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So if you're watching the live stream, we got a fun poll going on right now. Producer Shay, what we're talking about Dodgers and Pirates. First pitch is in a couple hours here. It's an earlier game because they're in Pittsburgh. What are we asking LA right now?
So yeah, if you guys want to be a part of this poll too, just search up the Fan LA on YouTube and you can answer this question. Will the Dodgers beat up Skeens tonight? 3+ runs or less than 2 runs? Right now, 3+ runs has 78%.
Yeah.
And less than 2 runs has 22%. It's only been 17 minutes.
You know what, though? He has been struggling. He gave up like 15. He's given up 15
over the
runs,
past 4 games,
starts.
I believe. Yeah.
I mean, this is a great opportunity for the Dodgers to, kind of bounce back after Sunday's just absolute
drubbing.
That was insane. Yeah. But, that's going to happen. That's normal. They took the series. Let the Angels have that big win. They usually get one a year in the Freeway Series. They needed that. The Angels needed that win more than the Dodgers did.
I agree. I do agree. And as far as Skeens, I see, and I cannot explain why, but so much of baseball is just vibe and what's going on between the ears. I see a offensive explosion today for the Dodgers.
I hope you're right.
I would love to be right. I just feel that for a lot of players, they're coming off multiple days of rest because Dave Roberts sat Will Smith, he sat Mookie, he sat Pajes, I think, as well.
Let me see. So, on that Sunday game, it was Ohtani, Freeman, Tucker, Muncy, Call, Rushing, Ward, Rojas, and Freeland.
Right. So a lot of guys sat, and I think they're going to come in fresh, and they're facing a slumping Paul Skeens, slumping by Skeens standards, by the way. And I'm expecting an offensive explosion. I really am. Now, Eric Lauer has to hold down his side of the bargain, but I like the Dodgers 6 runs today, 3 of them off of Skeens. That's what I like today.
Okay.
That's what I like.
That's fair. We'll get into more on Dodgers lineup, this matchup against Skeens, and just the history that we've seen from a 3 of Dodgers pitchers so far this season. But right now, you guys, we're going to get back to some NBA because that Game 3 last night, I think, really shifted the tone of this NBA Finals. Yeah. Because there was a possibility that if the Spurs did not win this one, it was going to be a sweep by the Knicks. And you know what? I think there was a culmination of a lot of different things. Obviously, yesterday we were talking about the historic run that the Knicks were going on and their streak and comparing it to the Lakers streak in 2001 and how they lost a game and then came back to win the whole thing. What I think more importantly, what we saw last night was Wemby kind of coming back to life and waking up after the OKC series.
Agreed. There were glimpses in games 1 and 2 of the Wemby that we've come to expect. Day in and day out, but it hadn't been consistent. And Wemby is surrounded with very talented youngsters who are 22, 23 years old, who carried this team fine when Wemby was not in. If Victor Wembanyama was not a San Antonio Spur, the Spurs get ran through in the first round of the playoffs, but it's still, in my opinion, a playoff team. That being said, Wemby is still the heartbeat of this team, and everything runs through him, and there's a direct correlation to him having good games and everyone else having good games. There are not many examples, I can't think of any off the top of my head, where Wemby has a bad game, but everyone around him has a good game. It's just not how the offense of the team is constructed. So Wemby showing up with some fire, feeding off of the negativity that MSG brought, feeding off the various things that Knicks fans probably said to him when he was trying to peacefully draw out there in Central Park.
With his sister.
With his sister, which was
So
adorable. And Wemby just fed off that negativity. And maybe the most impressive thing I feel is the Knicks throughout these playoffs have finished stronger than any other team. The amount of 14-point comebacks, what was it, 22-point comeback against Cleveland. And you saw that start to pick up a little bit early in the fourth quarter, and the Spurs they just stomped on it. And it was the first time this entire playoffs that when that fourth quarter surge began, it got stopped. And credit to the Spurs, because that was what blew game 1 and game 2 for them. They're learning, they're growing, and game 4 tomorrow is going to be nuts.
They are young, you guys. Wemby is 22 years old, and the team they have assembled around him, for the most part, average age, is younger. But you have to remember, they were in this situation too in the Western Conference Finals against OKC. They were down 2-1. They were down 3-2 and had to come back and win those last 2 games to then win Game 7 in the series and get to the finals. So I don't get concerned or worried that they are down. You had Spurs in 6.
Yes.
I had Spurs in 7.
7, yeah.
It's so funny. I have a buddy of mine. He listens to the show. Hi, Kwan Kwan. He was so funny. He goes, after the Spurs lost game 2, I tripled down on my bet for them to win in 6.
I
was
that.
like,
I
you're
love
psycho.
That is a psychotic move, but I love it.
Absolutely psycho. I don't understand gamblers like that, but if that's what gets you going, he's like, yeah, they're gonna turn around, they're gonna come back. I still think one of my favorite parts of game 3 was just knowing how expensive every ticket was in there, and every single Knicks fan that has been waiting for a finals game at MSG since 1999 paid tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars to watch them lose.
I wonder if the Knicks don't win it all, actors like Ben Stiller, Timothy Chalamet, I think I've seen John Turturro. Tina Fey's been at every game.
Yeah, was it Tracy Morgan?
Tracy Morgan is
they
always
were on
sitting
the
next to
Pat
Tina Fey.
McAfee broadcast.
Yes, so celebrities or just really rich people who have been to every single Knicks home game since the playoffs started, or at least the majority of them. When you look at that final bill at the end of the season, if the Knicks don't win and you've spent $500,000 on tickets,
but they haven't won for decades, so it's like that's what they've done.
So you think it's still worth it because you got to see them in the finals for the first time.
They're committed. They're committed at this point, and you have to remember, for a lot of these billionaires that are able to spend $100,000. I think there was one courtside ticket for $180,000. You guys, these are write-offs for these people and the rich, because it's entertainment. There is an entertainment bracket. If you're watching, talking business, could be some sort of partnership deal. That's what these games and these tickets are. But it's sad. It's insane. It prices out the average fan. It prices out majority of the fans. It literally is a game and a viewing experience for companies and the ultra rich.
One of the most over my head moments that I did not fully understand until later in life. I was at a Lakers game. I was in a box.
Yeah.
And I got invited by a friend of a friend of a friend of a friend.
Yeah.
And we sit down, and the guy whose box it was asked me, hey, what do you think about sports broadcasting? And I said, I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. I go on this 2-minute long answer, and I realize he's checked out. And I was like, why? He's like, oh, well, now this was officially a business meeting. And then we're just sit there watching the game. It didn't click until 2 weeks later. I was like, oh, it's a write-off. And he just needed me to play my part.
Yep.
It's so funny.
Well, thank you for the box.
Yeah. Thanks, man.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
Had a couple hot dogs, a beer. It was great.
Literally, anytime you go out, you're watching games on TV. We talk about sports all day.
Get us in
you're working. You're working. Everyone's fun is our work, which is the best thing ever. Hour 3 coming up next. We got the Dodgers lineup here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show and the conversation. We are having a time. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. We already gave away some Sparks tickets today. Shout out to everybody calling in because I have absolutely loved getting to talk and know all of you. But our winner today, Craig from Encino, saying he listens to the fan with his kids on his way to school, on his way to games. So shout out to Craig from Encino. We appreciate the love. Longtime listener, first-time caller, and first-time winner for some Sparks tickets.
They're going to have some fun.
They're going to have so much fun. You know who else had fun today?
Who's that?
Serena Williams making her big comeback.
Yes,
Tell me what's up.
Did
what
out
happened
there in London? She is back out of retirement.
Wild.
The HSBC Championship, and this was just round one, so there's a long way to go. But for a return, she got paired up in women's doubles with a 19-year-old Canadian Victoria Mboko. I don't know what their relationship is, but clearly they know each other well enough to pair up. And they won in 2 sets, 7-6 and 6-2. Pretty lopsided, so she's back. It is official.
So is this going to be like a continued thing, or is this like a one-off thing? Do we know?
I feel that her making a return via doubles, just having less put on her, makes me think after this tournament, however far they end up going or not going, will determine if she wants to give singles a shot.
Is Venus still playing, or is she retired too?
Venus is retired and has stayed retired.
Okay. What are your thoughts on athletes coming out of retirement? Obviously, the biggest one that we're all hoping for is Aaron Donald coming back to the Rams. So mine is that one, because we're going hard in the paint here on 97.1 The Fan to get Aaron Donald to come out of retirement to rejoin the Rams. That was just a couple years. And he's young.
Yeah.
He's mid-30s, he 35? I think he's right around.
He would be 35 by the season's end, I believe, is what it was.
Okay. So Serena Williams had like one of the most iconic careers in all of sports and had a beautiful send-off retirement. Thoughts on just like athletes of that caliber coming out of retirement?
The toughest thing as a fan is realizing that you don't get to control when the story is over. There have been quite a few athletes who win a championship of some sort, and you're thinking, okay, right off into the sunset, because that's the perfect ending for the movie that I'm imagining in my head. You should do that. One thing that's tough to remember is, one, as an athlete, you are the last one to realize that the game has passed you by. And this isn't Serena specific. This is just for anyone who has ever played longer than people think is necessary. You're the last one, because your internal voice, you know how it stops maturing after you're 16? Well, your internal competitive drive always imagines you being capable of getting back to competing at your best self as well. So when you take these high profile, highly competitive athletes, it is impossible for them to turn it off. So that's the second aspect of it. And I think the third aspect of it, and maybe the most important part, is these athletes have been training in this sport their entire lives. And the idea of doing something else either bores them or scares them. Serena's been playing tennis since she was 7 years old, 8 years old. And after a couple years of not playing tennis, I think maybe she just realized this is what I was born to do. And as long as there's a place that allows me to do it, I'm going to keep doing it. Tom Brady went through the same things. This is what I was born to do, and I'm going to do it until I physically cannot do it anymore.
Oh, yeah. Did Tom Brady do a retire and then I'm not retiring, coming back like in the same offseason?
I believe Adam Schefter ruined it because he tweeted out Tom Brady's going to retire, and then the whole
so it wasn't
joke,
an actual...
But he was thinking
like trying
it
to
over.
remember that offseason.
And I believe he put up a Instagram post that got deleted right away. Like, the things were in motion, but then he obviously went on to win a Super Bowl after that.
Yeah, it's because I'm looking at a list of like big time names that took a year plus off and then came back. Obviously, I don't really count Michael Jordan as one, even though he stepped away from the game.
I don't either.
From 93 to 95, because then he like came back to a second.
Had a second Hall of Fame career.
Yeah, insane.
Yeah.
Gordie Howe was one. Michael Phelps, Rob Gronkowski, obviously came back with Brady. Landon Donovan retired for 2 years and then came back to help a depleted Galaxy team.
That's right.
Yeah, Floyd Mayweather said that's always like.
I feel like he's retired
but
after every
Serena
fight.
Williams was almost 4 years.
Whole time.
Magic Johnson also 4.5 years later. That's wild. You kind of forget, but
this is what
I don't know.
I was born to do, what I was put on the earth to do, and if anyone's gonna tell me to stop, the only person who's gonna tell me to stop is going to be me. And again, I think fans come from a good place of your story is perfect, don't go tainting it, the same way that you see an actor in a movie and you're like, ooh, they have lost their juice.
What are you doing?
Or you see a musician still performing live, like, ooh, I don't think you hit that note the way you thought it did.
It's so hard because
it's so painful.
It's like the all-time greats. Like when I saw Paul McCartney, did he sound like the Beatles? Paul McCartney? No. When we saw James Taylor at Beach Life Festival last month, did it sound like classic James Taylor? Absolutely not. But it's almost just like the aura of like saying I was there and I saw them and I got to witness this moment. And it almost kind of feels like that's either what, because she doesn't need the money.
No.
Like we know she is doing very well.
Has accomplished
we also know
everything.
her husband's a creator of Reddit.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like so many other big businesses after
Creator
that.
of Reddit?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
That's so random.
I know.
Alexis is his name. I know his last name starts with an O, but yeah, he did invent Reddit.
Yeah, I think so.
It's a good
fact,
call.
fact
No,
check, but I'm pretty sure
you're
he
absolutely
did.
right. It is him.
And
Alexis Ohanian.
yeah. So they're doing just fine. Like she doesn't like this is not like a money grab. This is not like an attention grab. That's like I guess you still have that competitive edge, and you got to see do I still have it and do I still want it? This is the only time in my life where I would be able to do this and be able to come back.
There's also an aspect of it. I love how golf has the senior tour.
Yeah.
Whereas a lot of other sports, like Serena Williams still loves tennis, but she can't just join a country club and play tennis with a bunch of that would be cool for the strangers. That does nothing for her. It's like the only place she can play tennis competitively.
Well, she probably has like tennis courts at her house.
Yeah.
Her houses. Wherever they are.
But there's nowhere that she can scratch that itch of playing and competing with people on her level except this league, because golf is the only place that has, hey, you've accomplished everything, just come play with the old guys. It's a little slower pace, you don't have to play as much. No other sport has anything like that, so I do feel...
because golf isn't like a physical...
It's not asking as much.
No. Like, if you're in your 80s and you can still play a sport, like, you're an athlete, but it's a different kind of athlete, you know? Did you still have that, like, when you retired? Did you have the urge to play still in any way? Like
early on, but it faded once I started calling football games.
Talking about
I realized, I'm getting my itch scratched because I'm still at the game talking about the game.
Yeah.
I'm just not as sore the next day.
It's hard. I had to I couldn't watch soccer for a couple years.
Yeah.
Like I was bitter about it.
Yeah.
But it was hard because it was like I miss it in a way that's like I just want to be out there, but I physically know I can't because I got injured.
Yes.
So gnarly towards the end of my career. But again, full circle moments of then you get to actually call the games, which are rad. And then same with me, full circle moment was when I got to cover the World Cup in France, and it was like, okay, I could never be here as a player, but I can be here to talk about it and be a part of the team as a U.S. embedded reporter.
Yeah.
Which is so rad.
Yeah.
So yeah, again, no one can tell her what to do. She is she is a GOAT.
Yeah.
Like Serena is a GOAT. Like, so
not just of tennis, of sports.
This is crazy though, but who did we just see come back? Phillip Rivers.
Oh, yeah.
I was trying to think that who was over the 4-year mark because he was.
I completely removed that from my brain. That did happen last year.
Because he was in the, he was
he was a high school coach.
He was qualifying for the Hall of Fame, and that's 5 years. I was like, who was more than the 4.5 years that, Serena Williams took off before coming back?
Yeah, that's right. That's
Wild.
Right. Oh, my God. The best thing about what Phillip Rivers did,
yeah,
I believe he has 11 kids.
Uh-huh.
By playing those games,
yeah,
he requalifies for health insurance. So him and all of his kids get health insurance for 5 more years or something like that.
Have?
At least 11.
Dude, he created a village. That's insane to me. Now being a mom, I'm like, that is absolutely insane.
Whoever's running the health insurance budget for former players,
damn
it's
it.
like, how much money do we just spend on health insurance?
Oh, yeah. Dude, that is wild. So, yeah, Serena Williams came out of retirement today and
Got a
did
win.
great.
A dominating victory. Of course, I did not watch the match. We were here talking all things sports, but I will go back and look at some highlights. I just want to see how she looked.
Yeah.
I do.
We'll do that in the next commercial break because I am really curious. But let's get to today. Dodgers first pitch at 3:40 because they're in Pittsburgh and they're facing one of the, I guess after talking to our guy in Pittsburgh, Adam, not the most dominant Skeens that we have seen. So this might be the perfect time that the Dodgers are facing Paul Skeens while he's in the middle of I guess for him considered a slump. And the Dodgers lineup just came out. So
it did.
It did. We got Shohei Ohtani leading off. Oh, damn. Okay. Andy Pages second in center field. Freddie Freeman batting third. Mookie cleanup. Max Muncy at fifth. Kyle Tucker batting sixth. Ryan Ward at seventh. Dalton Rushing behind the plate at eighth. And Alex Freeland at second base.
Okay, so this is now the third consecutive game that Will Smith has missed. He had neck soreness, neck tightness, and Rushing has filled in for him. It also bears mentioning that Will Smith has cooled off quite a bit at the plate in recent weeks, but Rushing, another opportunity for him, and Ryan Ward making the most of his opportunity with the hamstring to Teoscar Hernandez, and Alex Freeland, who has been dynamite at second base and at the plate, getting the nod over Miggy.
Yeah, what I'm looking at, obviously Kyle Tucker, they're just trying to figure out how to get his bat hot. Right now. He does hit better on the road than he does at home. We did see some defensive struggles, if you will, from him on Sunday's game against the Angels. But he continues to kind of move around. He was batting third on Sunday. He is back down at sixth. If anybody needs to have a good series in Pittsburgh, it has to be Kyle Tucker.
I agree, because one thing that has been consistent is whoever has been called up from Oklahoma has balled out and made the most of their opportunity. So if it was a situation where, okay, we're bringing up Alex Call, we're bringing up Ryan Ward, and they're struggling, but out of necessity they have to play, there's not any pressure on Kyle Tucker. But the way that Alex Cole has responded to the insane situations that he gets thrown into, and the way that Ryan Ward has played defensively and offensively, some slip-ups early on, but by all means has outperformed his expectation.
Yeah.
If Kyle Tucker is still this version of himself post-All-Star coming into late August, September, I do think a tough decision would have to be made.
Well, no, what you're going to do is you're going to see him head over to the IL, and you're like, well, when did he get injured? What happened? And what they do in baseball, they make up some silly little injury, and we know it in the media and it in the clubhouse as the mental IL. You're putting the guy on a little bit of a sabbatical just so he can get his mind right.
A nice
with
little
whatever that is.
Face saving.
Whatever that is. He's injured. We just, we got to get this right. So I'm really hoping that Kyle Tucker can figure things out and turn things around, and we can finally get the $60 million man that the Dodgers were hoping to get out of Kyle Tucker. But then, as we talked about earlier, on the mound, Eric Lauer, he needs to also have a dominant performance, and this also feels like for him, this could be where he can get it done.
Yes, with Tyler Glass now being bumped now to the 60-day IL. There is a window of opportunity for Eric Lauer to remain in this rotation longer than he probably expected when he was first called upon. It would be 4 or 5 weeks ago now. But the last outing against Arizona a week ago from today, it wasn't that he looked like his old self being a pitcher in Toronto who just could not make it to the 5th inning, which is why he was no longer a Blue Jay. And in last week's game against Arizona, he only made it to 4 2/3. But the biggest issue was mentally, he was kind of spiraling. He had a disengagement violation. A pitcher can only throw the ball to first base, stepping off of the mound twice. He did it 3 times, and Dave Roberts gave a look of, dude, this is high school level stuff, man. Like, how are you faltering in this moment? And then you end up losing that game by 1 run, largely because of that. So it's not just a physical thing with Eric Lauer. It's proving that the moment is not swallowing you whole, and there is a ton of pressure on him to remain in this rotation, maybe even remain a Dodger based off the performance today.
So it's interesting because we also talked about this earlier. When you look at like 2 new names that are coming in that were on other teams before the Dodgers, whether it's Kyle Tucker or Eric Lauer, is that when you're joining a team that is considered the standard in Major League Baseball, they are back-to-back World Series champions. They are on a quest for a three-peat, right? And you're joining an already MVP, All-Star, Cy Young team. Like, you have all of those guys. You walk into that clubhouse, it is a superstar-packed clubhouse.
Yeah.
You have to be able to, and again, as we've heard talking to Kirsten Watson, Jose Mota, and all of our different Dodger insiders, Alden Gonzalez, they treat everybody like equal. These superstars are not superstars that like have a big ego. But from the outside looking in, when you're coming into a group like that, you got to learn that are already so close. And a lot of these guys have already won back-to-back World Series together. You got to find a way to fit in.
You do. You do. And it's not that Eric Lauer doesn't know how to carry himself as a pro. It's that every team has their own dynamic, their own chemistry, their own way of doing things. And you're joining a Dodgers as a starting rotation. The Dodgers' current team ERA is 2.9. That means there is an expectation.
Yeah.
Even with, we are scratching and clawing trying to find healthy bodies. Snell is gone. Glasnow's gone. And we still have a team ERA amongst the starters of 2.9. You have to be able to get past 4 2/3 innings. And it's a thing where it doesn't make Eric Lauer weak if the moment is too big. It doesn't mean Roki Sasaki 2 years ago being very emotional. It doesn't mean that he's weak. It just means, hey, there's an expectation here from Dave Roberts, from the fans, from the team, across the board, and sometimes that pressure gets the best of you. It's a matter of responding to that pressure.
Yeah, so this is going to be a big game, big series, I think, tonight for, as you just mentioned, Eric Lauer. I think Kyle Tucker's bat needs to get hot. That's kind of who I'm watching tonight. Obviously, everyone's really excited for the Paul Skeens Shohei Ohtani matchup because they've gotten the best of each other a couple different times. First pitch at 3:40. We'll talk more Dodgers in the next hour. But coming up next, Dodgers reporter, Sparks sideline reporter, insider for Spectrum LA. One of my besties, Lil Nikki K, is coming up next. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show and a part of the conversation. So if you're watching the live stream, get in the comment section. You can also follow us at The Fan LA across all socials. Slide into those DMs. We want to hear from you. But right now, we got to get to our next guest because I am so excited, you guys. You see her all over LA covering Lakers playoffs, the Dodgers, on the Sparks sideline. She is a little ray of sunshine and a bestie. It's little Nikki K.
What's up, party people? Oh my gosh, is this my favorite midday talk show host? And hosts, I should say plural. But oh my gosh, happy Tuesday, happy summer.
Oh my God, I love it. So Nick, we've been giving away Sparks tickets all week.
Love it.
I saw you on the sidelines, courtside with Will Ferrell and his family. For fans who have not been to Sparks games, paint the picture of what the vibe is like.
The WNBA obviously has really undergone a whole resurgence over the past couple of years in terms of just popularity and hype. But Sparks games have always been a party, and it's like the lower bowl of crypto is packed. And I would have to say, over the past 2 seasons especially, they're getting more star-studded. And you always have Leslie Jones there. She's a time and a half just standing up, yelling at refs, yelling at players. But then it's like, you've got a lot of the Rams guys coming. Aaron Donald's in there. Puka Nacua was just there. But now it's like celebs are starting to trickle in more frequently. And I think Will Ferrell, for me personally, has been just kind of a white whale of you see him at every LA sporting event, right? Whether he's driving in with the World Series trophy or he's at Kings games, and for him and his son to be at a Sparks game, I think is just kind of epitomizing the moment that the WNBA is having in pop culture and in fandom as a whole.
I love it.
Nikki, last year, Lynn Roberts took over as the Sparks head coach. They didn't make the playoffs, but there was a 13-game improvement. So far this season, have the Sparks improved on the surge of last year's finish to the season?
It's a good question. I mean, it's really interesting for anyone who isn't really aware of the huge overhaul the WNBA had over this past offseason. They didn't just do a whole new CBA, right, which transformed generational wealth for what players could make in their salaries. But it also led to a lot of player movement because teams could only have 5 kind of guaranteed players that they had a hold on, and then it was like a free agent frenzy. So all that to say, 10 games into this season, a lot of teams are still trying to figure out who and what they are and what their opposition looks like. And the W is so competitive to begin with. So right now the Sparks they've got a lot of work to do in terms of just finding consistency in their discipline. They took a great step towards that in their last game out against the Portland Fire, which is actually a new expansion team. But they're not really picking up where they left off last year, to be quite honest. But I think what Lynn Roberts is known for is her offense, and that's why the Sparks are fun, is because they've got one of the highest offensive ratings in the league. But the defense needs to catch up, and a lot of the personnel they brought in this offseason were veteran players, and that defensive identity just needs to be more disciplined and more consistent. So it was a step in the right direction last outing, but I think the players and coaches would tell you their frustration with their record right now is that they know they can be better and they feel like they're really close. So not quite yet there, but I think we're close.
And one of those veteran players is Kelsey Plum, Nikki. And I think that was very important to re-sign her and get her to come back. What has she meant to this Sparks organization since being here in LA?
I mean, she's the captain. She's the head of the snake. And if you love, I mean, here in LA, we're all enamored with the Mamba mentality, and that is Kelsey Plum. She is relentless. She is fire. She is a competitive animal on both ends of the court, and it was so funny just watching these NBA finals, right, with the Knicks and Spurs. You watch the way Jalen Brunson plays, and it is very similar to Kelsey Plum's game, right? Both undersized guards who have that clutch gene, and the way they score, the way they defend, the way they want to prove everyone wrong is very similar. And I even asked Kelsey about it. I was like, I don't know if this is weird, but do you see your game in Jalen's? And she goes, he's actually my favorite NBA player right now because of how he approaches the game. So if you are looking for a comp and for someone who just overcomes the odds time and time again, that's KP. She's a dog.
Nikki, Nneka Ogwumike had a scary hand injury a little while back, but what has her return to Los Angeles meant to the Sparks?
So Nneka Ogwumike is one of the most, I think she's got some of the best aura I've ever been around as a human and as an athlete. And she's also the president of the WNBA, who led the WNBPA, I should say, who led the CBA negotiations. And
wow.
Right. We're talking about these salary jumps going from like 60, 70,000 for rookies to now 500,000, right? Like the transformation in the player standards that she helped negotiate and lead, it's a game changer. So first and foremost, she is a leader, an incredible presence, and I think what she means to this organization. The Sparks drafted her. She won their latest title with them in 2016. She had to kind of go forge her own name away for a couple of seasons in Seattle, but her return is it's just awe-inspiring to the rookies and even like some of the vets in this locker room who just, everyone can learn something from Nneka Ogwumike.
So for fans, Nikki, who are still getting to know the Sparks, who is a player that they should be paying more attention to right now?
That's a great question. And I think obviously there's been so much excitement with Cameron Brink and what she brings to the franchise. I think a lot of pressure has been alleviated off of her this season. It's her third year in the league, but she hasn't even played a full season thanks to a gnarly injury.
Yeah.
And so she's gaining her confidence, and if you watch her fire every time she steps on the floor, it's really fun to see her grow into that competitive confidence that she knows she's capable of, but I think, it comes with the reps. And then I think Ray Burrell has been one of the players who her energy, she's a spark. She literally off the bench. Yeah, she's electric, and the two of them are young and exciting together. So as this team continues to gel, I would say watching them and their development is going to be really exciting for casual fans, for new fans, and for fans who have been around for a while.
Nikki, switching over to baseball, what are you more excited to see? Paul Skeens versus the Dodgers bats today, or Ohtani on the mound tomorrow?
Oh my gosh, that's like a win-win.
Yeah.
And I know Alex was at that game on Friday night, coming off that Angels series, and it was a little bit of a want with Sheehan's performance on Sunday, but I mean, from Roki Sasaki to Freddie Freeman's walk-off to a nine-run first inning to Yoshi going bonkers, that was such a fun weekend of Dodger baseball. And I mean, they have a 7.5 game lead in the NL West right now. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I have to ask you guys this. Do you think the Dodgers should go all in and bring in Skubal, or what's your stance on a move like that?
No.
Yeah.
No,
I'm with you.
If it ain't broke right now, don't fix it. I mean, if
Right.
there's another injury that comes in, then maybe we're having the conversation. But Dave Roberts even talked about it when he was asked on Friday, and he goes, "I'm not thinking about that. I got to think about the guys that I have on this roster now, because that also sends a message if he's talking about it." So I want to ask you about the other arms out there, right? Because we're seeing kind of like a historic stretch from the three Japanese pitchers,
Yeah.
the scoreless stretch. So which scoreless start impressed you the most? Was it Yamamoto? Was it Ohtani? Or was it Roki Sasaki?
I have to say, just for the context, and maybe impressed isn't the exact adjective I would use, but I'm most excited and optimistic about what we saw from Roki.
Yeah.
Just because knowing what that young man has gone through in terms of rebuilding that confidence and that comfort. And yes, he came in and was like so electric out of the bullpen last postseason, but I would love to see him continue to develop that longevity and able to go deep in games. And so 7 innings from him, right? It was 7 innings from him.
Yeah.
That was really encouraging, and I'm really excited to see him continue in this development.
Nikki, my favorite Dodger this year has been Ha-Seong Kim, who was unfortunately sent back to Oklahoma
Yeah, he's a big
City.
fan.
So I'm in the open market trying to find a new favorite Dodger.
Miggy Rowe.
Yeah.
Okay.
Miggy Rowe.
Okay.
Yeah. All you have to do is watch what this man means to the Dodgers defense, and when he retires, I mean, it's gonna be a big hit, and for him to be doing what he's doing at this age, and with what he means as a leader in that clubhouse, and I'll never forget what Dave Roberts told him in the World Series last year is like, if you honor the game will honor you. And then he got that home run, right, in Game 7, and it was just like, Miggy Rowe is someone who plays baseball with such integrity and such love and compassion, and I think he stands for everything you need to look for in a new favorite Dodger.
I'm with you, Nick. You just gave me chills when you're saying that, too. You honor the game will honor you. I'm like, yeah, that's for Miggy. Nikki, I love you. We love you. We appreciate you so much for coming on.
Baila la Rocky, baila la Rocky. Love you guys.
Love you. You want to talk about energy.
Bundle of energy.
Yeah,
I see why you two get along
besties?
so well.
Yeah.
I see it.
No, I love her so much. It's so funny how we met, too. She came up to me at an Angels game.
Okay.
While I was working, and I am huge on helping kind of like that next generation and women in the industry. If, again, I always say, if they have the confidence and the courage to come up and like have the conversation and ask me questions, I'm like, oh yeah, let's go. Like, I'm here. I mentor a lot of young women in the industry. And she was one of my first mentees for like 5 years. And then it was like, oh, we're like same. And then we became like best friends.
That's so great.
Yeah, Lil Nikki K is my homie. We love her. She'll be on a bunch, especially with the Sparks, and hopefully they can turn this season around. We'll be seeing her at Dodger Stadium. We got
She's
so
everywhere.
many things. Yeah, with Spectrum Sportsnet. But coming up next, it's time to spill the tea.
Oh, is it?
With Brock Vereen.
Oh,
you guys ready for that? Don't go anywhere. Brock and Alex. 97.1 The Fan coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. Do we still have a poll going on right now, or is that done? What did we say? How many hits do you think Paul Skeens is giving up today? Is it over 3 or under 2.5? What?
So yeah, the exact poll was, will the Dodgers beat up Skeens tonight?
Okay.
And then it was 3+ runs or less than 2 runs.
Okay.
Do you guys want to guess what the people are guessing?
They're going to beat up on them. They're
feeling confident.
3,
Yeah,
3+.
All right, the poll is complete now.
Yeah.
And with 68%, 3+ runs.
Hey!
Wins it.
I
And
mean,
with
he's on.
32%.
He's struggling. Like in the Paul Skeens terms of struggling,
Big
he's
day for the
struggling.
Bats.
There's air quotes if you're just listening. We're putting struggles because he's still dominant. But yeah, it is time for you guys. Spill the tea, because it is almost 1 o'clock and Brock has been drinking tea all morning. We're about to head to coffee, so let's spill the tea. What's the tea today, Brock?
Let's do just that, Alex. It is time to spill the tea. Shay, do you know what a watershed moment is? If I said that there's a watershed moment, do you have any ideas? We'll explain it to you later. We will Gen Z this up. College football's cooked. And if things do not change, it might be burnt to a crisp even. So, quarterback Brendan Sorsby earlier this year transferred to Texas Tech, his third school. Soon after that, reports came out that over his previous schools, Indiana and Cincinnati, he had made as many as 2,900 sports-related bets, totaling upwards of $90,000. Many of those bets were on his own team and teammates. The NCAA, understandably, suspended him and ruled him ineligible. Brendan Sorsby then sued the NCAA to be reinstated, and yesterday a Lubbock, Texas judge, the same Lubbock, Texas that Texas Tech happens to be located in, granted a preliminary injunction allowing him to play this year after serving a 2-game suspension. Brendan Sorsby broke one of the most universally understood rules since the paths of sports and gambling have crossed. You cannot bet on your own team. You cannot bet on them to win. You cannot bet on them to lose. It jeopardizes everything. It is the slipperiest of slopes. And I'm not saying Brendan Sorsby needs to serve jail time. 22-year-olds are allowed to make mistakes, but 22-year-olds have to also face consequences, and he deserves to face significant ones. The entire stake of college football and college sports is at play here. So the NCAA will likely appeal this ruling, but they have to appeal it through Lubbock, Texas, the 7th Court of Appeals, where all 4 justices are Texas Tech graduates.
No.
If Brendan Sorsby plays college football ever again, the blueprint is simple now. If your player breaks a rule, they get punished, but then they can just sue locally and find a judge that will play ball with them, who can grant an injunction, and then they can just keep playing, which sets the precedent going forward that the NCAA now has no right to suspend anyone. They can't rule anyone ineligible because the path to get back is that simple. There's no fear of consequence. There's no rule. There's no law. It's important to mention nobody wants this. The NCAA doesn't want this. That's why they tried to rule him ineligible. College football fans don't want this. College football teams don't want this. In fact, it is reported that the Big 12, which is the conference that Texas Tech is in, has athletic directors talking to one another, telling their coaches, hey, we're not playing Texas Tech. We're going to boycott that game. And they're really considering doing that. We also have athletic directors, even in teams that aren't in the Big 12, who are telling their coaches, you are no longer allowed to schedule Texas Tech going forward across all sports. And if Texas Tech is currently on your schedule, you are allowed to explore avenues to remove that game. Brendan Sorsby cannot play college football. The entire landscape of college football is at stake. And lastly, in August 2023, the starting defensive tackle for the Iowa Hawkeyes, Noah Shannon, was suspended his final season of football for a $10 bet on Iowa women's basketball. 3 years later, a quarterback, the person who controls the outcome of the game more than any other position, can bet $90,000 on sports. A large chunk of that can be on his own team, and he can play 3 months later. Even the gambling companies don't want this. How is someone who gambles on college football supposed to expect a fair contest when a quarterback is allowed to play months after being found guilty of all of these things? I'm furious at this thing that I love that is college football, but there is a collective feeling right now, Alex, that we are trying to find the fastest possible route to ruining college football.
That was some tea.
I'm very upset, if you could.
So I have so many questions here. Also, like, WTF, how is this even being allowed right now?
Exactly.
First being, is it legal for the judges who all graduated from that college and obviously are biased? Are they donors to the program? Like, there's got to be some sort of cross of judgment there, which would make sense as to why they are pardoning this kid who is literally betting on his own games.
It is. So people are trying to lump this in with the rise of sports gambling, and if you were to defend Texas Tech or Brendan Sorsby, the argument is he got addicted to something that he didn't realize the repercussions of and all this stuff. And he goes to rehab for 35 days for anxiety. But
he did?
For 35 days.
Yeah, because he realized he got caught. He got caught. He got anxiety, a panic attack, as you should. You ruined your entire future.
And my problem is, maybe he is a victim of his inability to say no to things. That doesn't mean he doesn't face consequences. You can find an avenue of, okay, maybe he needs his entire future shouldn't be tossed away, but you have to have a sense of consequence. What message does this send to every other college athlete? I can just do whatever the hell I want.
Oh yeah,
it doesn't matter. The NCAA has no ability to enforce any rule from this point forward because the plan is laid out. All I have to do is find a local judge, sue you through, and I'm just going to go back out there and keep playing.
Absolutely not. He should not be allowed to step back on a football field. I don't think his future necessarily needs to be ruined and going to jail. You can learn from this. He'll probably have to pay fine, do some community service. But to reward him and allow him to get back on the field and play is the worst message that you can send to fans, to the game. You can't trust, like, these gambling sites, then you can't trust if you're allowing players to bet on your own games. Look at Pete Rose. Like, he was banned from baseball from betting on his own games, right?
Yes.
Like, it's the one thing you can't do. Like, not even bet on your own sport.
Right.
Like, that is the biggest
That is the number one rule. And the big this extends even further because the biggest thing right now with college football, with the transfer portal and the money and NIL, things are getting out of hand. And so there's been a push recently for congressional involvement. People don't want that because once this sport is federally regulated, they can do whatever they want with it.
Yeah.
But if the NCAA is not allowed to suspend a player who was caught gambling on his own team, we are fast-tracking congressional involvement.
Oh, yeah.
And that will implode this sport even quicker than we're trying to implode it ourselves.
It's just so confusing because right now, who is the biggest sponsor, money that's supporting all of these broadcasts, the games, everything? It is all gambling websites. I mean, we are sponsored by gambling websites. Like, that is what funds sports these days. So it's hard. And it's confusing, I'm sure, for people to be like, oh, but like, you're promoting it everywhere. Why can't I be a part of it? It's like, well, because if you're on the field and you're the product that everybody is spending all of their money gambling and betting on, the one thing you are not allowed to do is be a part of that and affect that personally because you have money in the game.
He cannot play college football. If you want to let him join the supplemental draft and start an NFL career, fine. You cannot let him set foot on a college football field. And as it stands here right now, after a 2-game suspension, he will be putting a helmet and shoulder pads on and representing Texas Tech.
But what about Texas Tech? Like, they're going to get backlash from it. As you
Tons.
mentioned, like, teams are pulling out from playing them, and they're still backing him.
As of right now,
They're
yes.
still you cannot back
As
this
of right
man.
now, he
This
is.
is now on Texas Tech just as much as it's on the
Agreed.
player. That's insane.
I'm running out of words to describe my frustration. All I can do is hope that somehow this thing gets reversed because it's downright embarrassing.
That is so bad. Yeah, you got to figure this out. Hour number 4 coming up next here on Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us, whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch. We appreciate you being here, and we want you to be a part of the show. So get in the comment section if you're watching the live stream. You can also call us at 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. Follow us on all socials at The Fan LA. Hour number 4. It has been a fun day, just absolutely flying by. Okay, so weird. So obviously, like, we had kind of like a sport-ish night off the other night. Yeah. Sunday. I mean, we're back to Dodgers baseball tonight, which is going to be great. We're going to get to that in a second. What is the weirdest sport you have seen on TV?
Oh, I love this question.
Because, like, sometimes you're watching and you're like, this is a sport.
Oh, I would say anytime the Winter Olympics come around, there is always one or two things. Like if we get home late from a movie and it's just that witching hour where there's just weird things on TV and I'm not tired yet. I was watching... So this isn't necessarily a niche sport, but I still think it's the strangest thing. In the Winter Olympics where like they mix cross-country skiing with rifle shooting.
That was so weird.
That is the weirdest
That's
thing
so
I've ever
silly.
seen.
It sounds like an adventure.
It's
like it sounds like a reality
Indiana
TV
Jones
show.
or something.
Yeah.
Like, it's so weird.
That is an interesting combo.
Yes. What about you?
I watched a bubblegum blowing contest, you guys, on ESPN. After the Freeway series on Sunday, I was thinking like maybe there was going to be like a Sports Center or something, like see what I missed throughout the day. But no. It, like, you guys, exactly. It was sponsored by Big Chew.
Can you explain how it works?
It's so weird, you guys. So it was like it started with young children and then the adults came in. And did anyone here watch Brockmire?
I didn't, but I know what show you're talking about.
It is he is like a legendary baseball play-by-play. Like Joe Buck is in the TV show and is like his quote best friend and like nemesis throughout his entire career. But he just
Hank Azaria is the guy that plays Brockmire because he does a lot of voices on The Simpsons.
Yes. Also does some stand-up.
Oh, great.
Yeah, he's great. But I literally just imagined that character. Like, if you guys know the show and you know that character, how would he be calling a bubblegum blowing contest is exactly what you think it would. It's almost like I don't feel comfortable saying how they describe things on the air. Like, big blows, big. It's just, it should not be talked about on TV.
So is it judged by how big you can make the bubble?
How big you can blow the bubble.
Now, how do they regulate this? Like, does everyone have the exact weight of gum to work with? Because the more gum you have, the bigger the bubble can be, right? So it has to be regulated.
So I'm going to show you. Okay. Like, there is a woman standing there.
I will play this. Okay, she's chewing away. Oh, no. She handed the gum to the contestant. He's chewing away. He is prepping the bubble, working really hard at it. Tons of camera angles. Oh my God, she's measuring with a...
I know.
Okay, so there is an official measuring stick.
It almost looks like tongs.
This is an official thing.
Dude, it's wild.
So they are measuring width more than length is what is interesting to me.
Even that I can't. Everything about this should not be a sport on TV. Should not be a sport on TV.
Bubblegum blowing contest.
You got kids, you got adults competing against each other. They stand up and they blow 3 bubbles.
You get 3 tries?
This is on ESPN, you guys.
You get 3 tries?
It was the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Okay.
The weirdest thing I've ever seen.
Credit to whoever was in those ESPN offices and raised their hand and said, guys,
yes.
I got an idea.
It's so funny. Like, let this be a reminder to everybody. No dream is too big or too weird because, like, whoever pitched this, like, got their idea on TV. That is absolutely insane to me. Absolutely insane to me. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And yeah, that is the weirdest sport that I've seen happen on TV. But tonight, you guys, we're in for a treat, okay? Dodgers are in Pittsburgh, Game 1. Paul Skeens on the mound for the Pirates. Meanwhile, Dodgers lineup came out last hour. We got Shohei Ohtani leading off. Andy Pages batting second. Freddie Freeman at third. Mookie Betts batting cleanup. Max Muncy batting fifth. Kyle Tucker sixth. Ryan Ward in a left field. Dalton Rushing behind the plate. And Alex Freeland at second base. So Dodgers are coming off. They had an off day yesterday. Coming off a freeway series where we saw a little bit of everything.
Mm-hmm.
We saw an absolute pitching duel on Friday from Roki Sasaki and Reed Detmers, a walk-off from Freddie Freeman. We saw an offensive explosion Saturday in that first inning. And then we saw them get just destroyed on Sunday.
Yes.
With no answer. No answer for any of these Angels bats, which happened to be like the bottom half of the lineup. So you know what? It just goes to show 162 baseball, like anything can happen throughout these series. But I feel like this is the perfect time for the Dodgers to be coming in and facing who has been one of the most feared pitchers in the game. As of late, he has been on a bit of a rough patch. He has allowed 15 runs in 20 innings over his last, I think, 4 starts. The Pirates have lost all 4 of those games. So there's kind of 2 things here. Paul Skeens is coming into this with the back-to-back champs. If there's ever a chance for him to turn things around, like, this is the opportunity to do it. Meanwhile, the Dodgers are going like, oh, okay, he's struggling. We can try to take advantage of him. So I feel like tonight this is going to be must-watch TV, like right out of the gates with Paul Skeens facing Shohei Ohtani leading off.
Agreed. There is so much riding on this. And again, I love that the thing that everyone wants to see happens immediately.
Yes.
Shohei's batting first. Skeens is I love that. You have that aspect of it. You have the Pirates, who are in a brutal NL Central, who has more teams with a winning record than any other division in baseball, and they're fighting for a wild card spot in a year that has been solid for them, and really in any other year, maybe they even have a bit of a lead on the NL Central, but the fact is the NL Central is just here to stay for the season. You have Paul Skeens, who is going for a Cy Young and definitely needs to get back on Cy Young pace, especially when Jacob Mizorowski, who is in his own division, is lighting it up. Like there are so many different things to look at here. And then you look at the Dodgers. You look at Shohei Ohtani, who, of course, not only is he going for an MVP, he also is gearing up for a pitching performance tomorrow. What better way to lead into that than with handling your Cy Young rival?
Yeah.
On the day prior, you have Andy Pages, who's coming off of rest. Freddie Freeman, we were talking about this yesterday. I don't know if there was a hotter bat on either team for the Dodgers and the Angels than Freddie Freeman. He was doing some great things defensively as well. Kyle Tucker needs to get back on track. Dalton Rushing filling in for Will Smith, who's missing his 3rd consecutive game. Alex Freeland at second base, Ryan Ward in left field. The 2 youngsters who have done everything that they can with the opportunities that they've been given. Mookie Betts still not looking like our favorite version of Mookie Betts, but he has looked better since coming back from his injury. So there are so many things to follow along with. And lastly, for the Pirates, as they continue to battle for that NL Central, they just got swept by the Atlanta Braves. So for 6 consecutive games, they have to face the 2 toughest teams in baseball, and they don't want to sit there at 0-6 through those games.
Yeah, that's brutal going back to back against the 2 toughest ones, especially when your ace, the guy that you used to be able to depend on every 5th day for a win, has been going through a rough patch. However, we spoke to Adam Crowley, host of the Fan Morning Show out in Pittsburgh, who said everybody is just so excited about this matchup here tonight with Paul Skeens going up against Shohei Ohtani. There's always a little added excitement when the back-to-back champs come to town because you feel like you could be the ones to kind of knock them off their throne when you get a win like that. But you mentioned a lot of different things that the Dodgers need to do, things they need to like look at and focus on tonight. And I know everyone's excited about that Ohtani and that Skeens matchup. What I'm looking at through like heading into this series is Kyle Tucker. We need to see Kyle Tucker get hot at the plate. We need to see him. Sunday was kind of a weird, at least when he hasn't been hitting well. Defensively, he has been great for the Dodgers, but it looked ugly. It looked ugly for him all around on Sunday. And this is a guy that was the big splash off-season signing along with Edwin Diaz that the Dodgers went out to bolster their lineup. And we just haven't even gotten close to, I think, half of what he should be doing to be getting paid that kind of a contract.
No, you go back to opening day and Kyle Tucker is batting second. And as the year has gone on, he's been anywhere from 2 to as low as 6. And it's clear that Dave Roberts is just trying to find where can I put Kyle Tucker in the best position to succeed. Mm-hmm. Right now, his bat is nowhere near where it needs to be. Really, it hasn't been there except for a brief stretch, I want to say, in May. There was a solid week that he had. But by all means, you don't pay $60 million to a guy to have a brief stretch in May and to have success. The most concerning thing that happened Game 3 against the Angels on Sunday was the first time that Kyle Tucker, the fielder, seemed to take a step back. His glove has been lights out all year long. It was the plate appearances that were troubling. But in that first inning, he tries to make a sliding catch, just blows right through his glove, and I'm sure Dodgers fans, being the high expectant people that they are, let him hear it for the remainder of the game. And Kyle Tucker needs to make sure that when he comes back to the Dodger Stadium, he does so after 3 quality outings against the Pittsburgh Pirates. Time has not run out, but the clock is definitely starting.
It's wild, too, because he plays his best. While he's been with LA, he plays his best on the road. Which makes you think, is it just in his head that he just hasn't fit in and found his groove in LA yet? Because again, like, I don't know, but I imagine it's intimidating. Again, like, you're getting paid that much money to come and join the back-to-back World Series champions, and you're not living up to expectations. Like, Dodgers kind of have 2 guys in the lineup with that tonight. Obviously, a little different story for Eric Lauer because he's not getting a $60 million contract from the Dodgers that they went in this offseason, was like the talk of the town. But 2 guys who have come to a new team that still haven't really found their stride yet.
True. And as far as Eric Lauer is concerned, one thing that is important to consider as well is the Dodgers bullpen was one of the issues on Sunday. Now, they were thrown into the fire 4 innings earlier than they expected to be thrown into the fire. But if Eric Lauer can only give the Dodgers 4 2/3 innings, which other than his Dodgers debut in Colorado has kind of been the case for him going back to Toronto, then you're looking at the bullpen like, hey guys, you got to be ready at a moment's notice, and we are going to need a whole lot of better performance than we saw last Sunday. So all of this is through the context of Dodger problems. The majority of teams across the MLB would love for these to be their issues. Yeah. But at the end of the day, it is a three-peat that is the goal. And there are plenty of things to work on, despite having the second-best record in baseball, despite having a 7.5 game lead in the NL West. There are still plenty of things that the Dodgers can improve on and, quite frankly, have to improve on.
It's so wild. So when, like I said, we were talking to Adam Crowley, the host of the Fan Morning Show in Pittsburgh earlier today, and he was just talking about the excitement of the Dodgers coming to town. Get this. This just kind of came out. The Dodgers CEO say brands will buy signs behind home plate when Dodgers go on the road if they couldn't land Dodger Stadium sponsors.
Wow.
That's how big of an effect that the Dodgers have. Not only for the fans, like as Adam was telling us, like the fans are excited to just kind of see the spectacle of it all, but brands now are buying visiting team ads behind home plate when the Dodgers come to town.
knowing that they can reach a different audience. That is it is.
Talk about the Shohei Ohtani effect.
Yeah, the Shohei effect, and I think it's a perfect follow-up to the conversation that you started us off with the pressure that Kyle Tucker and Eric Lauer feel, even though they've played tons of baseball, they've been on TV, they've been in big moments and all those things. There is a Dodgers level of attention that takes adjusting to, because you're just not going to experience it anywhere else. That is hilarious. So
Wild here. I'll read the whole thing.
Please.
Says, you have to look around our stadium and see what he has done for the sponsorship business. Brands are clamoring to sponsor signs when the team goes on the road. Companies have not been able to get in on the Dodger signs. Go to visiting cities to get signs behind home plate. In one city or another, you'll see a Japanese sign because that sponsor couldn't get in at Dodger Stadium.
That is incredible.
You guys. And everyone was so upset with how much money the Dodgers are spending. Like, do you not realize the cash cow?
They've already made it back.
Plus some. In the first year. They made back his contract in the first year. And so let this also be like an example. Like, obviously with the whole lockout impending and everyone's like, you can't be paying the players this much. Teams and owners can pay the players this much. When you invest in the players and you invest in your team, the money comes back in other ways like this. Advertising, ticket sales, people want to come and see the product. I'm sure like the Pittsburgh, I mean, obviously it's a little different because I think Pittsburgh, like life is sports, like your sports teams. It's
sure.
Like that's the main thing going on in town. But a lot of these stadiums that can't sell out midweek on a Tuesday will sell out and will fill up, let me say, when Ohtani comes to town and when the Dodgers come to town. Not only do fans travel well, and obviously there's a lot of Dodger fans just from the history of Dodgers, whether it was the Brooklyn Dodgers or like once you were here with LA. It just goes to show when you invest in your team like the Dodgers have in the Dodgers way, you hate it because your team isn't doing anything close to that, or you look at it and you can go, oh, look we should be doing that too. And you can.
Yeah, that's one of the most, I'm not even going to say frustrating, I'm going to say annoying. One of the most annoying things about the tired argument of, well, the Dodgers just bought their team and they should not be allowed to spend the money the way that they're making is, so then when the Dodgers come to town, take a picture of how many fans are in the stadium, and then once the Dodgers leave town and you play literally anyone else, take a picture of the stadium, and the difference in the number of fans, just refund that money. Since the Dodgers are cheating, you obviously don't want to benefit from that. No, of course not.
Yeah,
No.
Also, look at their lineup. Like Alex Freeland, Dalton Rushing, Ryan Ward, Andy Pages. Like, these are guys.
Young, minimal contracts.
Yeah. Of
Max
course.
Muncy's making $10 million. Rojas is on a 1-year deal. I think it's somewhere around there as well. Like, yes, there are big contracts.
Yeah, obviously
but
Ohtani and Freeman and Betts and Kyle Tucker, who is
$60 million.
not living up to that quite yet. But
the bulk and foundation of this team, like any team, are grinders, because that's what baseball is. Do the Dodgers have more star power than other teams? Yes, but they have taken swings and connected, whereas other teams have taken swings and whiffed, and now they blame the Dodgers because they couldn't connect the way that the Dodgers did.
yeah, you always have a lot of haters when you're at the top. Hate us because you ain't us, baby. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. When we come back, the Dodgers' Japanese pitchers are making history again. Don't go anywhere. That's coming up next. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Vereen. Thank you for spending your midday in LA with us. Whether you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, or watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, we appreciate you being here and a part of the show. If you're watching the live stream, get in the chat. How's the chat been going today, Producer Shay? People having a good time?
People are having a great time. It's our show. Come on, it's midday in LA.
Do you know what was funny on our crosstalk? We got like a little bit of tea, possibly breaking news in the chat, you guys. And I don't want to say any names because I don't think this father realizes like what he was typing could possibly get his son fired. But without saying names, we had a fan, a listener, in the chat on the YouTube live stream say, my son works for the Rams, and I heard that he said he heard that Aaron Donald is coming back.
I'm a believer.
Dude.
I'm a believer.
If it's coming from inside the building. And also, like, what does he do with the Rams? Is this like someone who just happened to be walking by a conversation and heard it? Because if he was involved in these conversations, like, you have to sign an NDA. Like, this is, like, you can lose your job over something like this if it's really that secretive and happening. But we've heard he has been working out in other places. We heard, like, obviously we've seen the reports of the text exchange that he's had with NFL insiders. We heard Les Snead on the morning show with D. Fish and Decker tell us that, you know, you guys keep talking about it. We heard he's flirting with the idea. I can't personally go there. But we keep getting these little nuggets that just make you think.
It's happening.
It feels like it's going to happen. I mean, we just saw Serena come out of retirement after 4.5 years. It's only been 2 years for Aaron Donald, and now they have Myles Garrett, the greatest defensive player in the game right now, the reigning defensive player of the year. I love that we get like a little inside information and breaking news in the chat. We'll see, because again, if and when it happens, we'll have to credit. Was it? I don't even want to say it.
We will withhold the name for
Yeah.
Let's not say it.
Yeah. Because if that's true, you know, I don't want to get this dad or his son in trouble. But he had heard, and he works with the Rams, that Aaron Donald is coming back. So I'm just saying that's a positive takeaway from the whole chat today.
I'm firmly still on the side that he is not with the team day one of training camp.
That's okay.
But that he does suit up as a Ram this season.
Well, again, he's got when's training camp? How far away are we?
Late July.
Oh yeah, it was like beginning August.
I
end
think
of July.
the first teams will report late July. Whoever's playing in that very unlucky Hall of Fame game.
Oh yeah,
I think that's late July.
Oh, that sucks. So okay, yeah. So we got about a month here of him, and you know what? If he's gonna ramp back up and get the fire again, you have to imagine that he is in like, we already know he's working out daily, but we're in like training sessions starting now to see if he still has that. What do you say? Like, he felt full. Let's see if he can get hungry again.
That's what it was.
Is what
Yes,
Les
yes.
Snead said.
Yes.
So interesting.
Well, I know what we need to do. We need Serena to win this tournament, and as an LA native, when they give her and her partner the microphone, when she turns to the camera and says, "Aaron Donald, it ain't that bad, Aaron. Coming out of retirement ain't that bad."
You can definitely do it. That's hilarious. Because she's so aware of what's going down with the Rams right now, being an LA native.
She's all in.
Yeah, not about her coming out of retirement for the first time in 4.5 years. Like, just absolutely wild. All right, well, let's get to some Dodger history, you guys, because over the past week, Shohei Ohtani, Roki Sasaki, and Yoshinobu Yamamoto each had scoreless starts and combined for 18.1 scoreless innings. Now, Yamamoto started the run against the Phillies. In May, he went 5 1/3 scoreless innings, struck out 10, which tied the most strikeouts he had ever had in a start. Ohtani followed that against the D-backs. He threw 6 scoreless innings, allowing just 2 hits, and did it while dealing with a blister. And then Sasaki had the best start of his major league career, against the Angels, throwing 7 shutout innings, striking out a career-high 10, and looked like the Roki Sasaki that we had heard about coming out of Japan. So together, Ohtani, Yamamoto, and Sasaki became the first trio of Japanese-born pitchers to each have a scoreless start in the same season, and they did it in the same week.
It's so special. And it does make me think back to when I realized how special this trio is. The first Dodger game that I went to, not this season, but last season. And of course, they were coming off of a World Series, and there was this new young guy named Roki who we were expecting to see at some point this season. Didn't know much about him, but the significant increase in Asian Americans at that stadium and jerseys was when it finally hit me how momentous this was. Like, obviously, as a baseball fan, you heard the name Yoshinobu Yamamoto maybe 2 or 3 years before he signed, and you obviously knew who Shohei was. We were still learning who this Roki Sasaki guy was, but how much that representation meant to the Asian American community. It's hard to state how many faces you see in that stadium, and you hear Japanese being spoken, and like how cool it is, how even the stadium food that is served.
Oh, they adopted the culture.
Like, yes, like
in the best way.
It is a place that has leaned completely into making Japanese Americans feel at home, and obviously the results on the field are proving why.
It's crazy. So our dog watcher and babysitter is Japanese, and she went back and was visiting family in Japan while the World Series was happening, and she was sending me photos and texting me just how much it's almost like a religious experience back in Japan when the Dodgers are playing. Like, the Dodgers are Team Japan right now. And and as you're seeing, as I was talking about last segment, brands that can't get sponsorship ads in Dodger Stadium are buying the ads behind home plate when the Dodgers go to visiting teams. Like, that's how much brands are trying to be involved with the Dodgers and Shohei Ohtani and Yamamoto and Roki Sasaki. But I think what makes this whole situation special, right? Because what you don't normally see is superstars wanting to go play with other superstars, right? So Ohtani came out of Japan as like, we've never seen anyone like this before, right? The first ever two-way player in Major League Baseball. He is going to be lights out. And it's like, okay, let me see it to believe it. And then we saw it, 4-time unanimous MVP. And then we hear about Yamamoto, and we're like, there's no way that he's going to come to the Dodgers. He's going to want to make a name for himself on any other team. But what people don't understand in Japanese culture is that it is an honor. It is such an honor to play with your fellow countrymen. And with Ohtani being the face of baseball and an icon in Japan, it's the exact opposite effect that you would think in so many other cultures is these superstars want to join forces with Ohtani. And he was able to recruit Yamamoto, and he was able to recruit Roki Sasaki because, are you kidding me? Like, I get to play with Shohei Ohtani? This is... They feel the same way that fans do. And it's this collective just respect. And I think that's why, obviously, as we saw with Yamamoto and Sasaki, it takes them a little bit of time to adjust, not only to the culture, but to the game. And I think the most impressive thing about this record was Roki Sasaki and finally having his welcome to the big league moment. And I heard Freddie Freeman tell me and Dave Roberts tell me after his last start on Friday, this was the Roki Sasaki that we had heard about in Japan. This was the Roki that we saw tape of, that we knew could be like scary, dominant, feared pitcher on the mound. He's finally here. And that's what Roki told me too. He was like, I finally feel like I'm pitching like myself. I'm pitching with confidence. I am not doubting myself. And a big part of that, you have to understand and I have to imagine is because he has Yamamoto and he has Ohtani there.
Without question. And there are no two teammates that are more proud of Roki than them. And to Rocky's credit, the Dodgers the faces of Dodgers starting pitching has been a duo in Yamamoto and Shohei. And Roki is 24 years old. He was 23, maybe even 22 when he initially signed on as a Dodger. And the idea that kid is on his way maybe to making this a trio instead of a duo, can't put him there just yet. But if he continues to put together starts like we saw this weekend, how awesome is that? And it increases tenfold the fandom and the religion, as you put it, that
Dodgers
the
baseball?
Japanese culture has for Dodgers baseball. I mean, even small things, how Shohei refuses to not use an interpreter even though he can speak English because there are thousands and millions of people back home who want to know what he's saying.
An entire country.
And what's going on. I commend so much how Shohei, Roki, and Yoshinobu have handled the moment and the situation. I think they found a perfect balance of being embraced by LA and wanting to do things the way that the Dodgers do them, while also saying the most important thing to me is that people back home know how my experience is going. And credit to the Dodgers for doing everything they can to making sure that is a factor that they've acknowledged. Like, they very easily could have said, yeah, we don't want to have a live feed on our dugout that follows Shohei the entire game. That may put our players in a weird spot. And I'm sure a lot of owners would have said no to that. But I credit the Dodgers for every step of the way saying, you know what, this is bigger than baseball, and in the long run, this is going to help us and our Japanese players. I'm in awe how this whole situation has been managed over the past couple of years.
So what Brock is referring to is there is a Japanese broadcast that follows, obviously, Dodgers baseball and Shohei Ohtani, and they don't necessarily go to commercial break. What do? They just have a camera that is like the Shohei cam. And it just follows him no matter what he's doing in the dugout. Even if another player hits a home run, sometimes it's just panning straight to Ohtani. What's Ohtani doing? That man is so aware that every little thing he does is being watched by an entire country, which is also probably why we don't see him at batting practice often. And talking to a lot of the players and media members that were in Japan with them when the Dodgers went to Japan last year and covering the WBC, the players are like, it's hard to wrap your head. It's like when you see like the Bieber mania or back in the day, the Beatle mania, like it's that kind of insanity where there's never a moment that you are the biggest thing that anyone around you has ever seen. Like people freak out about like anywhere you go, anything you do, everything is watched. Like I remember, I think it was Mookie Betts was talking about it, and Freddie Freeman. They were like, it's insane what he deals with on a daily basis. Absolutely insane. Nobody knows. Like you don't know fame until you follow around Shohei Ohtani in Japan.
Right. The aspect of it that blows my mind too, and we can tie this into LeBron James, at 16 years old, LeBron James was given expectations that were impossible to meet. And here we sit 20-something years later that not only has he met those expectations, he left them in the dust 8 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Shohei, same exact situation. We hear there is a guy that can pitch and hit and can do both at a Hall of Fame level. That is an impossible standard to meet, and he has already in his 9th year surpassed those expectations. And I sit here again in awe, and to remind people, do not be like me. Do not spend the first couple years of LeBron James' career thinking that you have to be a Laker homer and therefore have to hate anyone who's threatening Kobe Bryant's reign on the NBA. You can hate the Dodgers all you want, but really sit back and appreciate not just what Shohei Ohtani is doing, but what the Dodgers are doing and what this moment is for Japanese Americans. And if you love baseball and the game growing, this only makes the game bigger.
4-time unanimous MVP. When you said it in his 9th season, he's already lived up to the expectations. I would say he's he's surpassed them.
Left them
4-time
behind.
unanimous MVP and came to the Dodgers and won back-to-back World Series.
Let's get 3.
Yeah, dude. Quest for a 3-peat. It's happening. It's so happening. You know what else is happening? D-Mac and Reiter joining us for Crosstalk coming up next. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan. What's up, LA? Welcome back to Brock and Alex on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. I'm Alex Curry here with Brock Farine. If you're listening on the radio, the Odyssey app, or the iHeart app, we appreciate you being here. And if you're watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, you see that D-Mac and Reiter have joined us for some crosstalk. And what is the point?
I don't know what I'm doing over here.
You do it.
You guys caught me.
He's about
dude.
as like, but it's like a cute awkward, you know? It's awkward, but it's like he means well.
I have agreed.
Yeah, it's like,
I wouldn't say I mean well.
Look at him go, buddy. You're doing great.
No, I like it's strong. You do it with just pure aggression.
Bam.
You also
lasers coming
Who
out.
are you making eye contact with? It's
The people
crazy
out
eye
there.
contact.
Yeah, well, you can't even really make eye contact because the bill's shading his eye.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
You never know his next
Have you
move.
seen him when he gets excited? He has
What?
You have intense crazy eyes.
Yeah, I do. Do you guys
Oh.
have crazy eyes?
Oh, yeah.
I think she out crazy eyes
Yeah.
me. Wow.
Oh, God.
I just
I
felt
know,
those laser
I know.
beams
You
pierce
guys,
through my
they
skull.
pop
Are you
out-
okay?
They pop out of my eyes.
You have seen a ghost.
I know. Yeah. You want to talk about
They
crazy
like
eyes?
pop out of
They
the
do.
actual sockets.
They do. I know.
Nice. Looney Tunes
it's crazy.
style.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You guys, 2 days away from the World Cup, 3 days until USA's first game. And what we were just doing, you guys, it's been really beautiful seeing all these different countries coming to the United States. We've had a lot of soccer fans that have gone viral doing the American food experience. I don't know if you've seen
I heard. I was
the
listening to you
German
guys in the drive-in.
gentleman. There was another few today. But now all these countries are showing up in these towns across the United States. And Brock just told us, here, take us through the most interesting
Yes, I got
places
it.
right now.
So Algeria is staying in Lawrence, Kansas.
Okay.
Anyone who is safely pulled over or at home, look up this video of this sweet old man embracing all of Algeria, dancing in the street.
So
it is wonderful.
It's a party. Like, I haven't gotten to that part of the, it's a full-blown party. And I didn't realize, again, like, I did my very first college football game. I spent Thanksgiving at Lawrence, Kansas.
You probably had a good meal.
I bet you did.
Probably no.
Nah, I mean, it was fun.
They can do a turkey.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
What's
Jayhawk?
Thanksgiving?
I went to the
Rock
zoo,
jaw.
so I'm allowed to make those jokes.
Covering college football, Iowa and Nebraska always play the Friday after. So I've spent many a Thanksgiving in either Iowa or Nebraska.
Iowa City's fun.
Dude,
outside of a home-cooked meal,
I gotta tell
they bring it.
You can eat
two of
Iowa
those
City.
places were some of the craziest college campuses I've ever been to. I hosted a show called Tailgate 48 on Big
Okay.
Ten Network, and we went to like all the biggest matchups every weekend. Nebraska had the craziest tailgate I'd ever seen.
It is the best tailgate.
First time, and it's under like a freeway pass, which is insane. And let me just paint the picture. I'm standing there doing a show. This woman holding a baby, sitting on an electric cooler with a beer in one hand, wrapped around the baby, but like holding the beer and the baby, steering the electric cooler.
Why talk about my wife?
Where
Why are we bringing up old
this
stuff?
is insane.
No, Nebraska
Beautiful.
is the single best
Wild.
tailgate in
Really?
Well,
college.
yes, wild. And
is.
I
It's a big
was
statement.
at the big house when it was Michigan State. I was at Iowa for Iowa State, where the entire like city shuts down. Like, it is a religious
Iowa
experience.
City will put some people into the ground.
It's insane.
With how they drink.
Yes,
It's fun.
It's wild.
My parents live there, so every now and then I'll.
You have to
Okay.
the comparison I always make for Iowa City, because for someone who doesn't know, you just expect some sleepy small college town. It is a college town, but like the same way that you can't just wake up and run sprints, you got to stretch first.
Yeah.
That is Iowa City on game day. You
It's
can't
insane.
just show up and think that you're just going to be thrown into the mix. You got to prep yourself.
People rent out their lawns. If they're not tailgating on the front of their lawn, like they are
People rent
giving
out
their
their
lawns.
livers.
Yeah. Like, it is insane. So the reason we got on this topic, you guys, is different World Cup teams are showing up to America, and they have host cities like all over the country. What's another cool
Belgium
one?
is staying in Renton, Washington.
Never been
been.
to Renton. Okay.
Okay.
Bosnia is staying in Sandy, Utah.
Okay.
Brazil is in Morristown, New Jersey. My favorite, Korea is staying in Tijuana.
Wait, what?
Really?
TJ.
Did I miss that?
Dude.
No, I'm sorry.
I
Apologies.
spent a year there one night.
No, not Tijuana.
Yeah.
Got my teams confused. They're staying in Jalisco.
Jalisco.
Did you guys see the video of the Korean guy doing a keg stand?
No.
I
In
heard,
Jalisco?
I heard you guys talk about it. I haven't
Yeah.
seen it.
Dude, that's
I will
insane. I
find the
forget
video
all
for
the
you
fans
guys.
that
From
are
my friend David
probably
Sue.
there
Yeah.
too.
But
You
I love
guys.
that, like, you get a bunch of Korean soccer fans. Here's an excuse to go to Mexico. We're gonna live it up, and here's a Mexican culture that
Man.
gets to show off their stuff to. I love
Senor
what
Frogs.
that brings.
Did any of you guys have
So that's why
Senor
Hassan
Frogs?
Kim's batting average is down. But that's
You
why.
stay off my guy. He'll be back up in no time.
That's my guy too. There you go.
You guys,
That's my guy.
You guys got a Hassan
yeah.
Kim connection.
Yeah. You guys
Who's
are...
staying in California other than those?
Someone is staying at the Ritz-Carlton in Goleta, which is
Wow.
right by UCSB.
Like, they're literally on campus.
Maybe the U.S. men's national team? Could
No.
Isla Vista action.
It's
Yeah.
Austria. Austria is staying
Oh, they're
at
so
the
fancy there.
Bacara
That's so,
in
that
Santa
makes sense
Barbara.
then.
Yeah, it does make sense.
That's
But
so
it's
fancy.
also funny because, 4 years in advance, you send ahead your scouts to say, hey, this is where we're going to be playing. You need to find a place for us to live. And you can tell maybe it's a difference in budgets, which is a huge factor, but also credit to the scouts who said, yeah, we're going to stay at the 5-star resort on the beach in Santa Barbara.
Because that scout's from Salzburg. He's like, here's the deal, bro.
Yeah.
Real fancy.
Okay, I'm excited. Obviously, you guys are big soccer fans. Who is like the dark horse, you think, heading into the World Cup?
That's a man. The problem is dark horses don't usually win.
Okay.
I will go. Is Morocco count as a dark horse? I think that's a really
They should count as a
interesting
dark horse.
team. I would go Mexico. I think Mexico might have the best. I mean, you have to pick some team on sort of like American, Mexican, Canadian soil.
That someone's going to benefit of being like a home
I think
field
Mexico
advantage.
might have a little more chance than the U.S. men's national
Definitely.
team. Although we have a very easy path. Our group's not hard, and our
You think they're
potential
getting?
pairing.
You think they're getting out of the group, USA?
Oh yeah, they're getting out of the group because 3 out of the 4. Yes, they better win that group. If they don't win that group, it is an utter and total failure.
So
Wow.
me and producer Shay were talking about this beforehand, and FIFA corruption, smuption, whatever. They show some love to the host towns, and they showed some love to the U.S. We were talking. Can you put into context the level of embarrassment it would be for the U.S. not to make it out of this group stage? Seemingly, they were kind of gift wrapped a situation that could help them
It
advance.
would be like if the Thunder next year finished with the worst record in the NBA.
Okay.
I mean, because
Okay.
So
Really?
So in the expanded field, there's groups of 4, but now there's 48 teams. So 8 of the 12 groups send 3 teams, and the United States is a fairly easy group. Turkey, I guess, is the second best team in that group, and they've got like a few world-class-ish almost players, but it's in America. We've never had a generation of United States men's national team players where this many have played European, I almost said football, soccer. And if we win the group, which we should, we play, I believe, we play one of the third teams of one of the 8 third teams, which should be a very
favorable.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you play, now I'm trying to remember this, D-Mac, I'm totally forgetting. If you finish second, you play somebody really difficult. I just can't remember who it is.
Man.
In whatever
Okay.
group it is, potentially the winner of whatever group we'd be matched up with. I think the test is, do we compete in a round of? I think we have to make a round of 16 match, and I think we should compete in that match.
Okay, that's exciting.
That's why it's so
who is
hard
it?
for me though, because it's like
Shay,
we're
tell me
waiting
again.
for something that we don't realistically have a chance to actually
I thought I was
win.
giving an answer. It's gonna be
Right?
sad.
That's why
Never
it
done
kills
it
me with the
before.
U.S. But what I've been saying is the Leicester City, they had the biggest upset through the Premier League a couple years ago. I've been saying it's like if Leicester City won the NBA Finals, right? That would be the U.S. win the World Cup. So it's tough to imagine a scenario where that's even possible. But I'm like Bill. Like, I just want to see positive steps in the right direction and how you fare against elite competition, right? I mean, that's why I love the Brazils and the Frances and the Spains, because you get to watch the best talent in the world. And Argentina, of course, right?
That's wild.
He makes fun of me because I'm rooting for.
He loves Spain more than the U.S.
I'm going to root for Spain over the United States.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised you're not wearing a
1A,
Spain
1B.
jersey.
I did on Friday.
Right now.
So I did on Friday. Today, it's a Manhattan Beach tennis.
That's
tournament.
cute.
I got second. I know you guys were wondering.
Country
I got
club?
second.
Country
That's
club?
close to the U.S. men's soccer
No,
in
this is
Spain.
like this is the Manhattan Beach Open right here.
Okay, so you like Serena Williams coming out of retirement?
I do. I love
How
Saw
about
that.
that? We were
Serena.
talking
That was cool.
Serena
Dude.
earlier,
Hot
yeah.
take: top 10 potential athlete of all time, Serena Williams.
Oh
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like on the list with
I had her top
Otani
5.
and Messi.
Top 5.
Amazing.
Yeah, like maybe even top 3.
Welcome back, Serena.
Yeah, wild.
Awesome stuff.
Wild, you guys. This was a fun one today. Thank you for hanging out with Brock and Alex all day. Don't go anywhere because we got D-Mac and Reiter coming up next right here on 97.1 The Fan.
McCain. He crazy. I'm Bill Reiter. They say the same. It's D-Mac and Reiter on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. I'm trying to get the show ready. I'm excited to tell the people about a great 4 hours of sports talk radio we have planned. And if you're watching on the stream, maybe you'll see this. I'm going to grab it. I look over, and there's just a giant bear.
Yo.
A UCLA bear. I got it, but it's like this is the size of a human head.
That two over the top?
How much? What do you put in here?
You are the last guy to talk about bringing a lot of coffee.
What do you mean?
You bring like a 10 jug.
I do.
I mean, you're like
Fair.
Mr. Coffee over there. 2 liter.
You made this joke / truth the other day here on D-Mac and Reiter that when we, I think, been here longer or done better or done well enough that you'll start to drop some truth bombs. I have a famous media person I work with on TV who would have a big mug like that, and it always had beer in it.
Did it really?
And it would impact the show.
When I was in
It would
Japan,
impact the show.
When I was in Japan and everyone was going to the mile to cover the Dodgers, I noticed all the Japanese media members, it'd be the first inning, and they were crushing beer.
First inning,
just pounding beer. And I was like, dude, you can do that? If I did that here at Dodger Stadium, they'd be like, bye-bye credential. They're like, hey, man, I love you, Ohtani, man. I love you, Ohtani. They're like getting absolutely wasted. And it's like the third inning. I was like, I'm in.
What would it take to get our boss, Andrew, to approve, Drunk Fridays or something?
Drunk Fridays? I don't think the people would want that.
If our boss's boss is listening, who I talked to earlier, that was Doug talking. That wasn't Bill. I know it sounded like Bill.
Yeah.
That was definitely D-Mac. I'm excited about the show, dude.
Me too.
We're going to get into your top 5 most disappointing Dodgers of the year, and I'm going to throw in a surprise one when you're done. We didn't dive into this yesterday, but a really interesting story to NFL.com about maybe Jared Goff was wildly underrated and continues to be, and it's not shade at Sean McVay, but maybe a rethinking of how we view the Goff era in LA. We'll, of course, talk about the Spurs striking back and getting a game. We'll preview today's Dodgers game. Reminder, it's an earlier game. It's in Pittsburgh. What is it, 3:30 our time? First pitch. We have an NFL report. We'll talk about Mr. Beast. We know Mr. Beast is probably not going to buy the Angels, but we have some creative ways that if he did, that influencer, that YouTube star could fix, this is going to be very sarcastic, fix, air quotes, the Angels. LeBron James spoke to Time Magazine, and there's actually some really interesting things in there that we'll give you toward the end of the show, D-Mac and I here on D-Mac and Reiter, including maybe, again, some tea leaves that can be read as it relates to LeBron's future or not in Los Angeles. We'll preview another World Cup group, and we will give you a Rooter Hero of the Day nominees. We've also got some bad news on the Rams front. We don't have a lot of details, but we are aware that A.J. Jackson has been arrested and accused of allegations of felony domestic violence. Obviously, important Rams player, offensive lineman. So we'll talk about that here in about 20 or 30 minutes. But let's start. So you've got some Dodgers All-Star Game ballot magic for us. Are we cool if we just start with, I guess you have 4 guys who should be locks, Dodgers as All-Stars?
Yeah, the All-Star Game, less than a month away. It's going to be in Philadelphia. It's going to be very exciting. And I think that you look at this Dodgers team, and everyone expected all 26 of them to be All-Stars in the offseason, right? And they were going to win 162 games. Well, the rigors of an MLB season aren't like that, but they still have their fair share of All-Stars. Might as well start with the most obvious All-Star in the history of All-Stars, the All-Star in Shohei Ohtani, someone that is not just having a great season, he's having the greatest season in the history of Major League Baseball. And the interesting portion of the Ohtani talk when it comes to the All-Star game is he going to be on the mound pitching? Will he be pitching?
In Philly.
It's in Philly. Christopher Sanchez is the Cy Young favorite, but Dave Roberts is the manager of the team because he won the All-Star manager because he won the World Series, right? So I think if I'm Dave Roberts, there's no doubt about it that the best thing for the game, the best thing for the sport is to have Shohei Ohtani on the mound. Of course, it has to line up. Of course, they have to make sure that he's ready to go, and they might want to give him some extra rest, right? I mean, for you, yeah.
I was going to say, Dave Roberts will announce the day before the game, or maybe at the Home Run Derby, that they've created a brand new All-Star Game honor. It's called the Wrapped in Wool Player, where they literally wrap a player in wool and seat him on a throne. And no one approaches him, and he doesn't play sports. And it'll be Shohei.
I hope that doesn't happen because look, I'm not the biggest All-Star Game guy. I'm really not. I would rather watch the Rays versus the Pirates in a spring training game or something like that, really, than the All-Star game sometimes.
We're aligned, dude.
Just because it doesn't count, right? But I will say that in the last couple of years, it's changed for me just a little bit because Shohei Ohtani can grow the game, and the ratings reflect it. It is a very highly watched All-Star game. You've got the tradition where players are back wearing their uniforms, not these ugly ones that they have been wearing for the last couple of years, and people are tuning in. They're having mic'd up situations, and it's just a great opportunity to highlight the best player on the planet on a stage where in baseball, a lot of times, even if you're a Yankees fan or you're a Giants fan, unfortunately, or a Padres fan, even if you're appreciative of the greatness of Shohei Ohtani and you acknowledge it, you're still watching your team every single day because that's how baseball is. There's a game essentially every day. It does give fans of other teams a chance to marvel at the greatness of Shohei Ohtani.
I love that, dude. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. If you want to call us and shoot the breeze and be part of the conversation and hang out with us, 855-97 LA Fan, 855-97 LA Fan. You can also do it on the stream at The Fan LA. Drop your comments in there, The Fan LA. So I, like you, was very down on the All-Star game. And I do think that, and I try to be aware of this, I think when you and I are lucky enough to cover sports for a living, you can take for granted the sports that you're covering or some of the moments. I hated the All-Star game because I used to cover it every year. And then I took my son and my wife and my daughter to the San Diego All-Star game is where this shifted. I've taken them to a few. And we went to Home Run Derby, and I spent the whole time walking and complaining about it. And my wife afterwards correctly pointed out what an idiot I was because she was in awe and Maddie was in awe. My son Henry in particular, who's now 13, but he was 6, 7, 8 back then, loved it. And so that's sort of, it made me realize that there is this magic for people that maybe I don't appreciate. I don't want to speak for you. Maybe sometimes some of us that are around the game all the time don't appreciate because we see it as work.
Yeah, exactly, right? It feels like, oh, everyone's getting this week off, and you're there, and there's even more for you to do. I've been able to cover a bunch of different All-Star games. I was in Atlanta last year. It does give you a really good opportunity to meet players from other teams. Usually, I'm trying to meet with other insiders to see what intel I can get for the Dodgers trade deadline. That's how I use it.
What's up to Jeff Passan?
I did. I definitely said what's up to Jeff Passan last year. I have an ongoing bit that I do with him about coming on to my show. So hopefully that'll be this show at some point. Jeff Passan, our show, of course. So I don't know. Hopefully he doesn't see that I called him out yesterday because he did say that Rogi Sasaki was going to be sent to AAA. But
and Sam Medina did an amazing job on the clip where she I don't know what it says, but it's something like Jeff Passan sucks.
Basically,
it doesn't say that. Aggregators, it doesn't say that.
The reason why I think so many people love this show is because I think you and I keep it a buck. We keep it 100. If there was an emoji to describe our show, it'd be the 100 emoji.
Okay.
Because we're always bringing the truth, bringing the facts. My Ohtani challenge for this year, though, and we've talked about it, right? The Cy Young, hitting 300, winning the batting title. Bill, he's never won an All-Star Game MVP.
Man, do you really care?
I want him to win as many awards as he possibly can.
Other than the Cy Young Award.
As long as it fits with the team's goals. And I know that the funny thing is, you know that he wants that award. And he definitely wants to shine on that big stage. And here's the thing, too. I've said it on the show a couple different times, is this is not just the greatest player in baseball. We are seeing the greatest season in the history of baseball and possibly the best individual season that anyone has had in any sport. Maybe talk about the Tiger Slam in 2000, or we were just talking about Serena Williams and the crossover talk. Like, his year is so good that we are going to be able to have this year as the year that we point to. We're going to talk about LeBron later. When you ask people, like, well, what's the best LeBron? They're like, 2018 LeBron, I think. But now everyone's going to be like, 2026.
I agree.
Shohei Ohtani, the year of the show. That's the year that we are going to set as the new standard, not just in baseball, but in all the sports. And I think another thing he's going to do this year, along with make this All-Star team, is he's going to absolutely end any conversations with Babe Ruth, Barry Bonds, any of those other players that he's mentioned with, Ted Williams.
Yep.
Look, I agree with you on that. So, Shohei, the numbers are absolutely eye-popping beyond belief, as you would expect. A 302 batting average, a 160 weighted runs created plus, which by Ohtani standards is still a little lower. I think by the time the All-Star game rolls around, he'll have that higher. Since May 12th, he's been the best offensive player in the game in essentially every single category: batting average, on base percentage, OPS. But the most impressive thing is that .74 ERA. So he is a lock to be an absolute all-star. And then the next guy
Can I just real quick on Ohtani?
Absolutely.
You're right.
Yeah.
I mean, best OPS in the National League, I think it is. Lowest earned run average when he qualifies. I'll just add to your initial point. You are right that he should be the starting pitcher. And I'm actually a little worried that it's Dave Roberts because not just the joke that Dave doesn't play him enough. Any other manager who's not the Philly manager should feel the pressure to put Ohtani as a starting pitcher in the All-Star game for all the reasons that you just walked us through, DMAC on DMAC and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan, because it is maybe the greatest season in the history of a baseball player. And what a better place than for Shohei Ohtani to hit leadoff and to pitch the first inning, only the first inning, if that's what it needs to be, in an All-Star game, to just pull in and enhance the absolute magic this guy brings to the game for every fan who's not a Dodgers fan who doesn't get to watch him every single night.
You're absolutely right. I love that you bring that up because it could end up being a difficult decision that they're going to have to juggle with, and they're going to have the Dodgers' best interest. They're going to have Ohtani's best interest, but the best interest I want them to have is in the overall game of Major League Baseball. And with the new CBA looming and a potential lockout, let's show the world, Bill, let's show the fans just how much this game has grown since Shohei Ohtani has become its best player. That baseball is hotter than basketball right now. The NBA, great ratings. MLB's World Series ratings were higher, right? Especially if you look at globally. And with Shohei, the matchup we want to see, to me, it's Ali versus Frazier, right? It's Ohtani versus Aaron Judge. We need to see that matchup. The fans need to see it. And I think it's a great exclamation point to what the start of the season has been. And two, I know you're a big, I want the Cy Young, right? Well, guess what? It's another chance, even though it doesn't count. Hey,
Narrative.
Look how great he is on the mound.
The obstacle, and if you were listening to Philadelphia radio, they'd be screaming at us, is that Christopher Sanchez is pretty good. And there's going to be some pressure for him to pitch and play there. But I think for Ohtani, it's not just is he the best pitcher this year, and he's one of the, four?
Easily.
His level as a player and the historic greatness you're talking about, for me, should be enough to bench any other ace for just the first inning of the All-Star game, even if that ace, one of those other aces, happens to play in the home ballpark of this year's All-Star game.
Exactly. Could not have said it better myself. I mean, that's what you want to see. This is his era. I was doing some numbers yesterday, and I got the top 10 in ERA and the top 10 in OPS since 2020. And if you're doing a Venn diagram, right?
Oh, my God.
It's 10 guys on the offensive side. It's the Bryce Harpers, the Mike Trouts, the Ron Acuna Jr.'s, the Jose Ramirez, Aaron Judge, Yordan Alvarez, Juan Soto. And on the other side, it's DeGrom, it's Max Fried, it's Clayton Kershaw, it's pitchers like that. And right in the middle of the Venn diagram, it's Shohei Ohtani. He's top 10 in both.
That's wild.
So he's really having the best decade that we've ever seen in the history of this sport, too. So, yeah, we can go on and on singing the praises of the great Shohei Ohtani. He'll be an all-star. I think that's safe to say, right? I'm pretty confident he'll be in Philly.
You've got three other, you think, locks who will be in Dodger uniforms with Shohei?
Yes. So the next lock, and Dodgers fans should feel excited about this one, but I think some Dodgers fans, based on how Murakami has performed for the White Sox, kind of feel like, oh, the Dodgers should have gotten Murakami, right? Because he has so many home runs for them. Guess what? Max Muncy is a lock. He is a lock not only to make the All-Star team for the National League at third base, to be the starting third baseman. He leads all National League third basemen with 14 home runs, a .262 batting average, a .351 on-base percentage. He's slugging .513. That leads the senior circuit. Do you like that when they call the National League the senior circuit? Are you in on that, Bill?
Can I be honest with you?
Yes.
I hate it, but I kind of liked it when you said it. Is that weird? Like
I flipped the script for you on senior circuit.
Did.
I like it.
You're so loquacious, you made me like that stupid expression.
Okay, well, I'm here for it.
You did it.
Hey, it's the oldest one, the senior circuit. But 864 OPS. So he leads all third basemen in the National League in essentially every category. And I think it's really amazing, too, because he's the longest tenured Dodger. Think about that. Max Muncy is the longest tenured Dodger. The Clayton Kershaws, the Chris Taylors, the Austin Barnes, those guys are not here anymore. And this is just an amazing thing for Max Muncy. He said to me a couple months ago that never in a million years did he think that he'd be making one All-Star team with the Dodgers, about to make his third, and he's about to start. And another tip of the cap, another feather in the cap, too, of Andrew Friedman for getting him back on a $10 million deal for a player this productive. It's incredible.
Dude, that's absolutely amazing. I mean, look, all right, I'm sold on Shohei. I'm sold on Muncy. If I remember right, you've got one that is, I think, obvious to not Dodgers fans, but casual fans. Maybe one that's a surprise to some non-LA fans.
Okay, so
they're not paying attention.
We got Andy Pages. He's going to be he's like the best new artist, right? If this was an award show, he's your best new artist because this is going to be his first All-Star team. All-Star Andy, as I've been trying to push for the last couple of months.
That's the new moniker?
I'm working on it.
I mean, I can.
It's okay.
Do you want me to use it too?
Yeah, you can. It sounds better from you.
No, it doesn't. I just want to start a trend.
All-Star
Andy. It's not a trend till it's 2.
He leads center fielders in home runs with 14.
Double A battery?
Double A battery. Okay, that works. I like that.
Leave the studio
Double
now?
A. He really put a charge into that one.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going to sit here and be quiet.
53 RBI. That leads the National League. But what really sticks out about Pages is the defense. That is what you need to know about Andy Pages. Just picture this. His goal was to be able to
Should I close my eyes?
Right.
I'm doing it. I'm ready.
Do it. Well, just think about this. Think about if you're Andy Pages, right?
Weird sensation.
And their goal for you was just, hey, Andy, can you hit at the big league level and be a competent right fielder, right? That was the goal for him. He's turned into a Gold Glove caliber center fielder. So it's massive, not just for this year, but now the Dodgers have someone that's going to be a pillar of their outfield for years to come. But this is the one that I want to throw at you that was a little surprising when I did the deep dive on the All-Stars, Bill. Yoshinobu Yamamoto has a 2.68 ERA, a 1.52 ERA plus, so league average is 100. Anything above that, you're an above-average pitcher. He's 52% above league average. Shohei Ohtani, by the way, is 451% above league average. Incredible.
That's interesting. Wow.
12 starts, but a 1.7 B WAR. So that's how many wins he's added. WAR, a quick and dirty stat that tells you how valuable a player's been to wins and losses. His stats are essentially identical to Justin Robleski. Robleski has the same WAR at 1.7. His ERA plus is 3 points higher, and his ERA
So you're going through
is a
dark
little
horse
lower.
too.
I think Robleski's a dark horse.
Wow.
I think if Robleski somehow, some way can find a groove and go on a hot streak, can give you 3 or 4 starts where he's going 7 or 8 innings, 10 strikeouts, who knows? Throw a no-hitter, right? I would love to see that. Then maybe
No, you
Justin
wouldn't.
Robleski.
Are you putting salt in the wound?
No, absolutely
Are
not.
you making no-hitter jokes because of the Shohei Ohtani argument?
No.
Oh, sorry.
I want the guys who just
You
pitch.
stole a look at me.
I want the guys who just pitch to do that. But here's the one that is the one that's in flux here.
This is the bubble.
This is the bubble. And this, I think, would be telling.
Bubble All-Star Game ballot here on D-Mac and Reiter.
And the Bubble Boy, I'm not going to call him the Bubble Boy.
You
That
just did.
felt semi-disrespectful.
No, it was. I loved
it.
Okay. Who's the Bubble Boy?
The Bubble...
Hey, Bubble Boy.
The
turn
Bubble
up the radio.
Boy is Freddie Freeman. So Freddie Freeman, if he does make it, it would be his 4th straight All-Star game, his 10th straight appearance. He's 3rd in home runs for first baseman in the National League, behind Matt Olson and Bryce Harper. He's 4th in weighted runs created plus. He's 3rd in batting average. He's going to need to pick it up. I'd probably handicap it probably a 60% chance, maybe. But why this would hurt is, who would make it? It'd be Matt Olson. And Matt Olson is who they replaced Freddie Freeman with in Atlanta. They essentially said, we're going with the younger, cheaper player, and he's the all-star. Of course, Freddie Freeman, he's got the World Series hardware to back it up.
And he's a Bubble Boy.
He's a Bubble Boy. He's got to make it. I mean, he's got to turn it up. It's not impossible. You still got some weeks left. He can go on a tear, but if he doesn't make the All-Star game and it breaks his streak of 10 straight All-Stars, and we heard about a month ago where he's kind of walking back the idea of having to play another couple years, and we talked about it, how maybe he doesn't necessarily want to go all in on 3,000 hits because of how much time that would take. Maybe this would be the beginning of the, future first ballot Hall of Fame career potentially, but when you snap that All-Star streak, I think it is a little bit of a reality check about where you're at in your career.
Yes, I'll gently also add, it's also a reality check if you're a Los Angeles Dodger, because you can only get so many guys on the All-Star team, even if every Dodger plays at that level. And I was talking to a buddy today who was put out by the Scooble thing, and I mentioned we were going to have this conversation, and said he would vote for anyone that's not a Dodger just so that there aren't a bunch of Dodgers in the All-Star game.
That tracks.
I then hung up.
That tracks. Okay, those are Bills homies, Dodgers haters.
I mean, dude, people. Do you not have friends that don't live in L.A.?
Oh yeah, I do.
I mean, those are your homies too. Then I'm telling you, people very much resent. But my point is, like, on a team like the Dodgers, you really got to stand out. You got to stand out to stand out.
You absolutely do. And there's also the rollover of the following season where, hey, we're looking at the postseason, right? But I do think that this is reflective of something that has changed within the Dodgers organization in the course of this 13-year run. And that is, this is another example of why this team does not place as much emphasis in the regular season as they used to. When Freddie first got here, remember what happened? They were a 111-win team, right? They were going to go down as the greatest team ever. They lost to the Padres in the NLDS. To me, the All-Star game, it's like winning the prom king, right? It's like winning the employee of the month, right? You feel good for a while, but doesn't mean you're going to win a championship in life, right? The Dodgers are winning championships in life because they're not forcing these guys for regular season success and accolades because they're less worried about the All-Star game, they're less worried about the Midsummer Classic, and they're more worried about the Fall Classic, and that's the World Series.
If you're telling me, and you have told me this, that Shohei Ohtani should be protected from a no-hitter in a game that actually counts, and I really don't have any sympathy for Freddie Freeman if he doesn't get to make an All-Star game because of the same currents of sort of how we focus the energies and the time and the goals for the Dodgers. Like zero sympathy for Bubble Boy.
Knew I should have said that.
I liked it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. You're so right on that because that is what the Dodgers are doing as far as, hey, you're going to take your rest days. If you're injured, you're going to go on the IL. I mean, think about how wild that is. How many All-Stars do the Dodgers have on the injured list right now? Blake Snell, Tyler Glasnow, Edwin Diaz, Kyle Tucker has not hit up to par, and we'll definitely talk about him a little later on the show. But the Dodgers, they know what they're doing. There's a path to this. They understand what it means. But also, from a player standpoint, here's the thing, too. It's important for Andy Paz to get that All-Star team, and he's the guy who benefits the most, and he's going to be on it.
All right, we're going through All-Star Game ballot realities for the Dodgers here on DMAC and Reiter. If you want to weigh in, if you have a perspective, a couple ways you can lend your voice to this conversation. You can get on the stream at The Fan LA, and put your comments, put your thought in the comments. You can also call us, 855-97-LA-FAN. We are going to get, this is the positive side of this. There are some Dodgers, including some high-paid Dodgers, who are almost certainly not going to be even in consideration for the All-Star game. We'll talk about those Dodger All-Star busts, and we'll get into some bad news for the Rams next year on DMAC and Reiter. And if you are over on the stream at the Fan LA on YouTube, do us a favor, push that like button, push that bell button, and you will be able to see and know when we're doing our thing. We got a comment here on your All-Star Game balloting, and we've got a few misses that maybe will fold into the 5 most disappointing Dodgers of the year in about about an hour and a half. Delis Gomez writes on the chat, I want no Dodgers to make the All-Star Game. Whoa. They need to rest to get ready for the three-peat. I'm not going to go that I mean, is that like I'm not good at anagrams. If I do Delis Gomez backwards, it's not Dave Roberts, is it?
It gets pretty close. You got a D in there.
Come on,
you got
man.
a D in there. Yeah. Like I said, it's Midsummer Classic. No, it's Greater Than Sign Fall Classic.
It's chill to it. It's not.
Yeah.
You've been at these things. The guys, it almost has a spring training vibe to it.
It really does. I mean, it's for the love of the game. The players, I mean, they're going 80, 90% maybe. I mean, there's the funny moments. I don't remember if you saw last year when Tucker made the big catch and it helped
when he was
Clayton Kershaw.
When he could still do that?
Yeah, right. And it helped Clayton Kershaw.
Those are nice moments.
And it was when Cal Raleigh was at the plate and Kersh was mic'd up and he was like, suck it, big dumper.
Oh,
yeah.
I do
like,
remember that.
Those are the moments you remember. And they also had the home run walk-off situation at the end where Kyle Schwarber hit the bombs. I remember talking to the players after that, Fernando Tatis Jr. and Schwarber, and they're like, yeah, that was fun, but we're ready to go home. We'll never see that kind of play in an actual regular season game. But it does mean something. Their families, it's a career achievement you want to get to as a player.
So we've got some D-Mac and Reiter, Doug McCain, Bill Reiter. Thank you for hanging here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. Not everything we talk about is going to be positive. Not everything is going to be good news. Not everything is going to be easy to discuss, but it is important to get into this story involving A.J. Jackson and the Rams and allegations. He was arrested last night. We don't know a lot, but here is what we know. A.J. Jackson, obviously the Rams starting left tackle, was arrested on accusations of felony domestic battery. Police responded to a call at a home in the San Fernando Valley. He was initially, according to the police reports, and TMZ is the first to have gotten this, as they tend to do. Jackson was initially in a verbal argument with a woman over her allegedly filming him with her phone, and the allegations continue that he allegedly attempted to get the phone from the woman, leaving her with scratch marks on her arm. This is developing, but as of when the show started 34 minutes ago here on 97.1 The Fan, he, at least according to the TMZ report, remained in custody. A bond set at $50,000. We can't really engage in conversation about what did or didn't happen. I'll give my 2 cents. I'm not making light of the accusation. I don't know what's true or real. If the reporting is accurate that the felony assault involves scratch marks on an arm, that obviously seems less problematic as it relates to the injuries that this alleged victim suffered than other things that can fall under felony domestic battery. I've covered enough of these, and you have too, man, where sometimes these accusations are much worse than first reported. Sometimes they're less worse. Sometimes these things turn out to be true. Sometimes they turn out to be false. I will say, and I hope I'm not making light in any way of these accusations and these sorts of things, it is a reminder from a football sense, right? Because we're talking about this because it's a football story, that the Rams can be the best team on the face of the earth. They are on paper. They can be a super team. They can add Myles Garrett. Aaron Donald could come out of retirement. You have to have the opposite of bad luck. You have to have guys not get injured. You have to have these sorts of things not play out. And again, this report on A.J. Jackson could be much ado about nothing. We don't know. There's an entire process that has to play out. And if the accusations are accurate, or there are more accusations where details haven't come out that are accurate, the guy could miss time. And so it's a football story. It's just a hard one to discuss sometimes.
It absolutely is. And for Alaric Jackson, this is something that he's dealt with where he was suspended 2 games last year for conduct reasons. So anytime there's a history and this builds, this could lead to another suspension. So if you're the Rams, this is terrible news for a lot of different reasons. You found Alaric Jackson as an undrafted free agent. You've molded him into a top 15 offensive linemen at his position in the sport, which is extremely rare to have a guy go from a UDFA to the point where you re-sign him on a new contract, you trust him with that position. He's also dealt with health issues, blood clot issues over the last couple of seasons that have kept him out. And if you're the Rams, this is scary because Matthew Stafford is 38. Matthew Stafford has dealt with injuries, and he's your left tackle. And outside of quarterback and I would say edge rusher, the left tackle is the most important position on the football field. And now you've got your best offensive lineman that plays left tackle that has to battle with edge rushers, that has to keep Matthew Stafford vertical and keep that number 9 jersey clean. And there's not a lot of great options behind him. So we'll get into some of those options and where the Rams could turn to, but that's not good for the Rams and the longevity play of Matthew Stafford. He'd go down on one play and this season's over.
That's exactly right. D-Mac and Reiter here on 97.1 The Fan. Look, we love that you're listening, and we appreciate that you are. If you are listening with kids in the car, because I know we have some fans who have written us that their kids hang out and they're part of the show. We love that, and we want you to listen. Maybe come back in 3 minutes, because I want to give some of the details here. And if my kids were driving around in the car, especially when they were younger, wouldn't want them hearing that here on any show, including D-Mac and Reiter. So come back in 90 seconds, 2 minutes. You noted the 2-game suspension. I'm trying to do this from memory, but I think it was a personal conduct investigation, not a legal situation, but it involved allegations of Jackson allegedly filming a sexual encounter with a woman without permission, which, again, without getting into the legalese of it, it's a, at best, personal judgment issue, and at worst, something much more untoward and inappropriate. And so you're right, in the context of because look, I have covered, back in a previous life as a newspaper writer, before I did sports, I've covered domestic violence. I'm not in any way underselling the absolute horror of that, and anyone who does these things that are alleged should be punished. But in a vacuum, you sort of read scratch marks on an arm, and you think, okay, not good, not okay. Hopefully, maybe a misunderstanding or grabbing for the phone and getting it wrong, right? Big guy. But when you give the context that you're talking about with the 2-game suspension and what I'm talking about with the actual details, we don't know what we don't know, but there are enough red flags here that you do worry and wonder about his personal judgment, his conduct given these the latest allegations, and what it means from a football perspective. And you noted, maybe you want to go through these guys. There's not a lot of options, and I think it's reasonable to worry about that because his history and these allegations, sort of nebulous as they are, certainly can lead to missed time with the information we don't have.
Exactly. And yeah, the way you lay it out, it is not fun to talk about. It's ugly stuff, and it's a tough part of sports at times. And if you are Alaric Jackson, the fact that did happen, it increased the likelihood that you could face a 6 to 8 game suspension, which would put the Rams in a situation where you would have to find a backup that's not just for 1 to 2 games, but for a good portion of the beginning of the year. So the number one option that the Rams would have to turn to, and if the season started tomorrow, it would be David Quessenberry. Now, Quessenberry, he's a safe option. He's a veteran. He started games in the NFL throughout his career. He does have experience. He doesn't have Alaric Jackson's upside. He does understand pass protection, so it's not like you're throwing a rookie in there, right? I think that's where you feel pretty good about the fact that this is someone that, yeah, he's not the long-term answer, but he is the most experienced replacement option, and he did re-sign with the Rams on a 1-year deal this past year.
D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. Phone number 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. We're talking about A.J. Jackson and his arrest for allegations of felony domestic battery. And again, we're going to try really hard because D-Mac's right. These things are going to come up. Nobody wakes up in the morning and says, I really hope I get to talk about allegations of domestic violence, but athletes are human beings, and they're human beings who have foibles and mistakes and do terrible things, and when those things pop up in the world of LA sports, it's going to come up, and so we will do our best to, when we're talking about some of this stuff, to just give you a heads up if you're driving around with kids in the car, or you're not here for it, and you come back in 3 or 4 minutes. And at the risk, and I think we're being respectful of this topic. I know we're trying to be here on the show on D-Mac and Reiter. And I said this already, but I want to say it again. It is a reminder that unlike baseball, and I would argue even unlike, to an extent, the NBA, that football has, the margins are so thin. I mean, you're right. If Stafford goes down, the season's over. But that aside, the margins are so thin that you can be the best team on paper in the in a 10 or 20 or 30-year NFL timeline, doesn't mean you're going to win. I think you brought up the other day, it's been a long time since a betting favorite won the Super Bowl going into the season, and there are injuries that happen, and there are just sort of outcomes that go the wrong way, but there's also things you can't predict, and unfortunately some of those unpredictable things are like this ugly story where guys you rely on are at least accused of making really bad decisions, and that can impact a football team too.
100% in the biggest way possible, and this comes a week after you just acquired Myles Garrett, and if you are the Rams, it's like, wow, we got this guy that's going to get to the quarterback a lot. They could get 30 sacks, but we may have lost someone that is going to allow another team to get to our quarterback at a higher rate. Because make no mistake about it, left tackle is a premium position. It is a weight-bearing wall of your football team. And if you are the Rams, yes, you can plug in Questenberry temporarily. He's not the long-term option. I think one thing they might consider doing as well is a couple years ago, they acquired Kevin Dotson, K-Dot, he's the man, from the Steelers, and he turned into their best offensive lineman. They signed him to a new deal. He's the best run-blocking interior lineman in the sport, at least in the conversation. So I think the Rams would look to go out there and add someone. There's guys that used to be on this team, guys like Joe Noteboom and DJ Humphries that are around, but internal options like A.J. Arcuri, and they drafted Keegan Trost, I believe out of Missouri, by the way.
Incredible place.
Incredible place.
That land is
Mizzou.
Fertile for fine human beings.
They say there's a guy that went to Missouri that I look like.
Really?
Brad Pitt, right? You went to Mizzou, right?
They tell you. Actually, I lived in a crappy apartment that shared a wall with Brad Pitt's old apartment because all of his boys showed up one time. We were all drunk. Hey, here to go. Brad Pitt was here. Where's Brad Pitt? It was so sad. They had photos of them with Brad Pitt, but not Brad Pitt.
Close enough, right?
It'd be like in 10 years me going to a Dodgers game with a photo. You're like, I used to hang out with this guy. All right. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, 97.1 The Fan. We are going to shift to something a little more positive. The Rooter Hero of the Day. We do this every single day at this time. We're going to nominate some heroes, and you're going to help us decide who to celebrate in LA sports next here on D-Mac and Reiter. 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. It is cool doing LA radio, isn't it?
Coolest thing in the world.
It is my
Love these
my
teams.
dream job.
Yeah, I would second that for sure.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I didn't know that you were my dream partner, but you are.
Hey.
I didn't know. You don't know till you know.
Right back at you,
You
my
know
man.
what I'm saying?
Hey, that's how I feel too.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can feel love.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. I got a buddy, Dylan, great friend. His wife's an artist. She has an art opening this weekend. I'm gonna go, but I also agreed to go have beers with the boss, which will also be fun to watch some soccer. So a week and a half ago, I rolled into a tennis match with a few pops in me. Right? Can I go to a fancy schmancy art thing? I'm not an art person anyway. With like, how many drinks can I consume, and then still go to the art thing?
Probably about 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go buzzed. I mean, no one's
Right.
going to judge you. Artsy people, they're pretty accepting, right?
You think they're pretty chill?
As long as you can handle it, right? As long as you're not. I mean, if 4 to
That's a
you.
challenge.
I mean, 4 to you is probably like 15 for me, right? I'm kind of a lightweight these days.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Are you?
A little bit.
I enjoy when you and I went out drinking that one time, and there was a bunch of fancy schmancy sports
Yeah,
people behind us.
exactly. There absolutely
one
were.
of us wanted to pick a
who
fight.
he's going to be friends with pretty soon, right? So, yeah.
All right. So by the way, coming up tomorrow at, I should know this. Is it 9:30 in the morning? Well, tomorrow, Dave Roberts, 9:30.
Yeah.
8:30. 8:30. You said yeah. Yeah.
Sorry.
That's good.
I said for the day. For the day, not the
8:30.
time.
Wait. I'm told 8:30 in the morning, but I've been overruled by DMAC. No, 8:30 in the morning.
The day.
8:30 in the morning on D-Fish and Decker. Dave Roberts will be on the show. And so check that out. They do a great job of those interviews, and we will play a ton of that. They had Les Snead last week. They've got Dave Roberts tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning on D-Fish and Decker, and that's what we do for here on 97.1 The Fan. We got you. The voice of LA Sports, bringing you the biggest voices in LA sports. And then we'll also play Dave Roberts' comments and answers tomorrow on the show when we get here. Very excited to hear that live and to play it for you later in the show. But by the way, WNBA's biggest celebration is coming to Crypto.com Arena on Sunday, June 21st, right around the corner. From special guests to one-of-a-kind giveaways, it's going to be an unforgettable night celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first Sparks game on June 21st. Again, 1997. Get your tickets now, www.lasparks.com/1997. Also, wait about 10 or 15 minutes. Wait till we throw it out. We had a lot of people calling yesterday, and we'll do a certain caller number who will get a couple free tickets. And those special guests, Warren G's going to be there performing.
Regulators,
let's go.
Mount up.
Get it. All right, speaking of get it, let's get to the Rooter Hero of the Day. Hero of the Day from Rooter Hero. Everybody needs a hero. RooterHero.com. You ready for a little magic?
I am ready.
Little nominations?
I am. I can't wait to I'm excited with my first one.
You go first because I have done a lot of work on this.
I'm going with the starting pitcher today for the Dodgers, going up against Paul Skeens, Eric Lauer. So Eric Lauer has helped the Dodgers maintain their six-man rotation. He has been everything they hoped he would be, I think, and then some. He's not Paul Skeens, but he's not supposed to be Paul Skeens. So just go out there, compete, let the Dodgers offense hopefully get some runs against Paul Skeens and get the win. So Eric Lauer playing his role right, a Dodgers pitcher that you probably won't even remember by August or September, but he's going to get a ring this year.
Can I co-sign or add a little shine? Can I throw a little sparkle, some sparkles on your nominee?
Yes.
So Houston Mitchell. Do you know Houston Mitchell? It's a
Yes,
good
I
name.
do.
Houston, we don't have a problem.
Houston. There you go.
Dodgers dugout.
Should call it the Mitchell Report.
We're going to get to him later. Is it called the Mitchell Report?
No, that'd be cool, maybe.
Did I get it wrong?
No, you didn't.
Like the time tomorrow? No. What's happening?
Sorry.
Pretty soon you'll be like, actually, your real name's Phil. Like, oh, it is? Okay. Hey, I'm Phil. I didn't know. Eric Lauer, according to Houston Mitchell, who I think listens to the show, and I'll explain why I think that later, Mr. Lauer has the fourth best earned run average as a Dodger on the Dodgers. So it's a very good. Are you cheering for yourself?
Cheering for Eric Lauer.
Oh, I thought you were cheering for yourself. Good nominee. I'm gonna nominate the obvious one, but I'm just gonna nominate Mr. Wembanyama, and we'll talk some hoops later in the show. He had an incredible game. What a bounce back. Spurs win. I think it's a huge one. I told this. Bursch can I think I said it to Bursch. So Bursch maybe can validate. I said yesterday whoever won game 3 would win the NBA Finals, and so I think the Spurs are going to win the whole thing. If that proves to be true, and it may not, it'll be because Wemby stepped up, had an amazing game under the pressure of it's almost for a non-elimination game was basically a must-win game. So Wembanyama, after some poor performances, played at the level he's supposed to, nominated hero of the day.
You called that one. Got to give you that one. You called it. They win. The series looks like it's going to go pretty deep. It looked good last night. I'm going to nominate Kelsey Plum. Kelsey Plum, we got the Sparks tickets. Kelsey Plum, I've been doing some deep dives on WNBA lately. She leads the league in scoring. She's been one of the best players in the league for a long time. I mean, she's definitely climbing up there as far as LA sports stars. She's averaging 25.5 points per game, 6.4 assists, shooting 44% from beyond the arc. There's all this hype about Caitlin Clark this and Paige Becker's that. Yes, they're young players, but Kelsey Plum is balling, still in her prime. Let's show some love.
I can't remember. Did I nominate Roki Sasaki Believers yesterday?
I believe you did.
Hard stare at you because this is our connection on this. Are you sure?
You did.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Has crazy eyes than you do, and you have crazy eyes.
Those were like the out of the socket, like Looney Tunes. That was crazy.
Right.
Yeah.
Are you a Who Framed Roger Rabbit fan? Remember
big time. One of my favorite
evil
movies.
Character when the eyes come out.
I do. First time in the history of film where you had Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse on the same screen at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it the last time?
I believe it might be.
Okay. What time's the interview tomorrow? 8:30, right? Dave Roberts.
I believe right. Pacific Standard. Yeah.
I did this last time. I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna nominate Raj Gropes.
Okay.
Because I don't have a lot of names written down today, and because Raj is one of my bosses. But again, Dave Roberts is a good get. You know what I'm saying?
It is. Doc's the best, man. Doc is great.
You've told me he is one of the best interviews, period.
I would say the best. I mean, he's that good. I mean, he's thoughtful, funny, insightful. He's not afraid to say things and not afraid to touch on certain topics. I can't wait to have him on because I want to talk to him about your Shohei Ohtani dilemma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that'll be great.
Yeah.
I'll be like, Dave, can we take some of the wool off? Hello, Dave?
He'll laugh. He'll laugh. And I cannot wait to see that, though. That's going to be must-see, must-listen to radio. All right, my next nominee. I'm going with this fantasy football league from Connecticut that made the loser of their fantasy league go trick-or-treating in June to get 10 pieces of candy from a house. So he had to go. He was wearing a Harry Potter costume, too, and it took him a while to get it, but he finally did. It took him like an hour. He got the 10 pieces of candy. Elite fantasy football punishment.
That is amazing.
Yeah, Harry Potter, good stuff.
What are the odds that he would have been assaulted by someone who thought it wasn't funny? Like, it's not zero.
It's not. I mean, it's like, get off my porch, get off my lawn. Like, why are you in the Harry Potter sorting hat? Like, it was It was wild, man.
All right, that's all I got. I mean, it's a pretty shallow hero day today. Do you have any more hero nominees?
I had one. Oh, yeah, the Lakers home crowd at NBA Finals games. So I went back and watched some other NBA Finals from years past. That was so much better than what we saw last night, those $10,000 Knicks tickets. Lakers crowd is still elite, man. I'm telling you. Reacting to every shot, even when you're losing, still making noise.
Pandering. Sorry.
I watched the 2010 finals last night at 3 a.m. and that crowd was popping.
You actually
We'll ask D-Fish.
You make a great point. Like, by the way, it's not a reflection on Knicks fans. It's a reflection on the economics of sports now. Same thing's going to happen to the World Cup.
Yeah, this is the crowd. It's like a Super Bowl vibe.
I'm going to nominate Argentina's national team for not being Brazil's national team.
Oh, wow.
Get in there last.
Wow.
Get in there last minute.
That's a good pull.
Yeah?
It's a nice pull.
So we've got Eric Lauer, Wemby, Kelsey Plum, Raj Groves, Lakers home crowd. I mean, dude, you are such a... I mean, it's such a good... They're going to win.
I meant that.
They're going to win. You didn't mean it.
I really...
All right, you meant it. It's great. Sorry, that was unfair. You totally meant it. And Argentina for not being Brazil. Are you writing these down, too? Write that down.
Yeah, I wrote down.
All right.
I think I'm just copying it. I'm not... I just want to feel like I'm doing something like you're doing. You talk, I talk. You write, I write.
Do you want to? Here you go. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1. The Fan, early Dodgers game, Skeens versus Lauer. In fact, first pitch is in about 32 minutes. So we're going to get into it next on D-Mac and Reiter. 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. And this is really exciting. Right now, we are going to give away some tickets because the WNBA's biggest celebration is coming to Crypto.com Arena on Sunday, June 21st, from special guests like Warren G to one-of-a-kind giveaways. It's going to be an unforgettable night celebrating the 30th anniversary of the first Sparks game on June 21st, 1997. You can get your tickets now at www.lasparks.com/1997. You can do that. Please do. But also, lucky caller number, what do you want to do? Number 5. D-Mac just gave me the 5 sign. So caller number 5 at 855-97-LA-FAN will get those tickets to the WNBA's biggest celebration, and you can see Warren G as a bonus. Caller number 5, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-975-2326. How's life sort of going home after the show? Are you exhausted? Are you tired? I was so tired yesterday. I went to a party. I went to a party.
I went.
Graduation party.
Yeah, you went to graduation party, right? You just told me all about it.
I just crushed some pizza though.
You
Here's
did?
the other thing. I don't eat until dinner.
Yeah.
And so it was really nice. My daughter's boyfriend had his graduation party, and the family. Do you know Slice and Pint in El Segundo?
Yeah.
It's great. Went there, and I hadn't eaten, and they're like, eat as much as you want. And I ate so much. First, I had 3 or 4 pieces of pizza, and then I had so much salad. They're in these big shared bowls that the mom goes, you can just eat from the bowl if you want. No, I'm fine. And then I ate from the bowl.
You were crushing it.
It was really. Yeah.
It's tough. For me, if there's pizza, I'm eating it. Like a pizza hates to see me coming.
Good,
yeah,
man.
it's very good pizza. I love that
What's
stuff.
your go-to pizza?
Just in general, the order?
I'm straight pepperoni.
I go pepperoni with a little ricotta cheese on it, maybe some garlic. Yeah, I'll get pretty exotic with it. But if it's just a really good pepperoni and cheese, hot honey's really great.
It is
yeah,
good.
Yeah. There's some that's a banger right there for sure.
Do you know what else is fresh off the presses right here?
What is it?
Food isn't fresh off the presses, so that doesn't really make sense. I tried to transition there.
Could be.
The hot honey. I was trying to go with the hot honey. You know what tastes like hot honey? Dodgers starting live when it drops.
There you go.
Spicy. A lot to get into.
The lineup is hot.
Tasty. All right, so Eric Lauer tonight against Paul Skeens, and the starting lineup obviously is out. First pitch is in about 24 minutes because it's that's 6:30 even local time. Seems early, doesn't it?
That's how they get down in Pittsburgh. Those earlier games, and then here it's early
because no one's going to the game, so you don't have to worry about people making it from work.
I guess that's the case.
Smaller city, maybe not
Smaller
as hard
city,
to navigate.
Kind of get around a little easier. I know a lot of productivity in LA is not going to be as great, right? Everyone's going to be watching the game, watching the show. So
when are we going to a Dodgers game together?
When do you want to go?
I don't know.
Bursch and I might hit up next Monday, Filipino Heritage Night.
Okay, I might be down for that.
Hey, man, Dodger Stadium is the scene, man.
I got to get there.
It's the best party in town right now.
I'm going to have to crash your place afterwards, though.
If you need to,
I might.
we got an extra bed for you, Bill.
Do you?
Yeah.
All right. Do you want the lineup?
I do.
Mr. Ohtani, leadoff. Mr. Paez, your all-star. Also the league leader, I believe, in runs batted in. RBIs. We're not doing it correctly. We're doing it correctly. Freddie Freeman at 3. Mookie Betts at 4. Max Muncy 5. Kyle Tucker in the 6th spot. Ryan Ward gets a start in left field. Your guy, Dalton Rushing. So another Will Smith is not playing moment. And Alex Freeland will hit in that 9 spot and obviously play second base. What jumps out to you?
No Will Smith. No Will Smith again. And this is clearly the Dodgers erring on the side of caution like they have with all their stars over the last couple of seasons, but they said that he was going to be in the lineup a couple of days ago after the stiff neck, and he's continued to be out. But this is what happens when you have a good backup catcher. This is what happens when you have a catcher that you think, well, how much is it really going to increase the odds of us losing to have Dalton Rushing in there over Will Smith? Of course, you have Will Smith over Dalton Rushing overall, but you're not losing as much as you would have if it were a couple years ago. You had Austin Barnes in that role, right? So they feel really good about Dalton Rushing. It's a really good opportunity for him. And look, Will Smith has caught a ton over the last couple of seasons. If he's not at 100%, he will not be in that lineup.
I got a little news for you on that front.
Yes.
You want a little breaking news here on D-Mac and Reiter on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports? It is, quote, more of a possibility, end quote, more of a possibility, according to Dave Roberts, that Will Smith lands on the injured list with lingering neck pain. It bothers him mostly when he swings the bat. Roberts noted that Will Smith would need an extra day of work to see where he truly is at.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Because Will Smith has not had the year that he had last season where he was an all-star. He was right at the top at so many different offensive categories as a catcher. So if they feel like this is something that's bad enough that could have on the injured list, that's very telling. I think this is twofold, too. I think that this is, okay, this is someone who caught 73 innings in the World Series last year. That's the most ever for a series, but also a guy that could use a reset. So I think this is what this is about is, hey, not at 100%. It's a good opportunity to maybe hit that reset button, give him some time off. And I did see him when I was there on Sunday. He was taking swings. He was doing some catch play. He was in good spirits. So I don't think this is anything serious. I don't think this is anything long-term. But this is just the Dodgers doing what they do. And for him this season, it hasn't been the year that he had last year. The numbers are down across the board. Batting average, on base percentage. He would not be an all-star if the voting was done today. So this is a good opportunity to give Rushing a chance to get some extended run and let Will Smith get healthy.
And to that exact point, D-Mac, it's amazing how good the Dodgers are at knowing when to do the things that they do. And you called this was going to happen. Credit to you. I think 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe before the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports, officially launched, might have been us doing practice shows for D-Mac and Reiter, might have been on the air. Can't remember. You said Dalton Rushing can play. And that guy's got a huge ceiling. And you called for him as one of the guys you really want to see out there. Over the last 5 times that he has played, his last 5 games, he is batting .444 with an OPS of 1.196. That goes back to about a week ago. So Rushing is in great form. He's swinging a great bat. He's obviously got a remarkable amount of confidence. And so if you're going to have a moment where you get Will Smith right physically with the neck pain Dave Roberts talked about, and as you just noted, maybe just give him a reset. It's also very classic Dodgers to do it when the guy that's going to fill that void is playing really, really, really well.
And trust me, that's a great point, Bill. They realize that too, right? If Dalton Rushing was 0 for his last 30, right, you probably haven't
play through the pain, bro.
Yeah, be like, hey, bro, take a shot. Like, where do I put that cortisone needle? Right? Yeah, exactly. Where's the Toradol go? Right? But that just tells you that there has been, I think, behind the scenes, probably some conversation, just speculating here, about, oh, wow, Rushing looks like a different player this year than he did last year. I know Andy Pajes gets all the credit for taking the big leap, but Rushing has taken a massive leap too because he looks the part. He looks like a big league catcher. We talked about a couple weeks ago how he was the most hated man in baseball, and he was a backup catcher. So he's got that alpha energy. He's got that front man type of main character energy. And I will say this, that the longer that we see Dalton Rushing look the part and show that ability in the box where he's hitting the ball hard, he's getting extra base hits, he's showing that leadership moxie, and then he continues to grow as a catcher because that's where Will Smith is so much better than Dalton Rushing right now, just as a receiver, behind the dish, calling games. If he can grow that part of his game, look, you're not going to have 2 of these guys at the same time forever. And I was joking with Dalton Rushing early on this season. I was like, man, the Dodgers have an all-star catcher behind an all-star catcher. And he sort of laughed. And I'm just thinking to myself, hey, you got to find some more playing time for him and some more plate appearances. And if he crushes it here, I think long-term they kind of look back at these little stints and say, hey, do we move Will Smith to first base or third base? Do we kind of move it around? Because you got to get these bats in the lineup as much as possible.
What a smooth way to compliment that dude.
Hey,
you got some game, bro. D-Mac
I try to rizz them up. I try to rizz up the players.
You did. 97.1 The Fan. All right, I have a thought and a question off of everything you just walked us through with Dalton Rushing. If you're just joining us on D-Mac and Reiter, Dave Roberts talked obviously before the game. First pitch against the Pirates in Pittsburgh is in about 18 minutes, and Roberts said that there's more of a possibility that Will Smith will land on the injured list with a little bit of a neck thing, and we're talking about Dalton Rushing, how well he's playing. So thought and a question first, and you hit on this a little bit, but we've all seen his edginess, his confidence, his swagger, right? Dalton Rushing's the kind of guy that you love if he's on your team and you hate if he's not. What's he like sort of when you're just talking to him in the clubhouse? Like, what's he like when he's not playing?
Very smart, very intelligent. If you ask him a basic baseball question, he'll turn it into the theory of relativity, right? He'll turn it into AP calculus, right? He'll really get into the weeds on just things that baseball players talk about when you're not in front of the camera, like, for example, with Dalton Rushing, he was talking to me about his approach to this season and how, hey, he used the trajectory machine so extensively because he didn't get those at-bats. He wasn't out there as much as guys that are getting everyday playing time, and he's really into the mechanics of it all, right? He's trying to take more of a two-strike approach and let things happen because he's so strong and he hits the ball hard that if he just makes contact, good things are going to happen. Where last year, he was chasing the slug, right? He was trying to hit a 5-run home run like I always joke. He was trying to hit it to Pasadena. Now that he's not doing that and he's trusting that good contact will lead to big contact, things have turned around for him. But he'll get into it, man. And also, too, like, you know, he'll get very candid about players and other teams, his thoughts on those players. He won't shy away from stuff like that. He'll talk about other teams in the division and players on those teams. Not going to say any teams with the Padres and kind of how he feels about them. And yeah, he's a dream interview and a dream player to kind of get insight into the Dodgers ecosystem and clubhouse.
D-Mac and Reiter here on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. And Will Smith, as we just noted, not playing again. We're talking Dalton Rushing, and that is part of the injury report, which is brought to you by Ozeron Law, the injured worker hotline. Just the fact that Will Smith, is, as we're discussing, is out of the lineup for the third straight day as he recovers from a sore neck and faces, according to Dave Roberts, more of a possibility that he'll actually miss some actual time and land on the injured list. So great. That's super interesting on Rushing. Here's just a thought, and I know we know this, it just keeps striking me. Will Smith not playing up to the level that we expect in terms of his bat, and maybe it's the injury. You've got Kyle Tucker, who can't even catch a baseball, let alone swing a bat right now, and hopefully he gets out of that. We spent a lot of time talking about Mookie Betts and where he's at offensively in his level. Glasnow is injured. Snell is injured. It is amazing, and this is where Dodgers, maybe the organization, doesn't get the credit from the casual non-LA fan, how good this team is anyway. Hell, Roki Sasaki is amazing now, but was really bad. He was bad. He was flirting with a 6-run run average his first 7 starts. Yeah, the big guns are the Ohtani's help, but you have these Rushings who step up. You have the Pages who steps up. I mean, you got a Robo that you noted should be an all-star. It has comparable numbers to Yoshi. It's a credit to the Dodgers, and we should talk about it as much as we can, that despite the Avengers out there who are part of saving the day, there's also just a bunch of mere mortals that somehow the Dodgers find a way to cultivate, to get the best. Even Eric Lauer starting today has been great as a Dodger. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you look at the comparison of what Eric Lauer looks like compared to Paul Skeens, and they can still win a game. Just look at their baseball savant pages, right? One's blue, one's bright red, right? That shows you kind of the quality that Paul Skeens is, but somehow, some way, they're going to be in this game. T-Mac actually showed me if you're not watching.
They could win it. Yeah,
cool.
It just blows my mind, really, what they're able to do, and that's a perfect example of what you brought up. But this is why the Dodgers have been so successful over the last couple of seasons is they ride the highs of certain players, and they don't force players that are on lows to have them in situations where they have to carry them, right? They have so much quality depth. I will say, though, I have seen out there, the budget Dodgers are the reason why they've been great this season. Look, the Ohtani performance trumps all that, and he's a $700 million player, right? I mean, there's deferred money in there, but he still is the biggest reason why. But you can't have the record they have unless there's the Andy Pages. And how did you get Andy Pages? You got him with international money at $300,000, and he's developed into an all-star. Will Smith, we talked about, he was a first-round pick. He hit the game-winning home run in the World Series last year. But I think what's interesting about this team is how the guys that have carried the offense are, as you point out, some of the more inexpensive players on the roster. And if I'm Kyle Tucker, I'm getting Max Muncy a steak dinner, right? If I'm Mookie Betts, I'm treating Andy Pages to something too, right? Because some of these players are carrying, and it's not forcing us to really focus even more on the struggles of Kyle Tucker and Mookie Betts, because guys like Max Muncy, Andy Pages are out overperforming their projections this season. And you only get that to this level on teams like the Dodgers, where some other teams, it's like, oh, guys are stepping up, but they're not stepping up making all-star teams, right? It's a totally different ballgame in L.A.
D-Mac and Reiter hanging out here. Thank you so much for listening on the FM, or if you're streaming us at The Fan LA, The Fan LA. Later in the show, I'm going to talk about, is it Mitchell Houston? I keep wanting to call him Houston
Mitchell, yeah.
Yeah, I did it wrong. Houston Mitchell. It's a great name, Houston. Either way you put it, it's a great name, Houston Mitchell. I think he's been listening to the show, and I think maybe some of the things you've said have inspired him, and I love that. Like, imitation is the ultimate form of flattery, and he has some great stats we're gonna get to. I think there's a chance, I'm just saying, maybe Dave Roberts listened to the show, and maybe I reached him a little bit. Because he did let people know in the build-up, the media, just before the game that has first pitch in about 11 minutes, that Shohei Ohtani will act as a two-way player for his start on Wednesday. And Robert said he's still undecided if Ohtani takes a rest day for Thursday. So good. I'm glad that some of the mothballs in the wool, we can take them out of storage and just play them. I will say this. I'm going to lose my mind irrationally if Ohtani pitches and is on fire through 6 innings and he gets pulled and he's below 100 pitches. I'm just telling you, just for tomorrow. But he will be a two-way player tomorrow.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I really can't.
I don't lose my mind, dude.
I can feel it. That's what those no-hitter games, those big crazy performances we saw it a couple years ago when Clayton Kershaw was in Minnesota and he was perfect through 7 on less than 90 pitches. They took him out. It's always those random East Coast day games. It's the ones that you don't expect where all of a sudden it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You're getting texts and you're like, dude, so-and-so has a no-no. Dude, so-and-so has a perfecto going. So, look, I think that's what it is. It's not that, it's Friday night at Dodger Stadium, right? And the Yankees are in town. When everyone is showing out, it's like I feel like you're less likely to see those. So, hey, I think we could see something special in Pittsburgh. And I guarantee you, man, if Shohei Ohtani is actually close to pursuing something like that, I think Dave would shock you, and I think that you would be proud of Dave Roberts. I'm ready for that. The stars have to align. I will say that.
It has to be the right circumstance. D-Mac, okay, all right. I'm here for positivity and belief. D-Mac and Reiter on the new 97.1, The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. Obviously, this Paul Skeens guy is pretty good. He can pitch. He got off to a rickety start, but he still has a 2.83 earned run average. We know Ohtani is Ohtani, you noted. Freddie Freeman is playing really, really well. You noted how good Max Muncy has been. But outside of those three guys, Ohtani, Pages, this is the lineup. Freeman, Betts, Muncy, Tucker, Ward, Rushing, Freeland. What kind of a day does Eric Lauer have to have for the Dodgers to be in this game? Because with all respect to Ohtani, Freeman, and Max Muncy, if you're relying on those three guys to get some runs off Paul Skeens, some days it'll happen, a lot of days it won't.
Yeah, Eric Lauer's got to go out there, throw strikes, attack the zone, and keep the ball in the yard. That's where he struggled this season. Last start, he goes 4 2/3 innings, gives up 2 runs. So if the Dodgers think they are going to get a ton of run support, which, hasn't been the best year for Paul Skeens. He's been better of late. He does have a 5.85 ERA, and he is topped on 5 1/3 innings his last 4 starts. The 4-seam fastball's dropped 1.1 miles per hour this season. The ERA at 3.09, which is more than a run higher than 2025 when he was at 1.97. My Skeens' his stock has dropped a little bit for me, but he's going to get up for this matchup. He certainly is.
Right.
It's him versus Shohei. Here, the thing about this, Bill, this is the sad thing, is that you could probably make the case that this is possibly Paul Skeens' biggest start of the year. It's a day game against the Dodgers.
What are they? Are they 2 games over 500? I mean, they're a halfway decent sort of baseball team.
They're better than they've been, for sure. I mean, it's the Pirates. I mean, the division that they're in, you're 8 games back of the Brewers in the Central. The Brewers, they're just a great baseball team. They know how to win the regular season, and then the Cardinals are behind them at 35 and 28. Could they make a run at the wild card, the Pirates? Yeah, it's definitely possible, for sure. They're not too many games behind. They're about a half game back of making that.
They're in that mix, yep.
I just don't it's the Pirates, man. I mean, I just don't expect them to sustain this for an entire season, be legitimately in the mix at the end.
The weird thing about Skeens' year is that for most of his outings, he has been absolutely electric. His whip is .9 this year, over the course of the year. But there have been games where he's been just tattooed. He's just been shelled. Got shelled by Philly not that long ago. Got shelled by Toronto. Got shelled early in the season against the Mets, which, I mean, so it's almost a feast or famine thing for him. So maybe I should step back a little bit and say, I guess if they jump on him a little bit, maybe they can get to him. He's had some bad... It's not like he's been mediocre here and that. He's either been absolutely electric or bad. The inconsistency's been a little strange.
Yeah, he's had some really explosive starts. The one in Milwaukee, I think he went 7 shutty. 7 shutty. Do you call it that? 7 shutty?
I'll go 7 shutty.
7 shutty.
It's better than this. Oh my God, sorry. Not your. I liked when you said it. What was the
senior circuit?
I mean, come on, man. How many years is the difference between the American League and the National League?
I'll look that up. It's a really good question.
That's like when someone's like a twin and I meet a twin. I'm like, oh, nice to meet you. And you mean like, yeah, I'm the older one. Like, all right, man, I don't need that. Okay, I got it. You came out 5 seconds earlier. Cool.
I have
Thanks for that visual.
I have a bunch of twins in my family. They both do that one. I'm the oldest one.
Do you have a bunch of twins in your family?
Zach and Spencery.
Who's the older one?
Mikey and Michelle.
Who's the other one?
I think Mikey's older than Michelle. Yeah, I know, right?
At all. Don't care.
It's like that George Carlin line. He's like, you've never met two interesting twins, right? Yeah.
I've never heard
just very dark, right?
No, I've never heard
just somehow. But
25 years between the American League and the National League. But I don't care. It was 100 years ago. Burst is in my ear.
I don't care if it's a minute. I don't care if it's a century. They're the senior circuit.
I don't
Show
care
some
if you
respect
were-
to the National League.
But you were born 10 minutes before your twin. You were born the same day. Stop.
Fair enough, but he did
sorry.
have a really
Pet
good
peeve.
shutout start. Again, we went 7 scoreless against the Brewers, but first game of the season against the Mets, he got absolutely rocked. He gave up 5 runs in 2/3 of an inning. I do think that big picture, long term, Paul Skeens is one of those pitchers that if he ever becomes made available, the Dodgers will be linked because that's how the game is played.
A little preview to tomorrow, maybe?
Could be a little preview.
Talk we could do.
Talk some Paul Skeens to the Dodgers tomorrow. What would it take? But I will say, though, with Skeens, with Scuba, with all these guys, when you see him trending the way he is, I don't like the 1 mile per hour velocity dip. I was actually talking to Clayton Kershaw at their locker last year in Atlanta. He was right next to Skeens, and they were just next to each other. It feels like I'm game dropping there or something.
I liked it.
But I was talking to Kershaw. I was like, man, I bet you wish you had his heater at some point. I'm like, why did I just say that to Clayton Kershaw, by the way? I was like, I bet you had a fastball as fast as this guy.
But you wish you were as good as this guy.
Yeah. But he was.
How'd that go over?
No, because Skeens was talking about saying he told me he wished he had Kershaw's slider, right? So he was like, I wish I had Clayton Kershaw's slider. And I told Kershaw, like, hey, I bet you wish you had his fastball. And what Kershaw told me, he kind of laughed a little bit. I had to work it. But what he told me was really interesting, is he told me that because of Paul Skeens' size and how clean his delivery is, that he does think that he can be one of those pitchers that can hopefully avoid some of the major injuries that we've seen in the game for the last couple of seasons. So, yeah, I think that's the big question with Paul Skeens is, can he do what he does at an extended rate where he's maintaining that perfect health? Because he should be the best pitcher in the game. Right now, though, I think pound for pound, I'd take Ohtani over Skeens right now on the bump.
And then not play him. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1. The Fan. I want you to know, by the way, I know that you have cried uncle. I mean, we've agreed not to do the pun off anymore.
No.
But I had Clayton cried Kernaw just in my brain when you talked to him, but I wasn't allowed to say it. All right?
Cryshaw?
Kernaw.
Okay, there you go.
Like, no, D-Mac.
Okay, there you go.
You know what? It doesn't matter who wins that, because you know who's the big winner? John. You're not keeping score on your own. Congrats to John from Thousand Oaks. You won a pair of tickets to the Sparks Liberty game at Crypto.com Arena on June 21st. Celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Sparks' first game. Grab tickets at lasparks.com/1997. We're going to do a little bit of not revisionistic history, but there was a really good story from Bucky Brooks at NFL.com that we broke down yesterday as it relates to Herbert maybe being the most overrated quarterback in football. There's a guy in LA castoff, a person that was cast away, who's, I would say, not well regarded necessarily in this city, who maybe is the most underappreciated quarterback, including from his time in LA. We'll get into that next here on D-Mac and Reiter. What's up, Doug? Is it weird when I call you Doug?
No, it's cool. Doug works.
Buttons are hard.
Yeah. Friends call me D-Mac, Doug, whatever.
Okay. What does your wife call you?
She calls me Doug.
Okay. I'll call you D-Mac.
I'm always worried if I can say something wild because I know she actually watches the show. She's inspired by Lori. So she actually watches and listens. So, yeah, I always want to be accurate.
Wait,
yeah.
where's my camera? Right. Hi, Gene.
There we go.
Does she watch it at work?
She listens on the Odyssey app.
She does on the free Odyssey app?
She does on the free Odyssey app.
Okay.
Yeah.
Download that, baby.
Exactly.
Let's get it.
A lot of the Dodgers fans that I met that were big fans of you also listen on that free Odyssey app as well.
Do you know what would be amazing? Is if your wife or my wife watched on the stream at the Fan LA, and it was just, Gene just in the comments said, "Bring home milk."
That would be awesome.
Answer your phone, man.
That would be awesome.
Bring home milk.
I am the classic guy where I go to the grocery store and then I get back and I'm pulling up into the driveway and she'll be like, "Oh, can you go back and get one more thing?"
Are you familiar with the tartar sauce line from Nicolas Cage movie?
What is it?
Oh, dude, The Weatherman is a grossly underrated film.
Oh, Weatherman's, yeah.
Where he's like, tartar sauce. He's not allowed to forget tartar sauce, and they're about to get a divorce. And the whole walk, he goes, tartar sauce. And then he gets sort of distracted by things I can't talk about on a family-friendly radio, and then he comes back, and she goes, "Where's the tartar sauce?" And she, upturns the table. Every time
forgets.
I forget something,
Wow.
Lori goes, where is it? I'm like, tartar sauce.
That's a good way to remember. I love that.
Tartar sauce. Okay, what was I going to talk? Oh, Gene. So she wants to drop some comments. She can do it at the Fan LA.
She definitely can.
At the Fan LA.
At the Fan LA.
Lori,
She's
you
in.
too.
Yep.
Lori,
Fire away.
I'm really hoping Lori's not
Tartar
listening.
sauce.
Can I tell you something that kind of annoys me about my wife? I love my wife. But I keep it real. She's constantly sending me things we should be doing on segments. She's trying to produce the show, but they're the it's like, this isn't NPR, love. This isn't KNX. We're not,
I'll tell you a true story.
This is real.
You know what's so funny? I actually got mad at my wife.
You did?
Last week.
Okay,
right?
similar.
I got mad at my wife, but I come home and I was like, "Man, that was a great show. Man, those takes were just really crispy."
Fire.
Right? And then she was like, "So Bill got you on the pun today, huh?" And I was like, "Dude," I was legitimately mad. I was like, "Bro, I did 4 hours and that's was your big takeaway?" That was your big takeaway?
Somebody, I won't tell you who, told me that they're a fan of yours, and I have to stop beating you in the pun thing.
No, come on.
Yeah. And it was you.
You're crazy.
No, I'm crazy. She didn't say that.
She 100%.
Did she?
It was weird too, because when you're kind of tired, you're like, it's easier to get mad when you're tired. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it was. I was trying to. I think I tried to hit her with a pun during it. I was I was pun stoppable. What are you talking about?
So
it didn't work.
Lori's mad at me because now that I'm not allowed to do the puns on the show,
You are.
now that I'm not allowed to do it, this is real. I can't stop doing it in the car, and she's like, "Shut up!" It's just pun. Just to prove to myself I can do it, even though I'm not allowed to.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
The new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports. All right, so Bucky Brooks, former longtime NFL executive, had that great story at NFL.com. Yesterday. You all right, man? I thought you attacked your computer. I thought you got mad and punched your computer. Damn you, Bucky Brooks! That's what I thought was going on over there. All right, so he had a really good piece where he laid out the most overrated and underrated quarterbacks out there. We discussed Justin Herbert as potentially overrated. If you're interested in that and you missed it, you can get it on the YouTube on the podcast version of the show, wherever you get your podcast, D-Mac and Reiter. Here is his case for Jared Goff being the game's most underrated quarterback. Can I just read this up to you, and then you tell me, because you're a big McVay guy. And I think a subtext of that, no one is saying that Jared Goff is better than Stafford, and no one is saying that the trade wasn't a great trade for the Rams. But I think there's a subtext here of maybe McVay didn't appreciate Goff enough. Okay, I'm going to read this to you. Jared Goff's is he the most underrated quarterback in football? 90-16-1 record, completing 66% of his passes for almost 40,000 yards, averaging 262 yards per game, and 256 touchdowns to 102 interceptions is kind of the baseline. It goes through, though, the fact that he transformed one of the most downtrodden franchises in history. Detroit had won a single playoff game from 1958 to 2023 into a contender. This is Bucky Brooks writing at NFL.com, and I will add my own sort of editorial anecdote, maybe unfairly, something not even Stafford did, when he was there. And this is where Brooks really gets into the data, and it's really interesting. Since 2022, he writes, Jared Goff has started every game while comfortably leading the league in passing yards, north of 18,000, and passing touchdowns, 130. Third in quarterback wins with 45. Again, at a Detroit franchise that is vastly improved but was bad forever. Fifth in completion percentage at 68%. Fifth in yards per attempt at 7.9. And third in just normal passer rating. And he points out, Bucky Brooks does in the argument that Jared Goff is the game's most underrated quarterback, that there was this product of McVay in LA view that when Goff had the Super Bowl appearance, when they lost to the Patriots, whatever it was, 12-6, when he had his moment, that was McVay production. That was the McVay shine that was getting on Goff. And Brooks pushes back a little bit with, this is a guy who has a 64% completion percentage in his 5 years with the Rams, and it goes up to 68% over his 5 years with the Lions. So vast improvement when he got away from McVay, and his passer rating jumped from 91.5 under McVay in LA, and not just under McVay because there was Jeff Fisher overlap, to 101.3 in the D. And the quarterback really proved his worth in 2025, Bucky Brooks writes, because Jared Goff, in his first season without Ben Johnson, big loss, obviously Ben Johnson, acclaimed offensive coordinator, became the Bears head coach. And last year, the year where John Morton, remember, lost play calling duties, fair or not, to Dan Campbell, Goff had maybe his best season, a 68 completion percentage for 4,500 plus yards, 34 touchdowns, and just 8 interceptions. That's a pretty compelling case.
He definitely has improved a lot. I remember him talking about this last couple of seasons where going to Detroit, where everyone thought he was sent there to die. These are his exact words. He really said that in the media a couple different times. And having that, my career could be over, but I'm going to use that as fuel mentality, I think sparked something in him. He also talked about how when he went to Detroit, he was empowered, right? He was empowered to be that quarterback, to make more decisions in the offense, to just have more of a free-flowing style. Has a lot of great weapons, had Ben Johnson, had a lot of talent. But I will say, I think it worked out for both sides. I hate to say this because I love winners and losers when it comes to trades. That is one of the rare trades where both sides won. Detroit, they have been one of the worst franchises as far as postseason success in the history of this sport. Jared Goff absolutely saved that franchise, him and Dan Campbell, in a lot of different ways. So I feel happy for the guy. Having said that, though, he was a stepping stone quarterback for the Rams. And what I mean by that was he's a guy where he's a boat that can get you off the island but can't get you across the ocean, right? He can get you really far, but I don't think that he can get you to the mountaintop. And we know that in a big game, if you load the box on Jared Goff, you take away play action, you force him to feel pressure up the middle, you can force those errant throws, whereas other elite quarterbacks, they can adjust and still go out there and execute. So his numbers in the regular season have been impressive. The success for the Lions in the regular season has been impressive. But I do think they missed their opportunity with Ben Johnson to get to a Super Bowl. But I am happy for the guy. I think a lot of people thought that he was going to go rot in Detroit. He's absolutely had a career there that he can feel proud about.
I'm going to gently push back. I think you're probably right, and I think he was good enough a couple years ago when they blew that NFC Championship game, and I don't think it was through the fault of Jared Goff entirely. That was such a team effort to not advance. I'll just, not even gently pushing back, I will add to what you just said, D-Mac, about Jared Goff and sort of his underrated rate. You know, is he the most underrated QB in football, as Bucky Brooks wrote over at NFL.com? This reminds me of, all right, so I've been married for 20 years, and I love my wife, but marriage is brutal, dude. Marriage is hard, and you seem to really love your wife, even if she says I'm funnier than you are, and that's what marriage is. Again, marriage is that what she said?
Yeah, it's verbatim.
Marriage is hard. But sometimes marriages don't work out, and you probably know couples like this. I've known couples who were both awesome people who had terribly brutal divorces, and then 5 years later, they're both so happy because they actually ended up with, they just weren't right for each other, or they weren't in the right place. That, to me, is McVay and Jared Goff. I think in an alternate universe where McVay is more mature, and he's talked about the way that he sort of said goodbye to Goff wasn't the right way, I think it still could have worked. I'd rather have Stafford than Jared Goff 1,000 out of 1,000 times. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that I think maybe it just turned out that Goff was ready for a leap, and he needed a coach, Dan Campbell, who was desperate to believe in Jared Goff because that's the option that he had, and had in a Ben Johnson someone who was also a great offensive mind, but needed Jared Goff to prove his worth in a way that obviously McVay did not. And so I guess a long-winded way of saying, while taking a funny shot at you and the pun off, that I'm with you, man. Like, I'm really glad Jared Goff found some success because he seems like a good guy, and he is a talented quarterback.
He is. He certainly is. I mean, you look at the quarterback play right now, how many teams would replace their current quarterback with Jared Goff? I think at least 10 to 15, right, as far as the stability that he brings. I do think that even though it was a win-win, the Rams are the big winner because they're the team that won the Super Bowl, right? I mean,
there's no doubt.
But they got the picks, and they were able to get a lot of talent there. I think
But the
with
idea
Goff,
that Goff sucks and it get rid of him and because he was just an add-on, right? I mean, he was not considered a piece of Detroit's future renaissance. This isn't Jared Verse, right? Like, oh, that's a really good player, just not as good a player. That wasn't the view.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, with Goff, he was good, not good enough for the Rams, but the Rams, their measure of success, I think, is different. I mean, Detroit, of course, they say they want to win the Super Bowl, but I think that a more realistic goal for what Detroit does is, hey, they're a relevant football team for a couple of seasons.
They had a window, though.
They did. They certainly had a window. I just think that Jared Goff is one of those quarterbacks where every single thing needs to be perfect for them to win on the big stage. I mean, we saw against the Patriots in the Super Bowl, that was Bill Belichick's masterclass, and he outcoached Sean McVay in that game. And yes, it was not a good game for Jared Goff, and a lot of Rams fans will never forgive Jared Goff for his performance in that game, but that's kind of how you remember it. I mean, you don't get many cracks at the Super Bowl. Some quarterbacks get one chance at it, like a Dan Marino. Some get a couple, and they don't win. I mean, so I think that if you're Jared Goff, the ultimate way to find some way to truly get back at the Rams would be to get to a Super Bowl and win one. I just don't see that happening, but I do think that he is somewhat underrated based on where he fits with elite guys, because you don't hear him with the Lamar Jacksons and the Josh Allens, and quite frankly, I don't think he belongs there, but I think that he's adjacent to that.
D-Mac and Reiter 97.1 The Fan. We have not yet talked in any depth last night's NBA Game 3, in which the Spurs kept themselves alive in that series. We will do that next here on Hardwood Headlines on D-Mac and Reiter. Reiter. This is D-Mac and Reiter. We'll keep you updated on the Dodgers game. Did you give me a present? Were you messing with me?
I did,
All right.
but that's
Next hour?
Next hour.
All right, with
next
the top
hour.
5 most disappointing Dodgers.
Yes.
D-Mac's
I almost forgot about that.
D-Mac's
I
disappointers.
came bearing gifts.
I forgot to throw this earlier for, I think for Reuter. I'm not sure. We're a startup. We're still working the magic. But I believe there's a very cool sound from the guy with the cool voice for this version of this segment. Balls don't lie. Hello. Oh, look at that. Get into the music. Bursch, what's up, buddy?
All right, what's up, guys? Yes, this is Hardwood Headlines, where we're talking about the latest going on in the NBA. And, of course, a whole lot going on in the NBA because Game 3 of the NBA Finals was last night. The Spurs won that game. It's now a 2-1 series with the Knicks still with the edge.
So you took the Knicks, I took the Spurs, and I thought it was a coin flip. Anything could happen. I will say this: I like the Spurs' chances. Momentum's crazy, man. I think the pressure for the Knicks is so intense to win, and the need of that city that if that's a close game in Game 4 in the fourth quarter, I could see the Knicks. I could see the Knicks having some problems.
I think when Brunson hit that big 3, I was like, they're going to find the MSG magic. They're going to go up 3-0, but give the Spurs credit. They bounce back. But to your point, this feels like the weakest 2-1 series lead in NBA Finals history to me.
It does, doesn't it?
It almost feels like it's tied. It almost feels like the Spurs are ahead just because in those final 24 minutes, Wembanyama scored 22 of his 29 points. And I think now he's like, okay, I'm past the emotions of the Western Conference Finals. I'm past the mishap in Game 2. Now let's ball. Now let's win this series. So I'd be afraid if I was New York, man. I really would.
So smart. So right on. I'm going to say something about Jalen Brunson, and I'm not walking back anything. I own my stupid take I made fun of last week where I said he wasn't going to be great. I think he's amazing. But all players, including people like Jalen Brunson, have to see how they respond to their first finals. And this has been obscure. We've hit it, but now I think there's some context. In the first 3 games, dude, this guy is shooting 32% from 3. He is shooting 38% from the field. And he is averaging as many turnovers as he is assists. Jalen Brunson has been horrible in the first 3 games. And I love Brunson. I still think he's clutch. And he can hit big shots, and he's done it. Dude, he's just been bad, man. Like he's averaging as many turnovers as assists.
The efficiency's not there.
No,
and
bro.
Like we've talked about, right? Everyone's better than Jalen Brunson until it's time to be better than Jalen Brunson. That wasn't the case last night.
No, it
and
wasn't.
if he wants to be the king of New York, he's got to earn it. He's got to prove it. It's not going to be easy, but this is why this has always been really a big man's league, a big guards league, right? I think at some point you will see, hey, can guys rough him up and get physical with him? There was that moment where Wembanyama kind of pushed him down.
His face.
Looked like a little kid, right?
But I'm with Shaq. Big guys push little guys.
That's what you got to do. You got to be physical. So, yeah, I'm absolutely on that, too. Brunson's got to step up. He's got to be more efficient.
He does. He has to be better. And there's 2 ways to look at this. Brunson's been garbage, and the Knicks are still up 2-1, and Brunson figures it out. They can win. Brunson's been garbage because he's not ready for this particular moment in this particular finals, and they can't win. They cannot win with him playing this way, Bursch.
And you guys mentioned how physical the play was yesterday, and maybe some would say it was too physical on one side. In fact, one factor that stood out to plenty, including Mike Brown, was the free throw disparity, which benefited the Spurs 24-8. Shout out Kobe. The Knicks were in the penalty for the final 9:18 of that game.
So a guy named Josh DeBow from the AP kind of got into the history of this. It is the first time in finals history, in any ever, that a team has shot 24 or more free throws in the second half, and when another team has shot 8 or fewer. However, 9 times DeBow figured out. Sorry, Mr. DeBow, I don't know how to say your name, but great work. It is the 9th time in a finals game there's been a 16 free throw attempt discrepancy. And I'm not really, we talked yesterday that I said this, you agreed that
what did you call it? The guys in the black SUVs are going to come out of the NBA office and make this happen.
The black SUVs pulled up.
B, they couldn't stop Wembanyama, and they were A, fouling him a lot, and B, I don't know if you saw this, there were moments where Cat and Mitchell Robinson were just grabbing Wembanyama when he was away from the rim, and they weren't calling it because the finals are more physical than the regular season. All of which is to say, I'm not as outraged as Mike Brown and Knicks fans over the free throw thing. It's part of the deal.
Yeah, I don't think the Knicks lost this game due to the rest, but it certainly didn't help. There were some really, really dumb fouls. Some quick fouls, especially to start the fourth quarter. They had them in the bonus. So, look, the Knicks, they're going to have to find a way to stop them. And, yeah, was there a big disparity? There certainly was. We know that's kind of how it is in the middle of series, right? You're going to have to earn it. I would like to see them swallow the whistle, especially in the NBA Finals. But the Knicks, you gotta know that they're going to make those calls if you put them in positions to, and they didn't.
Well, Lakers fans could be getting a glimpse of a future Laker in this series. There are various reports indicating the Lakers are interested in Knicks center Mitchell Robinson.
Yeah, I mean, Mitchell Robinson's a really good player. He's a rim protector. He's tough. He's not a star. This just reinforces something we've talked about. Let's say they get Mitchell Robinson, which is not easy to do necessarily, and there's some constraints, and we don't have to get into the whole sort of the math of it. Even if you get him at the cost it'll be, you're not suddenly on the level of the Spurs and the Thunder.
I mean, exactly, right? I mean, would he be an upgrade? Sure. Would they be a better roster? Absolutely. He's only getting $13 million in his last year, and he's an unrestricted free agent. Really good defender, good rebounder. But as you point out, think about that. To me, is more of a reflection and an indictment on the Lakers roster, knowing that we're talking about Mitchell Robinson to be in a big improvement. So it's not going to get him over the top. You're right.
And I'm straight guessing. I bet he makes $18 to $26 million a year. It's what he's going to get, a lot of money. He's going to get 3 years, $80 million or something crazy.
Yeah, it looks like I think it's the only $13 million. It looks like in the last year of his contract, which is kind of wild.
Yeah. No, I mean next deal.
Oh, for his next deal. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. He's going to get paid for sure.
I mean, it's not worth the money for the
I agree,
Lakers. Yeah. I don't think. First, we got
better than Ayton, though.
One more. We can squeeze it in. Danny Green spoke with Bleacher Report over the weekend and had this to say about the Lakers' 2020 championship.
I mean, I don't know, man. Like,
I've always been so against this take. I really have. We can spend a whole segment on it if you want.
It's a title.
It's a title, but I mean, to say that it's harder, I disagree.
He
I
won
totally
with the
do.
Raptors, right?
Yeah, he won with the Raptors.
Against the Warriors.
My whole thing is playing road games is not easy. And there was no road games. There was no road games. So I'm not delegitimizing the Lakers title, but to say it was harder than other titles, I just totally disagree with this take.
I'll also add that, look, every title counts. It counts. Anthony Davis never makes it at that level if he doesn't have 4 or 5 months off to recover. I mean, there were some advantages for the Lakers in that title, but it's a real thing. We have talked some positivity on the show with the All-Star Game ballots. Now it's time to talk some negativity, some disappointments. D-Mac here on D-Mac and Reiter is going to walk us through the 5 most disappointing Dodgers so far this season. You can be a part of that conversation next here on D-Mac and Reiter.
It's D-Mac and Reiter on 97.1 The Fan.
What up, LA? Welcome back into the show. Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, D-Mac and Reiter. Phone number if you want to give us a call, 855-97-LA Fan. Quick update for you. Eric, we nominated him for the Rooter Hero of the Day. Lauer we did, right? I think we did.
We did. The hero curse.
The hero curse is struck. He gave up back-to-back home runs in the bottom of the first. The Dodgers are down 2-0. Remember what I asked? How well does Lauer have to play to battle Skeens? Giving up 2 runs on 2 home runs in the first inning was not part of the plan that we drew up. But you know what? You think Skeens is washed, right? So maybe we'll just, or maybe I think he's washed. I don't really think that.
I think Skeens is as good as he was, but he's got runners on the corners with Kyle Tucker at the plate. Hopefully they can make something happen.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle Tucker's a guy who, does Kyle Tucker things. Running 2-1. Yep. Kyle Tucker, sac fly. Dodgers down 2-1. Lots of baseball to go. All right, so this is exciting. You have put together your 5 most disappointing Dodgers so far this year. So we're going to count it down. You've got some surprise, which I like you being on the end of the surprises.
Exactly.
This isn't 180 for you, man.
I do have a surprise for Bill.
I'm on my heels here.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's rock it. Let's rock, what number are we on?
5.
Yeah, I'm just waiting on the sound. It's okay.
Number 5.
I almost did it myself. All right, number 5. Oh, man, it's my guy. It's my guy, young Mr. Kim, who we found out Brock loves too.
Yeah. Hae-Sung Kim is certainly, Brock loves Hae-Sung Kim.
Guy.
You love Hae-Sung Kim. All Dodgers fans love Hae-Sung Kim.
Do you know who doesn't love him?
Who?
Dave Roberts.
Dave Roberts, I think.
It's a toss to sound. Sorry. All right, I'm kidding. Dave Roberts doesn't dislike Kim, but they did send him down, and he's number 5. And it hurts me.
Yeah, so
but it's not wrong.
I know. I thought about maybe throwing Will Smith at 5, right? Just because he's not playing like an all-star this season, but I did consider the workload of the World Series. He's still an above-average bat, so it's not like there's just big fall-off. The defense, the improvements he's made behind the plate with the glove has certainly been there. I had to reluctantly include Hae-Sung Kim because I hate to say this. I don't think there's necessarily a world where Hae-Sung Kim figures it out. And I know that hurts.
Wow.
I don't know if
Why
he's
are you being mean, dude?
I don't know if he's a big league hitter, Bill. I really don't. The swing and miss is too high. You heard Dave Roberts say it right there, that he's getting out in front where there's too much rotation. And you hear a little bit of frustration from Dave Roberts, and the reason why there was some frustration is Kim knows what he needs to work on, and they have done things to his setup, to his stance, that attempt to keep his bat in the zone long enough to square up baseballs. But when you see his swing, you ever watch it, it almost feels like he's cutting through that swing and he's twisting.
Yeah.
That only leaves his bat in the zone for a fraction of a second, and it doesn't allow him to get the contact necessary to be a big league caliber bat. If you look at all the numbers, strikeout rate, 23.7%. For the year, that's slightly below league average, but in the last month, that thing has climbed up over 30%. Basically, if you look at his batted ball profile, average exit velocity, expected slug, barrel rate, hard hit rate, all of it is close to being at or near league worst level. So I know you like Hae-Sung Kim so much. I felt bad for doing this. So I got you
my God,
one of my Hae-Sung Kim bootleg shirts that I think you're going to love. I think you would wear. It's a pretty nice shirt. The Comet, it's a great shirt. It is probably going to be on sale, 99% off, because you might not ever make the big leagues for a permanent time.
The material's it's soft.
You're going to love it.
It's great
It's
material.
a great shirt. I love Hae-Sung Kim, but it's
No, you don't.
It's disappointing to me.
It's a great shirt, dude. Thank you.
It's disappointing to me because the Dodgers are hoping that he'd be this super utility guy that can play second base. You can play him at third base. In a pinch, you need him at center field. He can play that. But sometimes, and you know this well, they try to get certain young players to play a certain role, but there's that last thing they need to do, and they just can't prove that they can do it. Like basketball, right? Can't shoot over 40% from beyond the arc. Can't defend. Here, they need him to just be a respectable bat, and he's just not a respectable bat.
So he could be a quad 4 player.
He could. He is like a classic. That's a great way to put it. He really is a 4A guy, at least right now. I'm hoping that something clicks, but there's a big difference between him and a guy like a Roki Sasaki or a guy like a Dalton Rushing or an Andy Pajes, because they had certain skills that had elite potential, whereas Kim has never flashed really elite at anything other than maybe some second base, but they don't place a premium on second base defense. If you want to stick, you got to hit. Period. End of story. And he just hasn't shown the ability to hit.
Hey, Song Kim, I believe in you. I will never give up on you. I will wear your shirt. And when you return in magnificent fashion, I will replay this segment of D-Mac's 5 most disappointing Dodgers to date here on D-Mac and Reiter.
Number 4.
So this guy, Blake Snell, man, if you had told me this when they landed the guy, I would have been stunned. And Dave Roberts, again, earlier in the year, talked about, was being asked and responded to if he knew a rehab timetable for Blake Snell. Man, by the way, I'm not going to give your list away, but when we're done, we'll just point out this is this would be 4 major league stars from most baseball teams, and then Kim.
Exactly. Right there. We're talking about some of the best players in the game over the last 5 to 10 years, right? The guys that are on this list.
Crazy disappointing.
The Blake Snell angle is interesting to me because, I fully understand how the Dodgers operate, how they navigate a regular season. You are not going to absolutely run guys into the ground. But the thing about Blake Snell is he's won 2 Cy Youngs. He's been one of the best pitchers in the sport throughout courses of the regular season. He's actually the last starting pitcher to throw a no-hitter in Major League Baseball. Did a couple years ago with the Giants against the Reds, right? So the point I'm trying to make here is I love watching regular season Blake Snell, and his first 2 years with the Dodgers, we really haven't seen it. Now, he performed very well in the postseason, set a new Dodgers franchise record with 41 strikeouts last year. He was absolutely pivotal to winning a World Series, but you kind of fall in love with these guys in the regular season, and is he just a playoff hired gun now? It's just, they need him too. So I would prefer to see some more Blake Snell in the regular season, especially for $182 million.
I want to get through all of these, but it's amazing as I look at your list. We're doing D-Mac's top 5 most disappointing Dodgers through the 2026 season so far here on 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. It's amazing how many of these guys are Hall of Famers or could be Hall of Famers who are on this list right now. Blake Snell's a guy.
So that's the fascinating
you
thing.
Cy Young Awards? Yeah.
I was saying that a little while ago with Blake Snell. It almost feels like he chose a postseason career to where I can win World Series
perspective versus
going to the Hall of Fame, because the longevity.
You think he's not there yet?
I don't think he is. I mean, just the counting stats. So basically, he's top of my head. He's only pitched over 130 innings in a season twice, I believe.
Wow.
In both of those years, what happened? He won the Cy Young, right? So the truth is that had he pitched more in the regular season throughout parts of his career, he would definitely be looking at a Hall of Fame career, especially now that you add the postseason accolades.
You're right. You said over 130 twice?
Yeah.
Spot on.
Well, there you go.
Can we give him a cheer? Can we have that pulled up? It doesn't count for the competition.
So okay.
It's an info cheer.
Jean's already decided, right? She put you in the Hall of Fame. Okay.
There are several right at the border. I know that the Hall of Fame works differently in baseball. You win a couple of those awards, man. You're one of the best players of your generation.
Exactly. So that's the wild thing too, Bill, is that if he were to have a third Cy Young, it would be one of the most complicated Hall of Fame cases in history with Blake Snell, because now he has that postseason success. But still, you understand what the Dodgers are doing. They need him for October. They don't need him for June. But hey, you pay a guy $182 million. He's your Cy Young winning pitcher, it's fun to watch the dude pitch, and I would just like to see more of it. Is that my bad?
No,
is
that's
that
real.
wrong?
Although you are the big proponent here on the show, and I'm not mad at you, but you are the proponent for don't care as long as it happens in October guy, right? And he's that guy.
Well, I am that, and to your point, kind of selfishly, I want to see him come back to see if I can trust him before the August 3rd trade deadline to see if we can truly count on Blake Snell after August 3rd. My big fear is that they fully invest in Snell returning, and then he comes back and he's not ready to go, and then by that point you can't add to the roster.
Do you want my sports take that people will call a hot take, but is not? It's just accuracy that people are behind on. I'm like, who's the guy? Was it Galileo who got in trouble for saying the Earth was round? This is me being. Was it?
I believe so. Yeah.
I almost went Aristotle. I don't know that stuff.
Galileo Galilei.
Man, D-Mac and Reiter crushing it. Mostly D-Mac.
All you, baby.
I think that postseason success should be critically important in certain situations to determining Hall of Fame status. And my sort of view of this is that had Nick Foles led the Eagles to another Super Bowl a few years ago as a fill-in again, I would have made him an automatic Hall of Famer. But he didn't, because I think Alshon Jeffrey dropped the ball against, I can't remember who it was against. Was it Saints? I can't remember. And but my point is, if Blake Snell does enough things in October for the Dodgers to win some World Series, like the 41 postseason strikeouts you just told us about, on top of the Cy Young Award, that is enough for me. That's enough for me. I'm here for it.
I think I'm kind of here for it for sure.
Earth is round.
I think it was Kyrie, right? Was he the one? No, but no.
Oh my God, dude!
Yes,
it was Kyrie.
It was Kyrie.
What? You know how many columns I had to write about the Earth is flat?
Oh my goodness!
I wrote a column that was so scathing of Kyrie Irving that his aunt, when I was on vacation, who's also Sheila Riley Irving, who's also his agent, wrote me how dare you? And then I had to fly to New York to have lunch with her. I was like, hey, nice to meet you.
Wow.
What is your... Yeah, that's my old job.
I mean, remember he claimed there was no real picture of the planet, right? He was out there. There was some talk that he was doing that intentionally to try to clown the media for running with everything, I think I saw, but I think it was too much damage was done, for sure.
I think... You
think he really believed?
Yeah, I really do. Anyway, the Blake Snell thing is really interesting. The next guy on your...
Number 3.
Most disappointed list, so far disappointing Dodgers, is a stone cold Hall of Famer, Mr. Mookie Betts, and but he's having a tough year, and it's been rough, and you could hear that even when he was being asked, and didn't love having to answer the question about the adjustments he's made.
Could you kind of explain what you were trying to work on, I guess, in a way that we might be able to kind of understand?
There's no way you guys would understand it, so we'll keep it in-house right now, and because things change, and it could be one thing today, and tomorrow could be something different, so we'll see. We'll maybe have this conversation later on.
You guys are too dumb. Okay.
Oh, yeah, that was the classic one, right?
Yeah.
Okay, give it a shot. Let me see if I can understand, right?
Try me.
Do you got baseball
me in,
mechanics
coach.
for dummies I could read before you tell me what you're going to tell me? Yeah, that one brings me back. Classic D-Mac and Reiter from the early episodes.
The salad days.
Yeah, exactly, right? But Mookie Betts, look, I mean, the guy sounds like he needs a hug. And he really has not been a good player. Yeah, bro hug, bring it in, keep it nice and tight.
What would he do if you walked up to him in the clubhouse and you just straight out hugged him without permission?
Full open?
Yeah, you went right up. Yeah, just went in, put your arms around him and it's just hugged him. I've seen you do it in the office here, so I know you can do it.
I think he would probably elbow me, and I would get the wind knocked out of me, and I'd be rolling on the ground of the Dodger Stadium clubhouse. Okay. I don't think that would go well. I could bro hug it and bring it in, say what's up for sure, but then he'd probably be like, "Yeah, I heard what you said about me on D-Mac and Reiter," and it might not go well.
It was that guy.
Yeah, exactly right. But there's no way to sugarcoat this. There's no fun way to say this. I mean, Mookie Betts has had a decline with the bat that's lasted over 2 years now, and I've tried to say that the Dodgers and the fan base needs to recalibrate expectations just because of what he's able to do defensively, because he plays a premium position as a shortstop. But the production's been bad. I mean, he's hitting 183. That's right at the bottom for shortstops. He's 29% below league average. He went from being an MVP hitter with the Red Sox to being an MVP level hitter with the Dodgers to now he is playing like a guy that should be batting ninth in offenses around Major League Baseball. I mean, think about the fall that I'm talking about offensively. And on top of that, because he's a right-handed bat, you have to bat him higher in the lineup because you got Teoscar Hernandez out. Will Smith is now out with the neck injury. So hopefully Mookie Betts can find it and find some level of consistent success. But as he's said in recent weeks, the routines and the drills and all the techniques that he's done throughout his career that have led to him signing a 12-year, $365 million contract and being a future Hall of Famer, those exact things don't work anymore. Imagine that, Bill Reiter, if I was doing my elite prep or something as you're...
I wasn't going to bring it up. Well, now that you brought it up, I'm going to bring it up. In the break, D-Mac said, quote, I do elite prep, unquote. I wasn't going to bring it up. You brought it up.
But so
I was like, oh, you do?
But imagine,
You do, though.
So you have your routine, right? You go and play tennis in the morning.
I do my mediocre prep.
You do your elite prep. You do your sauna, right? You crack 40 jokes towards me.
I do like
right?
the sauna.
So
I do like the
but I'm
hot
just
sauna.
saying, you have your routine.
Give me in there, 20 minutes.
You have your routine, and then you go on this show and you hit doubles, triples, and home runs. You have a lot of success. Imagine if that routine, all of a sudden, you came on here and then maybe I was crushing you in the pun wars, or the takes weren't kind of where they were. Imagine if something you've done your whole life isn't working anymore. That's what's happening with Mookie Betts.
Do you need a hug? Because I got one for you.
Love me some hugs.
I love you too,
I ran
man.
for class president, and my vote thing was, if you want a hug, vote for Doug.
I've listened to you here on DMAC and Reiter just break down and walk us through. I think better than anybody in this city on Dodger stuff, including Mookie Betts. And to me, okay, I think he may well be washed. And the thing about history is, baseball history included, you usually don't know you're in history until later, right? It's really hard to be in the moment and see history clearly. 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years, 3 decades, 300 years. Oh wow, this is what this was. I mean, the guy's not performing at a high level. His impact on the game, not shortstop, pitching, just hitting wise, has been brutal. His success against breaking balls has been terrible. You talked about the exit velocity when he makes contact. He's just on so many metrics and so many eye tests on sort of deep number dives and old school baseball stats on every level offensively. There's certainly a world where your third most disappointing Dodger this year is this disappointing because all of us collectively haven't caught up with the fact that the Mookie that we expect is not the Mookie that exists.
That's the way to sum it up, really.
I hope it's not right, but
I hope it's not right too. And when you said the W word, washed, my heart went up my throat, right? I wanted to fall to my knees, right? I mean, I definitely felt a certain way just because Mookie has been outside of Clayton Kershaw, I think, the biggest culture builder for the Dodgers over the last decade. Like, it's that intense. It really is.
I love that.
As far as players go, right? I think it starts with Friedman, the Guggenheim group, but Mookie is a guy that just brought a winning mentality to this club. And the truth is, before Mookie, the rings weren't flowing in. And after Mookie joined this club, they've won 3 rings, and he's trying to fill up his whole hand. I think the hope is that you get back to respectability, because the thing is, no one's hurting more than Mookie. No one wants to succeed more than Mookie. But like I said, the reason why I think people love the show is mainly because of Bill Reiter, but also because we kind of tell the truth, and we're not going to be Dodger State TV. Mookie has had a bad season. There's no way to sugarcoat it.
This is, and you said this earlier, this is a show where we are going to keep it 100. That is what we're going to do, including when we walk people through D-Mac's 5 most disappointing Dodgers so far this year, which brings us to
number 2.
I mean, Edwin Diaz on so many levels. You've got the off-the-field stuff, and then you've got, here's just a little clip, a little reminder, all the way back in April, which, by the way, feels like 5 years ago, versus the Rangers when he was playing, when he was actually out there blowing a save.
Zeke goes out to the first pitch, base hit into left field. Here comes Haggerty. Here comes a throw, not in time, and Haggerty ties this game. It's 7-7 in the 9th.
Dude, outside of Kim, your list is so good. Your top 5 disappointing. If you were to have given me any of these names, Snell, Betts, Diaz, and the guy we'll get to at number 1 in a second, at the start of the season in spring training, said this guy is going to be the most disappointing Dodger at the June, whatever we are, 9th mark, I would have been fairly skeptical.
Exactly, right? I mean, Edwin Diaz was such a high floor signing, right? Because there's a lot of volatility with relievers. They're like one-hit wonders a lot of times, and you don't get that second or third hit. He's had hits throughout his career, and he really hasn't had many years. There's been some where he hasn't performed at a high level, but that's the reason why they went out and got a Edwin Diaz, was because they thought, even with the volatility of a bullpen guy, he brings it every single year. And this year, 7 games, a 10.5 ERA in 6 innings of work, a negative WAR player. You had the off-the-field cockfighting distraction, which I think we can both agree we're way beyond that, and we respect the cultural side of that, which I'm not worried about.
Too complicated to be an issue for me.
Me too.
Personally.
With you on that one. And there's the surgery. But to me, the Edwin Diaz, the reason why I have him so high on my list is kind of a selfish reason, and that is because I want to see the entrance. I want to see Timmy Trumpets. I want to hear Narco.
Yeah.
It's so electric, and it made Dodger Stadium the biggest party in town, so we're going to have to wait until later in the year. But right now, it's certainly a disappointment.
I mean, all 4 of these have been amazing. Kim, Snell, Betts, Diaz, 5, 4, 3, and 2 as the most disappointing Dodgers this year, according to my partner D-Mac here on D-Mac and Reiter. But we can't forget, it's time.
Number 1.
And just to remind you, here is sad Kyle Tucker insisting, he promises it's true. It's really, really real. He's trying, folks.
This game is basically just results based. For us, like on a more personal level and everything, like if you're hitting the ball well and you're not getting hits, it's fine. You did all you can, but would like to see more results out of that.
I was going to tell you I don't like to play armchair psychologist, but I'm never going to lie to you, ever. I love to play armchair psychologist. He looks so miserable every time I catch a look at him when he doesn't think he's on camera.
Dude, he's talking like they just put his dog down, right? Like his dog just got put to sleep right there, right? I mean,
wow.
Just the way that he talks, the way that he sounds, he's not the most he's not the most effusive praise type of guy towards his teammates or anything like that. But look, you can hear the frustration. You can hear that he's searching for it. Some of the stats we've talked about this year for Kyle Tucker are that he's a guy that typically when he's at the plate, his first pitch swing rate is around 35%, right? This year, it's over 50%. So that number there tells you he's trying to be more aggressive early in counts, to press, to make things happen, to force the issue. And right now, he's 5% above league average. So that takes him as the 15th best right fielder in the sport, yet he's getting $60 million per year. I do want to kind of point out the fact, Bill, that the reason why he's getting $60 million is because he's on a shorter-term deal at $240 million, so it's not like they would be paying him $60 million if he was on a 10-year contract, like it had gone for another team, like the Blue Jays, for example. But yeah, this is a guy that if this is the production you're going to get from him throughout his career, he's going to be on that short list for most disappointing contracts ever. So you don't want to be on that list.
Hell of a list, D-Mac. Quick update on the Dodgers game. Paul Skeens just got out of a little, I'm sure if it's a jam, but runner on second, 2 outs, facing Freddie Freeman. Pirates up 2-1 early in the game, second inning, third inning, and he was able to strike Freddie out after a bit of a battle from Freddie Freeman. So Pirates still winning that game 2-1. So you've got Kim, Snell, Betts, Diaz, Tucker, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, D-Mac as your most disappointing Dodgers. Putting Kim aside, Blake Snell, Mookie Betts, Edwin Diaz, Kyle Tucker. I mean, those are 5 guys that every team in baseball would take.
Exactly. I mean,
wild.
That's almost $1 billion worth of contracts, really, when you think about it. And the good news and the positive thing here, right? I want to be Dougie Downer, right? I want to be a little positive here.
Okay.
All those guys, their seasons are ultimately going to be determined by what they do in the postseason. But if they don't win the World Series, right, and they don't perform in the postseason, they're going to come back, and it's going to be the trifecta. It's, hey, you were bad in the regular season, you were bad in the postseason, and we didn't win. Now let's talk about making some changes, right? So people that say that the postseason is the only thing that matters, I think it only matters if they win. I think the regular season matters in the totality of things. So, yeah, hopefully they can turn things around and help this team win a 3rd straight title.
Speaking of making some changes, there are some unsubstantiated rumors about Mr. Beast, the YouTube star, taking over the Angels. Is it actually going to happen? Who the hell knows? But if it did, we have some amazing solutions. Mr. Beast meets the Angels equals our somewhat ridiculous but wonderful ideas next here on D-Mac and Reiter.
is your boy, cause I come with riders. Ain't no punk, but I gotta put something inside you. Come in with the heat to get you sweaty and wet. Ready and hot, boy, you're saying a lot into that hip hop. And bet it goes down up in the A-town. Now put the top down, beat that straight.
Welcome back into the show. I have to talk now. You do too. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan. I like the shirt, man. Thanks for the Kim shirt. I'm going to wear it. I might wear it tomorrow. That'd be weird.
You got to wear it, man.
I haven't rocked a sports coat T-shirt vibe yet. Neither of you.
I mean, that's your dude, man. You gotta support. You gotta support Haesung Kim.
Okay, so speaking of support, we make fun of the Angels sometimes, but we want to be helpful. We want to be supportive. And there's a report out there that is completely unsubstantiated and very difficult to trace to any kinds of, the word I'm looking for, truthful situation about Mr. Beast buying the Angels. Now, first of all, it's amazing because it would just change the ownership. Can I give you a couple? Are you familiar with Mr. Beast?
Yes.
Right. Well, you know, you're a content. You consume a lot of content.
I'd be pretty active on the social media, on the YouTubes. Be watching a lot.
All right. Here's my first idea. You take Mike Trout, okay? You bury him in the desert with a straw, right? So he's okay, or an oxygen tank, and then you put clues out there. Mr. Beast gives clues, and whoever finds Mike Trout first gets lifetime season tickets to the Angels games.
Dude, that would be
right.
That would instantly be the best thing the Angels have ever done. Yeah,
because Mr. Beast does this stuff.
I mean, he does. I mean, this is really interesting to me because one, is there any truth to it? It all started some guy named Ryan Falla, who he's got 2,000 followers, and he writes for something called Angels Win. He tweeted out some crazy teas flying around the minor league stadium today. Take this with a grain of salt, but I've heard that a potential suitor for the Angels, someone who has been wanting to buy them for a few years, is the YouTuber Mr. Beast. 1.4 million views on the tweet.
It would be, I actually think the guy is really good at entertainment. He obviously understands social media. He knows what's buzzy. I'm trying to talk. It would be a disaster. It would be a total disaster. It'd be terrible.
I mean, it'd just be interesting. I can just see the thumbnail now. It's like Mr. Beast. He's like, and he's he's got that shock look on his face. He's like, trying to make the Angels a good baseball team again. And it's just this ultimate challenge. Would he go that route? Would you think he would be using it as a marketing, as a publicity stunt?
I think it'd be even worse than the guy that owns it now. I could see he has 100 minor leaguers in his system, and they all have to put their hand on an airplane, and whoever's the last one touching the airplane gets to play in the big leagues for 10 games.
That would be really good.
Stuff like that.
Yeah, that's kind of how his pranks work, right?
Right.
And if you're Mr. Beast and you're serious about this, look at the success of the Savannah Bananas, right? Is he going to make them the Los Angeles Savannah Banana Angels of Anaheim of California? I mean, would he kind of go an entertainment route? Obviously, you're not going to make players put on skits or things like that, but I think that if I was a player and he was trying to get me to do anything more than just being a big leaguer, I would absolutely hate this.
I don't get the Savannah Banana appeal. Do you can you explain it to me?
It's the Savannah Bananas is one of the worst things, I think, for baseball. I really do. It's like,
I agree, man.
They go and they do skits, and they're former minor league players, and I know that there are players that appeal to more like entertainment. It's more like wrestling than baseball to me. It's more like you're seeing like a Broadway show than baseball. Hey, you got to give them credit though. I mean, they sell out. It does numbers.
I think
they sold out Angel Stadium.
It's $1 billion company thing now. Like the guy that owns, they do amazing.
Yeah, I full disclosure, I think it's super lame. I don't hate me, but I just don't get the Savannah Bananas. I actually watched their last one. It was on ESPN. I just don't get it. The dancing breaks out. The umpires dance. He turns. He flips. And I'm just like, dude, can someone try to hit a home run here? Like I don't want to watch this. I want to watch baseball.
All right, my last Mr. Beast idea. Okay. He gets 50 random sort of celebrity baseball names, and they all have to spend Big Brother. It's basically he's shack up in a house, and no food, no water, nothing, no bathroom. The last one to make it gets to manage the team for a season. It's like Jose Canseco's in there, right? I don't know who we put in there. Who I got to figure out some names.
I mean, that's the
Chris
thing.
Taylor, if he wants to have a shot at it, he could get in the house.
Get Chris Taylor back
He's
in there.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, I mean, I could say, guys, we drafted a shortstop out of high school and gave him $300 million contract before he took a single at bat. And then we just screw it up. Like, could you see him giving a young player a lot of money?
Let's put Bursch in there.
That would be kind of cool.
Put Bursch in the house. He can manage the Angels.
We could do that.
Please.
Bursch, you can't leave the house for any reason. How long do you think, if you put 20 people in a 1,000 square foot house with no water, no food, and no bathroom, the winner's there for how long? To manage the Angels for a year for $1 million contract. You get a $1 million contract, and you are the skipper of the Angels for a year.
And so where do you pluck this guy from? Or gal?
I'm just saying, I don't know. You just say you come up with 20 people. I think it's you want it. It's like Jose Canseco can be in there. Bursch can be in there. Right? Maybe some, I don't know, who's a disgraced manager who wants a job? It could be anybody.
And they got Bobby Valentine, I think, doing their
Bobby
color
can do it.
commentating.
Bobby could be in there.
You could do, Albert Pujols would probably take the job.
Sure, Pujols.
Right?
Throw Pujols in there.
Get Pujols to do it.
If you go, how long are you in the house for? In the Mr. Beast Owns the Angels challenge to be the skipper for $1 million contract. Bursch, how long could you make it for $1 million?
Jeez.
People would die though, right?
Yeah,
Like,
no food and water.
Okay,
I think for maybe only 3 days.
You get a cup of water a day.
Okay.
And you get Cheez-Its.
Oh, okay.
That's the thing too. It's like the bar is so low, right? The bar is so low. Like, it doesn't even have to be just the players, right? I mean, it could just be Angels fans surviving 9 innings at an Angels game, and then you get a prize, right? Can Angels fans keep their shirts on at Angels games, right?
Can I shift gears to the Dodgers?
I
don't know Houston Mitchell. Oh, he's from the LA Times. I'm sure he's outstanding. I like his newsletter for the LA Times. I think it's interesting. I read it. I read it every day. Can I read you something? And you tell me if you think maybe he's a big fan of the show. Because there's nothing wrong. Imitation is the highest form of flattery. But I'm starting to notice a pattern that some of the things we talk about here on DMAC and Reiter and on the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA sports, has had a tendency to appear in other media in LA. Have you noticed this?
I've noticed this for a long time.
Okay. Oh, before the show existed?
Yeah.
Okay. I feel like it...
But mainly, but it was intensified. It went from like a 4 to a 10 since DMAC and Reiter.
No, this is... Okay. So here we go. This is Houston Mitchell. After giving up 3 runs in 5 innings to the woeful San Francisco Giants on May 11th, Roki Sasaki had a 5.88 ERA, giving up 39 hits and walking 16 while striking out 31 and 33 in 2/3 innings. The doofus who writes the Dodgers newsletter, that's him, for the LA Times said it would be a good idea to send him down to the minors for a while. Since then, Sasaki has gone 2-0 with a 1.48 ERA, giving up 13 hits and walking 5 and 24 and 1/3 innings, striking out 29. Give him a cheer. I like the self-deprecation. I'm here for it. I get it. This is just very similar to what you just said yesterday. That basically all the people who doubted Roki should apologize. And he apologized. So I'm not even mad at him. I'm not making fun of Houston Mitchell. I'm just saying he clearly listens to the show. You called for the apology, and he literally apologized in the LA Times the next day. That's cool.
I demanded for the apology. I've gotten that from Houston Mitchell. He put it on there. I'm still waiting for one from a Mr. Jeff Passan. But,
Do you like dares? What am I, 11? I dare you to tweet out the thing and tag him. Jeff Passan.
I think I could get it done. I get
double dare.
I'll do it. But it'll look like a sneak diss. I'll do something like where even the great Jeff Passan recommended sending Roki Sasaki down to AAA, and he was completely wrong, 100% wrong, and he owes him an apology.
I like Jeff.
Yeah.
You like Jeff. I would say that Jeff sometimes. It's not a criticism. I would say maybe he occasionally lacks a sense of humor about himself. That sounds like a very critical thing to say.
Pretty critical. That was pretty critical.
Might have come out the wrong way.
Houston Mitchell, he's longtime Dodgers, LA Times writer. He's covered the team for a long time. Even he knows that, hey, he speaks where a lot of times when Dave Roberts of the organization, it feels like they're leaning some way on a player. Everyone just wants to be the first to say, oh, send Roki down. So then if it does happen, they feel good about it. But then when the opposite happens and Roki starts having success like we've seen from him in the last month, well, then you got to backtrack. Then you got to start backpedaling and you got to just take your L. So, look, he took his L. And got to give him credit for that. But
I respect it, dude. Very few people admit when they're wrong, and I credit to Houston Mitchell.
It is kind of wild, though. We asked for the apology.
Yep.
He writes that the same night. We do a new show. I think this is starting to become the show of record for LA sports and the Dodgers.
I read it this morning, and I thought of you. And as you said yesterday, I'll say it again, I think of you way too much. But I love everything about it. DMAC and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan.
A.J. Brown could have been a Charger. We will explain next here on D-Mac and Reiter.
I couldn't be more excited to introduce you to the one and only Chuck D. Welcome to Derek and Decker, sir.
Hey, what's up, Derek and Cody, man? I'm not I'm not what you call a superstar. I'm just like a person who's a service person. I help service my industry, and a long time being envious of how sports runs its things, dealing back in entertainment and music, which is a lot of times bananas. So I'd be trying to do my best to like organize it to the point that people say, "Hey, man, we could keep going back for years." But well, anyway, hey, what's up, guys?
Chilling, man. Dude, well, congratulations
you guys know the deal. You guys know what you're looking at and listening to. Once upon a time, we had people like Don Cornelius and Soul Train, and then radio stations played the music. And now sports is taking over everywhere. I mean, you had music stations back in the day that did their job so well, but then that fell off, and then, people are engaged in sports because sports is truth to a certain extent. It's organized. You can't come from nowhere and all of a sudden be something. So those are things I always work on, especially my genre, hip-hop and rap now. We don't want people to leave after they turn 25.
Man, those are great points. Chuck D, Derek Fisher here, man. Big-time fan and just so much respect for not just your journey as an artist, but just as a human being, bro. Man. Like, you represent so much more than just music. So we appreciate you tapping in with us this morning. Talk to me about, in sports, there's so much conversation about eras. And we were just having a conversation about, Shohei Ohtani and Babe Ruth. And in basketball, there's always these comparisons with eras. Where are you in terms of music now? How you feel about it compared to, obviously, in like your years when you were just super in the trenches with your music?
All the others are the caretakers, the curators, everybody in the administration, management, proper care and concern, outside of the artistry. They've all, ran ship, They let, unsavory elements inside the music business. I'm saying that it started kind of like from that way, but then it organized and fixed itself because they knew in order to have return, it's like it's not about who just comes in, but it's who returns to it. And that's always been the sports motto. It's not how you get in the building. It's how they keep coming back to the building. And no matter what you do, and you got to prove to a fan base that what you do is hard, is worked on hard, and they can't do it. And that's one thing in sports. We could talk about Derek Fisher as a player and a coach, but one thing we know as a fan, we can't do that. In our minds, we could do it, but we can't do what's on that court, diamond, gridiron, or anything. You just fix in your mind that you think you can. So it's easy for you to just call somebody a bum when you have no idea of what level that level is. In music, people kind of feel that, I could do that. You can't play an instrument. You might not have a good voice, and you're only going to write the same thing over and over again. But they let them all in. So that's where it's gotten to a point. So you can't compare the eras because those eras before had everybody at every position taking care of the total game.
Just, a coach or whoever's evaluating just sees too many areas of growth and they just move on. But like you said, spending some time working on your body, your mobility, your core strength, like some of these things that are going to actually make you a better baseball player or a better athlete, sometimes that's the better investment for most.
Completely.
And, it's hard, though, because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there. And
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, oh, you need to get in this program or else your kid's not going D1. I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important, and honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Rod, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball, and what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even like darker into it. Like private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, like, get him a trainer with that price and, like, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, like, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to him, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the, like, now in basketball? There's you don't necessarily.
The show, Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, D-Mac, and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, the new 97.1 The Fan, the voice of LA Sports. We were just talking in the break. I am so fired up for the World Cup, dude. I cannot wait for the World Cup. Directly into my veins, man.
It really feels like counting down to Christmas, right? It really has that feeling. Yeah.
I'm going to try to watch
4 years
all
thing.
of them.
You going to try to do them all?
I'm trying not to scream when we're doing the radio show, though.
I can't wait, man. I cannot wait. We need a camera on you and the game for Spain.
I think it's Sunday morning, maybe 9 a.m. I think. I'm excited. You know. So there's two kinds of football, right? There's the international football, and then there's America football, and that is beautiful for many reasons, including because it is created, it is spurned, it is the catalyst for this daily segment on the show.
It's time for the latest headlines on and off the gridiron. Rams, Chargers, Raiders. Here's what's happening with your teams.
A little fade on that. There we go.
Let's go.
This is the NFL report, where we are focusing in on what's going on in teams around here, on and off the field. Starting off with, we had an update today from Adam Schefter on Aaron Donald. On his podcast, Aaron Donald said, quote, "When you talk to all the people involved, nobody is coming out right now and saying Aaron Donald is coming back, but everybody is acknowledging that it is a possibility. And the fact that it is even a possibility in June tells me that I think there's every possibility it will become more real in July. I think if and when they present a plan to him as to how he would be used, I think it's more likely than not that he'll be back."
If you're a Rams fan, that is a fire Schefter quote, and I'll give you some insight on why. For insiders, and he is a top 3 insider of all time. Does that seem right?
Yeah, easily.
Him, Woj, and whoever's number 3. Often, not always, often you will give your opinion based on what you've been told. So I would say there's an 81% chance that Schefter has been led to believe it's what he said is going to be true, but he doesn't have it to the point where he can report it. So a lot of times insiders will then say it as their opinion. I think this is trending if this was Kalshi, right, it would just be the odds skyrocketing.
And it has gone up a little bit too today. I think it was like 53%. I want to say something in that range. But Bill, my first reaction to this was the very first word of the tweet was breaking. So I was like, I almost had a heart attack. It was like breaking, and then my brain jumped to Aaron Donald, and then Los Angeles Rams, and I'm like, oh my goodness. It was breaking down the chances of Aaron Donald. So I was like, okay, fine, you got me.
Pull the okie dokie on you.
Absolutely pull the okie dokie. But AD, if you're watching, you saw the billboard, 97.1 The Fan, come back, start the Avengers. It would be the best, most lethal, the scariest defensive line in NFL history. So you're right, though. This is a step in the right direction, and until I hear Aaron Donald or Sean McVay or Les Snead say it's 100% not happening, I'm still going to dream. I'm still going to wish cast this.
Well, next up here, let's talk some Chargers. Now, it was a public secret for months that A.J. Brown was going to be traded to the Patriots. However, Brown actually had the Chargers on his list of preferred destinations, according to Albert Breer, along with the Patriots and the Bills and the Chiefs. The Chargers apparently showed no interest in trading for A.J. Brown.
I find this shocking.
I do too.
You can't make it work. The price is too steep. You have conversations, and after some disagreements, decide that you don't want to bring Brown into your locker room. All right, maybe. No interest?
I mean, that to me says, hey, if I'm Jim Harbaugh, you can't fix him? Like, you can't bring a guy into your culture, especially when the team that you share the same building with, the Rams, was willing to consider it you need A.J. Brown, a talent like that with Justin Herbert to, I think, unlocked him. But I did think it was pretty funny, though. And this is kind of in their defense. Did you see what A.J. Brown did?
Yeah.
He wrote the best ever to play here, always open. Terrell Owens did play for the Eagles, right? So that kind of mindset, I think you like and appreciate, but it does say a lot about the Chargers not trusting their culture.
It is hard when someone as arrogant as A.J. Brown goes after someone as humble as Tio.
I know. They had a side-by-side of him in his Patriots uniform with number 1 holding the football, and he looks all happy. Right next to him holding the Lombardi trophy, he looked happier in a Patriots uniform holding a football than he did in an Eagles uniform holding the Lombardi trophy. So he was not happy in Philly.
I will say this about Tio, random aside. I know we have other stuff to get to. I interviewed him for 25 minutes at a Super Bowl once, and he was as thoughtful and interesting and sort of willing to engage as any superstar I've ever talked to.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I interviewed him last year at Mookie's pickleball thing.
I interviewed him yesterday.
No, that's not the point.
He's in here with me right now.
What up, Tio? I'm going to FaceTime him. He was like the nicest guy, too. And I was always, it was kind of one of those things where you don't want to meet your heroes. I was a big Tio fan growing up. And he was super nice to everyone, even inviting random people to play pickleball with him. So, yeah, he seems like a interesting guy. And he looks like he could still play. The dude looks like he could be a Pro Bowl tight end still.
So I became friends with Donovan McNabb because we overlapped together when we were on TV. And I tried to sort of bring up McNabb. He did him dirty, man.
Yeah, it feels like that was the
really
case.
Did.
Yeah, I want to
so.
get into that one of these days.
I know. I talked to Tio 20 seconds ago, so I'll get you some info.
That's funny.
All right, guys. New Rams OC Nate Scheelhaase, who already figures to be a hot commodity on next year's head coaching search, spoke to the media yesterday on how he has developed as a leader.
I believe in relationships. I believe that's the only way to lead people well. That you got to know them, you got to be in it with them, and I wouldn't know any other way than to build relationships with our players, with our staff, to be able to lead alongside of them. I think having that nose down, go to work mentality, find a way to make an impact has always been a calling card of mine, and I've learned that from the people that I've been around. Spending 6 years with Matt Campbell at Iowa State was largely impactful to who I am as a coach. Obviously, the last 2 years here with Sean, be able to learn what it looks like at this level, to be able to do it with that kind of just sustained excellence over a number of years. That's been huge as well. So those two have been the impacts. Relationships and hard work is that's my calling cards of what I got. And being able to do it in a place like this, you feel like you get to lead out of your true self in that way.
Birch, we don't have any more. I only got 11 cliches written down while he was talking. Come on, man.
Yeah, he was dropping those cliches left and right.
Sustained excellence, as opposed to what? Total garbage?
I know, right? Hey, McVay's kind of trained him well, right? I mean, that's definitely is it, right? But Sean McVay with the it's we not me. Scheelhaase, though, he's definitely
at least it rhymes.
Exactly right. It's a little catchier. Scheelhaase is an emerging star. I would be surprised if this time next year he's not a head coach for a team.
You think he's that good?
He's that good. They think that he's got whatever Sean McVay has, he's got some of it. Not all of it, but what I've heard about Scheelhaase in the last couple of years, that he's the guy that most kind of exudes what Sean McVay brings. By the way, he played at Illinois during the same time as Brock Vereen in the Big Ten. I wonder if they ever cross paths. I wonder if
let's get those.
Yeah, I'll work on that today.
Push those levers and pull those buttons.
Let's push those levers and pull. So hey, he's going to be. I can see him being a head coach in this league and a potential star at that.
Last one here. The Raiders hosted Media Day yesterday, and Fernando Mendoza spoke to Raiders media about his relationship with Kirk Cousins so far.
He's definitely helping me a lot. He's extremely cerebral, and he's been in this offense before, so he's already have a little bit of an upper hand in a sense where he's been able to teach the other quarterbacks and have experience with the plays, not just in practice, not just in scrimmages, but in actual games. He sees how these plays have played out. He's had experience with Coach Kubiak, which has been so interesting to see, and I've been able to learn firsthand and secondhand, whether it's my own experiences, whether it's asking Kirk questions, or just observing the room.
Wait, he's been able to learn firsthand and secondhand? Stop the presses.
First hand, second hand.
What does that even mean?
He could be a cliche machine too. I I could see him yelling like, let's heckin' go, right? Like, he's always trying to like change words to make them, of course, not have profanity in them, which makes a lot of sense. So, hey, he's their golden boy, man. We'll see.
You like him?
I don't love him. I
don't
really
love him
don't. Not the biggest Fernando Mendoza guy. Hasn't played in a lot of pro-style offensive schemes, so I got to see it to believe with the guy. I think he could be basically a better version of Tim Tebow as far as the college darling that I don't think necessarily makes it in the pros.
Dear God, that's scary. LeBron James is on the cover of Time magazine and had a very comprehensive interview with one of the writers from Time magazine. There are some things worth discussing, including, I think, some clues to his future or not in LA that we will get into next here on D-Mac and Reiter.
They have the sources. They have the pulse.
welcome into the show, D-Mac and Reiter, Doug McCain, Bill Reiter. We have a LeBron James segment to get to. We have a World Cup preview to do. We have a Reuter hero of the day to reveal. But my partner, my friend, my guy, D-Mac, holding out on me.
About what?
I just found out that you went to a Dodgers game and people were randomly walking up to you asking that you bless their dogs with your lips.
There was a couple moments.
What the hell, bro?
Pet some dogs, kiss some dogs, met some fans. To put them all on 97.1 The Fan too. Definitely out there. Felt like a politician or something.
Do you kiss?
Yeah.
I'll kiss a dog, but some people don't like to kiss the dogs.
Man, I will kiss a dog. I will kiss a dog. Yeah. I mean, if it's a big dog that I'm afraid that might bite me, right. I don't want to see that. I'm probably not going to do that. But yeah, I'm who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
There's dogs in the office here. It's the best. It's one of the. There's so many great things about the 97.1 The Fan office. The cluster. We have so many great stations. Dogs are just walking around. There's dogs. There's dogs here.
And you're my dog.
You're my dog too, man. We're not doing it.
Okay.
You already lost.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't try to.
All right.
You got to find something else to impress your wife. Okay.
But yeah, will you kiss a dog? Will you kiss a dog? Will you kiss a cat?
I'll kiss a cat.
Really?
Yeah.
Cats, the clawing. I know you're a cat guy. I respect that.
Animals love me.
They do?
Oh, it's so annoying. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
My kids my wife would get animals and they're gonna take care of them and then they just like me.
Yeah, they just click right away.
Yeah,
I can see that.
Yeah.
I got my next dog sitter. Bill Reiter.
What kind of dog you got?
I got 2 Yorkies.
That's right, because
huge
you
dogs.
put the clothes on them.
Yeah.
You got the clothes.
Yeah.
We judged you yesterday.
She got mad at me about that.
On the air?
Oh, when I got home.
Why?
She's like, you want them to wear clothes just as much as me. Da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, so she did real talk.
Oh yeah. Well, that's not.
Bro, own your stuff.
I called her a liar. Yeah.
You called your wife a liar. How'd that go?
I did. It didn't go so well.
That's fine. Sometimes you got to call the wives out.
Sometimes you got to do.
Gene, if you're watching, I appreciate you point out to D-Mac that I won the punt off.
Who's a good boy?
Was that her talking to you?
Oh, sorry. No. You got me thinking of dogs.
I didn't know what was going on. All right. If you want to give us a call, 855-97-LA-FAN, 855-97-LA-FAN. On the stream, you can hit us up, the Fan LA, the Fan LA. Still 2-1. Pittsburgh is beating the Dodgers. We'll keep you updated on that game. So, by the way, can I make fun of Time Magazine really quickly? Is that okay?
Yeah.
As we use their information to do good radio? They did the top 100 most influential people in sports in 2026. Cool. It's a really good list. It's very interesting. Jalen Brunson's in there. Wembanyama's in there. Obviously, LeBron, we're going to talk about, is in there. Very, very, very cool. All right. The actual, I'm looking at it here. You showed me earlier, so I'll show you. This is the actual cover of the magazine where it says Athlete of the Century. And then underneath it, it says LeBron James. Only apparently, it's not their Athlete of the Century. You can't call it Athlete of the Century unless that's what you mean. I said, I even called Bursch. I never called him. I called Bursch. He was driving. I'm like, dude, is he the Athlete of the Century? They named him. Why? And he's like, no, man, they're just dumb. He didn't say that, but he said it with his voice. Can Time Magazine please get their crap right?
Did they clickbait
Yes.
a magazine
They clickbait
title?
the cover of the magazine.
cover. That's crazy to me.
What is this, a D-Mac and Reiter YouTube page?
Exactly. Let us do that. If you want us to cook, we'd help you. But the way that I see that too, it feels like that. And it makes you want to think that also too, if you're doing multiple athletes, it's just him. It's just him all by himself in a big Godfather type picture, right? With his head.
It is a very profile, black and white.
Yeah.
I'm also going to call them out on one more thing, then we're going to use their content. So thank you, Time Magazine, but also be better. So I read the entire interview today. It's very long. It's from mid-April. I asked Bursch, hey, did they ask LeBron about whether he's going to take a discount? How could they? It's from mid-April. So okay, all right. So have I criticized Time? But Time Magazine, great work though. And thanks for doing your thing. All right, there are some things that I think are kind of interesting here on LeBron James. I guess current sort of Los Angeles Laker. We'll see where he'll be. And a little update, Brian Windhurst today on the old ESPN said that 51% LeBron is going to be a Laker, which, by the way, he's more connected than I am. But I believe I've been saying coin flip basically nonstop on the show. So I'm not saying that it's a Mitchell-Houston kind of situation, but I'm not saying it's not. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You picking up what I'm putting down?
Yeah, it's close to it.
When
I
he's
bet
in
you it
LA
is.
a lot, he listens. Okay. LeBron on playing longer and whether he would do that. So again, this is from mid-April, so some of these quotes are, okay, quote,
This is so cheesy. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't want to bias the jury. Quote, D-Mac, on LeBron will play longer. It's up to the mind, says James. Where the... I can't do it with a straight face. Where the mind goes, the body will lay. What do we hear?
My goodness.
This is a great haiku. It's up to the mind. Where the mind goes, the body will lay. When I'm not in love with getting to the arenas on game days 5 hours before to start my preparation, if I'm out of love with getting to practice 2.5 hours beforehand, then I'll know be done. Because then I'm going to start cheating the game. Hell yeah. Oh, sorry. Then end quote. Right now, James remains very much enamored. And I guess James answers, hell yeah, he says. I'm sitting here talking to you, Time. He didn't say Time, but he said, I'm sitting here talking to you. I don't have a voice. I've got practice in an hour. You think I'm not having fun still? I could have my ass at home with a hot pack on my throat, having a bleeping hot toddy and some scrambled eggs. All right, several things, man. What a cheese ball. I didn't do this to be an anti-LeBron segment. I'm going to get to how I actually like LeBron. But a hot pack on my... I've never done a hot pack on my throat. Have you done that? Does that work?
No. And we talk for 50 hours a day?
Yeah.
We don't need that.
But it's really great insight that where the mind goes, the body will lay.
That sounds like an obituary type thing that you would hear, right? It doesn't... It sounds like... There's a funeral situation like the cover. I mean, yeah, that's a very deep thought, a deep thing for him to say. But, yeah.
I can't take anything out of that, can you?
I really can't. I can't extract anything from that other than it's someone that's trying to dramatically set up his next move, whether it be staying with the Lakers, setting up a retirement tour, going to the Warriors. It's almost like this is the trailer to a movie type thing.
I will say this. You're asked a question by I don't want to say sycophantic, but not a hard-hitting. This isn't 60 minutes of yesteryear, okay? It's up to the mind. Where the mind goes, the body will lay. If you're the Lakers and you're J.J. Redick, and you're Luka Doncic, and you're the Guggenheim Group, and you're trying to build a winner, and this guy is spouting this stuff to you, I do think it would get a little old. All right, here he is on Bronny nepotism claims, and I have a view on this. He writes, quote, the kid has earned his right to be a professional athlete, end quote. By the way, the California Post completely misrepresented this quote earlier, and so if you're looking for great sports content, am I allowed to take shots at other competitors? And you want us to be honest with you? This is a great show for that. I'm not saying the California Post isn't, other than earlier today. Okay, quote. This is about Bronny, and I think it's really interesting about Bronny James, who I've been very critical. I don't think he belongs in the NBA. Quote, the thing you're not going to do is throw stones at us as a family. I'm not letting that bleep slide because I know what I've created because of what I didn't have. So if you want to talk about the kid, that he shouldn't be an NBA player, I don't care about that. As long as you don't get to the fatherhood piece, I don't play those games, end quote. Amen, brother. I agree I think that's such a great... And this is why I actually think LeBron's a complicated guy. Because he does understand you're allowed to criticize Bronny, the basketball player. And I don't think we should be criticizing LeBron James, the father. I think there's a separation here in these things. Now, I will say it's hard to thread this needle. I think sometimes LeBron doesn't recognize where his overlap as a father with Bronny's reality as an NBA player creates a situation where you have to hit it a little bit. I think LeBron James brought his son into the fold and helped him get a job because he loves his son so much. I love my son. You love your daughter, right? I love my kids. It sometimes makes me a good dad. I want it to, but there are times where I make mistakes out of love. I think what's in Bronny's best interest is that he's not around his dad, so that the separation between father and NBA thing can be real. But I do respect LeBron saying to Time Magazine, look, man, you can criticize him as a player, but don't criticize us as parents or family.
I appreciate that. I think that's accurate. I also think that it's, as the kids would say, just cap. Like, it really is. Like, the fact is, LeBron James got his son drafted. LeBron James got his son an $8 million guaranteed contract that no other player other than LeBron James' son would get. It was straight nepotism. Now, what I would like to see LeBron say in those situations is, all you got to say is this, LeBron. Just say you got him the job, but it's his job to keep it. That's all you got to say.
That's a great line.
I mean, isn't that the truth, though? Like, can't we be okay with just be like, yo, like, I don't ask for much. I've been in this league 23 years. I'm arguably the greatest player ever. I'm going to pull one string here, and that string is to get my son drafted by the team I played for. I got you guys a championship. I got you guys Anthony Davis. I got you guys Luka Doncic. I made you relevant again. Now draft my son. I will take that as a gift. But let's not just, he's earned his right to be a professional athlete. Yeah, maybe in Greece, a professional athlete in China, right? Doesn't mean you have to be a professional athlete in the NBA. Sorry.
No, it was a great rant. I loved it. Can I just ask you a quick non sequitur question?
Yeah.
Your daughter is not 7 or 8, 9. She's younger. How do you know what cat means? Because my kids say it to me constantly.
Ear to the streets.
Come on, no, I want to know. How do you even know that that's a word?
No, so cap is, le cap,
It's
right?
like you got to be 11 to 18.
Are you accusing me of oral farming?
Yes.
I feel like that. Okay.
By the way, I had to Google what cat meant the other day because my kids kept saying it to me, and I'm going to have to... oral farming context clues I got.
Yeah, just you're farming for aura. You're trying to be cool. You're trying to...
Did you make that up? Or
yeah,
that's
that's another big thing, right? The aura farming world. Look, I mean...
Can I be mean?
Yes.
Okay. Are you sure?
Absolutely.
I don't want to hurt your feelings. You're my friend.
Come on.
You're my new best friend.
Okay.
On T-Mac and Reiter. It's almost like the equivalent of dyeing your hair like brown when it's gray.
Oh, so you're trying to call me an unk?
A little bit.
I see it.
I mean, you dropped in the... you did say like the kids say, but how do you know what the kids say?
Look,
you don't have kids my age. I do.
That's
I have kids my
true.
kids'
Look,
age.
I mean, I've worked I've worked at places that have younger employees that picked up on the lingo, right? But yeah,
I saw you searching for a reason. That's not where you got it. I know you didn't, but
that's the main reason.
No, it's not.
You think I have like a thesaurus? Like,
I
Gen
do.
Z thesaurus?
I think, and it's impressive. I think you consume content.
I do consume a lot of content. That's probably what it is. I'm chronically online.
It's cat, bro.
That was fire.
Which one?
The way you just that was cat, bro. That was sick.
Did I do it?
Yeah, you killed that.
My hair, when it turns gray, is going to be gray. That's just the way it's. That's the way it's going. My entire family goes gray early, and somehow I didn't. They all go silver when they're 28.
Hey, man.
If you're 28 and you have silver hair, are you still a silver-haired fox? What's a baby fox? A silver-haired baby fox?
That's a good question.
I don't know.
Some along those lines.
Did we just win a macaroni award for this?
We probably did.
Did I take us to the promised land?
Yes, you did.
That's cat, Birch. Did I do it? Is that how it works?
You did.
All right. He revisits the decision. This is old stuff. You're going to say, why are you talking about old stuff? That's cap. But I actually have a reason, and you can tell me if you think if I'm reaching here. So, I'm just going to read you some of the writing. Critics, this is the writer at Time Magazine on LeBron James, D-Mac, and Reiter. Critics hammered the televised event, this is the decision, as egotistical and self-serving. In Cleveland, fans burned his jerseys. And then LeBron goes, quote, "It was the most ridiculous thing," says James. "I thought it was overblown then. I know it's ridiculously overblown now." The source of the venom was twofold, Time Magazine writes. First, by reporting the news himself and creating a super team in Florida, he was resting his story from entrenched power structures, the media, and NBA suits. All right, quick pause. People weren't mad at LeBron because he was changing the power structure from the media and the NBA. They were mad at LeBron because he spoke about himself in the third person while he broke middle America's heart. Then Time Magazine goes on. Second, superstars were supposed to deliver titles for the teams that drafted them, like Jordan had done in Chicago, Larry Bird in Boston, and Magic Johnson in L.A. And LeBron goes, quote, "I was comfortable with changing that narrative because my journey is different from those guys' journey," says James. I'm going to go a little deep here, but I covered LeBron in Miami. He was insufferable. He said things like this. He lost, and then the year after they blew that series, 2-1 series lead to the Mavericks, and I talked to LeBron personally, so I'm not just speculating, but it was everywhere. He realized that he had been a little arrogant, that he had kind of, as Kirk Morrison would say, started to smell himself. You like that expression from the other day. And I think he course corrected. He was able to do the hardest thing I think there is in sports, be that level of a superstar and be somewhat grounded. Now he's talking to Time Magazine complaining about the decision, which was 15 years ago, and it shouldn't matter. I worry that him reverting back to this, D-Mac, him trying to relitigate the decision that doesn't matter anymore, reflects LeBron becoming entrenched, getting a little arrogant again, becoming petulant, listening to the wrong people, and that LeBron James, the guy that doesn't understand reality, doesn't fit with the Lakers. You have to have a little humility at this age of your career if you want to be a Laker and succeed.
I think that's spot on. I love that because I think that's the truth. I think that you have to also recognize, if you're LeBron James, who your teammate is, and that's Luka Doncic. Luka Doncic, he's going for his own path. He wants to chase championships and MVPs and all the stuff that comes along with it. He doesn't want to hear this kind of stuff. This guy's self-praising, essentially calling him the GOAT without the GOAT. Like, that's the thing. And the funny thing is, he did mention the part about Michael Jordan, right? And I bet MJ would say the same thing. Michael Jordan, in countless interviews, has rejected the idea that he's the GOAT. He shoots it down every single time. He talks about it that he says he doesn't want to disrespect the legends that paved the way for him. So guess what, LeBron? Don't put words in Michael Jordan's mouth.
Do you know why MJ says that? The same reason that if the most beautiful woman in the world walks into a room and someone asks her if she's the most beautiful woman in the world, she says, I don't measure beauty. Beauty's internal. Because Jordan is the GOAT, so he can say stuff like that.
Yeah.
You don't have to say it when it's true.
Exactly. And that's how it comes off as. It comes off as that if you are LeBron James. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like, every time I feel like I'm like, okay, I want to embrace LeBron for what he did for the Lakers, and he made this franchise relevant again, and they don't have that many options to go to. I hear stuff like this that clearly it was strategically, it felt like they were hoping that this story was going to lead to the Lakers still maybe being in the finals, right? And hopefully everything worked out. Guess what? They've been in Cancun for over a month now, right? So I look at this and I'm saying, like, it's time to go, man. Like I'm counting as much as I want to see LeBron as a Laker. Like I'm also counting down the days of like I just think it'd be so refreshing to turn the page. It almost feels like you're at a party and he's that dude on the couch still trying to party when you're trying to vacuum the living room, but he's still there trying to party with you. It's like, dude, it's time to go home, bro. Like that's how I feel with LeBron.
That's a great visual. Were you picturing a specific friend? Because as you were talking, I was. D-Mac, I'm not going to say who, Dave. D-Mac and Reiter, 97. That's real talk. Me too. Do you want to shut him out?
Yeah. My friend Sherman.
Come on, Sherman, leave. D-Mac and Reiter, 97.1 The Fan, Doug McCain, Bill Reiter, talking about Time Magazine's 100 most influential athletes of 2026 that they pretended with LeBron James on the cover was also LeBron being the greatest athlete of the century. I'm going to bring this next one up because there are some people who have accused me of not liking LeBron when I say that I do. I'm not going to say who those people are. My boss, Andrew Williams, and the guy to my right raising his hand, Doug McCain. I'm just not afraid to be. You've gotten to know me. I will push people's buttons.
100%.
I will say what I think.
You will.
Okay. I like LeBron. And the reasons I like LeBron are for the things I'm going to pull out of this story here. There are things I don't like about him, and he obviously doesn't like me. But they write in the story that the loss to the Mavericks was the best thing that ever happened to the LeBron James Family Foundation. And this is true because I wrote about this, where he basically thought, well, to hell with it, I'm going to focus on some other stuff. And so in the year after the Heat lost and LeBron had all this criticism, he put his efforts into a nonprofit in Akron. And since that loss, the LeBron James Family Foundation has, sort of cheesy and I'm glazing it, but it's real. They started this thing called the I Promise School in Akron for grades 3 through 8. It's a game changer for kids in that community. Funded college scholarships for 25 people from that part of the country who have earned degrees. He built affordable housing. He provided job training and healthcare services. And in April, he opened a local restaurant that provides a bunch of people with jobs. This is the thing about LeBron. And this is like, he is so, and there's also, he adds, my proudest achievement being a present father. He is so insufferable as a teammate. He is brutal sometimes to talk about because he won't get out of his own way, and there's an arrogance about his legacy. He's also, I think, a really good human. I think it can be all of those things. And that's my defense of why I say I like the guy, because I respect him.
Yeah, I think you said it best a couple minutes ago. It's complicated, right? There's some things that you appreciate, that you give him credit for, that there's some things that you got. I mean, that's an amazing story, right? I mean, how many athletes have just put in that work, invested that much money to do something that is different, too? That's something that's very different. That's part of his legacy. It certainly is.
And I've been there, and I've been to it's a real thing. Okay, last thing here. And this is not a shot at LeBron. This is a shot at Time Magazine, okay? So they pretend that he is the again, it says athlete of the century on Time Magazine's cover. When I first saw it, I thought they'd done a typo because everyone's laying off journalists. I thought it was supposed to be athletes with an S plural, and they screwed it up. But it does sort of raise a question that Time Magazine pretends they answer, but they didn't even ask. Is LeBron James the most influential athlete of the century? I think on the list who are in this sort of this year, Ohtani, Messi, Serena, Phelps, Brady, Tiger, Federer. I actually think if you went to influence, and this is going, Time Magazine's not a sports publication, so I think you go beyond just sports, right? I think the finalists here are Tiger, Ohtani, LeBron. I think those, and I would argue, if I can be a little highfalutin here, that it might be LeBron James because he redefined the GOAT debate between him and Jordan, whatever you think, which sort of spurred that conversation for all the other sports.
I think he's the first and biggest star because of his longevity to kind of bridge the old media world with the new media world. This guy got drafted in 2003 when being on the cover of Sports Illustrated with The Chosen One mattered. The iPhone came out in 2007. We're in 2026 where the world is completely different. And he's the only athlete to really span that entire sphere at maybe Tom Brady, but I think LeBron's another level. He's done all the good things we've talked about. And by the way, he's not the only, but he's one of the sort of forefront entrepreneurial billionaire. I'm going to turn my sort of wealth, my fame into this like crazy level of wealth. I think he might be the most influential athlete of the century. It's him or Ohtani or Tiger or maybe Serena for me.
I totally think that he's not even the most influential basketball player. I would say that Steph Curry is more influential than LeBron.
Wow.
And the reason why I would say that is...
That's a good shout, actually.
Because... And I think that this is a part of, and the reason I say it because I think that it has to do with LeBron's greatness, right? You can't replicate 6'8", court vision. I can jump out of the gym, right? No kid saw LeBron playing and was like, oh, I'm going to go to the court and do that. But kids will see Steph Curry and say, I'll go to the court and I'll shoot logo threes and 40-footers. He changed the way the game was played. I think LeBron's influence was how he influenced players to form super teams where you had to, if you wanted to chase a championship, do what Kevin Durant did, right? You can't, does Kevin Durant become a warrior if we don't see the original Heatles with LeBron James?
Probably
I don't
not.
think he does, right? I think that LeBron's influence, there's greatness there. I don't think the influence, I don't think the phenomenon of LeBron, I think started early, right? When it was him coming out of St. Vincent and St. Mary, but his influence, I think, had a lot to do with how he influenced rosters. And I look at Tiger Woods, right? Tiger Woods, he got millions and millions and millions of dollars pumped into the PGA. You wanted to wear a red Nike Tiger
He got people playing
shirt.
golf, bro.
He made people want to play golf. Ohtani, I can't tell you, Bill, I've had people come up to me asking me, what is batting average? What is batting average? Because they watch baseball.
Was it my wife?
It wasn't Lori.
That was
She
me.
knows
That was me.
advanced stats,
Lori, I
right?
hope you're not listening. I love
She
you.
knows more advanced stats than Manny Machado,
No,
okay?
well, that's fair.
But I've had people come up to me and tell me that they started watching the sport because of Shohei Ohtani, that they didn't understand anything about the game, and they started watching because of him. How many people have told you, I watched the NBA because of LeBron James?
That's a great shout. Okay, they did it for... I'm going to ask you 3 questions that Bursch gave me for you. But he didn't say this, but he said it with his eyes. You know how people sort of speak with their eyes?
Yeah.
He said, don't let Doug pander. Don't let Doug try to make up for wanting to wrap Ohtani in wool and treat him like a piece of Irish china. Balik. You ever had Balik?
Yeah, I have.
It breaks if you look at it.
Yeah. Well, not.
That's how you and Dave Roberts treat Ohtani. So you gotta don't pander to Ohtani.
Well, not.
I want a real answer. We both like Ohtani more than LeBron. Like if we had to pick our favorite athlete, right? Okay, don't pander. The first one's kind of easy. Most influential athlete between LeBron and Ohtani. It's LeBron versus Ohtani on DMAC and Reiter to date in LA.
Shohei Ohtani.
Easy. Okay. In America.
Ohtani versus LeBron?
Yeah.
I'll probably say LeBron.
I think that's the right answer. I think that is the right answer.
Ask me in 2 years.
I think that's fair.
And I'll change my opinion, hopefully.
That was a really great pregnant pause here on 97.1 The Fan. It was beautifully oppressive.
I think about that
because
one.
the way of thinking about it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to give you another one. And I think your mind's going to go to, not the pandering, but to the love. Not to your love, but take a beat because both these guys, who has been more influential to date in the world?
Shohei.
Man.
I'll say Shohei.
My first thought too, but LeBron, I see LeBron jerseys in Europe. You'll see LeBron jerseys in Africa.
But
in Asia, you're going to see, like in Japan especially.
But before LeBron went crazy in Asia, just look when the Redeem team went to Beijing, right? When the Redeem team went off, Kobe was the star. He was the biggest guy there. And Jordan jerseys, after we saw in Barcelona in 92, it was Jordan internationally. I think that if there was not Magic and Jordan and Kobe and it was the first LeBron, I would say, yeah, you could attach that international element to LeBron. But I think that Shohei is breaking boundaries for the sport of baseball that didn't exist. Like Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey Jr., none of those guys were doing anything close to what Shohei has been doing as far as the international appeal. So I think that he's more groundbreaking. We haven't seen something like this internationally since Babe Ruth, and that's been a long, long time. But it's a close call. You can argue that one. That's a very arguable
I'm not even
one.
sure.
Yeah.
Part of what I'm trying to figure out is baseball has not historically had the same reach internationally as basketball, but that's starting to change.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I mean, it is starting to change. I mean, but basketball is a fairly worldwide sport.
So I would say Shohei, and I've heard this from going to Korea, like he's the most popular athlete in Korea, right? And then also Japan. But you're right, though. LeBron's massive. I'm not delegitimizing LeBron. I just think that Shohei is so incredibly special because he's so unique and so likable. And LeBron, I think that there's a hot debate about him. He's not universally beloved.
Thank you to Time Magazine for great content, even if you did it accidentally. We are going to get... That was me, wasn't it? That's kind of true, though.
Backhanded.
But it's real. We're going to get into the World Cup preview. We do this every day. It's another group next here on DMAC and Reiter.
It's hard though because there's so much out there about showcases and opportunity and being seen, and the scouts are going to be there, and
it's getting younger and younger and younger. You got like 12-year-olds, 10-year-olds, like parents being told, "Oh, you need to get in this program, or else your kid's not going D1." I'm like, that's not how any of this works. There are so many snake oil salesmen out there that are just getting so many families to put so much money into things that just simply will not help their kid. But those parents are. I mean, they don't know any better. And I feel like it's important. And honestly, I just want to help so many of these parents.
Yeah. Rod, you remember when that sound you made when we were talking about the NFL last week and the NBA and Major League Baseball? And what is it always about?
Money! By the way, that's to get even darker into it. Like, private equity is so into youth sports now. It is a multi-billion-dollar endeavor. Everything with youth sports. You got the travel teams, you got the equipment, you got the showcase culture that exists right now. I think it's a real dark, ugly thing right now. And when it comes down to it, me explaining, get him a trainer with that price and, really kind of get him a better athlete. And they're like, well, can't he get recruited because of how he hits? I'm like, it's not impossible. I'm just saying, how people go to a game, they will just look at him and say if he's a little out of shape. And whether this is fair or not, they'll see him and be like, he's not projectable. He doesn't really put the work in that we need as an organization or as a school. It's just for better or for worse. So I was explaining this all to them, and I hope I steered them in the right direction.
And what are the now in basketball? There's you don't necessarily have to physically be somewhere to be seen always. Some events are live viewing events where college coaches can be there and see the players in person, and then some events are not, but they're all on some type of platform where coaches that want to see them or hear about them can go pull up the film, they can go pull up the video, and that's what's also changed a lot about recruiting and being seen, is that the video is, 2 seconds a coach can have a video of you playing in a game without actually having to be there. So there's pros to that and cons to that, because guess what? That means he can see thousands and thousands of more players than he used to, when he had to physically go from city to city to see a kid in person. Now, some kids will still get the opportunity to be seen in person, and that may make a difference, but it always comes back to you just focusing on you and getting better and improving, as an athlete, and eventually, your game in a lot of ways will kind of do the talking and do the messaging more so than you trying to get onto a particular stage to say, look at me, when in reality you're not ready to be seen yet. just focus on getting better, and then that opportunity will come.
And
Two truths and a lie.
Yeah.
I have giveaways. Which of these is not true? I once got in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator. I once interviewed Bill Clinton when he was at a urinal. Or could this be a true one or a fake one here?
You're selling it well.
Uh-huh.
Or
Yeah, I know. It's a whole setup.
I once spent 4 hours having caviar with Emma Thompson while talking to King Charles.
I am going
Two truths and a lie.
to say, we'll all put in our guesses.
'Kay.
I'm going to say the Bill Clinton one is the lie.
I'm also going to say Bill Clinton is a lie because of Secret Service, and you would have had to get by because it's president. So even like former, you're surrounded by Secret Service. Also kind of creepy. That's creepy if it's true.
Yeah.
But also very on brand for Bill Clinton. So like that would be hilarious.
On brand for Bill Reiters.
Yeah.
Those bills are weird, man.
Wow.
Those are weird.
Stay away from the Williams.
Can I play? But I feel like I have unfair advantage. I know a little
You
bit.
know one of these.
Okay.
Yeah, I know one of them. I'm going to say the third one is the lie.
I did not get in a fight with LeBron James in an elevator, though I just written a scathing column, and we were in the elevator in awkward silence. I did, in fact, hang out with Emma Thompson and hang out with King Charles when I was a young reporter, and I did, in fact, once, as a very aggressive reporter, march past the Secret Service.
No!
And I used to be able to do it. I used to cover Bill Clinton back when I worked at a newspaper in Arkansas early in my career, and it was
Welcome back into the show, D-Mac and Reiter.
Really
Good news. The Dodgers have tied the game in Pittsburgh. It is 2-2. They got 8 hits so far, by the way.
Nice.
Not terrible, not the end of the world. 7th inning. Top
Little
of the
rainbow
7th.
out there. PNC.
I have been to the outside of that ballpark. Awesome. I've never been inside that.
I've not. Everyone says it's one of the best. Birch, you been there?
No.
No? Yeah, everyone says it's one of those, you gotta bucket this it out.
You know what? You and I, we're going to do a remote there.
A remote at PNC.
I'm not sure what the reasons or how we make it happen.
Totally down. Totally
I'm
down.
fanatical about this stuff.
I will too. I've checked out a lot of boxes, been to probably half the stadiums.
That's pretty good.
But to add PNC for D-Mac and Reiter would be legendary stuff.
If our boss Andrew is listening, I know you have a lot going on, but just want to put on the list. Things to focus on.
Let's try to get to tomorrow's game.
Tomorrow's game. It's in Pittsburgh. All right, it's time for the little World Cup preview, Birch.
That's right. This is the countdown to the World Cup. 2 days. We are simply 2 days away from the World Cup, and that means we have only 2 groups left to dive into. Today we've got a pretty loaded one major name in that group. But before we get into Group K, a couple notes from the U.S. men's national team. Chris Richards fully trained for the first time with the team yesterday at their practice in Irvine, which is awesome that they're in Irvine right now. Tyler Adams was not with the full group and was walking around in running shoes. The team said it was, quote, load management.
Why are we calling stuff load management in soccer now?
You need to hear it, especially for a term like this.
We need Chris Richards, and Tyler Adams might be, he's not the best player, but he's my favorite player of the U.S. national team, because he's really talented, he's a leader, he's got kind of this like quiet vibe thing going on. I think he's really important to what we do. But I guess if it's load management, everything's fine. I guess they're just chilling with him.
Yeah. It looks like he's going to be good to go.
Why would you have to load manage during a practice? I've never even heard of that before. All right, that makes me nervous. But Poch is not very checks notes good at his job. Pochettino, the coach. I'm not a big Pochettino guy.
You're not?
No, I'm not. I would like to prove me wrong.
Is he if they bomb, if they don't perform well, he loses his job?
So he's actually not. He's not under contract once the World Cup ends, and he's he might be interviewing for jobs in Italy while we're trying to win a World Cup. So
Jeez,
that's great.
Talk about lame duck.
That's kind of like while you're planning the wedding with your wife, she's also just swiping right.
Yeah,
just in case.
The side pieces are getting interviewed. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why I found this funny. The side pieces are getting it. I guess because you said side piece. It's Cap.
Hey, by the way, here's the side piece of the segment here. The Dodgers just scored. They took the lead 3-2. For whatever reason, the catcher tried to throw down to third when Dalton Rushing was getting back to third base. The throw hit off Dalton Rushing. He got to come in and score.
Also, Birch, can I sort of pre-apologize? Eric Lauer, we're going to kind of make fun of because he gave up back-to-back home runs in the first inning, but he went 5 2/3, and those were the only runs that he gave up, and those were two of the only 3 hits that he gave up. So Eric Tower Lauer continues to tower over, opposing hitters as a Dodger.
Yeah, I mean, now with the lowered his ERA to, what was it now? I mean,
wow.
Wow.
We're not doing it today. We're not. Wow, that was good, though. That was really good. No, you don't get me. What are you doing keeping score over there? Now you're the judge and the jury and the scorekeeper? It doesn't exist. I will say this here on DMAC and Reiter. One of us absolutely called that Eric Lauer was going to work out with the Dodgers, and one of us didn't, and there's no reason, Doug, to focus on who was who.
Okay.
All right, you got it right.
It's too early to declare victory. So
you had victory.
One bad start, but it is kind of wild though. 16 and thirds innings, a 2.76 ERA.
Yeah.
With the Dodgers. That's impressive after a 6.69 ERA and 36 and a thirds innings with the Blue Jays. So these guys, they find a way. Mark Pryor, Andrew Friedman, Connor McGinnis, man, they really, really find a way to get something out of these cast-offs from other teams.
Credit to Houston Mitchell, who we talked about earlier from Dodgers Dugout. He pointed out today in his newsletter at the LA Times that as a Dodger only, Eric Lauer has the 4th best earned run average on the team entering today's action, behind only Will Klein, Shohei, and Mr. Wroblewski.
Impressive stuff. Got to give him a lot of credit.
One of us got it right. One of us got it wrong. Let's not focus on who is who.
You were so rough. You know what's so funny?
I was so hard on him.
You were so hard on him, man.
I was.
Meanwhile, how's your guy enjoying Oklahoma City with your Hesung Kim shirt?
Man, that's mean. I'm never mean to you, pun-off loser.
There you go. I'll give you one. That was a good attack.
You're not the scorekeeper. You're not the scorekeeper,
I'm just randomly
bro.
writing here. What's up? We got another run, Bursch.
Yeah, actually, Ohtani.
Stop being like Ronaldo.
6-2. Andy Pa has 2-run home run. Okay. Ohtani doubled. Yes, Ohtani doubled in a run, and now Pa has just hit a 2-run homer. This is the countdown to World Cup. Guys, we are 2 days away, just 2 days away until the World Cup kicks off. And we're diving into Group K today. Group K is Portugal, who's ranked...
Special K.
Special K, exactly.
It's a cereal joke, Doug.
I love that. With the strawberries?
Great
Really?
cereal joke.
I think it makes it soggier quicker.
You don't like it? Okay.
Portugal's ranked 5th in the FIFA World Rankings. Colombia ranked 13th. The Democratic Republic of Congo ranked 45th, and Uzbekistan ranked 50th. So let's start with Portugal. Yesterday we discussed the swan song of Messi, and this figures to be the same for Cristiano Ronaldo, who is making his record 6th World Cup appearance.
I like the Portuguese national team, but the sooner they get knocked out and his career as an international player is over, the better. I do not like Ronaldo. Have I ever told you that I don't like some people, and I'm not afraid to share it?
And I do my best to. I think it kind of happens naturally. We're on different sides on certain things.
You
but
like Ronaldo?
No, I'm very against Ronaldo.
I'm
very against Ronaldo. Like I told you, I think maybe it's around you that my phone, it picks up all the soccer vibes, so it's thrown me into really an intense soccer algorithm. It really has. I'm telling you. I'll go to Instagram. I'll swipe down. It'll be 10 soccer reels, and I've gotten like 8 so far that really paint the picture of Ronaldo being someone that is on the selfish side.
So insufferable.
What really killed me is before Messi had won the World Cup, he made it seem like it was a big deal to win a World Cup.
Yep.
Then after Messi won the World Cup, then he delegitimized and diminished how important it is to win a World Cup.
Just winning 7 games.
Yeah, 7-game tournament.
I don't think I did Ronaldo yesterday in my figures with American comps because I couldn't think of an actual figure awful enough from American sports to represent this he's not a loser, but he's just because he's very talented. He's a very good player.
I mean, could you say he is LeBron?
I think he's
in some ways just second best player ever.
He's not only
Messi's
that good.
Jordan. You don't? Okay.
I think he's 4.
You think he's 4? Okay.
I would go Pele, Maradona. I mean, and Messi would be my 1. But the thing about LeBron is LeBron's never been the level of destruction to his own national team, arrogance and ego, the obnoxiousness of what he's like in the Saudi Arabian League, his disdain for Messi because Messi passed him. I don't even. It would be like if Michael Jordan, instead of being chill about LeBron, just started throwing a fit every time LeBron scored. I don't even know what the comp would be.
That's brutal.
He's the and to the Portuguese fans out there, I like your country and I like your team, and I think we could all agree Ronaldo's actually the worst. Although people are very apparently one of the people who listens to the show is mad at loves the show but is mad at us because he thinks we go at LeBron a lot.
Really?
Yeah. Oh, can I tell you something? This is a total non sequitur. I know we're doing a soccer thing, but I have to tell you something real quick, and then we're going late. Sorry. One of the people in the office today said how much they love the show, which is very nice. And they're like, you and Doug are great. And then they go, man, I love it when Doug just gets on his microphone. And then he imitated you. He goes, the Dodgers have some FIP War double D negative ERA plus ultra. He got you up on the microphone, which is my favorite part about when you do radio.
Oh, you mean like this?
You just
the Dodgers. I didn't even realize that.
Go deep down in the mic. Doug.
That one always
So
gets me
good.
when you said, I'm Bill.
Well,
I'm
because
Doug.
there was one segment. Was it cross? There was something where you're just like, I can't do it. I'm Doug. You're so earnest.
That's so funny. I don't. It's so funny. Like, a lot of these things I don't even know I'm doing in real time, but it's good to know that. Most important thing is they love the show. They really think that we talked too tough on LeBron, or
Yeah, one of the boss's sons like really likes the show, but he's like, yeah, but he gets really mad at you guys for what you say about LeBron.
Yeah,
and I go, I like LeBron. And he kind of looked at me.
Yeah, I mean, I think LeBron's the GOAT. You know,
honestly, he might be the. I think Time did him a disservice saying just the athlete of the century.
Yeah, exactly.
What is a hero, Mr. Lebowski?
Exactly.
Are we still talking soccer? Have we even started talking soccer? Sorry, Bersh.
Well, let's see. Okay. Well, you want to talk more Portugal? Portugal's loaded with stars beyond Ronaldo. There's Bruno Fernandes and PSG's Vitinha.
I honestly like it's a really, really great. So you know what the comp is? I'm trying to think like who would be. I can't get it. They are good enough to win everything. If Ronaldo, I think, would step away. I do think he's.
Wow.
I think he's. And this is not a. Maybe our boss Andrew's listening and is like yelling at me again because he thinks some of my soccer takes are bad. But I think Ronaldo is a net negative. I think he's a problem for the team because he's not good enough for the juice to be worth the squeeze. He's like that version. He's like LeBron if LeBron were 10 years older and 100 times worse as a teammate.
Wow. So he's just taking up oxygen on a team because of the name and because of the reputation. I mean, it's tough to have a guy that's been that important to that country's international team to not have a spot. But, yeah, I mean, he's definitely going to be the headliner, right? But that's kind of wild to think that not only would they be a better team, you think that can actually win if it was the ultimate addition by